All right, shout out to the family. It's the boy Swab about snapping off entertainment, SVD, Argument League, AOI, and a whole bunch of other Black Power shit, man. Shout out to Bingo on the cam, Bingo on the track, Z on the cam. That's snapping off fam. Shout out to Solomon, the commissioner of the greatest debate league on Earth's only debate league on YouTube, Solar Vision Debate League. Shout out to Knowledge Brought Online, Do the Knowledge Radio. Shout out to the AOI Gold Mine, Brandon Bay, Wicked, Radical, Apple, Pro, Black, Brown, Z1, Hurricane Katrina, of the King James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, shout out to the peers, shout out to the reason we here, the people of SVDL. As y'all hit that like button on y'all way in. Welcome to the Argument League. Yes, I fell to sleep. That was embarrassing. I went back and listened. You know, kind of started off modest. You know, kind of had a little smoothness to it at first that, you know, kind of complimented the stream, complimented Shanara's voice. Shout out to Melinda, shout out to MJ, shout out to Reese Peace. But then it just kind of got belligerent. All the snoring just kind of got, I heard somebody describe it as beastly. Shout out to Poetic Empress, Jessica Joel, Free Spirit. Oh, wow. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Shout out to the brothers and sisters in the chat. Shout out to Miss Whitty actually texting Katrina, telling her go wake Swab up. He just fell asleep on the live. Shout out to A9 coming through saying, you know what, I'm going to go in and kill the stream. Shout out to Blue for repeatedly trying to get in until I heard that Blue Doom and it woke me up, man. I appreciate y'all presence. Yeah, another day. Y'all already know what it is. We got, shout out to Yeti Black. Shout out to Yeti Black. I gotta say, yeah, I mean, the title is a real title. Shabo. The title is a real title. Like, how are we this divided? Man, tired. Joshua said it though. It's that motherfucker Las Vegas. Oh yeah, man. That dude, when I saw him with that knife, hey, Jessica Joel, shout out to AU. When I saw that nigga with that knife finna open up that wine bottle, I saw it happening live. Shout out to Patter Tickle. I saw that shit happening live. I said, man, this nigga finna gouge his whole hand open. Yeah, man. What type of dude don't know how to open up a wine opener, man? That's crazy. That nigga don't know how to use a wine opener. Yeah, Patter Tickle. I saw that email you sent me. Y'all on some wild shit out there in that world, bro. Y'all on some wild shit out there in that world. Yeah, I got the email that you sent me. That's not him in that video. That's not him on that homosexual, whatever the fuck they was implying. Yeah. But yeah, they wild out there. Definitely wild out there. Hold on, I got somebody in the building. Oh shit. Domo in the building. Fucking with the family. Shout out to Domo. Shout out to Hugh. Shout out to Mrs. Domo. Shout out to the whole West Coast. Shout out to the Domo family, man. Oh, we need a hug in these YouTube streets. Shout out to Monique Marie. Oh, yeah. What's good with you, Domo, bro?
Man, that shit ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Ready to get my ass back to California.
For real? You ready to go already?
Well, I'm done. I had this workshop, or kicked off this workshop.
Oh, okay. I thought you was getting away. You had a workshop?
Yeah, nigga. It's working. You know what I mean? So shit, now
Well, you have to fly out to.
Not far, Colorado.
Okay, so anybody want to whoop Domo ass here in Colorado right now, you catch him out of bounds.
Hey.
You motherfuckers can't let that shit go from last year. If you're out there in Colorado, it's a chance.
Yeah,
that's hard. That's hard. When you dipping back out today? He must have got a car. You hear me, Domo? Yeah, he must have got a car. Poetic, I fell asleep around 11 and woke up around half an hour ago. We're like hours. That's what's up, man. Shout out to all my people in the UK, man. Hold it down. For real. On that weird schedule. Fucking with the people over here in America, man. I think that is a gap we need to close, and we do need to get familiar with each other. I think that's the easiest link. Black people in America, black people in Europe, you know, Western Europe. Oh, man. I don't understand. They say we divided because we tired. Yeah, man. Shout out to Taz. Shout out to Alikia. Yeah, I saw one over there. Man, they over there attacking Easy Bake Ovens, man. He said it's 148. Damn, I heard that. I ain't getting that, yeah. I ain't getting that. Yeah. Look, they both had to tell me, like, nigga, it's 2:00 in the morning over here. Shit, don't play with it. Shout out to Kiana Perkins. Yeah, man, don't take the Easy Bake Ovens from the little girls, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't take the Easy Bake Ovens from the little girls. Me, I don't let, shout out to Mika, I don't let my daughters play with babies because babies aren't toys. And I don't let my sons play with guns because guns aren't toys. So I always had that, but shit, I used to motherfucking play with the Easy Bake Oven and cook. I used to play with the Barbie dolls. I used to do all that shit. I play. If it was a toy, I played with them shits. I ain't give a fuck. Easy Bake Oven, My Little Pony, Barbie, fucking anything. Shit, nigga, we playing or what? We playing or what? Army Men, Monster Men, Transformers, Rock Lords, all that shit. Jump rope, kickball, hopscotch, jacks, whatever the kids outside playing with, I want to go play. Shit, I want to go play. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Shout out to Melanated Goddess and Lilith Revenge. Yeah, man. I like the fact that women know how to cook. Shit, I know how to cook, but hey, we can't be that fucked up, man. Like my father raised me. He was the cook in the house. My stepmama was a crackhead. So she ain't do shit. But find shit to tell my daddy to whoop me over. Nah, no squirt guns. They are not toys. They are not toys. Guns are not toys. I could get you one of them squirt tubes. I could get you you know, but I just don't let my sons play with guns. You know what I'm saying? I want the motherfuckers to be trained to that shit. I want to take that gun shit serious. Real. Shout out to Astro. Yeah, Taz should be having it. I don't know if it's like right now. But he should be having one today. Shout out to Tiff XYZ, man. Said my father could cook, but he wasn't trying to take the place of a mother in the kitchen. That's my issue with men today. Shit. If she don't know how to cook, tell her ass get out the kitchen. Hey, listen. My kids always like my food. Like, let me see. If I had, yeah, my kids always preferred my food over their mama food. Shit. I was in that thing, and I enjoy cooking. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy cooking. I won't try to take nobody's spot. I just, it was demanded. It was demanded. But yeah, man, I just don't think because I remember being told that the man was the cook. I remember being told that, and my grandmother was the cook in my grandmama's house. My dad was the cook in his house. I was the cook in my house. And, it's just tradition. Because a lot of a lot of cultures, the man is the cook. I think like the Sicilian culture, it's prominent that the man cook, It's just a Sicilian culture. It's one of them motherfuckers. But yeah, man. Let me see. I'm tired of men trying to out Betty Crocker me though. It's not masculine at all. Man, you gotta step your game up, fam. We raising our bar. Y'all got demands out of us. We got demands out of you. If I could cook just as good as you, what that mean? What that mean? Step your cooking game up. Nah, I mean, it's a partnership, man. It's not a competition. I could see that women value their role as a cook. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, like, get out the way. Damn. What's next? You gonna try to birth babies? But yeah, no, I think that's a fight we don't even need, right there. Mika said my dad did all the cooking. All the men on his side can cook. See? It's Sicilian culture. See? My grandma always told me never depend on the person to feed you. That's when I learned to cook. LOL. No, I learned that on my own. I learned don't depend on your what's going on. I learned to don't depend on nobody to feed you. When I was little, when my daddy was away working doubles and triples, and my stepmama was sneaking out to go smoke crack, and we was in the house by ourselves, I said, shit, nigga, this system has failed. I better get up and get this motherfucking refrigerator, see what I could cook. Shout out to L, man. Shout out to L. Yeah, nice. Tiff said my father could cook, but it didn't mean he would be home while my mother worked like John Henry. Oh no, I don't like when a woman has to work. I ain't gonna lie. Suave, last week I seasoned and cooked lamb mince. Wow. That's what's up, man. Lamb mince. I'll Betty Crocker me all day. I'm tired. Shout out to Jessica Joel. She said, have at it. Mika said, my dad was in the military and still. Did you find that? Man, Katrina be looking good, man. That sound, I'll drop something. I dropped something. My booty. I dropped something. Let me see. My dad was in the military and still came home to cook. My mom can cook too, but my dad enjoyed cooking for us. Yeah. I just got tired of TV dinners. But yeah, I would like my dad would prep food, go to work, call my older brother, tell him turn the oven on, put it on this, and put that in there for this amount of time. So yeah, them things out. So that was it. And then me, same way. I come home from work, cook. Wake up, cook breakfast, take the kids to school, go to work, come home, cook. So shout out to Butterflies. Shout out to Spitty Sparks. Butterflies, who was you saying that be over here? You said she be over at the argument league with that off-ass mentality, an elf-ass mentality. Tiff said, I want a man to hustle me and get out the kitchen and put the lace apron down. That's a fact. I ain't mad at you. Tiff, ain't you the one who's like, girls are supposed to be treated like ladies? You see what I'm saying? So I can respect that mentality. I see how you line that right up. You know? Spread A. Tejan, Zhao. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. She said, hey, family. Is it cold, y'all? It's cold here already. It's not cold. It's I can't call this cold coming from Indiana, but it's cold. For Vegas weather, it's cold. This is like they winter, Taz and Ronnie said. So yeah, it's cold up here, but it's cold up here, but I'm sneezing. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be. It's cold up here, but somebody got their chest down. You know.
Did you put your camera on me?
No, I did not. What is wrong with you? Stop talking to me like that live. So I'll get on your head. Shh. Brother Moses in the building. Hit that like button, y'all. Subscribe.
Just what he called me.
Oh, it's a Witty.
No.
I'm taking your wrench. I'm taking your wrench, Miss Witty. Yeah, it look good. It look good. It feel good. It feel good out here. I'm an Indiana boy, man. It be cold as hell. And I'm a winter baby. I'm born in December, so I would definitely be out here. Look at y'all. Y'all nothing, man. Tiff XYZ said, I want to treat a man like a real man, but too many want to be my girlfriend. I don't want to be in a lesbian relationship with my man. Yeah, I agree. I can see you doing that. I can see that. You know, you want to be the lady with the lace apron, and he go to work and get dirty and stinky and come home, and you give him a kiss on his dirty, stinky lips, and you know, put his house shoes down, run his bath water, let him go in there, clean himself, call you when he needs his back wash, because you know, eat the dinner, you know, grab the kids, throw them in the air till you tell them stop. Yeah, I'm December 12th. That's what's up, Tiff. Yeah, December 12th. Yeah. Hold on. Tanjan said she got the best spaghetti in the world. That's nice. Man, first of all, I just had some spaghetti the other night. Put a lot of people's spaghetti chain. Shout out to Katrina. Shout out to Son, throwing the caskets in the chat. Yakeem, the submitter, man. What's up with you, man? Had you a moderator, maybe you'll act right. What's good, big dog? Same shit. Posted up. Listen. I don't know. Oh, baby. I don't know what you be on sometimes, Yakeem. I thought we fucked with you. But I don't remember if you fucked with us, but I'm going to still rent you up. You good, though.
Nah, nigga. You're wrenching up the Yakim?
That's him. Yakim ain't on that. He on bullshit, huh?
Yeah, he be over there with the Mr. Throw Up.
All right, let me take his rent. Hey, man. And then I read his comment. He gonna say, oh, yeah, Swat definitely eats pork.
Yeah, he's like, you know, he's over there with Mr. Throw Up and those guys. Huh? That's not wrench worthy. Yo.
That's fucked up. It's the commissioner in the bill.
Yo, man. What's going on, Brother Suave Beezy?
Man, you already know, holding it down, man.
Shout out to you and your beautiful wife, Katrina.
For sure.
All right. Yeah, they I see the sister in the chat room. What was her name? Tiffany?
Tiff XYZ, yeah.
Yeah, Tiff XYZ. Like, you know, and there's a lot of women that wants this traditional type of man. That's what we, you know, label it as. But the woman is not traditional anymore. So it's like that's not gonna happen.
But tradition change though, right? So what's the
from a standpoint,
traditional?
like to their liking, it's not gonna, especially like now that you're seeing women beginning to make more money than men. So now like the women you're starting to see has more drive than men. As far as getting their stuff together, as far as in this secular society that we live in, and this is a byproduct of them now being introduced to the work world for like over a generation, over a couple of generations now. Solar, can you cook?
Oh
no, I don't cook.
Gonna come out. Just see.
No, I don't know how to cook all like that. Not all like that. I don't really know how to cook all like that.
So I'm saying traditions change though. Like, okay, it ain't the traditional thing, but it's still like the woman taking care of the home and the dude working. The woman might have a hobby or some type of, house job. Work from home profession.
You talking about today?
Yeah.
Hell no. The women is the breadwinners. They're at the women today. I'm talking about the Black community. They're like the breadwinners. There's more women with jobs than men in the Black community. I'm talking about like good jobs. Like the Fortune 500 companies, and Black men, we Black men make it happen. They hustle, but I mean,
yeah. See, whatever, man.
yeah, because they are excelling, and I mean, Taz showed us that in the debate, right? With the statistics, like what I'm saying. So you can actually see that though, them beginning to excel. Now on average, if you take like the men that are and like making money, they tend to make more money at a position than women, but there's not too many Black men in those positions. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the Black woman is more of the breadwinner, in the Black community. She's to be the one that has a more stable job.
She went and got it first, so she got a man.
And so that's the issue. Remember, Steve Harvey wrote the book, where it was like these successful women can't find husbands that are to their liking or up on their level. That's what the Something New thing was about. That's what that movie was about. It was really predicated off that book. And then the other movie that came out with Think Like a Man. Both elements was in that movie as well. Like the one guy that's like kind of like a baby with his mama. I mean, like a mama's boy.
A mama's boy.
Yeah, you had the mama's boy. You had the dude that was the chef that was lying about how much he made. And then there was the dude that was like a player dude. It was like all different segments of Black men in that one movie. You
think it's
so the one character was the guy that was he was like the chef, and he was messing with Taraji. I think her name is what's the Taraji, the one that played in the Baby Boy movie, the active chick. So she was playing the successful kind of rich, successful Black woman that we're talking about. Yeah. So she meets this guy, and he is a chef, but he kind of lied, because he seen what caliber woman that he was actually dealing with. And so since he didn't know how to cook, he knew how to finagle stuff and make it look like he was making money. But then she found out that he wasn't making that amount of money. And so that became to be an issue with her. Not only the fact that he's not making money, that he lied to her, and you see there a lot of that going on. Niggas faking like they got money, but they not fucking with these Black women. They making money. They making real money. You know, so
Yeah.
so that was like there was a character in that particular movie. And so I think that going back to the Stephen Harvey book, and he interviewed these three women, and they was like, you know, professional women. I think one was like and one was like a dentist, and another one, you know, they was like making money. So they was trying to find a man that was up to their caliber. And the few black men that are, you know, making more money than them, you know, their options is way open, and not just with black women, but all races of women, because that's one thing that's, you know, kind of like you know, number one on the market is a black man that is successful with money. Not just black women want them, you know, so they got a lot of options. So she was saying that, well, those guys, you know, they tend to, you know, date outside the race. You know, they tend to, if they is going to get married, they'll marry women that is younger than the women that is around their age. So like if it's like a guy that's like maybe in his 40s, he'll go and marry a woman in their 20s, you know, because, you know, they're looking for these guys. It's kind of like that shit that Kevin Samuels be talking about, you know, right. So yeah, so those women that is around, like his peers, the ones that he actually probably went to college with and all those things, they are at that point not even an option. So those women are kind of left out, you know, to, you know, having to, you know, look for, you know, men maybe outside of the race. And, you know, that's what the Something New was kind of entertaining, you know, because these women are now getting older and they're looking for somebody that's going to meet them, you know, on all levels, socially and, you know, financially and all that. And they can't really find a black man that's going to meet them on that level. So the traditional thing is dead, you know. I mean, that traditional thing is kind of dead, and to be really looking for that is I guess you got to choose what exactly is, you know, your niche or what you actually are looking for, you know, because I mean, I think that if you're going to look for, I guess in this society, as things begin to transition to a more technocratic society, I guess you could call it, that the man that get his hands dirty ain't gonna be making that much money, you know.
And they get no respect.
Yeah, so it's gonna be the niggas that's pushing buttons, and then see that becomes a problem because you're looking for a certain level of masculinity. Not saying that every nigga that push buttons ain't masculine, but I'm just saying, like, you know, from a standpoint of traditional, because when we say traditional, we're talking about that nuclear family that was being promoted post World War II, you know, in the 1950s, that Truman era of family where, you know, he's like the breadwinner. He goes home, he goes out there, get his hands dirty, comes home, brings the bread home. She's at home. She don't have to do anything but, you know, take care of the house and the kids, and far as and that even in itself was like, you know, kind of disrespect. She don't have to do anything but take care of the house and the kids, which is a big ass responsibility. But, you know, she don't have to do anything far as, you know, bringing in income. All she had to do was, you know, and that's kind of what the feminine mystique was talking about. That was actually, you know, going against, you know, that being a lifestyle for women. They would begin to get bored, you know, in that lifestyle. They had things that they wanted to pursue, and they're pursuing those things now. So, I mean, I guess you can't really have it both ways. Where so you want a traditional man, but then you're not the same traditional woman though. Kind of like, you know.
Traditions change.
Yeah. Anaya say, where is he getting his fact from? I mean, you could look at, you know, statistics. I mean, black women are beginning to make more money than black men. Now, like I said, now you got black men that is working, and in those jobs, they tend to make more money far as if I take a black male CEO and then a black female CEO, that black male CEO may make more money than her, but it's probably like for every 5 black women CEOs, it's probably 1 black male CEO. You know, so that's why those 1 black dudes are a commodity, you know.
Nice.
I'm not, the Tech Biz Shia show says when a man goes younger, that means he does not want to be challenged. Let's not play. I'm not challenging that, you know. I guess, you know, yeah, I know. And they had an interview with some of the women. Like I said, Steve Harvey, he actually interviewed the women. They had like this panel too of women and men. And I forget the name of the dude. He's like a B-rated actor. I forget what his name is. I think he was married to the chick that was on The View for a while. The skinny, the short, light-skinned dude. I forget what his name is. But he was one of the people on the panel. And he was his argument was more so around like, you know, they're choosing the women because, you know, those women that they're aiming for are at the peak of their, you know, fertility. So like if a dude goes and he graduates out of gets his doctor's degree and he's pushing maybe like 34, 35, and he wants to have like, you know, maybe 4 kids. He's not going to really shoot for a woman his age. He may be for a woman maybe more so in her mid-20s. So this is what he was saying. But, you know, I guess, you know, obviously with the older, they tend to be, you know, more life experience, which, you know, can prompt you to, you know, actually control the situation more with a younger woman. So that I'm not challenging that.
Taz got an interview tonight?
Yeah, Taz got an interview tonight. Yeah, we're going to shoot for 10 o'clock.
Yeah. He said like 10 o'clock. He gonna shoot for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, because I actually was coming on to announce the interview, but it was such a good topic.
That's all.
Then I got caught up in the topic. It was almost like, you know what I mean? I got Jerry Springer by Swag Boss. I got Jerry Springer. You know how you kind of click on Jerry Springer and look like, what the hell are they talking about? Next thing you know, you've been looking for that damn hour. Jerry Springered me, yo.
You sitting in the back too? Yeah, I sit in the back. Oh, well, you could have sat there and told me. Okay.
How tall is you?
She right there.
No, okay.
I'm sure. Oh, Melanated Goddess. Finna come attack all y'all.
He said my age is 33 to 65. Damn, that's a long ass, that's a big ass gap. 33 to 65. God damn, that's 30 years.
Yeah, you're not comfortable.
I'm school. I can scoot up. I got some room.
Poetic
up,
Emperor. Poetic Emperor says, why don't men look for just one woman and be happy? I mean, I guess that's been the question that has been asked since the beginning of time, you know.
Solomon.
Hey, what's going on?
Peace. What are your thoughts on struggle love, Solomon?
Struggle love, if they both agree to the struggle love. Whatever you do, as long as you agree on it. I always use the analogy of some of the strongest couples are crackhead couples. They both agree that they're crackheads. You don't get more struggle love than that. But they tend to be together more longer. It's a crackhead, Mamie and Harry Lee is their name. They still together. I knew them since the damn 90s. And they was already together then for like 15 years. They was on drugs together. They went to the rehab together. Now they off drugs and they doing pretty good and they all did it together.
So are you saying that the struggle yields stronger relationships?
No. I mean, but like I said, whatever you agree on, you know what I'm saying? Like, because us educated people, we have these standards in Western society. We have these standards of how much a person's supposed to make. Now, if you took that and went global with it, they'll laugh at you in certain countries. It's just like that, like what we ask for. Well, without Christ, so this is like kind of a Western culture thing, like like far as a certain status and struggle love as what you labeled it as or whatever the case may be. So, but I mean, it only could work if that's what you agreed on. Like, okay, if I agree to actually even take a chance, you got to not think if you're messing with this guy that is, struggling and you're saying, well, I hope that by, this date that he, get his stuff together and be able to, make a sufficient income to my liking. But it's a possibility that he don't. So I think that it'd be more wise to say, well, what if he don't? Because that'd be the worst case scenario. What would I do if he don't get there? And I think that, if you entertain that and say, well, it don't matter if he does or he don't, but I'm going to push him to do it. But it don't matter if you don't. And, so that's something that, you would have to decide on what, how you would want to approach that, but as long as it's an agreement.
Do you feel like it's, do you feel like it's wise for a man to entertain or explore, quote unquote, court a woman, pursue a woman, and basically establish a commitment and possibly children, right? When he's not in a position to, I guess, be the type of man that, I don't know, that you like all this like leader stuff and the head of the house and all that other stuff, right? Like, so I'm kind of like, I'm just trying to kind of put those pieces together because like on one end we hear like these strong languages, these strong words, and there's a part of me, just I guess making it personal, a part of me that would like to like see that or believe that or see that manifest in our community. But then, then you also hear like, well, nah, y'all women are out there getting it, and so forth. So I like to use the word partnership, right? Because like if we're getting it together, babe, like if we're two crackheads or we're two people, we both, you stock the shelves, I'm the cashier at Walmart, you know what I'm saying? We doing it, you know what I'm saying? We got our efficiency apartment together.
Alika say, just say the nigga broke. You get it over.
Right?
Just say the nigga broke.
But I'm just saying, like, if we're in that together, like, but he's not broke by himself. I'm broke too. Like, I'm his partner in brokenness. Like, we're partners. We're making this thing happen together. But then,
man, broke is not an identity category. Stop doing that to people. Broke is not an identity category.
For the sake of the conversation, Domo, you understand exactly. Like, there's no
and like, but see that in a way, and that in a way is tricky. And I always do certain things on purpose, but like they think that broke looks a certain type of way. People do think that broke looks a certain type of way.
Understand. So in the example that I gave, right? Would you agree that like this the household leadership type of stuff that wouldn't apply to the dynamic that
I mean, like I said, the guy has to be in agreement. Like I mean, we're so caught up in what like media is telling us what or what whatever we taking in as a source of explaining to us what a family is, and that's having an impact on our thought process. But in reality, you have to talk to that individual, that person, and okay, if that's something that they want to do, it shouldn't matter. Like what I mean, in terms of if you want him to be the leader, quote unquote leader of the household, that comes with a certain level of responsibilities. So that should be talked about between you and the person that you're dealing with. So it could come to terms where like, you may be making more money than him, but you may still want him to pay the bills, So, because if you want him to be the leader of the household, and certain things that whatever you think that is, because that even is up for debate, what you consider to be the leader of the household. And if that entails a certain amount of financial responsibility, as far as with the bills being paid and things of that nature, then that would have to be talked about, So it's not a cookie cutter thing. It's not a cookie cutter thing where it's that this fits everybody, because everybody's different from their views, their perspectives, what they consider to be a leader, what they consider to be an alpha male, what they consider to be a feminine woman. All these things varies,
Right.
So
it's as simple as this, bro. It's as simple as this. If you're looking for a business relationship, just say that. Period. Like a personal relationship is not dictated by finances. A personal relationship is not how we choose to treat each other interpersonally has to do with how we value each other. And if you include like economic benefit in that and how you value somebody, that's a business relationship. That's the reality of it. Now, I'm not chastising anybody for that, but we just got to understand how we want to assume that relationships is about being happy and being who you want to be with and love, and sometimes it is, but in these conversations, that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about maintaining.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would definitely agree.
We're talking about maintaining structures, maintaining institute. Like, look, I want a family, right? Like, you got to think about how people talk about it. I want the concept of a family. You feel me? Like, so that means that I want to check the boxes to have a family, regardless of what that is. You know what I mean? Like, that's a business move. That's because what you're doing is you are maintaining. You're saying, I want to be a part of this institution, and I want to maintain this institution with this type of person to meet this type of criteria, so my family can look like this.
You have a quota that must be met. It's quotas that must be met. No different than a business. These quotas have to be met.
Exactly. Now look, me and my wife cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? We good. But at the same time, like my wife took off in her career before I did. You feel me? So it was at a time it was an imbalance there. But the thing about it though, one thing that it never really played that much of an issue, because we wasn't together for that. Like, my wife independent as fuck. Like, she not gonna look at nobody and say, you know what I'm saying, like, I need you to do this for me, X, right? Like, nah, she not like that. So like a nigga like me, I ain't give a fuck about having kids. I ain't give a fuck about me having a wife. None of that shit. You feel me? None of that shit. The only reason that I'm married with a child and a part of this institution that we call marriage is because I found somebody I fuck with. Outside of everything else, I found somebody I fuck with. You feel me? Like, it wasn't, regardless of the money she made. I mean, because we came up together. You know what I mean? Like, we started off broke together, and then we went into our careers together. So, you know what I mean? It's different, but at the same time, it's like you gotta be real about what it is that you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? Right. And some people don't view relationships like that. Some motherfuckers don't look at it like, I need you to check boxes in order for me to value you as a person. And I'll get on my soapbox a little bit. That's capitalism. That's the logic of capitalism. Right? You aren't valuable as specifically, and this is where men have it hard as fuck, because you're not a fucking person as a man, because you can't be a woman. You only a man. So if you can't do XYZ in terms of certain economic demands that women make, you're not a man. They take away your personhood. They are skeptical of whether or not you should even attempt to be talking to a woman if you can't do XYZ. That's a logic of capitalism. I mean, we look at it as like, well, no, because you need to be able to. I mean, you do too, motherfucker. Like whatever I need to be able to take care of, you do too.
And I was saying in a more polite way of,
Well, like, you know, so the thing about it is,
no, I was saying in a more like, you know, polite way of like, you know, this now that the women are in the work world, they are in the competition and they are excelling over men in this competition. Like the men are still in this big, you know, maze, you know, of trying to get, you know, a certain level of income. And now it's women in this. And this has been going on for a couple of generations now, a few generations now, whereas though now they are being selected. They are excelling. So it's like, you know, there's at the same time, there's men that is falling into the wayside, you know, whether it's from, you know, being victims of the criminal justice system, all different things or barriers that you say, you know, talking specifically for Black men, you know, that would deter them, you know, from, you know, meeting this criteria, you know, that, you know, society holds. And so it's going to create an issue when it's like, okay, you got all the stuff that you wanted successful, and then you turn around and looking like, okay, now I need this box checked. You know, the marriage and the kids and the good man, you know, the good man box check, you know, and that's go ahead, bro.
No, my thing is this, bro. I can't have a motherfucker look at me and say, unless you got this, I can't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Because when I get it, I don't want to see no smiles and none of that shit on my face. Or on your face.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's the type of nigga I am. Like the woman that I married had to be the woman that was gonna rock with me. You feel me? Like, and listen, I know, sisters. I'm not saying, oh, women, you need to fuck love. Like shit, that shit for the birds. I told, matter of fact, when I first met my wife, like I said, I wasn't even trying to fall in love with her ass, and I let her know that by saying, hey, love is for the birds.
You said it, Domo? I think you
he went on mute.
Oh yeah, the wife got on him for that. But
nah, I'm in here. But the thing about it is just like me personally, when I hear this conversation, it's like I couldn't, like if I met before I had met my wife, I wouldn't be married. Because it's like, to me, the way I think about it is you only, and I think too much about it. You only fuck with me because of this. Because if I didn't have this, you wouldn't value who I was. Period. And it's a balance. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely difficult because at the same time, like a lot of the sisters are saying in the chat, like, you know what I mean, you don't want to have to take care of a motherfucker and doing all the other shit. But you know what I mean? It's still a personal aspect of all of
so
this.
you're saying that it would make you an if I'm using the right word, kind of bitter in a way. Like it's kind of a bittersweet thing. Like if she's like, yo, you got to have this and don't even holler at me until I get this. And then you get it and you're with her. And it's kind of like
I wouldn't value it. I wouldn't value it. She wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Okay.
Like, I couldn't,
it's okay.
I couldn't, I wouldn't be able to respect it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I guess so. Like, if a woman like has a certain I guess material possessions, or she's at a certain economic a level, and a man who, you know, having some financial hardships, should she assume that he is liking or showing interest in her because of, you know, like, should she be like, nah, fuck that, you know, you only want me because of, you know, I could pick you up from the bus stop because I got a car, you don't, or, you know, like, is that how we should, is that how, do you advise women to operate in that capacity as well then?
Check this out. You know how you get older and you learn certain things like about your parents, about life, that you was like, damn, like I ain't even, I'm saying, because you was a kid. You feel me? None of that shit, it didn't matter. But like you get older and your parents start telling you more about what the fuck was going on. When I was like one of the first pieces of advice, and this is why I don't, you know what I'm saying, beef with sisters on when they be talking their shit or whatever else. Because the first piece of advice that my father gave me when it came to women was juice these hoes. That was the first piece of advice that he gave me. And then I learned.
What did he mean when he say juicy? So, for those who are unaware,
get what you can. Get what you can.
So you're saying that a man who is with a woman who has more than him, he is juicing her?
Oh, no, not he is juicing her. What I'm saying is that my father was instructing me to juice women.
But should women be concerned that she may be getting
But
juiced?
this is my point though. This is the point.
I don't want to be juiced. I don't.
Hold on. But see, that's why you're not listening though.
I'm getting nervous, Domo. I'm getting nervous.
Right, but you know, hold your horses. Right? The reason why I'm explaining this though is that my father told me that in my adolescence, but as I became a man, and me and my mother started talking more about relationships, what I learned was that's what he did to her. And when I was a kid, me and my mother had tension because I looked so much like my father. Because of what he did to her. When I was a kid, my mother wouldn't, like I would like try to nuzzle up next to her, you know, be lovey, you know what I mean? Like a boy and his mama. She'd look at me and be like, ugh, you look like your daddy. And I understand that. It was difficult, but the one thing that I told myself at that time was a woman is never going to talk about me and my mama talked about my father. And then when I learned more of why she felt that way, then it made more sense. So I've always, and that's why when these sisters say what they say in the chat, and you know what I mean, in the community, that we have embraced them in the part of, and how they feel about certain niggas, I never push back against that shit because I know it's fucking real. I seen it. So a sister saying she like, I ain't trying to be juiced. I ain't trying to have a nigga take advantage of me. Fucking right. Be skeptical. Be critical. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go in there just with your nose wide open because a nigga saying, you know what I'm saying? Nah, don't do that shit. Fuck no. Be extreme. Listen, like I've seen, you know what I mean, what happens when, you know what I mean, a motherfucker just eyes wide open, just full in love and all. Like I seen with I know the baby mamas and the baby daddies that come from that shit and the drama that come after.
Right.
So fuck no. You feel me? Like that's why I say love is for the birds. I got trapped. I just fucked around and met the love of my fucking life. That's just how that happened. That's the only reason I'm a nigga like me is it. Me and my wife sit around talking about like, yeah, I never saw this shit. She ain't either. She wasn't this type of motherfucker either. That's why I'm happy in my relationship and in my marriage because this shit like this shit was natural. This shit just happened. We fucked with each other like that, and it came together, and now we both happy. You know what I mean? Regardless of the circumstances, if you know what I'm saying, if I get put in a bad situation or if she, you know what I'm saying, in a bad situation, we both know. You know what I mean? Like she didn't see me like in college. You know what I mean? Over the summer, me flying out to where she is to spend the summer with her working in the warehouse. You know what I mean? Hustling. So, you know what I mean? She was with a nigga like at the bottom when the nigga was in the beginning. So as my brand and everything else grow, like it ain't even no question. But
so when a man has wealth, or I don't want to say wealth, like he has to be extremely affluent, but when a man is basically like he's not broke, like so he has something, right? And then a woman shows like interest, you know, you could say she's being thirsty, she's, you know, whatever, trying to make him have interest in her, right? That it sounded like you could say, like you were saying, I could see, nah, like I'm gonna be skeptical, like you wasn't there, you was turning your nose up when I didn't have what I have or whatever. And, you know, I guess when you flip it the other way around, right? Like a woman, like I just feel like in a way when a woman like it sounds almost like she's shunned for looking at a man's perspective of being these things that I guess you could say through socialization, programming, whatever.
Right. I get
Religion,
what you're saying.
all of these things in like your religion that you, even though you don't see it in day to day, right? Day to day, most Black women don't see men as being the providers, right? On a day to day, most Black men probably don't see these virtuous Psalms 23 women out here, right? Everyone's not the virtuous woman or whatever, right? However, though that's programming that it's difficult to just erase, right? It's not that so women are still wanting to see their men in this position. Men are still, they still use it, they singing the words, screaming and yelling, submission, submission, submission. But you want your partner to submit? I'm not understanding. Like you, what is it? It's really,
and that's what people got it back.
So if we started erasing, like to me, it's one of them got to get. Either we're gonna just say, you know what, it's 2021. I don't mind my woman being successful. She's my partner in life. I'm not the head of her. She's not the head of me. I'm not in front of her. She don't gotta submit to me. If anything, we submitting to each other. We're submitting we're submitting to our goal or whatever. But what I'm saying is that there are people singing this antiquated information,
but
right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it.
But they really loud, Solar. Like
but that's quiet. I mean, like what you just said about
it's like you got a choir in front of the church singing.
I get it.
Oh, man is the leader. He's the leader.
Right, but that's like, you know, people having conversations about it. That's not.
But I hear you. But that's what I was speaking on, right? So I hear that there are beautiful couples such as Brother Damo and his queen. You know what I'm saying? I have couples like that in my life. Like I'm fortunate that's the majority of the couples like that in my life, right? I feel you. However, I do not think that is the majority, right? So what I was speaking about.
No, but that actually, for the ones that actually work, it is.
All right.
Because that's the point. That's the point that I was making. Like, you know, when you try to put standards on an individual, you know, this, like, it ain't cookie cutter. Like, you know, it's not going to be, you're dealing with human beings, you know, so things vary. Like, you know, I think that what Domo's point was that. So
people don't use words as like feminism as like a global thing. Like
they use
it as a very objective term, Solar.
Right,
like they don't use
I get it.
Feminine.
I get it.
So then what are you saying?
I get it, sis. And what I'm saying is that when you meet a person, you're not, I mean, at least I don't do this. Like, you know, I'm not throwing perspectives on them. You know, I'm not like, you know, what I'm doing is I'm trying to get to know them as a human being. But then like, you know, as a person, then like, you know, first, okay, can I get along with this person?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like, you know, first and foremost, like, can I get along with this person? What is this person into? You know, I'm learning this individual. So it's not like I'm looking like, now, obviously, you know, for me to approach a certain woman, it has to be some level of attractiveness that I'm into physically. So that's already out the way. That's why I approached you in the first place. But everything from then on is me trying to get to know who that person is. You know what I'm saying? And it's not based off of all these areas, whether it's, you know, the pious woman and the Psalms. I'm not throwing that on that person. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to know the person, because at the same time, when you get to know the person, you're trying to find out what's good for you. So in knowing that right person, you get that opens up a level of understanding of who you are. You know what I'm saying? To know what you want. You know what I'm saying? That helps you to know even more who you are. So that is the challenge of getting to know other people and meeting other people, is because you may think that you want the ride or die chick and the chick that's out there, but then when you start, you know, okay, you know, I don't think I really want that. I don't really, maybe I want a chick that actually, is a little more stable and a little more, conservative and not, too crazy. And so, that takes experience. And what we have to do is, as mature adults, when you meet somebody, you have to be open to who that person is and not putting things on them. You know what I'm saying? Because that may be the person for you, but it gets all deterred with all these things that we throwing at each other. I want, what? Look at how she dressed and look at how she, and all these different things where like, you can sit down and talk with them and, she turns out she cool, And so I think that's part of the problem. There's a lot of things blurring the issue that makes it more difficult than what it actually is. All these different things, feminism, these are all things that we created. This is all philosophies, that we created. Oh, she has to be like this, or he has to be like, no, but we know that motherfuckers been fucking since the beginning of the time, before feminism, before Psalm 63, chick, all that stuff that you were saying, people were getting together. So how are they getting together when that stuff ain't exist? The struggle love and all that. That ain't exist.
No, but I mean, having sex and having a family is two different things. And
yeah, there were families before all that stuff. Families, all that stuff existed.
It's always been like the woman being a provider for her family. That's always been. Because I mean, like when I look at it, I'm just saying that it really comes across very like a sad state of affairs, right? When for some reason the Black woman has to like she gets treated a lot different than other women when we're all women. You understand? So why other women, they get to be that feminine, nurturing mother, whatever, so forth, right? We get to be, no, you have to be.
Now, why do you say that though?
Let me finish, right? They get to see their men, they get to see their men in a certain position and therefore regard them in that position, right? So number one, those men are extremely confident. They're, I'm man, me, man, conquer the world. Even if they're not, you know what I'm saying? At least to their woman, they are, right? I'm just saying, because every group is not at the top. So I'm not trying to say that's every group and just a Black man at the bottom, even people in the middle, right? So, but
what are you basing this on though?
Hold on. To their women, right?
I'm having a conversation with you, sister.
I understand, but I want to at least finish the thought, right?
But okay.
Because if you comment, now we're going to be addressing part of the thought instead of the entire thing. But
I'm just saying, like you have this thing where you're talking about. So I'm a
woman, and women use a lot more words to make their point. So please let me just use all. I know I'm wordy, but I can't. I'm being feminine right now. I'm using a bunch of words and shit, right? But let me just rock. So those women get to see their men in that position, right? But the Black woman, she has to be his partner, right? His equal contributing. And as you said it, sometimes she's contributing financially more in the household and still have that feminine role. She's still the nurturer. She's still the mother. She's still all of this stuff, right? And she has to submit. She's doing all the submission stuff. And he's the leader. That's not the case in other communities. Those women aren't any better than us. Why do they get that? And we have to give more, and then we get called masculine in the same breath. We get called masculine for being in that position. Why put us in that position and then turn around and call us names in that position? It's truly unfair. We want to rest. Not every woman. I'm not going to say every woman. Women, there are Black women out there who would like to rest in their femininity, who would like to yield and allow men to take the control, to be the leader. We just need the leadership. We just need that to happen. instead of all this excuse stuff.
Okay. So I mean, we went from relationships to now leaderships. But this is all I'm saying, as far as with the how relationships work in reality. You meet somebody and get to know that person as an individual and first as a human being. And that's what I'm saying, that would serve a stronger foundation, in my opinion, to help build whatever you want to go. And at the same time, you're getting to know the person. Yes, and knowing the person, you're asking them what are they aspiring to do, and you're seeing if they actually working to get those things, and so all those things can develop as you guys together, as what Domo was actually saying, using an example of his personal relationship to say that, when he said that, yeah, I fucks with her, is because they established a strong foundation of getting to know each other as human beings and as individuals. And that was a person that he was able to vibe with, that level, that it doesn't matter what happens, that we're going to be together. I could be broke. She could have money. She could go broke. I can have money. We both could be broke. We both could be getting, that don't matter. We're going to be together because I fucks with you. That's what he is saying. And I agree with that as being, predicated around your first question, which would be the struggle love. If they both agree to have struggle love, then it's going to work. I use an example of crackheads. They both was on crack. They both decided to go to the rehab. They both, they did all that together. Why? Because whatever their foundation was, for them to actually decide that we're going to smoke crack today, they both did that together. They both made it, because whatever we're going to do it together. So, and I'm using the most, the lowest of the low, so anything outside of that, if that can work, whereas two couples saying we're going to smoke crack together, you know what I mean? So that shows you that it don't matter what you do. It just matter if y'all on the same page. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point that's made. But the reason why I asked you about, when you was talking about the feminine women, and I guess you're talking about other races of people. I know every day I go to that damn Chinese store and I see a Korean woman working in there 15 hours with some Walmart clothes on. I mean, if you want to say that is, her being treated feminine, cool. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I see different. I know I
will work in my man's business. I will work in my man's business all day, every day.
Yeah, cool. You know what I mean? But I don't see that as being feminine.
At least he's providing a business. She's not building up anyone else's. What all the work that she's doing is for her family and contributing to their family.
They're doing it as a collective.
He provided that for them.
Yeah, they're doing it. Yeah, they're doing it as a collective.
He's not too far away. He's there. Like when I go to the nail salon, who's the person bringing in the equipment? Who's the person doing all of that stuff? The man. He is there. He is not absent. Those women are not like just doing nails and it's just a bunch of women. Absolutely not. No, that's a family business. You cannot compare a family business. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, get with a
in the hair braiding places.
Get with a black man
in the hair braiding places. I'm just saying.
I mean, get with a black man that has a business.
A lot of times, though.
There's plenty of black men with businesses.
I'm saying.
I mean, we got it. Like, it's plenty of black men that has businesses.
Okay, so the black community, the black men got jobs for black women. That's what you're saying?
I mean, if you could go to a black guy that has a business.
I'm asking you, no, not a black guy. I'm asking you, that is commonplace. That's commonplace in our community that, there are black men providing jobs. They are providing.
No, black men are not providing jobs for black women.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, so we live in a post-integrated society. I mean, we decided to, well, not us in particular, but our grandparents decided to, give up, their their segregated lifestyle because it was unequal, and they decided to integrate into the mainstream society. And one of the setbacks from that is that we gave up those businesses. We gave up those, independent things on a massive level, as what you see maybe as a new group of people coming in is establishing. Like, we decided to integrate. And as a result of that, it kind of left us void in that area of having independent, communities, independent businesses on the level as what you could say, maybe like a new group of people that have been here only like a generation or two, like maybe like a Pakistani or some of the Latina communities. It's been because it became a culture to actually, get educated and get a job. This was something that was being taught to us as children. You know what I'm saying?
That was our downfall. So
yeah, and that was like a mistake on, I guess, our grandparents' part, that we was taught that, you're going to go to school, get educated, so hopefully you can go to college and get a good job. This is a perfect scenario for a Black family. And we were trying to make strides into becoming integrated into society. That's why it was celebrated. The first Black mayor is celebrated because that's a step towards integration. The first Black president is celebrated. The first Black CEO, the first Black person that owns, a franchise. All these things are celebrated is because it's a sign of this progress idea that was being sold to us actually working. So, as a result of that, you do have Black people that are actually, breaking these barriers, but that is not representative of the masses. You know what I'm saying? So, the masses now have to, deal with the reality of not having, a solid foundation as far as establishing independent businesses. Because when you look statistically, most people businesses are tried, but they just fail. And there's a lot of reasons why, Black businesses fail. You get into the financing, and then you get to the competition with immigrants. I heard things of different loans that is given to, certain individuals, and it's a very layered situation when it comes to that, but the fact that we don't work together collectively, and it's all a byproduct of us being integrated. So in terms of that, I mean, that's kind of like, and that's why I was trying to, kind of cut into the bill, because we're talking about now more of a business thing, as opposed to a relationship thing, So, getting back to the topic, I think that whatever you do, make sure you with the person that y'all are on the same page and see each other eye to eye as human beings. Because once you get into this whole thing and you get into this whole, it's not going to work. as what, you even heard Domo say it, insinuate it, that, well, if I mess with a girl that says that, well, I'm not messing with you until you have X, Y, blah, 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 blah. And he gets those things, it's going to be bittersweet. This is what he's saying. This is what he's insinuating. Now, listen to the music. John Henry Clark say that, one way of determining where the culture is going is listen to the music. DMX say, what do you just want from a nigga? What's the dude name? Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They almost. How many songs is like that? How many songs that the
but that's guys... only talking about Black women, because when Black
that's what I'm saying.
No, but listen, you said it yourself. When Black men make money, they go outside their race. So that
Yeah,
means
I agree.
they
I agree. But
know
listen
that
to
they
my
have to
point
come
though.
to white women with more. They
Listen to
know
my
they
point,
have
though.
to come to the table with more, but they want to come to us empty-handed. That's not
No,
right.
no, listen to my point though. No, I'm not saying that is right. I'm not saying that is right, or it's not a right or wrong in this. It's not a right or wrong in this. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that this is just what it is. Like
No,
you
but
can't
it is a right and a
like
wrong,
the
because
thing.
if you knew it was wrong, then it would be, we would hear more from Black men saying, stop going to Black women empty-handed when you know for a fact you need to go to a white woman with something. The Black woman deserves even more than her. We need to hear that instead of saying,
What you saying
that
now?
she need to be with a man.
Melanated, what you saying now is rhetoric.
She can prove to him that she's a ride or die and all this other nonsense.
What you saying now is rhetoric, though, sister.
No, it's not rhetoric.
Because not all Black men get white women when they get rich.
A good percentage. Don't say not all, because I never said all. So don't even.
Yeah. So and there's a lot of there's a lot of broke.
One of them debate tactics
interracial couples.
Shoehorning, or one of the fallacy, one of them damn shits you're doing. I never said all. Don't tell me I said all.
No, and there's a lot of broke interracial couples.
But I'm talking about a lot of them are not. The wealth in our community, right, the Black men with wealth, they take their wealth outside the community. That's what I'm talking about. You want to turn my position to the broke ones, and I'm saying the wealth in our community, when Black men have wealth, they take it out the community.
But what this is, I'm not saying, see, sister, I'm not saying it as a talking point, and I'm not saying it as a one up.
That's a problem.
But hold on, I want you to understand how motherfuckers think. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's right or wrong, this is how they feel. That matters. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong that they did that. But you gotta understand, if you're targeting a certain male, you gotta understand at least how you feel about shit. That matters. So whether it's, I'm not saying that that's right. That, I'm just saying that when you hear it consistently in the music, that's how they feel. So if you want something though, if you want certain things to work out, that has to be a discussion. That has to be something that's talked about. And all that was going as far as, even getting into the socio-political thing and to the idea that Black men are targeted, and you got theories of a school to prison pipeline, all different types of stuff that Black men feel as though prevents them. Discrimination still exists, and all the different things that they feel as though prevents them from making a certain amount of money. So these are the things that needs to be talked about, is all I'm saying. Not whether it's right or wrong, or who is the more right and who's the more the wrong. That's how it's just going to turn into an argument, and that's how the problem don't get rectified, because we both been hit by the same bug. We both been hit by the same system. It's perks on one end for this person, for this sex, and it's perks on the other end for that sex. But in terms of establishing a relationship and I think being on the same page as an individual, you have to first understand what type of person you want. And then that only comes through conversation, getting to know the person, getting to know what you're more comfortable with. Even before you get to seeing, how much the person's making and all, what's their aspirations? How do they view people? How does his family view them? And all the different things I think is more important to be focusing on. Because if you could get with that person, it don't matter what y'all do, y'all gonna do it. That was my point. But Jashar, what you was
I was just gonna add to what you were saying, that's the most important part of it. You know what I'm saying? And just because a person is cool, and they saying the right things, don't mean that they gonna be what you need. You know what I'm saying? It takes time to find out who a person is. When we first meet somebody, we meeting the representative of that individual. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what I'm saying? If you're trying to rush something, then you're gonna miss everything that you need to see. That goes both hands, right? But society, man, it done fucked us up so much to the point where we don't even want relationships. For real. You know what I'm saying? We want to just do what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? How we want to do it. Then you have some like yourself, sis. Then you have some like myself. You know what I'm saying? That want these things, that want the family structure. You know what I'm saying? But some of us jump into relationships early before we understand what we want, what we desire from our mates. You know what I'm saying? So that be a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, a crucial situation, especially if you got two individuals that strong head, you know what I'm saying, that's not willing to look at themselves, right? Not willing to self-check themselves, right? So now we got these relationships that's just going haywire. You know what I'm saying? People cheating on each other, you know what I'm saying? Nobody really giving a shit about nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's just all about business, bills being paid. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what society has done to us. And unfortunately, we have allowed it. And I'm gonna say we because
I mean, I only hear this on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, because like, you know, the real time people that's like in relationships. You know, my best friend, he's been married, you know, for maybe close to 7 years now. Like, you know, it's like it fits his situation. You know what I'm saying? The ones that last, it fits his situation. It's not like you know, this thing. Now you have certain people that, okay, their situation may be like a traditional setting. That's their situation. But you know, this thing where, you know, people are worried about what the other group of men are doing, and black men, why don't you, you know, and because I believe that those are two different conversations. What black men do as a collective in competing with the other, groups of men. Is that like a criteria of you choosing your personal man?
Are you kidding me, Solar?
Huh?
Are you kidding me? Are black women not compared to other groups of women all the freaking time?
That's what. No.
I'm just trying to say. I'm
not saying that they're not. I'm not saying that that goes on too.
So then, guess what? It happens just the same way.
I mean, sis,
when I go to the gas station,
that's not what I'm talking about, though.
I don't pay with my good looks. I pay with money because I'm in a capitalistic country. That's the way it freaking is. So guess what?
That's not what I'm saying.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If black women compare to other groups, black men is not gonna be no special. You're not in you're not special.
How is that having an impact on who you choose personally, though?
You're going to get the same treatment. You're going to get the same treatment. You're going to get compared
in our community, right? And when I say melanated goddess, in our community, right, that we deal with, that we commune. When I say commune, I mean we talk, we build amongst each other, right? Do you hear that amongst us?
Yes. Yashar, I used to be. I probably still am part of that. Israelite versus Kemet group on Facebook, and all day long they posting, "I'm gonna give me a white woman. I still have me an Israelite. I don't got y'all nappy-headed women. I don't have to deal with that. White women know how to be submissive all the time on Facebook. Absolutely.
I wouldn't.
Black men are making posts." Lifting up. I wouldn't take that serious at all. Listen, I hear you, but they know that it's black women that's a part of that group. I don't care. That's the message that they want black women to get. So don't be mad that I get the message. I see it loud and clear. I get the message.
Listen, you have every right to voice.
I don't mean like you personally being mad.
I would not, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, I know that you're not being mad. I don't mean it like specific to you, like you're being mad. Don't take it that way.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have a problem with you voicing how you feel, because at the end of the day, we need to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know that was happening because I'm not in that group anymore. Like, I don't deal with foolishness like that, because at the end of the day, I get put in jail because I deal with motherfuckers different. I don't sugarcoat shit. Y'all know how I talk. You know what I'm saying? I do the same shit on Facebook. I do the same shit in person if it get like that. So I don't I keep myself away
Yeah,
from the
thanks,
stupid shit.
Rosie and Queen
And a lot of times
Cascade in the building.
those
What's
people that
good,
say
you
stuff
fam?
like that are trolls. Shalom. A lot of times those that saying shit like that and coming under Israelite profiles and all that, and some is trolls and some are not. But in the same breath, you know, if you hearing, you know, majority of us, right? People like myself, people like Anon, people like Elder Yara, you know what I'm saying? People that you actually deal with on a regular basis, right? As far as communication. Now we have a problem. Now we really have a problem because it's hitting close to home and it's something that's not right. But it's not that, you know what I'm saying? And when we come across those, we try and deal with them. My brother Swab try and deal with it ASAP. He don't even try and let that shit breathe at all. So like, I get it. And when they come around, we gonna tear their ass up, sis. We got you. In the same move like that. We're not looking for submission. Submission is very minor. It's very minor. It's nothing major when it comes down to relationships for us. Because if we're doing what we need to do, we ain't gotta even talk about submission. That shit ain't even a conversation ever for a righteous man that love his woman, that love his wife, that take care of his family. Like, you won't hear it. But for sucker ass niggas,
yeah, that's the point I was making about like
that ain't doing shit, that ain't got nothing going for themselves, that's trying to manipulate shit. Yeah, you gonna have them silly ass niggas around. I'm sorry, go ahead. So
no, that's all I'm saying. We got Queen Cascade in the building. You want to say something, sister?
Hey, good evening, everybody. Man, fuck all y'all feelings. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I thought that was Melody Goddess that said that.
I just feel like it's I feel like it's ironic that now, a decade ago, women for how many years were talking about their feelings and emotions, and now it's like a role reversal in terms of men talking about their feelings or saying they're talking about their feelings. But I don't even think a lot of these guys, you guys on this panel, seem to be more so in touch with your feelings. But a lot of the guys out there are not as in touch with their feelings as is coming across in the real world. So they might be having conversations in groups with you guys about their feelings, but a lot of these guys don't even know how to communicate. I heard, I'm not sure who it was that was saying about representative. A lot of us women, when we're dating, yeah, you've got representatives. At the same time, I'm a very down-to-earth, truthful person. I will put it all out on the table so that you know what you're dealing with. That's the kind of person that I am. I can't speak for anybody else like that. But there are a lot of guys out there that their representative stays around longer than some of us are even aware of. So you can be deep into a relationship with this representative, and then as you've got further down the line, that's when situations are getting tough and things are changing and the page changes. We as women are having to maneuver through all that. Plus, I heard what you were saying about men competing. And I agree with the sister goddess, because you guys, the guys, or some of these guys out there are always comparing us to white women or comparing us to you guys. But if this was the Olympics, you guys would have to compete against other men from other nations. That's how it's supposed to run. And it's not like we set the standard in the first place. Black men have been changing the standard on us. And we've been trying to shift and maneuver with this invisible line that keeps moving based off white women.
Are you talking, sister?
No, carry on.
Oh, are you finished?
I don't know nothing about that cascade.
Oh, well, yeah, I think that this, I was trying to understand, like, how is it applicable to you finding a personal person and the group of men competing with the other group of men. So I think I understand, because I guess you're saying that, well, if I guess black men, the idea that black men aren't competing is what I'm it may have an issue with. And the I guess the statement of, I guess it's a response to black men holding the black woman to white standards, or white female standards. So you're saying that, well, how on the one side where you gotta fit these Eurocentric standards that's been given to us, that really fits a white woman in terms of, I guess, beauty in other areas. And the black man is holding the black woman to those standards. And so when the black woman say, well, I want you to compete as a collective better with other groups of men, then black men don't really want to have that conversation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's part of that. And then
Okay,
the other part of it is,
nice.
As men, with this standard, we as women didn't create this standard. We grew up in this standard just like you guys. We're black, we're women, you're men, you're black. Still, even though the standards for a lot of these guys out there, the bar has been, as far as I'm concerned, the bar has been dropped so low. It's like, how low can you go? It's past doing the the dance at this point, in the expectation for black men to raise themselves up. This ride or die mentality has left women dying continuously, dying every day, dying every 6 hours. For a lot of black women, there's no benefit to being in half of these relationships because of the struggle element of trying to pull a black man out of situations.
Right.
We've had to fight the same fight to get where we are, and to a certain extent even more, because of not having the right to vote, because of not having bank accounts, because of having to rely on our fathers and other things. We've had to help to create another lane. And I don't even think some black men realize that most black women are not even feminists.
Right. Yeah. I understand. I understand what you I understand what you're saying now. Now you made it a little more clear. Like in terms of, so that has an impact on the type of man you're selecting?
Well, the men that you select is part of the greater community. So the reason why we keep talking about like men in general is because men do not live in isolation by themselves. They are impacted and affected by their community, whether it's their brothers, their uncles, their neighbors, their homeboys, the big homie, whomever. They learn and they have very similar dating and relationship practices. Right. So what you don't want to do is just speak like to one person individually. But what we're saying is that in a larger scale, when you start to see certain patterns, what you're not like off topic by speaking about the pattern as opposed to speaking in isolation. Right. So at large, like
so what I'm, to make it a little more clear, when I'm asking, like if when you're like on a date with somebody, are you asking them, are you competing with other races of men?
I don't have to ask them that. I mean, me personally, I don't have to ask them that.
I don't think y'all asking that question.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That I mean, because we was acting. I mean, because the conversation started about the struggle love, and then it kind of dwarfed it off into, black men as a collective, which is a good conversation. And because to answer your question, I don't think that black men are competing to the level where they should compete with other races of men, to answer your question. So if that helps with the point that y'all trying to bring out as a result, but I was a little confused as to how is that impacting who you pick personally as a mate, is where I was kind of a little confused at.
And
in regards to me or melanated?
I know either one of you can answer the question now.
To add to what Solar was saying quick, it's like you got to also take this into consideration, right? Appreciation and support, right? If we're pushing as men in this society, knowing that, you know what I'm saying, we got the bad hand of the stick, but we still don't give a fuck and we still pushing towards the mark. When we get to those hard spaces, and I'm not saying all women, but some women don't have and don't know how to support that man when he goes through the struggle. You understand? So that man gets tore down, gets shitted on. You know what I'm saying? When he's trying to do his very best. So what I'm saying is, with the support being there, you know what I'm saying, then that man can actually get past and get through and accomplish. Maybe it might take a little bit longer. So what? Long as he continue at it. Long as he's not, you know what I'm saying, putting the whole family, putting everything on the back burner, going to do something else. I believe this is where the fine line comes in, at where we talk about why men compare certain things to certain things. I don't do it. I'm just giving why, you know, a thought process on why I would believe, you know, men would try and compare, because for the most part, that's the thing that I believe we as men in our community is looking for, and we lack that when it comes down to that support. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you women, I'm talking about those, like how you speak about those men that's out there that's comparing. I'm talking about those women out there that are not supporting. You know what I'm saying? That are not appreciating the hard work that righteous man that's in her life is actually putting in and doing. You see what I'm saying? So it's
what do you mean
it's a thin line when it comes down to it. Say again. I'm sorry.
What I've noticed.
I was asking you, Yashar, what do you mean by support? Can you elaborate on that? Because
in other words, like, you know, encouraging. You know what I'm saying? Look, brother, you know what I'm saying? I know it's hard. I know they out here, you know what I'm saying? And it's a tough situation for us men, y'all men out here in the society. But look, don't give up on that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's work together and find another way to this happen for us. Knowing that it's for him, but when we do things for the family, it's for us. So that's what I mean by support. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying get out there and just go do all of the work and get all, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you are the breadwinner, I'm not knocking that, but at the same time, don't knock me. Support me so that I can help you or even surpass, so that you can relax, right? So that you can step into that feminine aspect that you speak about, because now I'm able to knock down everything that I need to knock down, because for one, when I was trying, it was hard. But the fact that you help with that support, with that encouragement, with that motivation, now I done succeeded and overcame. If I don't get that and I'm constantly getting knocked down, I'm constantly getting talked bad about, constantly getting drugged, I don't have no motivation to go to compete. I'm trying to just figure out how the hell I'm gonna make sure I can maintain as a man myself, so I can see myself as who I'm supposed to be. Because this person over here that I'm loving and that I'm trying to take care of is not seeing me as that.
Can I piggyback off of that right quick?
Go ahead, sister.
Hi, everybody. This is Nico B. How are you guys doing? Good evening.
How you doing?
Hey, Queen Cascade. All right. So I've been noticing like the opposite in regards to support. I'm not saying that you haven't like actually seen what you've seen in regards to women supporting men, but I've seen like women actually supporting men through their hip hop career, whatever it is they're trying to do. If they go to school, they become whoever they want to become. We deal with all this stuff. We have your babies, and like we hold it down. We're the ones working while you do what you have to do. We're holding down the bill, and we're down to do that because in our minds we're working together as a team. But what I've also noticed is that a lot of the times once you make it and you start getting the money that you want and you feel like you deserve, and the status that you feel like you worked hard for, men usually switch up, and all of a sudden they don't want to be with that ride or die chick anymore. They want to go to like what they consider a more high quality woman. And what I mean by that is they switch their black women who's been holding them down and having struggle of quote unquote for that Spanish or that white girl because it's more exotic. It's more of an eye candy. You don't want to deal with your girlfriend or your wife who's been holding you down all that time. And that's what I've been seeing a lot too. So like we actually hold it down, and then when we make it out, it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna throw it to the side or into the wolves. And I don't feel like that's fair.
Yes, and can I please piggyback off of that? If you hear Peppa Pig behind me, that's my baby girl. But what I want to say is I was with my children's father. Hi everyone, I'm Tequila. I was with my kid's father from about 18 to 30. We were together for a while. We met in college, and we were that come up couple. We did the whole struggle love thing. He didn't have, I didn't have. But I want to say once his career took off, that's when our relationship took the biggest hit. Once his career took off, now we are separated. We've been separated for years now. Um, so for me, in a way, honestly, I'm not ever doing that again. It was extremely stressful. I was always sick, tired. I can't do struggle love. And I don't think Black women deserve to go through that because other groups of women don't go through that. Other groups of women they're taught to be provided for. We're taught to be ride or die or hold him down, which is not fair to us because sometimes, like you said, we just want to rest in our feminine. And I am one of those females. I'm sorry, I don't even like calling myself females. I am one of those women that want to rest in my feminine. I don't want to work that hard. I don't mind being in the house with my children and doing things and supporting him. But working just as hard as him, but him still wanting, I guess, submission and all. I'm just not down with that. I'm not, and I'm not down with waiting for a guy that's not that all together. I can't do that either, and I think that's what a lot of women are saying now. And also, our grandmothers, our and our great grandmothers, they were the real ride or die chicks. If you want to be honest, Black women have always been ride or die. They have always encouraged their men. They have always been there for their men. They always wanted to help their men. Always.
See, I'm
So
not talking about.
this whole notion where men are saying like then they don't feel supported, like I don't even really understand where that comes from because
It's not me. I was the one that's made the statement, and I was clear about the specific women that I was speaking about. And you don't fit that woman that I was talking about. But go ahead,
I
you got it.
understand. But what I'm saying is as a collective, Black women as a collective have always been supportive of their men. So this whole notion where they keep saying Black women aren't supportive of their men, that just confuses me because I personally have not seen it. Now there are some cases where there are women that aren't supportive, that don't want to be there for a man who would crush his spirit. But I mean, in most cases, that's not the case. In most cases, we're conditioned and we're groomed to be ride or die.
Whew. Well, see, sis, this is how come ride or die
Yeah.
Black women are always homeless. Oh, this is Tan John. I'm sorry, y'all.
How you doing, sister?
Black, how you doing, brother? You know what? I hear the song, and the song is tiring. As a lot of us that were ride or dies, we were ride or dies for our brothers, and in return, we were homeless. We were beaten in and out of the hospital. We was over here struggling, working for the white man that they threw in our faces. You go work for the right man, but then when it comes down, when you don't got no money, you turn around, you smile in my face, baby. You got a few dollars I can borrow? I mean, this is what and this is what women are
You
complaining
telling the
about. They're not
truth.
Right.
We're not complaining about a man hard working. That's some, I don't know where that lame shit come from. I'm sorry to cussing, but that shit is lies. Cause they know
It's lies. Thank you.
all I hear is black women bragging about their man going to work. And then if she get into it with another female, bitch, at least my man work. At least he got a job. That's all you hear. You don't hear her complaining that you go out there and work like a white man and she's some one lonely ass white woman coming home saying, Bill, did you get the money for the bills? No, we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're sitting up here and we're happy that we got a hard working black man. He out there putting in the work out there. And when he come home, I'm hoping he can say hi to the kids, but he coming home and we don't have that. What we have is broke niggas.
Right.
They simping for panties on other women, okay? Over here trying to get money from her. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. Honey, simps come from the loins of poor pimping. Okay, pimps created these damn simps. You want to sit there and pimp the mind of a woman, but at the same time, you want to make sure, well, if you love me, you won't be judging me or nothing like that. Yeah, but you in my house playing PlayStation on my damn TV, on the couch. Listen to you. Then at the end of the day, you over here texting other women behind my back. All these types of things. This is what black women are complaining about. Right. This type of stuff. We can't tell you that you're supposed to be with me and only me. Because you telling me in my face, we're not supposed to ask for nothing. Okay?
Right. Yeah, well,
so thank you.
That is so true.
For making us go out there and work extra hard to get our shit together, because we were not allowed to ask a man for shit. We were not allowed to ask a man for a goddamn dime. And a lot of that rap songs that was coming out there was already there talking about when you can't ask. I mean, come on. And a lot of these brothers took in on it and says, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Because, and then watching Ghost, come on, watching the Mac, somebody get rid of that damn movie. Burn that damn movie. That movie's already, that played y'all. I'm serious, because everybody talking about macking, but you're really simping. And then you call real
it played a lot of us. It played a lot of our males. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of things like, you know what I'm saying, before rap, you know what I'm saying? Like before all of that, you know what I'm saying? It was doing us a disjustice, you know what I'm saying? A disservice to our families and our women. You know what I'm saying? And it's, unfortunately, it's taking us too goddamn long to wait the hell up.
Who got their wives, you know, the real black man who says, I'm only going to buy
it's taking us too goddamn long to wait.
All right, wait.
Yeah, exactly. And so, in the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If you got a hard-working black man and he in the life of a woman, and she's not the stress in his life, she's the healer automatically. It's just natural. It comes natural when you're a hard-working man and you coming home, especially if she's working, she's choosing to make. Now you give her the option.
Sis, can you hear us?
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. There was a woman that was on Brother Ben Nexus channel.
No, she let her finish. Go on.
Well, there was a woman on Brother Ben Nexus channel, and she pissed me off. If I tell you she was a straight up hoe mammy, it was making my ass sick. She sat there and she took up for Kevin Samuels, and people were trying to. A lot of the women were trying to tell her Kevin Samuels is anti-black women. He's anti-kids. He's anti-older women, which is in their. So she says, well, Kevin Samuels helped me a lot because, I mean, I'm married, and he helped me. He helped me fix my relationship with my husband, because we was finna break it up. We weren't even talking to each other, right? And so she wasn't hearing herself speak, and I listened to everything she said. This witch didn't want for nothing. She had a husband that told her before they got married that if you go ahead and just stay home and rest in your femininity, you wouldn't need for nothing. I will provide everything. You just be my wife, have my children, and just be a stay-at-home mom. So she was like, okay. And then one day he lost his job, and she ended up having issues, and they started not getting along, right? Then she turned around and said, okay, at the end of the day, she realized she was going to get a divorce from him, that she decided after listening to Kevin Samuels, she stopped and thought about it and decided that she's gonna go back and make up with her husband, and they've been best ever since. And I want to tell that witch, you ain't do it because of Kevin Samuels, honey. You did it because you realized you ain't never worked in your damn life. You don't know how to go and get a job. You don't know how to provide for your own damn ass. And you sat there, you stuck by that man, and you stuck by him because you know you can't go out there and work for yourself and take care of yourself. You used to be at home and pampered and being spoiled. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I want to think, if you let you know, and you have to listen to a man. No, don't listen to a man telling you how to please another man. You're supposed to talk to a woman who got a husband. You're supposed to talk to a woman. That's why we have to learn how to talk to our daughters. We have to learn how to teach them how to become young, decent women. The men are supposed to focus on their sons. That's what they're lacking. They're not touching our sons. They're not talking to our sons. They don't even want nothing to do with the little bastard. So I'm hearing a lot of brothers, you know, that they say these type of things. And that's what I'm saying. Real black men they don't know about this. Now that they're learning, some of them are waking the fuck up. And I'm very grateful for that. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm gonna say, I'm gonna shut my ass up and let him approach the other dudes that be talking about gang and shit. All that, you man, y'all don't respect black men. You don't hold us up. Yeah, put that whining shit. We don't want to hear no whining. That's how you throw women off. You would lose me quick. Yeah. All that damn whining. You gotta
and let me tell you, and let me say one more thing. And let me say one more thing. From my whole ride or die experience, back in my early 20s, with my children's father, let me tell you something. I put my life on the back burner. Our whole family dynamic all was about advancing his career. So while my career kind of lacked because we're trying to grow out, we're trying to do this for the family, I put myself aside. Now, look, we're not together. See, we're not together anymore. And he's gone on with himself, but his accomplishments is now his accomplishments. You know, like
you ain't had nothing to do with it.
Right, almost like I had nothing to do with it. Now I got his kids. Let me tell you one thing. I got his kids, his children. I'm in Maryland. He's in Georgia. I got his kids. And what I'm trying to say is, ladies, that ride or die stuff is for the birds. Do not do it. I'm sorry. If that man, don't do it. And people may think I'm scorned. I'm not scorned. I love men. I do. I love them dearly. But I will never, ever be a ride or die ever again. And honestly, like,
neither would I.
Never, ever, ever again, because I was stressed. It was stressful. I was sick. And let me tell you, I did not advance in my career like I should have because I pushed him so much. You can push your man so much until you lose yourself in the whole process. You guys want us to lift you up, and then we end up losing ourselves in this whole process. And then for what? If we're not even going, I don't know. Like I said, and honestly, I don't hate my children's father. Love him to death still. We co-parent well. But what I'm saying to no struggle love. Because like I said, his accomplishments are now his accomplishments, as if I was almost not even there.
Well, I don't love my son's father. I'm sorry. He a punk. Everything he did was disrespectful. And I think Woman Spirit was real on point, because how you hell you have a habit of putting a baby in a woman and turn around and turn on her. I have no love for him, just like I have no love for my own mother. I have no love for him. Like, my father was the coolest man on the face of the planet, and I think he would have, if he was still alive to this day, I probably would have gotten all my information from him. But what kind of guys, who these guys are, because every dude that wanted to talk to me should have been talking to my father. Just so if it's a yay or nay. You know what I'm saying? But I had to figure it out on my own. My father was not, you know what I'm saying? I became a grown woman officially. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up with issues. I mean, I got a brain, I got a benign brain tumor from my first baby father. You know what I'm saying? And long as I stayed, as long You know, all these types of things. Like, dude, the men don't need, if you want to be called a man, then you don't need a woman to lift you of nothing. First of all,
You don't need me to lift you up for a thing. No, you lift yourself up.
Yeah.
You lift
And you
yourself
lift
up.
me up if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? We was told that we're undesirables. So you lift me up. Since
And I know
every
I'm
woman from
fine.
there,
I'm beautiful.
So yeah, I
Okay.
kind of have an understanding of what the issue is, from one of the statements that Yashar made. I think he wasn't dealing with it on a broad spectrum. He just was saying maybe there was a segment, that actually people deal with that. I've experienced, friends that actually, had some of the same sentiments and relationships of what General Yashar was speaking of, but that definitely doesn't blanket it all Black women, because I think, as what you women said, I think that I see more cases of it being the other way around, that the Black women are actually the ones that actually are holding down the family and doing the responsible things. So I understand. I think that the sister touched upon it. Jabril Jones, she was actually she made a couple of points of I think that the social structure has been destroyed as far as the rites of passage, for lack of a better word, of actually grooming the young Black men into being responsible men. And I think it really happened mainly during the crack era. This kind of breakdown within the family structure. You had a large segment of African American males that were being incarcerated. So I know growing up in that era, I seen my friends were selling crack to adults. So as a result, it was kind of hard for us to even listen to that same person that may have a lot of wisdom. So it would then kind of get relegated to the older drug dealer. He would be the more respected adult, but he has certain things. Most likely he's messing with the girls that's around our age, and he's putting these different views into our head. That is kind of counterproductive once we become adults. So I understand that now, and when you're dealing with the Black man, because this is all being added into, okay, the competing with the other groups of men, and the lack of responsibility is what I'm hearing, and the lack of integrity that is displayed by a large segment of Black men. This is why they had these rites of passages, and I hate to use movies as a reference, but it's, this was actually something that was actually being done in African culture, like Roots, where, Kunta Kinte had to go get the chicken. He had to go get because that was just showing that, like, if you can't do those things, then you don't deserve to be married. If you can't go and get the food, if you can't do these things, and that was him, along with the other groups of men that was around his age, that was just showing the rites of passage. And so they had them fight the toughest guy in the village, and they asked who wanted to go first, and Kunta Kinte was brave enough to say, I'll go first. It just shows like certain things that women look for in men, and that has to be taught, as what the sister was saying, to the young men. And I think that these young men weren't groomed properly. And now that they are adults, and a lot of the music, that's why I referenced the music, because that's when a father's not around, and they're looking at what represents masculinity, is these avenues that they entertain. And but the Black male is the Black male in America, very interesting segment of people, because when you look at, far as the physicality of the Black men, it's intimidating to other groups of men. And even how we communicate it tends to be intimidating to other groups of men. And I think that serves as advantage in some areas, but a disadvantage in other areas when you talk about collective groups, because our psychology is more geared around I'm going to do it. I don't want to listen to him. I'm gonna do it, me. And I think what other groups of men, because we know this personally, like when we amongst other groups of men, it's not a question as to who's the big dog in the room. But this is outside of, the work environment, and because those things come with organization. And I think the other groups of men know that in order for us to get the upper hand over these group of men, we have to be organized. We have to have structure. It's a must. The Black man don't feel as though he need that to be better than another man. And I think that that mentality kind of plagues us in a way. So in terms of now we live in a more technocratic society. Now we still excel in the sports and all that different things. And but in areas of when it comes into organizing, learning how to deal with others, making things work and being consistent at things, we struggle at that because the other avenues from us, one, not being properly reared to deal with those things, us having an individualistic mindset, and us not really being physically intimidated by no other group of men, I think has an impact on what you're seeing. And that's why it will result in, it's an ego. Whereas though now he's in a vulnerable situation. Reality has hit him, whereas though I have to now listen to this man. That's a strike on his ego. I now have to get this bullshit job. I now have to, because it's now pressure being applied because one man can't do shit in a system. Once that reality hits the Black man, he done made a lot of mistakes. He has things that is now even holding him from being even having an equal opportunity, maybe a criminal record. So that's what you're seeing. So now you have, on the other hand, a Black woman who, just like those other groups of men, know that she has to have her shit together. She knew that. You know what I'm saying? She knew she had to have that shit together, far as how she conducting herself. She got to push a little harder because she is a woman. So she's more wise. She's more understanding of how systems work. She understands that, networking and not trying to, allowing my ego to ostracize me. She's now excelled to the point now where she's calling the shots. So now she understands how she's going to communicate with this Black man. It's pretty much what you guys saying. Now that reality has struck in and the bills have to be paid. Because he still has that ego. So it's almost like a resentment. They feel like, you're pushing it in their face. When it's like, you say he was pushing him. I'm pushing him. He feel as though with his boisterous ego that, you pretty much is cutting my balls off. Or I know I don't have this job. I know that I got to get this. I know that So they say that you don't know a person until they actually are in a position of power. That's what the saying goes, So as long as it was a need there, that he would have to compromise himself, because he would rather, I guess, behind closed doors, live in that reality. Because I done heard situations even where the woman would give the man money so that when they go out, he pays for it. You know what I'm saying? to make it look like he's the one that's paying for it. So she's willing to compromise all that for him, for his ego. But he still resents that, trust me. He still resents that. So when he gets in a position, you know, of actual power, whereas though he could call shots, he's going to call those shots. Now you're dealing with a person, one, going back into, you know, not having a father or even a representative of a person that's going to give him or instill in him integrity. And that's the number one thing that I see amongst Black men is lack of integrity. You know, because that's what a person would do. That they lack integrity. That a person that helped them out then would turn their back on them. That lacks integrity. So those things have to be instilled. They have to learn lessons at a very young age that these are the things that you don't do. Because the role of a parent is to make their child a responsible adult. You know, so these lessons have to be learned, you know, as they're developing as men, and they'll get it once they become older. They don't begin to understand that until they mid-20s. Just think about that. That it ain't till his mid-20s that he begins to, oh, I can't do things this way. I have to know when to shut the fuck up. I have to know how to, you know, network and all the different responsible things, you know, and this is what is the issue from that standpoint of some of the things that you brought out, you know, the women that was on the panel that actually brought out. Those are some of the things that actually would develop an individual with those characteristics. That's very permanent in our community. And what that individual, that Black man has created, you know, you can't do anything with that person. You can't, and that's even from business. You say, well, why Black men don't have business? The same reason why you saying that the relationships is messing up with the Black men is the same reason why Black men can't have businesses. Because when you're networking, the nigga, you know, he resents you. When you're helping him out, you know he's fucked up and you're trying to help, they resent you for that. So when they feel as though they get the upper hand, then they give you their ass to kiss. Niggas are still stealing your money. Niggas going into the register. Niggas smoking weed in the store. And you know what I'm saying? Because they feel as though, you know, well, I'm cool with him. And in the back of his mind, he ain't gonna be telling me what to do. You know? So that's why that's some of the reasons why Black men can't work with each other. Same reasons, but that's a much bigger issue to the Black male psychology, and especially with that segment. And I'm looking at the younger Black men, and as much as they are affected by those things, they're working to not be that way. You know, I see that they're now taking an effort into now taking care of their kids, you know, especially the ones that didn't have their father around, because they actually experienced that. You know, they know how it feels to not have a father around. So what they do as a result, say, I'm not going to be that individual, you know. But so that's what y'all are talking about, which is a big issue. That's a more psychological, developmental issue that y'all talking about.
Peace, family. Yeah, I jumped on the panel when I heard that Black women doesn't support their Black men, and I just think that's a cop out.
Man, you gotta stop doing that, man. I'm not talking about all y'all, man. Stop.
I understand. Listen,
Stop.
I jumped on the panel because of that statement you made.
That's ridiculous, yo. That's like if like I could say, but hold on, Sunfry. I could have just did the same thing to what Melanated Goddess was doing when she said that.
Hey, you sure? Let her finish, bro.
But you didn't. Finish. I know he didn't even let me finish. You see how triggered he is? Yeah.
I'm not triggered at all. I'm just saying that you're the third person to come on here.
Okay, and there's going to be more to jump on the panel for the same thing.
Go ahead, sister.
You made the statement, so stand on your square. And that's the problem with some black men. You guys make these fucked up statements, and then when you get 5 women to jump on a panel addressing that statement, now you got issue. You made that statement, not me. And you did say some, but that was a slap in the face. Because if you want to reference the movies, then Soul Food is a good example. Baby Boy is another good example. So many black movies that have black women always holding down a lot of black men in those movies. And that shit happened in real life. Real life. All of the women that have voiced their opinion on this show have been with different men, and it ended up turning out to be where that black man was too immature to handle, to take on responsibility, to make that relationship to be more beautiful. It's all about the mentality of these black men. And I do admit that some of the things that Solar has said is correct. The drugs being in our neighborhoods in the 80s and 90s had destroyed a lot of black homes. I'm from Oakland. That stuff hit Oakland first because of the Black Panther. Because the Black Panther, even though the FBI had destroyed the Black Panther movement and put most of all the leaders in jail, they were still practicing the core principle of what it means to be a part of the Black Panther. My mother had helped started the Black Panther. And I remember when crack came to my neighborhood in Oakland, it destroyed multiple households. It was mothers and fathers living in homes, not even no apartment buildings. They had work, they had store at the corners, candy store, pickle store, whatever you want to call it. It was black business. It was a lot of military work available. It was a lot of warehouses job available. And when they dropped that crack in Oakland, California, and they saw how fast it just ripped through my state, that's when it went to New York, Baltimore, Chicago, and down south and up to Chicago. Okay. And when a lot of those men went to jail for selling crack because all of those jobs were taken away, once they got out of jail, they didn't qualify to get no more jobs. Then at that point, that's when the black family and the black relationship went south. Then you got to speak on the rap music. We had R&B music where when you break up with your man and your man break up with you, if you just listen to 3 songs from the radio, which was R&B, it encouraged you to let that motherfucking ego go, pick up the phone, call him, call her, and say, baby, I'm sorry, I'm tripping. I just fucked up. I don't know what I was thinking. Now, the music that they're playing today is fuck that bitch, fuck that hoe, do what you want to do. You know what I mean? I mean, the shit is fucking real. We have been targeted to be in the situation that we're in right now today. And it just really irritates me when a black man, any black man that jump on a panel when this topic is taking place and say some black women are not supportive, because even the ones who didn't support you, I can almost guarantee they support 5 other men before they got to your ass. And maybe you speaking from your own personal experience, but it's no such thing that a black woman ain't never helped a black man. You know why? And I could say this without even taking a motherfucking poll, because you guys came from us. You came between our fucking legs. And there's no way any black woman could truly turn their back on their black sons. And that's all I got to say on that topic. Peace.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, it's a deep issue, in terms of how we feel, about the situation from both sides. And this is why I say, like, we need to just sometimes hear each other out, because it's coming from a perspective that we kind of really don't totally understand. Just like, the situation that Yashar brought up, and the situation that the sisters brought up. Those are two, opposite ends of the spectrum, or viewpoints that, are real, that people experience. So all that needs to be taken into consideration. I think that the bigger issue would be we live in a more of a gender neutral environment than it was in previous generations, whereas though now women have more leeway to making a choice as to who she wants to be with. And you're seeing some of the downside to that, like from a standpoint of renting and owning the house. It's like when you own a house, you got to have all the responsibility of whatever happens in that house. And that's why you got to choose the proper house, and you got to do all your best due diligence, because you are buying that house. Whereas though when renting, it's still kind of, the owner, he has more authority, so you go to him. And I'm making that analogy. It may not be a total accurate one, but in light of what was going on before, where it was more communal thing, whereas though families kind of united, and it were patriarchs and matriarchs in the family, whereas though if either party got out of line, I could go and just call his father, or I could go tell my father. And he had that authority because of the way the society was structured at that time. Whereas it took a phone call to get him straight in a conversation, and to get that situation straight, because this was the agreement. Oh, you going out and you're spending too much time at the bar, or you're drinking too much, I'm gonna call my father. No, don't call you. No, you ain't got to do all that. You know what I'm saying? So that was like, before our social system broke down. And it was, I say the crack generation because that was the apex of that actually was the breaking point. But it really began to break down as we began to integrate into mainstream society, because segregation, we had our own set of mores and how we communicated with each other outside of what mainstream or white society did. But now as these things begin to merge, the standards have begun to shift on what we're looking for and how much leeway and who gets to say what and the different things. And as they are developing too, with these same movements that is affecting us, that is affecting them as well. When I look at statistics, it isn't just Black families that are divorcing within the first year. That's common in American marriages, period. So, and they saying that the most is from financial reasons, even with them, as what some of the women were saying, that even with the white man being, I guess more of a breadwinner than the Black man, or him being in the competition with other races of men, they're still divorcing because of financial reasons, amongst themselves. So all that is kind of like, what is on the table at this point, in terms of, what the situation is. And I think that, we've been conditioned, from our personal experiences, and then how we developed as a collective. Most of us probably are X generation, millennials. So all that is, resulting in what, the issue is. And I think that one of the main things that we, as responsible adults, have to now do is just begin to learn how to relate that to our children, so they could be able to think different and be more responsible in terms of relationships and how you communicate with each other, and how to treat a woman. These things have to be relayed you know, about responsible males. And it's our responsibility to now show them, you know, how that looks as well. So, and I think that you know, that's why the conversation can't be this battle of the sexes, because you know the kids are watching. You know what I'm saying? I was at, you know, I was in Dunkin' Donuts early this morning, and it was a man. He probably looked like he's in his mid to late 20s. He was with his son, and I guess he was getting him something to eat before he take him to school. So he's your typical hood nigga. I mean, from, you know, just about how I, you know, visual, you know, how he presented himself. He's a hood nigga. So he gets his food and they hand him 2 orange sodas, you know, like the Fanta orange sodas. So he said, no, I ordered orange juice. It's too early there for my kid to be drinking soda. So they said that we don't have orange juice. And then these are 2 black men communicating. So he says, I don't have any orange juice. We don't have orange juice. So he actually paid for it with a credit card. So it can't be no refund. So now the dude saying, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because I can't get my money back because I paid for it with a credit card. So how are we going to handle this? You know what I'm saying? And he said, well, you got to do something. So the guy responds by saying, yo, stop talking to me like that. So that quick, it turned into, come from behind that counter. I'm going to fuck you up. So one of the older black men, he's saying about, and I was trying to tell the dude, like, dog, don't just leave it. Because I seen it was about to escalate. I was just telling like, yo, calm down. Don't even, you know what I'm saying? Worried about that. Because he did get a little smart with it. I said, don't worry about it. But then it was an older black man that said, brother, don't talk like that in front of your son. So he you know, he kind of obliged it as he was still cursing the dude out. Okay, like he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go in the car, because he still want to talk to this nigga. Tell his son to go in the car. This is how black men communicate with each other. That quick. Like I said, it's psychological at this point. Whereas though the dude behind the counter, if we want to psychologically take this apart, he work at Dunkin' Donuts. He's looking like he's in his early 30s. Dunkin' Donuts don't pay that much. Now you got this guy telling me what to do. He's being said, it wasn't even my fault. I'm trying to oblige to him, but he's turning up on me. So he had a cutting point, like, yo, stop talking to me like that. And on the other end, it's like, yo, I ain't got that much money. I'm trying to take my kid to school, and now I'm fucked up, you know, out of this, you know, and this is a little bit of change, you know. It was that important. Whereas though, if we took that scenario, most likely, if that was a white man outside of there, it wouldn't really matter to him about the maybe 259 sodas, maybe 259 piece. Oh, well, just get me, you know, I don't want him drinking that, so give me a water. That's how the conversation probably would go. Because really, it's okay, he probably been losing $1 or something, but it mattered to that black man. You know, like, I'm not losing no money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not losing no money right now. So, yo, we got to do something about this. And that turned into a whole thing. I'm going to wait for you to get off work. You know what I'm saying? What time you get off? Come from behind the counter. It turned into that. You know what I'm saying? That quick. There's a lot of pressure on a black man. A lot of pressure on a black man. And that's not to say there ain't no pressure on a black woman. Because I think it's even more pressure on a black woman, because she has to deal with all those same things and raise the kids on top of that. But in terms of how they view things, communication, how to communicate with people when there's a situation going down and things, don't respond to your first emotional impulse. These are basic things that you're supposed to be taught as a kid. Don't respond to the first emotional impulse that you have. When somebody offends you, learn how to try to understand the situation, you know. But see, we call that being a bitch in the hood. You a bitch ass nigga. So, yeah. You know, and not just by men. The hood. You know what I'm saying? Everything. You know? That's a bitch ass nigga. So these are the things that we have to work on as a collective. It's our responsibility. I mean, because we could go back and forth about who's right and who's wrong. I see both parties being responsible, you know. And how do you solve problems? Should be what is more of the conversation. How do we solve this problem? You know, because we know now, you know, that they're not coming out the womb being genetically inclined to disrespecting women. They're not genetically inclined, unless that's the argument. I mean, y'all can enlighten me on that. If that's the argument, that the black men are genetically inclined to disrespect the black women and use the black woman until they get the upper hand and leave her. If it's not that, then it's something that's being or something that's being taught or something that is not being taught.
Solar, I think it's socially inclined rather than genetically inclined, socially inclined climates because of the way that men operate in the way that you socialize. Yeah. Right. Now, I've listened to what you've been saying, and I don't know if it's to say whether it's ironic or funny. We didn't go through a crack era here, that we've had different parts where there's been issues with certain types of drugs. But on the scale that you guys have been dealing with, we have nowhere near gone through that. And we're still similarly having the same issues with Black men on most continents and most countries. So to me, I see the fact of a lot of laziness, a lot of non-motivation, non-determination, because my grandparents came over from Jamaica in Windrush. Yeah, they faced discrimination and everything else, and racism and oppression. Yeah, you had a good portion of that community. Some of them ran off, sleeping with white women, went off and did what they were doing, or even had families back at home or in different parts of the Caribbean. Yeah, the Caribbean community here started building up more so through the church than anything else. Yeah, there are a lot of businesses, like you said, where men couldn't work together, defrauding each other, stealing from each other, stealing from the church, not doing what they're supposed to do. The majority of the women that I've seen through communities in terms of Black women have been ride or die women for the majority of the time that I've been alive, up until probably this last couple of years. The tide has changed. And even within that, from the currency going from men turning around and saying to somebody that's going to propose to their daughter and whatever, make sure you've got a house or certain things, I need you to be able to do that. Women still stuck through that. We've gone through a longer period here in terms of this so-called 50-50 relationships, and men still can't get it together. And even those relationships that I'm seeing, they're not 50-50 because of the woman still holding it down. Men have had opportunities here to get education and do certain things and drop out. Boys not getting tested, you know, fathers not being around. And we've also got a massive biracial community here because of Black men's divestment. More so, if anything, I hear more so from white women who are married to Black men complaining about the good Black men that they have. And I'm the one that's usually the one saying, well, basically, you've got a good Black man there. I don't think you realize. And I still have to look at that white woman's perspective of how she was raised, what her father did, what her grandfather did. So even though the ball
Hey,
has
now you
been
saying that
continuing,
the white women are saying that they have good black men?
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that there are a minority of good black men. Yeah.
Mhm.
And within that portion of good black men, some of them are divested. Yeah. And those white women that are married to those black men, they're the ones complaining about that they don't feel that they've got a good husband because of the standards that they're used to. I'm seeing black men kill themselves out working day and night to make sure that other communities have got holidays, kids are doing this, that, and the other. And that's not enough for those women because of how they've been raised by their father and grandfather. So what I'm saying to you is the bar has always been set low. It's got lower and lower to a point now where I hear black men not even asking for making sure that the requirement of them being financially set. But we're at a point now where all I hear black men is saying, the fathers and the grandfathers to potential mates, is don't put your hands on her and don't leave her nowhere. That's the state of play of where we got to. That's not a good thing. There's been too much coddling, as far as I'm concerned, of part of the black community here, because then how is it that the Caribbean community has been here for 50 plus years, and at different points in time, the African community has come over and they're able to get in there, dig deep, they're providing and protecting for parts of their community and still able to send money home. At the same time, I'm seeing half of those African men that are coming over that are, because of the social status and the status quo, and they see how black women are being treated, that they will mess about, use and abuse some of the black women here, and then marry a woman from their community or go back home and marry them. It's like a half and half. I've seen how many parents that have sent their children from Africa, and it's like, now we're at the point where half is turning out into doctors and nurses and going the medical field, and the other side is becoming the bums, and they're getting cut off because their families don't deal that way. So there's something socially about the way you guys operate that is creating this, because it's happening generation after generation. Like most of the community centers and the things that have been sold underneath us by black men are now owned by the Asian community, are now owned by the new African communities that have settled in the last few years. So I'm seeing a lot of what I call Peter Pan syndrome. A lot of these men are not able to really understand authority, don't really understand submission, don't really understand responsibility, don't know how to manage the later parts when it comes to stresses, strains, and struggles. This ride or die mentality, as far as I'm concerned, has got to stop, because black women's mental health is at risk and has been at risk and has been diminished. And it's affected our children and how we operate as parents, to the point now that we've got a bunch of predators running around thinking that they can use and abuse our children. So there's something socially up with the way that we're operating on different levels as communities in different countries, because we're all having the same issues as black women. That's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, I agree that you have I guess and you know, I see a lot of and that's why I said before about, like, you know, how the when you're talking about, you know, competition and the other races of men and the things of that nature, they're taught, you know, like using examples. You know, I mean, I think that what movie was that I was watching? I was watching some movie, and it was a group of Italians. It was in the car talking, and they was talking about black men, and that was something that was brought up. Like, yeah, well, yeah, why do niggas talk to their women like that or something like that? You know, it was something that was brought up in that way to show that they actually communicate with each other about certain things of how we carry ourselves and what we're doing. Now we in this type of circle, you may hear us talking about other races of men, but black men don't really do that. If you ain't really noticed, like, in a general sense, like, we don't sit back and have conversations about what exactly are white men doing socially. We don't really do that. We're worried about, like, really each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's reflective of what, I think y'all are getting at, the lack of, you're talking about more so on a bigger scale, which would have an impact on the individual, is what I'm assuming that you guys are hinting on. Our communication, is not kind of predicated around competition. We're not really told, really, unless we're in like maybe more of a black power type of situation, but then that comes with a set of rules and doctrinal things that they gotta kind of cleave on to as well, which may deter them. And working in a post-integrated multicultural society, that in itself would deter them from competing. Like the Asian, when he comes out, or the white man, even today, when he comes out, when he started business, he don't say that, this is for white people or that's for Asian people. It's like, they operate a certain type of way, because they know that it's all different types of customers. It's, we want to come into our store. I think that we've been affected.
They have to.
Yeah.
Like, by them having the like, most people, when we buying wholesale, especially like in California, if you're in California, you buying wholesale products, it's coming from the Chinaman. You going downtown, the Chinaman gonna get you the cut. You're gonna go and take that back into your store. So it's like, and then even when we talk about, really, there's only one other group. You got the Chinese, and then you got some Koreans that go to certain places. Outside of that, there ain't really nobody really like doing it like that. I don't really, even especially if we talk about in comparison to black people or even just the black man, I don't think nobody else is doing, like, you're not gonna find how many Chinese people is in Congress and shit. It's like, so that type of stuff ain't really our issue. It's the situation in general. So we talk about being a leader and different things like that. Even the China man ain't even allowed to be himself no more. He done sold out a part of himself to in order to get involved in what they call in success. But he done sold out a part of himself. You know what I mean? And that comes in to where the Chinese man ain't the standard. He's trying to meet up with the white man's standard. And they all do. And so even playing, like, our issue is that we've been playing too nice for too long. We've been playing this game. And the more we play in this game, the more it pulls us apart. It's not built to bring us together, nor is it built for us to be able to come. It's like, that's just not the way that this shit is set up. And so it's like, I don't know if, like, we're not going anywhere without each other. Like, that's just what it is. The end of black men is the end of black people. The same thing with the end of the black woman. So we got to get into a situation to where we are actually in control of our environment. You're not in control of your environment in this system. It's like you said earlier, it's structured. So in structured settings, you're gonna look like the asshole. You know what I'm saying? And that's and that's where it's even only getting more dangerous in the system, because every day you start looking, now we looking like the racists. We looking like the assholes, right, and the ones who don't want to. It's like, hell no.
Right.
No, that is not the situation. They don't want us a part of this society, nor are they or are they trying to allow it. We can go with the few people who are success stories all we want, but the reality is this ain't it. So we need more black businesses. You can give me 1 million more black businesses. That's not gonna change the conditions that black people are living in. Our issues is way more than what we doing, and the pressure of the outside shit is affecting our own. You know what I mean? And it's just gonna continue to until we in a predicament where we walk around and be me without being me, being a threat to somebody else. I gotta change the way because I don't, especially at nighttime, if I'm walking somewhere, I change like the way that I approach. I don't want to walk up behind nobody white, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know they feel some type of way. You know what I mean? Especially when we in a setting that ain't got no structure to it. They threaten. And in a condition like that, that means you can't communicate with somebody. That's seen as a threat. When you move your hands, that shit is a threat. When you walk, that shit is a threat. Like, it should get real. Motherfuckers is like, man, dudes is, and the code where it becomes different. And I understand with women, but as for men, that shit is just, I mean, man, it's what you dealing with on a regular basis from all angles. You talking about from the time you enter into the world or get into the streets, you find out the hard way that the way that you was raised in the house, that shit ain't gonna cut it when you step outside.
Right.
All that laughing and smiling and fucking playing, try that shit outside, bro, when you go get milk for your mama and see where that's gonna get you. So it which I think that's why, to me, I'm stuck on the line between, I'm like, shit, I don't want my son to have no thug mentality, or, you know what I mean, the mentality, like, I don't want him to have the shell that I got. I want him to just be him. But at the same time, that shit is a danger to him. You know what I'm saying? Because not only is it a danger amongst his own people and how they view him, but it's a danger to other people because now he's in a vulnerable predicament, thinking that he's carrying himself the right way, and they still see you as a threat. I don't know how we just got to get out of this environment. Our women can't even be our women. The way that they view everything that black women do is viewed as sexual, and they pervert it some type of way. She can't dance. She can't wear a bikini just like everybody the fuck else. I watch white women, bro, wear a fucking bikini nowhere near the beach. Nobody says anything. Nothing. A black woman walk by, she got more shape. It's a problem.
Right.
That's our issue. We ain't setting the standards for each other. The standards is up there, and we're trying to compete to reach standards that ain't for us in the first place.
But see, Blue, that was the issue that Sister Goddess was just talking about, like the comparison to them.
Well,
no matter whether it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I ain't feeling that. Yeah, I told this before. I was working at I think it was a summer camp, and the women was they couldn't wear like the Daisy Dukes. They got banned, but the white women would be wearing
shorts,
like the shorts, and then it wasn't like Daisy. It wasn't like Daisy Dukes like in the videos, but it was like kind of like they had a regulation that it can't be up over the knees or something like that, And the white woman would have those shorts on that would be way above their knees, and due to their physicality, it wasn't really an issue. It was due to but when a black woman wears like she's meeting the regulations, but still it's still kind of a thing. It became a thing with them that they would actually bring that up as an issue. So I understand. That's something more.
Well, was it them or was it they women? Because I don't see the men bringing making it an issue. I see it the women
Now
making it.
they all will do it though. It's the standard of the system is it just picks out black women.
No, and
so
in
you
that
can
particular
see it.
situation, I think that it was the white women telling and this was an African American supervisor, male, that that was an issue, that this is an issue, and that's how that was situation. But like that goes into Blue's point, far as like from that standpoint, and in terms of like, and that's why I was kind of hitting on earlier when you're talking about learning how to express ourselves in this society, like to be successful there, because that's what we're talking about now. We're talking about how to be successful in this society, and how to communicate and network and things of that nature, to make things work.
And see, I think that's possible for the individual, but when we start talking about black people as a collective, that's gonna fall into the same category of economics and shit. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have a LeBron James and a Dwayne Wade, but how is that affecting the greater
So you're saying that
or the
black
greater
people
sum?
can establish, businesses?
Oh, they can, but like black people establishing. We've already had business. Black people establishing businesses doesn't mean that that's going to help out the labor class. The issue with black people is the labor class. The labor class gets taken advantage of. Black businesses aren't in a predicament to pay black people or the black labor class better than what the competitive market is. They don't even get the products for the same price. So we right now they're talking about raising the minimum wage to $15. What did Chipotle do? They went up on all of their products. But Chipotle is an established company. So whether they go up $1, $2, people still gonna come the same way with McDonald's. But when you're talking about the labor class and black people on a fixed income, I don't have an extra $2 for your milk. I don't have an extra $1.50. I don't even have an extra 25 cents for your tissue. Like, and I think we kind of get into this thing, well, black people just gonna have to pay more. No, bro. This black capitalism is not the answer for black people. It's the same shit we've been getting since Nixon. That's Nixon's idea. Is we just gonna put in black businesses and that we're not in a predicament. We don't even have products that we get on our own. All of our shit is gonna be outsourced to somebody else. Whether it's Chinaman, it's the Arab, or it's wherever. All of our shit is out. So it's like that's all automatically a disadvantage when you're talking about competitive pricing. My bananas is gonna automatically cost more than Walmart's bananas because I can't afford to not only pay my black employees, but I can't afford to sell it in the store and keep the lights on.
And that's what I mean by like how far, because I understand what you're saying, like how far is this whole thing going to go? Because the society that I see, maybe y'all could school me on how y'all see things, but what I see a lot of for the people that's in the hood or the black men that's in the hood, it's a reflection of that in the trailer parks with the white people. I see dysfunction there, and I see that there's some white people that do excel, and then there's middle class, and then there's people that make more money. Now, when you're looking at it on average, that middle class white man does make more than that black middle class man, and the rich black man makes less than the rich white man. So on average, those are some of the things that I believe that was an issue pertaining to affirmative action and different things that they supposed to be working on to try to even the playing field. That's where we got these people that are supposed to actually help rectify those situations. But And when you dig into what is deterring that trailer park, you know, white person from excelling, it tends to be kind of the same things that deters the black male in the hood from success. You know, a messed up family structure, situations that happen, which, you know, he didn't have the proper foundation and, you know, to develop as a responsible adult. So that is a looming thing along with that is a thing that's looming in with, you know, on top of that, we have to deal with this race issue of once again they're saying like the black male, as what Blue was saying, and I know this to be a fact, and that's why I said that earlier in the conversation of it's not a question when there's a group of black men and a group of Pakistani men over there and a group of white boys on how we socialize about who's the dominant motherfucker in the room. That ain't even up for no question, you know. But in terms of okay, now structure wise, you take them same groups that's just socializing recreationally, and then you put them in a work environment. There's no question who's going to be in charge there either, you know. And it tends to be those other races of people because they tend to be more organized and they tend to have a more solid foundation on how they communicate with each other to make things work, you know. And I think that that's something that the black man has to work on if he wants to, as what you guys say, compete with the other races of men, because that's what y'all talking about in terms of, you know, economics and, you know, competing in the areas of, you know, business and things of that nature. And we're talking about small businesses. Yeah, we're actually talking about small businesses, because when you get into like more of the conglomerate, there's no competing with Walmart. You know, there's no competing with that.
And see, and that's another aspect. And that's what we talking about is a bunch of more small businesses. When right now the system is trying to destroy small businesses every day.
And that's just not black small businesses. That's every
and that's everybody. Yeah. So I'm like, if you see what the system is putting white people through and Chinese and all of these other people, and they got shit. Like they got shit they can bring and put rice into a store. They got rice. Like that. They don't have nobody they gotta go ask and say.
But they ain't getting their shipments just like ain't nobody else getting their shipments, bro. So they hurting like everybody else. That's how
because that's what I'm saying. Like we live in we going into a technocratic society. So I mean, we have a lot of you know, post-industrial
flipping the table over.
We have post-industrial revolution standards that we're holding each other to in a technocratic developing society. You know what I'm saying? All that is like, you know, the issue. Like, you know, so as like we say competing, and that's why I wanted to actually explore, you know, the idea of competing in an integrated society. Now you're saying, well, as far as with the small, and they made it clear that when they went to the businesses, now small businesses, like in the inner city, you have, for example, a Chinese store on every corner. It should be a black business on every corner. So that would be, and making reference to small businesses. And this is something that is brought up, you know, during the election time, and, you know, get actually senators, and then go to the Congress people community. They focus in on these things. And, you know, this is something that actually can be, the envelope can be pushed on a part of the black community to actually kind of vie for, you know, more leverage in the black community. So that can actually be something that can be more effective. You know, that comes with, once again, organization. And that goes back into what we were talking about with one, how black men communicate with each other, and how we're so quick to, you know, it goes from 0 to 100 that quick. Is not enough tolerance that we have, because in this society we was always competing with each other. I know when I played football, I was competing with other black men. I didn't really care about how I didn't, if we played a group of white boys, you know, it didn't matter. We was going to win, you know. You know, I was worried about that black team over there because they balling, and that's the person. So we even in the society is trained to focus in on each other as the competition. And once again, go to the rap music. You know, they don't really talk about competing with the white people. They talking about competing. I'm a ball on these niggas. I'm going to shine on these niggas. These niggas is trying to kill me. These niggas is, you know, I want to have more money. They hating on me. These are the niggas. Them. They don't talk about the Pakistani. They don't talk about the white person. They don't talk about, you know what I'm saying? So, you don't really see that with the other races of men, even in their songs about, you know, this level of competition that they have with each other, which do exist, you know, but to the degree that it exists, and what are they willing to compromise, you know, for this self gratification, you know, of being the man. You know, I think black people and black men in general, black men are willing to compromise the whole if it ain't going his way. He's willing to, you know, we've seen this in the we see this in the organizations that we try to develop with the Nation of Islam. And I was just looking at the Malcolm X movie just a few days ago. And Elijah Muhammad brought Malcolm in before he made him the national speaker. He said, you're going to have to deal with that camera. That camera is a hell of a thing. Once that camera, and he was talking about how your ego is going to be boosted up by all this attention and you're being the man, you know? And then he said, you're going to have to worry about other people,
brother,
your own brothers. Your own brothers is going to be jealous of you. And in that movie, this is not actually what happened, but in that movie, the very same person that enlightened him when he was in jail was the same one that was jealous of him. You know what I'm saying? The same one that was jealous of him. Oh yeah, he thinks that he's bigger than the Nation of Islam. He's throwing this in Elijah Muhammad's head. And you know, then it turns into a whole crazy thing. Now somebody gets killed as a result of it. Right. Now we're missing a great spokesman, a great leader, a great person that was, you know what I'm saying?
An actual leader who changed his life.
Yeah, so we are willing to compromise that because you know what? I don't like the attention that this nigga is getting. I don't like the fact that I should be that person. You know what I mean? Because why? Because we've been taught this since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? We sat back and when we played Little League football, well, you know the conversation that we had, not who won or who lost. We argued with each other about who had the most catches,
who had the most
touchdowns,
who got the better stats.
And we sat back there and we argued about it, and we lost the game. We lost the game, but we're arguing with each other. Like, yeah, I had more catches than you. I had more touchdowns than you. Nigga, you ain't doing that. Like, that's what we argued about. So our, you know, and that was the opportunity for the coach to step in, you know, and, you know, give us a, you know, y'all all, that's the more important thing, because you know what, that's what they're doing on that other side. And that's why when you look at, you know, a good movie to watch is Any Given Sunday, whereas though you had the old school coach that was Al Pacino and this new brash black quarterback that was worried about himself. He was worried about himself. Whitty Beamer was worried about himself initially. And it was two conflicting cultural things that was going on with the dialogue that they had. Once Willie Beam showed that he can do it. So he's arrogant. He's arrogant because he could physically do it. He was like the equivalent to like Michael Vick. He could physically do it himself. He could run, he could throw the ball, he could do everything himself. You know what I'm saying? This is how he's seeing it. But football is a team. You want to, you know, okay, I can run, but I want to give some love to this receiver because I know he's going to have to block for me. I got to show love to this tight end. I got to make sure the offensive line is cool, because if they ain't cool, then ain't none of this going on. So once he had the interview where he was like, you know, they can't see me, They can't feel me. It's like I ain't even there. They can't touch me. When he said all that, the offensive line looking like, okay. So you seen in the next game that they intentionally didn't block for him.
Juice.
Right. Yeah. He said, once I get the juice, they can't see me. They can't touch me. They can't, you know what I mean? So the offensive line said, you know what? Okay, we're going to see if they can't touch you because we ain't blocking for you next game. So he got beat up by the offensive line. And that's what Al Pacino was trying to tell him the whole time. Yo, you got to run the team. It takes, you know.
That's a leadership skills.
Yeah, it's a leader. Right. So we're not taught that shit. You know what I'm saying? I know, like, you know, even the coaches, they just sat back and sometimes they sit back and laugh at us. You know what I'm saying? Because this is all black men. You know what I'm saying? My coaches were black, you know, in the little league. Right. They sat back and they laughed, you know what I mean? And so we're running to him. I'm like, yo. And then after the conversation, you run to him like, yo. I was like, Armstead, can you make a couple? He started laughing. Can you make a couple more plays for me? You know what I'm saying? You know, you get more touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? So in the practice, you know, he'll make a little play for you, and you know what I'm saying? And that was just that, you know what I'm saying? And they liked it, the fact that, you know, we were competing like that with each other, so much so that it was like it turned into a thing, you know. But the bigger issue of working together really was kind of alien. We wanted to win. We wanted to win, but it wasn't like, you know, the priorities were different. Like, you know, I mean, the stats was more important.
At what cost?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not gonna win if I ain't catching the ball. No, that's see. That's where you get like the TOs from. Like that's where you get TO. That's where you get them from.
But see, that's a part of the system or the game that like where it gets tricky, because when you talk about the game, they don't have to compete with each other because the competition is who is coming here and to be merchants to us. And we are here in competition. The only people we can be in competition with is each other.
See, that's where I disagree though, Blue. And that's where my frustration comes with us not understanding how to utilize the system. I mean, Solar is talking about it. The problem is our inability to unite and work together. Right. If you could show me 10, if you gave me 10 to 20 black men that decided F this against all odds, we working together, we could build business credit. We could build business after business. There is no limit on how many businesses we could build. There's no limit on how many businesses we could build and build business credit. But it's like we've given up. And so my thing is, how do you expect that woman or our children or whomever we set to follow us if we're not going to say yes? I'm not going to front and act like white supremacy ain't real. I ain't going to front and act like the deck ain't stacked against us. But I'm also not going to front and act like we aren't 10 times better than these motherfuckers when we get out of bed. We have to be living this motherfucker. So the very thing that everything that they've done to make us better, and it's like we've forgotten that. I remember being taught you got to be 10 times better. Yes, that's fucked up. But I knew I had to be. So I was. Right? If we are going to get out of this, it's going to take us smashing the system. It's going to take us utilizing everything that's at our fingertips. Right? We can get educated on everything except for the very thing that we need to survive and move. And that's how to be an actual leader. We make fun of the military, but the military will send their leaders to an actual leadership school. It's called PLDC. You go to leadership school on how to lead. Why are we not creating, I don't give a damn if it's a YouTube channel, how to lead our people, how to be an effective leader. That's what we're missing. Right? At this point, I don't need you to come out here and cuss all these white folks out. They know we don't like them. We know they don't like us. Forget them.
Don't say this on the 25th, man.
What are we gonna do? This real talk for black people. Care less about all these debates. Debate for you is done. But I can all these debates, right? I'm talking about what are we doing at this point? Not for real. Like I'm creating business for my wife right now, right? Creating her another business for her. And the frustration is man, if I had 5 or 6 other black women that she could partner with, they would destroy this industry right now. They would destroy it. She got a lot of friends, but I gotta bring them all in. I gotta train them. I gotta build it up. Not because they don't know how to do it, but because they've been taught this independent. She got bosses for partners, right? They all, they doing their thing. And so now the conversation has to be, how do I take all collective, beautiful, strong, independent black woman and tell them, okay, I need y'all to work together now. And it ain't even about they don't have the acumen. It's just the mentality. We've been taught that our competition is ourselves.
No, see, that's the thing. We haven't been taught that, but that's what we see.
No, that's what we've been taught by society. Whether they said it or not, that's what society has shown us. Society has shown us, I got to compete with LeBron if I want to be the best, right? I got to compete with Michael Jordan. I got to compete with Boyce Watkins. I got to compete with Dr. Umar. I got to compete with Shaka Amos. I got to compete with Solar. I got to compete with Blue. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't debate and all of that, right? But there should also be the point of, nigga, that's not my competition. That's who's just sharpening me. But really, I got to compete with Bob the Builder. I got to compete with Ted Kopp. I got to compete with Ted Turner. I got to compete with Jerry Jones. That's the competition.
To me, there is that's the thing, bro. There's no competition between. Listen, there's no competition between. You can add the poor black people and poor white people together. There's no competition between us and Elon Musk.
Yeah, today.
That's not even a competition.
Today, you're right.
There won't
today,
be
you're right,
tomorrow.
But you sound defeated. and
no, bro.
Tomorrow
no.
or the next day.
Listen,
but guess what?
It's not about being defeated, bro.
But for my
it's
son,
about trying to win.
But for my son and your son, it will be. At some point in time, we have to be the generation that said, stop, let me finish. Then you can get back into your defeated hole, right? But at some point in time, we have to say, nigga, I'm gonna set the foundation for my kid and his kid's kid and his partners as well. Right.
And this is and to me, this is where the issue becomes.
Allow
my
me
fault. I thought you was finished. My fault. I thought you was
I'm gonna be real quick. I know I'm long-winded.
No, you good. No, you good. You good. You just took
so,
a break. I thought you was.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is this though. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying that it's gonna happen overnight. But when we make the decision, because they didn't put us here overnight, right? Understand? They didn't put us in this situation overnight. This is generation after generation after generation of them putting us here. So now we got to fight back generation after generation after generation, because there's nothing we're going to do that's I'm going to make it fix. I'm not going to fix it tomorrow. I got to fight to fix this over the next 50, 100 years, right? So we get a little bit, then the generation after that get a little bit, and the generation after that get a little bit. We have to make that decision. If we don't make that decision, we don't make it out of this. That's just the truth.
Yeah, so I think that what because
okay, can I say something right quick, please?
And by the way, these guys are debating something around that topic, so this is why they was going back and forth. But yeah, go ahead, sister.
Okay, so a lot. Well, I have a question for you, gentlemen. So what's going on with Black men globally? Because honestly, Black men globally are at the bottom, and Black men, like what you guys are describing, talking about seeing each other as competition, that's happening everywhere. That's happening to continental Africans. That's happening to Black people in UK, wherever Black people reside. That's where it's happening. So what's going on? I think it's a bigger issue than just about us Black Americans, being enslaved. and going
No,
through what
it's a
we went
global
through over
thing.
here. But globally, yeah, it's very global. So I'm not. I don't know. I just
Well,
wanted to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it across the board, I mean,
we've
you
been
look at it,
enslaved globally though. Like so,
yeah, yeah.
right?
I think that
But yes, but why did but my thing is, what is it with black men where you all see each other as competition and not seeing other men as competition? You get
yeah, I
what I'm
Can I
think.
speak
saying?
to it? Can
Oh,
I speak to it?
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is genetics, right? It is a genetic memory of we were forced to compete against each other. Imagine, you going through, and I'm not trying to lay and sleep in the slave narrative, right? I want to make that clear. But this is what cultivated the era or the mindset of competition, right? I'd rather go pick all this cotton and get my ass beat like slave Jimmy, right? And so then you move that forward to, okay, when we're finally able to compete in the workforce, I'd rather go bust my ass to get a little bit more than slave Jimmy, and so on and so forth, rather than realizing the real point of this was to figure out how all of us can put enough money to where we can start to employ our other brothers and sisters to get their freedom, right? So the problem has been we were taught, whether it was purposely or not, to compete for each other just for survival. And if you understand that, this is the same thing that happens in our neighborhoods. We grow up in gladiator camps. I'm not asking for sympathy, right? Because we're the very people that seems to be perpetuating the stereotype. But if you want to know what, if we're growing up in an environment where, like Solar was just telling you, we grew up playing little league football, little league baseball, because our moms and our dads are working. Most of us dads wasn't around, so our moms are working. So mom is like, well, I got to put him in something that's going to keep his ass out these streets, right? So you put him in competition. So now I'm in competition with every black man that I see. Everything that we're taught, everything that we see is compete with the black man that we see, rather than being taught, nah, this is your ticket out, right? In other communities, you're taught you need to build conglomerates. You need to build systems and find allies and networks. This is what college is about for white people, for Asians. You're not really going, I mean, you get some education in college, but more than anything, it's the network, it's the alumni. We don't understand that. We weren't really taught that when we were growing up.
But see though, now they were networking with people who are already in position.
But
So
they weren't in position
you're
at first
networking
though.
with the son of the dude who works at Bank of America. Bro.
Hold on, bro. Tell that
The system is set up so they can keep their position.
Tell that to the multiple slave conglomerates. Tell that to the
bootlegger.
Tell that to the multiple white.
You talking about the bootlegger that they changed the law
before
and allowed him
I want to build on what the sister was asking, because y'all got the debate coming up on that. Y'all can do it then. I think that she was asking about, because my answer is a little different from Anonymous. She said, well, what's the issue with this? Is not just going on in America with the black man, but globally, period.
Right.
And I think that what you begin to find out is that Africa is kind of like just the land itself. It has a lot of resources in that land, a lot of resources. And what happened is that you had groups of people who decided to, get organized and come and
wait, say that again. Say that part. You had what?
Groups of people.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
That got organized to come and take those resources.
Mm-hmm.
And you had the African or the black people, we're dealing globally. I think that they have yet to get over their tribal differences. Like, what I'm saying, and for the greater of the whole. Now, I mean, it's a disadvantage in a sense because Africans have the most variations than any other group of people on the planet. You know, by far, you know, it's more different groups of Black people than it is any other group of people on the planet. So that put them in a sense of they had less of a responsibility far as getting over the tribal thing than what we would have, because it's a lot of more tribes. There's a lot of more issues that we have to deal with. There's a lot of more beefs as a result of that, you know, whereas though you're dealing with more like the less would be white people. They have the less group of tribes than any other group or variations than any other group of people on the planet. So it was a little more easier for them to, I guess, see who's the better tribe and kind of conglomerate into a bigger thing. But it was still kind of beefs, and it still goes on to this day.
The point that I'm making.
Whereas though there's still different disagreements amongst Europeans, but I think that once they came under that concept of white supremacy and this classification of, we're doing this for the good of quote unquote white people, right. Whether it's a French white person or Englishman or whatever the case may be, because once you dig into the history, a lot of the aristocracy, they had more German origins, but they would just take on the other ethnic groups, just for political purposes, but because it's not that much variation.
Because I think you're making an excellent point. What has stopped us from doing that?
I think that, like I said, it's so many different groups in Africa. That's a big continent. So I don't think that we can do exactly what Europe did. You could fit probably like 50 Europes into Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's like a massive continent with different groups of tribes within each, what they call the African countries, so it's a bigger task. And now you have like a African Union. And every time that attempt was made, I think, even though he was half African and half Arab, Gaddafi, every time an attempt was made to go into that direction, it would be a response from the established groups of individual, whether it's the white white folks or the Asian, to thwart that, because they know that that's a force now, with the Africans uniting, what I mean? But I think that what actually catapulted, this deficiency, I guess we could now look at it as on the part of Black people's inability to, push past our tribal differences and develop into a more representative of a collective as a group of people. Like when you ask an African, you ask they don't say that I'm African. Once you ask them, they'll more say Nigerian. They say they're Nigerian, or they even go to even
they actual tribe, whatever they.
So they even their ideas of who they are and what they represent is kind of like varying from the specific part of Africa that they're from.
And I'm gonna tell you why, but I'm gonna tell you why that speaks to my point. Especially like you come to Atlanta, you'll see Nigerians, you'll see Ghanaians, you'll see whatever tribe, whatever area, they got businesses together. They have an agreement amongst each other that many of them work with each other. Right? Yeah, you can't go through different parts of Atlanta without seeing certain African tire shops. I mean, that's right. One of the businesses. Just like you have the Asians that have nail salons, Africans run tires out here.
Right.
It's just what it is. Right. So, and I know you see these different types of things in Philly. So there is a difference even in that. Right. And I know it's like, oh, he's saying slavery. I'm not using slavery as the excuse. But I dare you to have the genetic memory conversation with me and then tell me that it doesn't play a role in especially how the Black man operates today. That doesn't mean we can't overcome it, but you have to be honest and say that it plays a role in the mentality. It takes the mental capacity to make these decisions to come together as a conglomerate and say that I'm no longer going to be a part of this system in the way that they want. And most of that is based upon trust. We don't trust each other because we were taught to view each other as competition.
Yeah, and I think that now you have a situation where there, you say like a trust and these different cultural norms that each tribe have and that they didn't want to acquiesce to. You're talking about these tribes that were beefing for maybe thousands of years, and you have other groups of people who have a much bigger idea outside of their tribal beef, because this tribe has diamonds and this tribe over here has oil and they're trying to get those things. So it's easy to put that one tribe against the other tribe. It's just, when you look at Africa and when you look at the Rwanda situation, they've been beefing so long that it's okay, I just hand him a gun. And that's pretty much what you're talking about. What happened, to kind of facilitate, the slave trade, and they were selling each other. That was an aspect of the slave trade, where they were beefing tribes. There were beefing tribes that was beefing, and their concept of slavery, how the European was that was alien to them, and then this concept of a group of white people just doing it just because they're Black, that's alien to them. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like all these things is like, and once they got hit with that, how from having free labor, how a society can advance this quick. We're talking about in the early 1900s, there really wasn't no cars. Now we're talking about self-driving cars. You know what I'm saying? At this point, it's like an advancement. We went, from free labor. Now it's like, okay, we see the results of us not pushing our tribal differences aside and us not banding together. But we have another problem in the room. They are advanced now.
Right.
Because of our situation, these people are now in a position that we can't just start from square one. We can't just say, okay, well, let's start, from the plantation. Let's, like we can't start from square one. So what do? We have to now deal with the society that in which we live in and that we help create. And we have to now begin to demand certain levels of equality. This is certain philosophies that is being suggested. We have to now demand that, okay, well, we help to build these things. And that's pretty much what the civil rights movement is, an ongoing struggle, whereas though you have certain sectors of different, society, all the while is like an integrated society that's still building on shit. Because even a lot of things that we say, well, the white man, it was like Black people that helped build that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Blue, I think his point is more so from a post-industrial international conglomerate that you're not just going to, nobody's competing with that. White people, Asian, nobody individually is going to beat Walmart and McDonald's. Nobody individually, compete with the white man. Like, who are you talking about? I'm talking about, Elon Musk and, come on. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, but even Elon Musk.
But Elon Musk. Hold on. Let me finish my point. But I'm saying from a standpoint of, nobody's competing with that. Not even white folks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nobody's competing with that. So
Elon
like,
Musk is doing better than the average white man. So
so it's like, that's that to be used as an example, like, well, Walmart is doing this, and and the McDonald's, and Oh, okay. Well, in terms of the small businesses, we can have that conversation.
Right.
You know, like in terms of like the small businesses, yeah, there could be competition in those areas, you know, and that's once again, that's something that the black men have to now train their, as what the A9 was saying, train their kids to know how to communicate properly with each other, to know how to push petty differences aside, not allow the ego to get the best of them. And these things have to now be taught, because we weren't really taught those things. You know what I'm saying? And we were kind of taught to be about yourself, from the music to the lack of father being around, to the women doing what they can, not knowing how to raise a man, and
It's
so
just the day-to-day shit that you experiencing.
yeah, so all those things play a role into now, okay, now y'all group of men is an adult, and it's like, damn, this is what it is to be an adult now. Like, I mean, people listening to you, you have a younger generation that's looking up to you, that's naive, they don't know what, but at the same time, you don't know what the fuck you doing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that becomes of an issue. You know what I'm saying? And you can see it reflected. It's almost made a mockery. Use the so-called black leaders that we, hold up, and like, what I mean, people make fun now of Dr. Umar, and they make fun of, these black leaders that,
when they
supposed to be
actually trying. I ain't gonna say all of them, but some of them is really trying, bro. Like,
yeah, I mean, and they're trying, they're trying, but it's like, they're dealing with all this this pathological shit. That's like, what I mean, and this conditioning that we're talking about. So I think that ultimately, you know how, like, you got Sigmund Freud and Skinner, B.F. Skinner, they deal with it, and it's more so dealing with it from a Eurocentric standpoint. I think Amos Wilson deals with, the psychology of the black male. That's as close as Francis Cress Wilson actually deals with it to a certain degree. But like, it needs to be more books written on that, like, the thought process and what actually has an impact on how the black male responds in the society, because that'll help not only ourselves, help to understand each other more, but obviously there's a gray area even with our own women, which is a big issue that even our women don't understand.
And that's what hurts me. And let me speak to that's what hurts me, right? Because I'm reading what my sister's saying in the chat, and we talking about sisters that I respect and everything. And I'm crushed because they really think that I'm using slavery as the scapegoat. No, not at all. Because I'm also saying that we can overcome it. I'm also saying that we should overcome it. But I need for y'all to understand that's where the black man is. I don't care who you put me up and talk to, Taz, Swab, Blue, right? There is some type of residual effect from that we are all, whether we say it publicly or not, are doing our best to make sure we overcome. Because the worst thing that you can be in America at this point is a woke black man. Because then your thought process is, these motherfuckers took everything from us. And I need an army to fight with me, and I don't have it. I need an army that's ready. If we gotta die, then it's time to die, then it is what it is, right? I'm not just saying go out here and die, but I'm just saying if we had to just pick up and go fight today, I'm gonna look to the left and the right, and most of these niggas gonna fall back. So if I understand that, then as a leader, I gotta raise them up. And so the thing that I want our sister to understand, that for the brothers that's really, we ain't scared, we out here doing it. I can show you the businesses that I started. I can show you the companies that I'm working, the people, all that extra shit. It still ain't enough. It still ain't enough. We're 40 plus million deep, 15 plus million families. That's a huge undertaking that we as black men are told we need to fix. And guess what? Many of us are saying, fuck it, let's go do it. But that shit don't happen overnight. And part of the overcoming of that is understanding what they did to us psychologically so we can say, yeah, nah, you ain't my enemy. Or yeah, nah, that shit ain't happening no more. But we can't get there until we had a conversation. Nobody's trying to waddle or live or stay in slavery. Fuck them.
Well, can I say one more thing though?
You got it, sis. Go ahead.
mean, we were in slavery with y'all. We were in
And I
slavery
agree.
with the black man.
I
And
agree.
the thing is, black women, we don't really have that mindset that you all have.
Mhm.
We don't have that. And honestly, because I can just speak for the way that I grew up. I saw nothing but women. I saw women working together. They weren't competition. My aunties, my grandma, they all worked together. My aunties and I'm sorry, my grandma and her sisters, my great aunties, they all worked together. They all made sure that they all had, even if they had husbands. Or like, and let's say, if just to use this for an example, it was a time where my grandma had to be on food stamps, but my other aunt, she had
Mhm.
7 kids and
Mhm.
she had a husband, but they
Mhm.
were struggling. Where
Mhm.
so at this point, she gave half of her stamps to her,
Right.
but my
Right.
grandma had her own children. So what I'm trying to say is, a lot of this black women, honestly, the ones that I grew up with, they were always supportive of each other and black men. So I'm just not understanding this whole. I get that we went through slavery. I get that. But I mean, it's at some point we gotta really move past that, because I know that's not where my mind is. And most of the women that I talk to and that I'm around, that's not their mindset either. And I
And
think that might be the pushback
no,
that you're
I
seeing.
think that's an excellent point. I think it's an excellent point. The
Can
only
I just
thing
jump in here because my hand's been up a hot second.
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Queen.
necessarily. I hear what the sister was saying before, and for me, there has been women that have that same mental attitude as black men, because we've gone through the same things you guys are going through in terms of racial equality and everything else, as well as not having rights and stuff like that. But it's got to a point for us where we can't stay in victimhood.
Right.
We can't
Right.
stay in a defeatist attitude. We don't have time for that kind of mentality when we have children. With the amount of single mothers that are now here, we don't have time to stay in that, because staying in that means staying in the ghetto. Because if you look at things like, just like, I'm not sure who was saying it before, said, fuck it, let's get together and work this. There's a whole heap of men that are like, fuck it, what's the point in signing a petition?
Right.
Fuck it, what's the point in marching? Do you get what I mean?
100.
Yeah, but I didn't hear Anon saying that though. I don't understand.
Thank you, Yama.
I didn't hear him say stay in our victimhood or stay in.
So here's the thing.
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
think you
saying
were
Anon said
saying
that.
he
Hold on a
said
second.
that.
I'm not saying that Anon said that. I'm saying that what I'm seeing reflects a victimhood mentality and a defeatist attitude. And I've seen that within the hood and this crabs in a barrel mentality, or guys that have said, oh, I'm going to march, and other guys will say, no, what's the point? Now stay with here, us chill on the block. All that's going to happen is police. Do you get what I mean? So the societal and the social accumulation within black men, that's what it's showing me. Other people might not see the same thing, but when it's come to black women, what I'm seeing is the fact that we're not willing to hold on to that victimhood mentality, because it's keeping us down. Having a defeatist attitude wouldn't have got us to trying to push forward women's rights. Do you get what I mean? We don't have time. We are raising your sons. We are raising the daughters. If we continue to have that mental defeatist victimhood attitude, then black women wouldn't have got to where they've got within education. We don't have time for it.
Absolutely. And we just have to live, and we have to learn to work together and get along. And what I'm saying is, I've seen that throughout my life. I've seen it. And I mean, I do it now. my girlfriends and I, we help each other out. It's a sisterhood. So
Now,
what
as
I'm
far
saying, yes, but what I'm saying is I don't see that with men, and I also hear a lot of the time that like the whole it goes back to slavery, and sometimes I'm just gonna say it just gets annoying sometimes because it's like we were there too, we went through slavery too. We had your babies during slavery. We had our cycles during slavery. We got raped during slavery. We were there too. We suffered too, but I
if any
mean,
other
we're
brother
not
wants to go
staying in
first,
that.
I know I've been talking a lot. So if any other brother want to go, I'll give it. But I definitely want to respond to sisters. But
Go ahead,
all,
now.
all right. So I applaud our sisters for being strong and being able to cultivate various relationships between each other. And I want to make it clear once again, I'm not saying waddle in slavery. I'm not even saying that the sisters didn't go through slavery. I'm just saying that's where we are in different areas. And so you take a brother like myself. I work in areas of finance, I build businesses, credit repair, real estate, life insurance, health insurance, home and auto insurance. I can run you through the gamut of basically being a financial plug, right? That's one person. What I'm telling you is when I look at my Black men that I'm trying to build up, we aren't there. And when I study and when I do the research of what are those biggest catalysts is, or the reason is because of the response to not just chattel slavery, not just Jim Crow, but even modern mass incarceration, the different hiring practice, things of that nature, right? That's what has affected us. So I'm not giving anybody a pass. I'm not even saying that we're victims or that you should feel sorry for us or that we should waddle in our misery. None of those things are what I'm saying, but I'm saying it is our reality. And so when it's time for me to talk to Black men, that's what I'm hearing. When it's time for me to build with a lot of Black men who aren't at the level of me or Solar or Yame or Blue or whomever else, right? That's the conversation. And not only is it the conversation, it's what I see when I look in certain Black men's eyes, when I look them in their face. That's where they at. And so I can't ignore it and say, oh, it doesn't exist. I'm saying we have to overcome it. That's what I'm saying. By all means, sister, there's no way that I'm saying we went through slavery and y'all didn't. I applaud Queens for saying, or Queen Cascade for saying, there are other sisters that feel the way that we do. Even if it wasn't one single sister on this continent that felt the same way we do, it wouldn't change the fact that the effects on us are just different. It doesn't mean that it was better, worse, and different. It was just different. And the main part is because many of us look at it like, damn, we dropped the ball. No matter how we word it, no matter how we look at it, it's like, imagine being strong Black men who consider themselves protectors. And at some point in time, you come to this point of where you at and you saying, fuck, I missed it. Why didn't we just burn the fucking plantation down? Why didn't we just say, fuck it all? Who the fuck knows, right? We didn't do that. So you deal with that. Then you deal with the fact of not everybody is trying to take care of their kids, but many of us are. But because many of us are, the media, whatever situation we're looking at, it doesn't portray that. So now we're looking at it like, Yame got 8, 9 kids. I got 3 kids. Blue got 3, 4 kids. I know I can go Black man after Black man who has kids and they at home and they taking care of them. For God's sakes, I raise my kids. I run businesses. I do homeschooling. I don't want the applause for it. I'm just saying, I know many men that do this. So the point that I'm making is I'm not trying to use slavery as the scapegoat. I'm just saying that plays a big role in where we at, and we have to overcome it because that's what made us hate each other. And we gotta be honest when we look at psychology and say we fucking hate each other as Black men at times. There's no other way around that. When we should be saying, fuck, you going through the same thing I'm going through. Let me figure out how to build with you. Let me figure out how to build and grow. The sisters are saying that they create sister circles and they create different ways. You be lucky to find another black man that'll shoot you 200 if you're going through it.
Come on.
Either they won't because they don't want to, or because they can't.
Come on.
Right. And yeah, I think that, that's definitely been an issue. And then we were going back to it. I think that, see, when a question is asked, and people like pose a question and then the answer is given, is not like, the defeated attitude. No, that's just what's the answer. You say, well, why? What would make a black man, or that's not even an excuse in another term. Like, no, that's just what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was enslaved. That's just what happened. That comes with a certain psychology. I'm saying to maintain slavery, for close to chattel slavery for 200 something years. That takes a certain conditioning and a psychology that transcends generations. And and even with the black men's incapability or lack of desire to work with each other, and the lack of communication that goes on, it's not making excuses. That's just what it is. That's why the businesses don't work. You say, well, lack of integrity. These are the things, as those are the focal areas that we need to focus in on. It's not like an excuse. That's just what the problem is. People think that the answer is an excuse, but see, like, that's why certain conversations need to be had just amongst men. You know what I mean? I think it was like, a certain cultural thing that existed at a point in time, whereas though it was like, the men are talking, and children and women weren't allowed in this conversation because it's for psychological reasons. My nephew, he's in the other room right now. He's grown now, but he came to me. He was the earlier 20s. I think he's in the mid 20s now, but he came to me and he asked me for some money in front of his girlfriend. So I pulled them to the side and I told him, don't never ask another man for money in front of your girlfriend. Because psychologically, when she sees that, it shows a sign of weakness, and things, is, that how women view and perceive men, and how men perceive women. Like, we hold y'all to certain standards where y'all probably think it's stupid. We hold y'all to certain standards and we have certain criteria that y'all just think is just stupid. But that's just how men view women. And in that situation, that's just how women view men. There's really nothing you could do about that. In terms of hopefully you have a girl that, okay, even though that looks kind of weak, I'ma still, respect them, and you hope for that. But she could be a excellent woman, but as soon as she sees that, I don't know if I could be with this dude. And she's now looking for the way out. Now she could be the perfect wife. But that can be just her peeve right there. That could just be her thing. And she could make a bad experience for that man as a result of that. And he could use her on this panel as an example of, oh yeah, well, this woman, she began to, and he don't know why she did it. She just all of a sudden began to act funny. You know what I'm saying? And she just, right. Stop. And, she was like, talking to guys in front of me and doing, because she's just looking for, because she's seen that. So, that's why, and that comes with, once again, structure on how, we communicate with each other. And that's like forming a brotherhood, you know what I'm saying? And forming a sisterhood. and then allowing the, once the brotherhood breaks, and after we communicate and after we lay down who's going to do what and how things are going to be, and then we go to, the wives, and we'll communicate it with them. You know what I'm saying? And that's, what you call structure. You know what I mean? Because in order for, and then why I use this as an example, it's a Chinese store on every corner. Now, that Chinese woman, I never see her dressed nice. And it's the one on this corner over here on
but they ride Mercedes.
Yeah, I never see her personally dressed nice, and they live this one Chinese group, because they tend to not live in the same community. They actually live in that Chinese store. You know what I'm saying? And I never see none of them, no Chinese in all the Chinese stores. I never see them really dressed nice, and I don't never see that. I see them, and they're working, and they're doing most of the actual, I think that the men handle the business aspect of it more so, but they're dealing with the day-to-day hustle and bustle with dealing with our crazy asses banging on the glass and my food fucked up and you know what I'm saying, and all that. That's the women that's dealing with all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I sometimes catch them, like, you know what I'm saying, the women
talking that shit. Right.
I occasionally catch that a couple of times, you know what I'm saying? But I think what keeps it together is, that the overall network that they have, where so if you decide that you want to be this independent Asian woman, all of us ain't fucking with you.
And it's the same thing for the independent Asian man. You decide you finna go be independent. We ain't fucking with you. Because first we finna get Sue Young free, then we gonna get Lou Kim free, then we gonna get Pan free, and now everybody finna get whomever free. Like that's how they look at it.
And so their network is more intact. And why is that so? It's because their experience in America is different. You know what I'm saying? Their experience in America is different in terms to, at what point they immigrated over here, at what levels of living that they had to, and how much they were broken down from systemic things, and, and their niches and what they actually can take advantage of. And we're the most integrated group of people in America, the black man and the black woman. As far as, this idea of Western culture, we're the most integrated than everybody. So we would be the goal. And this is what people fail to realize, when the comparison is being made. Because when you see the generations go on, and like, I was Muslim for 20 years, and, you could see like the older generations of the Pakistanis, they tend to be more, Pakistani food. They still can't really speak proper English all the way. You know what I'm saying? They hold on to the customs. They still got the funny hat on. They don't wear deodorant. You know what I mean? No, they don't. They don't wear deodorant.
I'm with you.
Yeah, because in Pakistan, they don't wear deodorant because, in Pakistan, like they say that, it's so hot and that it is the waste of money pretty much. But like, so they're now you see the ones that's around my age, we could build on them. Yeah, you had Ninja Turtles, right? Yeah, we play Ninja Turtles and blah, blah, blah. So they speak better English. They're more Americanized. They want pizza. You know what I'm saying? They want to eat. And then all of a sudden, and it was a big thing. This Pakistani, he was groomed to be this big doctor. And, their thing was to actually become, this doctor, and they go home to Pakistan to get a Pakistani wife. Which is a whole nother issue that I'm going to bring up in this conversation as well. But, but he decided to marry this Asian woman. Now, she's not Pakistani Asian. She's Chinese woman. This was like a big thing. They was just, because they was expecting him to do this, but he's integrated in this society. So now this is their experience. Now the things that they are saying, and now that's going to have a breakdown on their cultural unity. So another thing would be the result of the Pakistani men, the reason why they didn't get Pakistani women that was born in America, because the Pakistani women were too Americanized. This is what's the thing at the mosque that I was at. What they would do is they would go back to Pakistan and get a wife. So that left a whole group of Pakistani women that didn't have husbands, and they couldn't date outside of their race at the same time. What type of bullshit is this? That the Pakistani men don't want them because they're too Americanized, but at the same time, you can't date nobody outside of your race. You know what happened? Right. Lesbianism began to pop up.
Right.
Lesbianism, and them sneaking and messing with the black guys, and them messing on in the colleges, and you know what I'm saying? This is their experience of integration. And as the generations begin to go on, you're going to see more pathologies up amongst those groups. But we're the most integrated. So you're seeing that what we're seeing now is that, the things that we're looking back on, because we did those things better than anybody. When we talk about the Wall Street and the Harlem and all the black communities that we had before we integrated, that we now talk about Chinatown. Chinatown ain't had shit on how Harlem and then Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chinatown ain't had shit on that. You know what I'm saying? So that is part of the what they call it, the integration or the amalgamation of the cultures to become pretty much American citizens in a way.
In my opinion, it's conditioning, right? It's conditioning to try to keep us in that lower state.
So that's why they do the same thing. This is the first Asian such and such. This is the Pakistani first one in Congress, and this is because that is the goal. So as these cultural things, when they first integrated, begin to break down from generations, they call it assimilation. Is what the word I was looking for. You know what I'm saying? Like as they begin to assimilate more, you're going to see more of the pathologies begin to pop up amongst them as well. You know what I'm saying? So we're kind of looking back and saying, well, these guys, they tend to be more, the goal is to be, because those, you got a Chinese store on every corner. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, what their goal is to take that money and put their kids in college.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And the one that don't really be that successful, the fuck up, he's going to work at that Chinese store.
Yep, he's going to be in there on the day.
He's going to be the next motherfucker working in that Chinese store. Right. You know what I'm saying?
So some Asian gang.
That's like, the last result. The thing that we're so clinging on to, like, we need black businesses. Guess what? That's their last result.
Right.
Because once they get in enough money to put their kids to college, that kid is assimilating. That kid is going and assimilating and becoming a doctor and working on everybody. You know what I'm saying? And she's going to be the head of a CEO company that is owned by these conglomerates, and that's what they're putting their educated individuals in America. And now the fuck up, you know what I'm saying? The one that wasn't probably smart enough, or the one that fucked up in college, he's going to be working up in that damn Chinese store, dealing with these niggas talking about something, you ain't putting no hot sauce on my damn chicken.
Right.
So in a globalizing society where, I heard, somebody made, I think it was Sister Nandy, she goes hard on this whole topic, the go to war. Well, guess what? Guess what? Even if we go to war, I'm gonna have to shoot some niggas. Because guess what? It's black people in that damn army. You know what I'm saying? What you call the white man's army.
Niggas, black people in our neighborhood who go.
It's a lot of black people up in that army, in that white man's army. It's a lot of black people in that white man's army that you're talking about. And not just grabbing the guns and shooting. They're going
making
to be
decisions.
Colin Powell organized Iraq war. Right. He just passed away. He the organizer of the whole Iraq war right there. That's Colin Powell. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just it's a little more difficult than what we say the white man's army. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to shoot a lot of niggas. You know what I'm saying? In that white man's army. Or the police force. It's a lot of niggas on the police force too. You're gonna have to kill a lot of niggas. You know what I'm saying? In that white man's police force that we're talking about. So you're living in a post-industrial, post-integrated society, and we're speaking like this is like 1940. It's a lot more complicated since we integrated, you know what I'm saying, in this society. And we're not even thinking that. I'm just pushing that whole thing, this idea of a war, you know what I'm saying, this whole thing, you know what I mean? And this is, and because you got your extremes on every side, you know, for, you know, this idea of the black man should come together and fight the system. It's white people saying the same shit. QAnon saying the same shit. We need to get together and fight the system. It's a group of white people.
Right.
And just like you got a group of black people saying, well, the black man is being effeminized.
Right.
QAnon is saying the same thing about the white men. Yeah, the white men, they're feminizing us in the, you know. So what's really going on?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I look at a video and I was like, and you know what? I said, you know what? I never looked at it from that perspective. Like they were saying like they were showing how and which I think is false, but I was like, damn, this is interesting. It really made me have to check myself on how I view shit, because it was like it was a some white people, they were saying like yeah, well, they're effeminizing, you know, white men, and then they're making the black man look like he's a leader. And I'm like, what the hell is they talking about? So they showed the movies. Like they showed like Mrs. Doubtfire, like, you know, yeah, it was a white dude dressed like a woman. So they were showing all these different things that were like, I'm like, damn. I didn't look at it. Then on the flip side, they were showing like they used Bill Cosby, and then they used Moesha's father. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're like the real, like the men, like on this side, you know. But then I was like, we got our version of that. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, well, the media is showing you these like upstanding black men as fathers, and you know, but then they're making us look like, you know, we're like women, and you know, like we're like, and I'm like, yo, they have their own rhetoric, is what I'm saying, and then we have our rhetoric of like, the Wayne's brothers dressed like women, and all the different black men that's dressed like women, and all this different stuff, and you know, the feminizing of the black men. But it's another side to that. So what's really going on is it's a more corporate thing that's going on. Whereas though they want to effeminize all the motherfucking men. But we like as a collective, the people that, and this is going into when there were actual why they had to make it into a race-based slavery for it to last, because it was the white people was uniting with the black people that were being indentured service and began to demand more. So what they did was the corporate elite white folks began to say, well, we're going to empower the white folks to be over the slaves. Now we're going to make them slaves. So we're now incentivizing them to be the overseers, like, you know, the motherfuckers that's whipping the slaves and the one that's catching it. Those are not the slave masters. You know what I'm saying? Or what would they call the slave masters? Well, the owners, the slave owners, they was like Leonardo DiCaprio and Django. Right. They ain't doing shit. You know what I mean? As far as like the day to day, they had some poor white running and chasing them down in the slave patrol, and those were the poor whites that was doing that. So when the poor whites are running around and saying, make America great again, it was an agreement that they had with the elite white folks that they feel as though is now being compromised, you know, in light of a globalizing society. And this goes into a much bigger thing, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of, and going back into the point, this idea that, when certain statements are made like, oh yeah, y'all need to come together and fight. You know, this is post-integration now. And this is a way more complex situation now. I'm gonna have to kill somebody. You know, my family has my grandfather fought in World War II. My uncles fought in Vietnam. My brother went to Iraq. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We have a whole family tradition of military My uncles were police officers. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about them. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about kill the police officers, when you're talking about the white man's army that we're going to get together and kill.
According to Nandy, they sellouts, so they gotta go.
Yeah. So it's like, you know what I mean? But see, it's cool until that's your son that's in that army that was looking for a way out to take care of his family. You know what I'm saying? That was looking for a way out to, because when he's 18, you know what I'm saying, wet behind the ears with no guidance and lack of parental guidance.
Did what he had to do.
He and that was him making a decision, one with little knowledge of, you know, like the deeper aspects of what y'all guys are talking about with this is even being the white man's army at this point in time in 2021. You know, he's just trying to take care of his family, or he feels as though that this is better than me selling drugs. At least we'll just take it there. This is, I think that my family would be more proud of me if I did this than just be running around in the streets begging for money, or as what y'all saying, you know, not making no money at all and ain't shit, and you know, having a bullshit jobs. I think that my family would be more proud of me if I went this, because I really don't have any skills. I really don't have anything, you know what I'm saying, as far as, you know, I don't want to go to college. I'm not college material. You know what I mean? Because not everybody's college material. So I think that I'm just going to join the military. And maybe I could get a career in the military, and maybe I could make something out of my life that way. You know what I'm saying? And this is who we're going to be fighting against. Because that's why I could guarantee you a person that joined the Air Force, you know, I guarantee you that's most of why Black men joined the military. You know what I'm saying?
Either discipline or they didn't have nothing else going for them.
So you know,
I see that Sister Queen Cascade got her hand ready.
Yeah, so I mean, you know,
Shalom, everybody.
I'm here. It was just to say more so when you were, I think it was Anon, you were talking about this being a psychological situation in terms of, if I understand it correctly, like mental slavery or the genetic makeup.
Just genetic memory, just genetic, right? Just genetic reproduction, almost. It just keeps happening, right?
So in regards to that, would it not mean that in terms of, because it's something psychological, that in moving forward, mental health therapy,
100%.
psychologists be included into your brotherhood?
1,000,000%. Like, I would like to see psychological counseling involved with some of these reparation conversations. Right, like I don't know how we fix a lot of our Black men without it. Like, I'm just being honest. I don't even know how we fix most of our community without it.
I want to add this. One of our great psychologists in 1980, the guy Bobby Wright, he did a study and he showed that the rising mental health of young Black boys was on the rise in the late 70s, going into the 1980s. And nothing was done about it. Nothing was done. So now we here in 2021 and we saying what's going on. But if we had been listening to our healthcare workers back in the 70s and the early 80s, we could have done something about it. So now we have the opportunity to see, okay, something needs to be done. It's a problem. We're not trying to make excuses.
Not at all.
We see that there is a major problem at hand, and it's bigger than just the average person can handle. Educated people in those mental fields, you know, we need them on the front line also.
And that's why I said certain conversations need to just be had amongst the men, you know, because, you know, it gets to the point where, you know, I mean, you know, it's a perception, you know what I'm saying? It's just how things are perceived. But since everything is being thrown on the table, then that's just what it is, you know. But yeah, certain things can't handle, like, you know,
doors too, though. You gotta have that conversation with the men behind closed doors, because
right,
too many times we've been trying to get together out in the public and let, you know what I'm saying, the powers that be know what we got going on. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, the revolution don't need to be televised.
and it's a realistic standpoint. I mean, that was just, you know, the statements that was making Sister Nandy. I see you in the building. I'll let you go.
Hold up, Solo. Before I just came on real quick. What you had hit me up for, man? I was busy at work.
Oh yeah, it was somebody that was, I think Brother Moses was trying to debate you.
He was just trying to tell you that, you know what I'm saying, you ain't
I thought
shit.
me and Brother Moses had a debate set up, but no, we did. Oh no, we probably
No, y'all don't have a date for it.
I don't know if we did, but all right. Well, let me get my sleep. Hey, shalom to everybody. I'm finna
You see, bro.
back.
Shalom.
Sister Nandy, you wanted to
let me say it because I know it's about to get wild. Let me just get this off. I'm gonna be real brief. We do got to start having these conversations, I think, in private, and it's not to just negate our sisters, but just the response of it all. When you take the average man that's not been able to overcome some of this, and now you telling him he weak, you telling him he ain't figured it out, you telling him, oh, we better than you, like none encourages or fosters a community or a psychological perspective of, I got to do better. It's, yeah, fuck it, I just figured it out on my own, right? Now I've been blessed because I did do the work. I did do the psychological work. I did do all of those things. So I'm different. Some of our brothers are different. Either they didn't need it or they had good people who would talk to them, however you look at it. But we talk about the vast majority of our brothers. The level of psychological treatment that they need is beyond many of your understanding. The capability of understanding a young Black man who is devastated psychologically. Once again, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm sorry if you feel that I am. I'm just being dead ass.
I mean, yeah, because it's like, you know, they pretty much like, we ain't trying to hear that shit, nigga.
Yeah,
when
I
you
get
gonna build business?
I get it. But you telling me we need to fix them. I'm telling you how to fix them.
Right. So that's what, right. Yeah. So that's why I said, like, to start the conversation, like it's like to get into that would be like it's going to do nothing but turn into an argument. So it's like it's almost like build the damn house.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So it's just,
right.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
All right, cool. We got that. We got to talk amongst ourselves on what the actual problem is. You know what I'm saying? And how to solve the problem so the house can be built. You know, oh, y'all, because they're looking at it. Y'all all men with muscles popping out your damn arms. Just build the damn house. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, okay. But we trying to say, well, look, this guy is a fucking idiot. This dude doesn't like me because I'm light skinned. And this guy, you know,
this dude don't like me because I got a good job.
This
nigga don't like me because I got a family, right?
Yeah, and it's like this guy, you know, and so it's just like they're looking at it like so, but they don't know, like, you know what I mean. So it's like that's a conversation we gotta have, because the reason why that's being brought up is because when I'm asking him to pass me the brick, he's throwing it at me.
He's throwing it at me.
And that's, you know, that's gonna fuck
or
up the
he's
house.
saying, fuck you, nigga, get your
you know
own
what I mean?
brick.
Like, you know, so all those things have to be dealt with in order for the house to be built properly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's like I said, like that's a conversation that we gotta have. I'm saying we gotta have. I mean,
with that part,
you know. So Sister Nandy is in the building.
Here we go.
What's good?
Peace, Andy.
Now, I hear everything y'all saying about the psychological effects, Black men fighting in the white man's war, the difference between the Black men then and now. When they went through psychological effects, they came up out of it. They fought up out of it. They didn't accept slavery. Our black men was also against joining the white man's army. They didn't want to join hands with them. Now, I'm not saying all of them, but to be honest, I feel like fear. And we don't have no, as you use characters in movies, Solar, ain't no Django's out here. We got a bunch of house niggas like Samuel Jackson that's gonna protect Candyland. So if Django was thinking like that, he wouldn't have never got his queen. So I just don't agree with that. Slavery, I agree with Anon on that. It still exists, but it's modern day slavery. And the sad part about it is so many of our men have become submissive to the point where it's volunteer slavery. Every last thing that you just said is submission to the government and their systematic way of moving. You're giving big ups to the Asians and the white men, but they would kill their own. They would straight up go to war and murder everybody. They killed Gaddafi. They killed a lot of them when they felt like they was being traded on. So I hear about the psychological effect, but when you sick and tired of being sick and tired, then you stand and you do something about it. From what I've seen from the 60s up to current, I've seen a lot of people that wanted to be in bed with the white man, majority of them being like Muslims and religious organizations. Most of these people wanted to be with the white woman, and I gotta be real today. Because it wasn't a lot of this type of stuff going on really before the 60s and the 70s, not visibly. Now it's open. A lot of the brothers I see, they got white wives. So let's not make it seem like everybody out there just putting in the work and the man standing up doing this and that. Because majority of these men who's got businesses and stuff like that, they either dealing with military background and or they dealing with the white woman. But they won't fight for their own people. What I'm tripping about is why would you go fight for the white man, fight the other man for the damn white man, but you won't fight the white man for your own man? So I have to look at that. Now that is something psychological that we got to look at. If you can stand your ass up in the U.S. military or the Navy, Air Force, and Marines and go there and blow shit up, and you know all they doing is stealing resources, staging wars in order to inflate money and do the things that they're doing to keep people enslaved, then you can fight for your own people right here and get them out of this position. So I don't give big ups to people that are in the military. I got some family members in the military and I can't stand it. But if you can go die, if you can go risk your life, and I'm gonna be short, go back on mute. If you can go risk your life in a pointless war, when all of our people was against Vietnam and all of this other stuff, but you won't risk your life right here to help your people, then psychologically it is something wrong with the man. It's about profit over people instead of their people over profit. So these sound like just a bunch of excuses. A lot of fights and wars were spontaneous. Like you said, the revolution would not be televised because it ain't no revolution without bloodshed. And since my brother's scared to shed blood, then we ain't gonna never have a revolution. And I just wanted to add that. So let me mute the mic.
May I address her real quick, if that's okay with everybody?
Go ahead.
First of all, the war that we're fighting now is not a physical war in this system. This ain't the 60s. This ain't the 50s to where the Klan is coming up trying to lynch you. This is a mental war. This is an educational war. This is an economic war now. Now you got to get your mind economically right, know how to know business literature. You got to know how to conduct yourself in this system and not get caught up in this trap. See, the reason why they want to take away your rights to vote is for they can make up legislation to keep you from it. See what I'm saying? Now, if you want to say buck the system totally, then get a movement. Let's go to Africa, get a land to where we can go. As far as being in the military, you talk about the Panthers. If what that movie was based off is true, it was a military or ex-veteran who helped show them how to clean them guns and how to shoot them guns. Sweetie, you got to know how to infiltrate your enemy. See, if you don't know nothing about your enemy, you can't defeat your enemy. You got to have some people who were on the inside, who once was working with them blindly, but now who knows what's going on and know their system and know how to do things. Somebody who knows how, okay, niggas is coming at you with night vision goggles. just how to blind them and just take them out. See, you don't know nothing about that, Nandy. So you don't know nothing about how to hide from heat sensors and things like that. So if I tell you come follow me and you say, oh, you a salad, you in the military, you'll get ganked. But if you follow me, I'll at least keep you safe because I understand their mindset. We know some of the things that they got going on. So learn some things first before you put your mouth on stuff.
Ooh, okay. Now let me respond because you don't know me very well. So let me give you a briefing. I've been well trained in all of that, and I didn't have to go to the white man's military to do it. I will bust my guns. Do your research before you be putting Nundy down. Damn shame though that it's a lot of women got their boots tied up, but we ain't trying to run back to Africa to find ourselves. We got a war going. Excuse me. We got a war going on right here outside our door, and getting into the same damn system that already knows who you are and where you coming from, and they're not going to allow any real militants or people that's for their black people to infiltrate their system. You should be trying to come up with your own system. So you need to learn something. And if you're talking about voting rights, I got a debate coming up, so I'm not going to give much. But all of that 1964, we've been trying to get voting rights, equal voting rights since the fucking 1800s. In some type of way, even today, they still have a way of controlling the votes, discriminating against our people, sicking people on us, manipulating the ballots, and all other kind of shit. So don't talk to me about voting. We got electoral colleges and we have local sellouts that pick they Negroes. That's why they have picnics. Pick the Negroes that they decide to put in these positions because they're going to keep keep their feet on our necks. So I don't understand what you're talking about. So getting inside of all I want to say is getting inside of a system, going back to Africa and all of that. When you go back to Africa, you got to deal with a lot of stuff. More than what you're dealing with over here. No resources. Being controlled not only by the white man, but the China man, then the damn African, because they don't accept Americans. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going back to Africa gonna do for us. So I just wanted to add that, and I'm gonna mute my mic. So you might want to learn something.
Because I just want to ask you a question. So you say you know how to deal with say people trying to come at you with night vision goggles, right?
Yes, I do. We took training. Hold on. 8 weeks of training for that.
Can I speak? I didn't finish my question.
I apologize. I just 8 weeks of training. Yes.
So who taught you that though?
That's dry snitching on my people. Why would I sit here?
No. You ain't got to say their name. Okay, so here's my thing.
This is what I'm saying.
The person who taught you, hold up. The person who taught you, were they ex-military?
Let me answer the question. No, they weren't ex-military. There's classes and places everywhere where you can get trained if you really want it. Professor Griff was one of the people that taught us. He's not ex-military. He's given us a lot of stuff. I don't mind talking about the people that actually teaches self-defense. So it's ways for you to deal with certain things. It's common sense. One, I was affiliated with gangs. You don't think I know how to use a beam? You don't think I know what to do about cooling my body and hiding myself and camouflaging myself so that they can't find me? Women know a lot because we study that. See, if you look at Muammar Gaddafi, Khalid Muhammad, and majority of these militant men, all of their warriors, all of their main soldiers and security was women. They didn't trust the men because of the weak shit that you saying to me right now. So let me mute my mic. If you got some more questions, go right ahead.
No, I'll let the next person go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like I said, man, because this conversation, because when you entertain the conversation in that way, it's like, okay, this is what I'm hearing. Don't give me that go back to Africa shit. So that's out of the question. Okay, X leaving the country. So now we're in a country that's already governed by a set of rules and laws and regulations. And we know that it's an uphill climb for Black people in general, as far as getting equality in this country. So what exactly are we saying? Oh, so fight against the system, like physically fight. Oh, is that what we saying? Like just get
Yeah, and if you don't, you a pussy. Like you scared.
And that's why I brought up the complex. And then we could say why they made it. Remember, it was a draft in the Vietnam War, and then you had people like Muhammad Ali that stood up against it. But he did at least have the media watching him, and that was used as his power to bring this awareness out. But everybody wasn't Muhammad Ali, so some people, pretty much had to, go to the war, and go into the war if they didn't want to go to jail. So the this is the reality. This is now post all that. We can't go back and change that. We can't go back and change the fact that our grandfathers, our grandparents, and or even us at a point in time joined the military, and that now we live in a situation where you have generations and traditions that has been set from Black people and their participation in winning wars. You know what I'm saying? and my grandfather used to tell me, this guy, they got the Medal of Honor. He was curled up like a little bitch. It was niggas that actually ran up in there and did the shit. You know what I'm saying? It was niggas that actually went in there and killed the motherfucking Germans. That white boy was over there curled up like a little bitch. You know what I mean? So, you have now, and then, I agree, it's the white man's war. And I read enough now, to know that, the overall agenda of what World War II was about, and knowing the deeper elements of it, and how America helped finance, American philanthropists helped finance Germany. And I know that now, but you think Grandpa knew that shit? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, he didn't know that shit.
Let me tap in when you're done.
Just like we don't know what's going on right now, with this biological war that's being waged on us, as far as the food that we're eating and the things that we're alien to that. So you're dealing with a more sophisticated system that is fucking you up, as we're asking us to unite and quote unquote fight the white man. Now, this is all after the fact that we are now integrated, and that you have a whole segment of Black people in the military now. So the question is, then, if you're talking about that, those are some of the things that we have to entertain, which is going to cause more division. So, because, that means that you're going to have to kill your uncle, your cousin, your brother, your sister. You know what I'm saying? That's what that means. That in this 21st century America, that will have to go on. And, to me, I just think that is unrealistic to, at this point in time, entertain a thought of just a mile type of physical warfare, grabbing guns against the military. And then this is pushing beside that they have better weapons and all that. I'm just saying from the standpoint of how integrated we are in the military. It's just that would be a problem within itself. You know what I'm saying? So as what Yahukin has said, the war, they're not physically, actually doing the things that they were doing in the 1940s and 1930s, whereas the judges is going and just physically harassing. Now you still have, police brutality, but they just passed something in Philadelphia that niggas can't even get pulled over no more. You know what I'm saying? They can't even do that no more. They can't just pull you over. So that's just a law that's being passed.
Racial profiling.
Yeah, they can't just pull you over. You know what I mean? Just for no reason, and they can't even do that no more. So, it was a guy that was just had a stream that he was actually talking about that, because he was on a stream on this Black woman being raped on the subway. And I don't know why he was mixing the two up, but he actually brought that, the actual Black congressman that actually fought to pass this law that the white, it was the police officers, just can't just go and pull people over no more because they said it was like racial disparities in that. So, you know, that was a black man fighting within the system for black people, I guess you could say from that standpoint. But, you know, on a much bigger scale, you know, once again, you know, this idea of us grabbing guns and running against the police force and like.
Let me tap in right there. That's why.
One minute. I just want to clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying that just go out here and start killing people. You know, I do want to clear that up. That's not what I'm saying. But we do have to have our own military. You can't trust the white man's military to, you know, fight with us or fight for us. They already trying to destroy us. And I see a lot of people in the chat, gang affiliation, this and that. The damn police are a gang. The government is a gang. The KKK is a gang. I'm trying to figure out why y'all take this gang term out of character. Street soldiers and stuff like that. A lot of these people were street soldiers that's in these organizations. So I'm not understanding why people look at gangs in one perspective and it's just black people running wild with guns. When gangs, the very first gangs that was out was the damn Spook Riders and the KKK and all of these people. See, if you don't understand history and know where all of that stuff comes from, we wouldn't have had gangs if these Perkawoods hadn't ganged up on us and started infiltrating us, beating us, raping and killing us. And the psychological mentality, the mentality of some of these people that would sit here and say what can gangs do or what can gang tactics do or anything like that. I didn't say that's where I got all of my training, but I hate to tell y'all this. I don't advocate any crime, but these young black men and some of these sisters got more heart than some of these people that I'm talking to. So I don't understand.
Let me tap in real quick.
What y'all talking about in this chat. I apologize. Let me mute. That's all I wanted to say.
You good, sis? I ain't looking at the chat, so I don't know what's being said. So I'm gonna say this. So for me, I didn't join the military by choice. You know what I'm saying? I was a screw up. I got in a lot of trouble, and I ended up in the military. And I was trying to. I was one of them dudes. You know, my grandfather went to the military, had uncles and cousins. All of this stuff. I was never gonna go into the military. I got caught with dope and money and all of this stuff, which I'm selling drugs to go to college to play football. You know what I'm saying? Like, and all of this stuff. And I end up in the military. Long story short. So, yeah, but that taught me, and it's crazy. It taught me how to be a leader. It taught me the man that I wanted to be because I met other solid black men that was like, you gotta get your shit together. My uncles didn't take the time. You know, I got an uncle that's a millionaire. He didn't take the time to teach us nothing. You know what I'm saying? My dad wasn't there. I didn't have nothing. I had my mom that was like, and she would say, it's like, I can't tell you everything to do, but I can tell you what not to do. That still wasn't enough. So yeah, I ended up in the military and you know, I did my thing. Got a Bronze Star, Silver Star, all these awards, all of this. Jumped out of planes, all of that good shit. And now I put that to use for my people. I use everything that I got to utilize for my people. So it's like we've moved to the point where we forget that we can have several spooks that sat by the door. We forget the point that not everybody just wanted to sell out and go, you know, whatever, however you want to view it. And even the brothers that are in that and you consider them a sellout, most of them, I would say, let's look at their past. Let's look at what they came from, and did they have any choice, right? Part two, ain't nobody scared of these white folks. Well, I ain't gonna say ain't nobody. The majority of us ain't scared of these white folks. The majority of us come from fucking gladiator camps. We carrying guns by the time we 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's many of our lives. Niggas ain't scared. We just to the point where if I'm gonna die for this, damn it, it better mean something at this point. And if it's not, then fuck, let's figure out how to put this together. Because like you said, we do need an army. Okay, bet. That shit ain't gonna build overnight. Like, we gotta move to the point where we move beyond the emotional talking points. The Crips and the Bloods, yes, they started out great. But when we look at our communities now, we got a lot of different things that's going on. Our OGs probably ain't out there doing that, but a lot of these young G's, they ain't got no code. They don't get no damn. They'll clap your ass. So you got to be ready to defend yourself against your other black partner, your other black man. I don't want no fucking sympathy. That's not, I want to make this clear. So now we're just going to speak real. I don't need no sympathy. I need realistic talking points.
Right.
Okay, let me say one thing.
I'm almost finished.
Okay.
Yeah, that's real talk. That's real talk.
Yeah, yeah. I don't need your sympathy, right? I got 3 little teenagers right now. My daughter's partners that I'm counseling from suicide. These is black little boys and girls. Right? I'm doing my part. I don't need the sympathy, but I do need realistic conversation at this point. If we're gonna do this, if I'm the soldier, if I'm the nigga that's finna train everybody, like we want to talk about it, what's the difference between a near ambush and a far ambush? What's the Ranger foul? What's the V foul? How do we properly cause diversions over here and go in? What's the flashbang? What's the proper way to stack and go into a building and kick the door in and take it down? How do we properly laze the target? How do we properly do cordon and search? How do we properly find out what the enemy is doing? How do we properly infiltrate through military intelligence? How do we do all of that? Yeah, I got all that training. We can have a conversation. But why would people want to give that training when you tell them they're a sellout or whatever the situation? I'm not saying that you're wrong for saying some people are sellouts or afraid. But once again, I don't need your sympathy. But I do need realistic talking points. My black men, my brothers that I'm trying to build up are fucked up out here. That's just the real. Their whole life is trying to figure out how to fucking survive. That's the part that we don't talk about. Yes, and it's the same thing for my sisters. I'm not saying that it's not. Please don't go off and say that. But if we talk about we gonna fix black men, then we gotta speak to what's beating their ass on a daily basis. And fam, I got my shit together and it's still hard. Make no mistake, I hear you, but I don't think y'all hearing us. Go ahead.
So I just, because to me, we don't need better credit. We don't need more jobs. We don't need more black business. We need love. And people that are ready and willing to die, starve, and be misplaced. Everything else is irrelevant until we get our shit back. The other stuff we can deal with later. But I know niggas that'll sit outside a nigga house the next day for $5. There's no way in fuck you gonna take my shit and then I'm gonna come back and ask you to distribute it out equally. And then try to go back in front of my woman as if I'm, no. That's the issue. We don't have nothing to discuss. There's nothing to talk about with them no more. There's nothing to bring to, there's nothing to bring to the table. The table needs to be flipped. And that's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable.
You can't even get close enough to the table to flip it right now.
Yes, you can. You are the table. And everything is set on top of you. But instead, we're just going to keep going, keep doing the same shit, and trying to do
I don't
shit
think
the
nobody,
right way.
I think that's a crazy talking point, Blue. Nobody's saying keep going and keep doing the same thing. Nobody's
What
saying
different are we doing?
Nobody's saying keep going and do the same thing.
What's the difference?
What people are talking about is uniting to properly overcome the system. Uniting
with what?
Properly. I'm gonna explain it to you. Uniting to properly overcome the degradation and the oppression. That does not happen by saying, fuck it, it's up today. Everybody that's ready to shoot it out, let's go. Because you know what that white man gonna do?
That's not what I said.
You know what
at
that
all.
white, you know
I
what
didn't
that
say
white
shoot
man
it
gonna
out.
do? You know what that it's eventually what you're gonna have to do. If you want the stuff, look, if you want the things that you saying,
Eventually you may have to defend yourself.
Eventually, right?
Okay.
So if we get to that
So
point,
what?
then yeah, everybody. But what I'm talking about is right now, what we need is education. What we need.
got enough
What
education.
the fuck?
No, we
Education.
do.
You
Hey,
got
allow
schools everywhere. Education is all
and
everybody
ain't none
wants
of them,
to
and
talk
ain't none
about.
of
All
them.
right.
Education.
So what are you saying we need then?
This is what I'm saying. First of all, we need organization to stop begging so damn much. You can't, like Blue said, you can't ask. That's just like playing chess, Solar. If we playing a chess game and I don't put my queen out there, you took my queen because I'm whining.
How do you
Please,
organize?
I'm answering Solar's question, ain't I?
My fault, sis.
Life is a game of chess if you pay attention. It's war, and it's about how you move your soldiers. So if I'm playing chess with Solar and he takes my queen, just because I beg for it back, or I plead with him, or I explain that I can't do nothing without that queen because that's the most powerful piece on the board, something I think a lot of the men forget as well, he's not going to just give it back to me. The white man didn't beg us for nothing. They beat us, they raped us, they manipulated our minds with all type of different educations. If we don't have some type of educational system for ourselves, when the Rockefellers and all of these people that's behind this manipulating system is controlling what our children learn, education is only a one-way ticket to death, if you ask me. Because we got a lot of people that's been to college and they got the education and all of that, but then they overqualified or underqualified. And by the time they do get a job, they owe so much to the same government that you're talking about that they're not in a position to rise above a lot of things. That's what happens to most of our people. Even the college education are so expensive. A lot of our children won't even be able to make it to college. Everybody don't have $100,000 today for our children to be doctors and lawyers. So unless you open in your own school, we got to quit worrying about pushing educations. The head black colleges, universities, they're owned by Jews. They're not ran by us. What do we control? When you have no power over anything that you're trying to structure, you don't win that way. And that's just something I wanted to, add. And then people always talking about the fighting part. Historically, that's what our people had to do. Historically. The only people that I saw that didn't want to stand up and fight for something and die for their people are those that chose to remain in slavery or those that was just soundboying and cooning the hell out. And that's just being real right there. So
you're saying that education is not a tool that we can use?
I'm saying their educational system.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is what I'm saying.
Not if they controlling it. No.
Yeah, this is what I'm
working. And I'm gonna tell you why. When I've been on a lot of panels with continental Africa, and they didn't came to this same because this is the conversation they be having. We're gonna build businesses and but one of the dudes came and he had to come to the conclusion. He like, man, I realized what the hell was going on. He sent his kids back to Africa. Because when he went there to visit, his kids was called white boys there. Then he had to check himself because he was like, shit, I'm speaking English. I'm acting differently around people. Then on top of that, he like, when the same, and I asked him, I said, what different are you learning here that you can't learn there? Nothing.
All right, let me tap in, bro.
And I
think it's more so. I think it's more so about
the
I got cut off in the middle of talk.
I'm sorry. Just let me know. I just wanted to keep me where I was on the education.
Yeah. So this is my issue. Because if you would have let me finish, you would have figured out I ain't just talking about only traditional education. I do believe that traditional education is needed. But also I'm talking about what we would consider to be revolutionary or revolution education. Like what's wrong with saying that some of our people, many, if not most of our people, need to be educated that we are behind enemy lines? A 18, 19, 20-year-old that joins the military does not even realize what they're doing. You know what they realize? My life is messed up. I have to do something to fix it. That's self-preservation, right? The average.
I didn't know that's what you meant by it.
Yes, but y'all stopping me. right? So we talking about changing ideology as well as getting traditional education, because the difference is if I've been trained that I'm behind enemy lines and then I get a college degree, now I know how to use it, right? This is what the other nations do. Right. They utilize that shit and they play their position to uplift and upgrade their position in life as a community. That's what we have to do. We have to utilize
other nations aren't upgrading their life.
I 100% disagree. Other nations use America as a stepping stone and then go back and help their villages. They go back and help their individual communities, and then they're working together to try to come together as various conglomerates. Just because we don't see the individual. Oh, I'll show you that. But just because we don't see the onesies and twosies individuals, we act as though these things don't exist, right? But we forget. And mind you, where are they going back? But we forget. We didn't get put into this position overnight. We're not gonna fix it overnight. To act as though that we don't need to educate our young Black men and women that we are in a war, I think is detrimental. To act as though
not educating them that, bro, in public
to act as though that we can't do both, to act as though that we can't train our children to know, look, man, Khalid Muhammad was a real dude. Here's what he taught. Fred Hampton was real.
And that's for a selected group of people. Like, the average person is just trying to to take care of their family, and they're not with all the we're gonna topple the white man.
And that's my point. And they're being taken advantage of while they're trying to do it. Their energy is being drained every day, just trying to do that. Like, we got a whole labor class. The whole labor claess ain't just finna be able to homeschool.
I think you've been incendiary for no reason, bro.
The whole labor class. I mean, that's just what it is. We finna set up our own education system next to their education system while we living here.
Yeah,
I think
who has done that right now?
I mean,
we see it happening.
I don't think that the educational system would be ultimately the overall issue if we had a better community.
And what's going on here, bro? What the fuck is going on?
Well, I want to get back to the school system before I forget.
But I just want to make it clear. My argument.
Let Nandy go. Let Nandy go.
Yeah, I just want to make sure my only argument though was
let Taz go.
Now you wait your turn, nigga.
What's good, Taz? I just want to say one thing. If we look back in the 1950s, if they didn't want us in their schools, they didn't want to integrate, and they have the power to control what we learn. If they didn't treat us right, you always quote Malcolm, would make you think they're going to teach us right. Do you know they have a Black and a white IQ test? Most of our children are tested under the white IQ test so they can.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you if you're talking, sister.
Think she lost connection.
Years early, they was very smart.
The
white man said it was too many of them, graduating and getting degrees out of their schools. Actually more Blacks are graduating than whites during that time. They have manipulated the books. They've taken civics out. They've taken certain things like home ec, all of the things that we were actually learning when we were in school. So if we had to go fight, why I don't agree with the civil rights movement, because that actually was a detriment. Instead of the men getting together and the women and doing what they needed to do to build for ourselves, they wanted to integrate. And when them white people figured out we was fit to integrate, they was gonna figure out a way to not allow us to participate. And this is why you see even people with degrees, they get shitted on. We got women that's making less money than men that are more educated. It's still discriminatory laws that's been on the books for years that has never been changed or never been challenged in order for them to maintain keeping us on the plantations. Modern day slavery does exist. And I don't understand that. Even when you opening your black businesses, you still going to the white man who have bought some land, who have constructed their own schools or their own offices. I'm talking about with your money, not getting no loan, not being 501c3. If everything that we get has to come from the white man, that's only being a reformist. If you're a true revolutionary by any means necessary, you would separate yourselves from that. And real self-sufficiency is when you have feeding programs, when you have clothing programs, when you got shelter. Because let's be realistic. The reason why a lot of our people are joining the military now is because the educational system is crazy. They can't afford it, so they join it. And then let me finish. And it failed them. And one more thing, because they have nobody in our backgrounds that are providing everything that they need. You cannot have an army without food and water. So if you're not even prepared,
quick question. So you agree then, we should be at least we should be educating our people. So you're not saying just
I agree. We should be doing.
So what you're saying is we need to pool our resources, come together and build our own communities and build up from within.
Right.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
And I'm not against oranges and apples. Even if
I ain't against that.
It's up to us on how to teach our children 2 + 2 because
I disagree with your rhetoric, but I don't disagree that we got to be able to do this. I would just say we got to get there. Like that shit ain't
I just think that I mean it's like I said, like what Anon was talking about, like the realistic, expectations. But I think that there's no problem with sending your kid to an institution, even like public schooling, if it's something that is behind that, like like if it's a person that they could come to, like they told us Columbus discovered America. Oh yeah, well that's some bullshit that they saying this is what actually happened. It was natives here and because that is just like social engineering. But in terms of like the math and certain aspects of science, that's universal. So if we could get them to focus in on that point, and the reason why I'm saying this is because we live in this society. So to think that now, I mean, it's kind of like evolving with the homeschooling. So that's like a new thing, which is going to allow us to now educate. But in terms of like, somebody that's sending their kids to public schooling and all that, I don't see that as a problem, long as, the universal things is being met in terms of the math and the science, but like the social studies and the language arts, you could talk to your kid about that. Like, oh yeah, this is what they're doing. And you can explain to them that, yeah, that's, they manipulated history, and you give them all that rundown. You know what I'm saying? So, we have to be prepared to work in the society and compete, and because this is what is being thrown out there. Well, you can't compete, you know what I'm saying? And the competing also comes from socialization, you know what I'm saying? And I think that, the person that lacks the most socialization skills is the Black man, so we can't say, what are we asking for? Because I heard on the one hand, where the Black man is incapable of competing, I'm assuming in this society. So the conversation started by not going against the society, but by competing in it. Now is okay. Now have your own in a society that we're paying taxes in. So it's just like, this is reality. I don't know, like, every day, everybody that's working, you're paying taxes in this society. So if you're paying for something, it should be shit that be demanded behind that. That's just like common sense for me. Now, I know that there's certain structural things that is an ongoing fight that it's different from, let's say, 1820 to 2021. And I know people say, well, yeah, no, it's not, because no, it's different. You know what I'm saying? It's different. So the idea from a person that actually buys into the integration rhetoric, they're saying this is a progress, that we made strides to actually become more equal in this society, and it's certain things that is in place that if you're being dealt with in a certain type of manner, you know, like the EEOC, I think they call it, you know, that you can actually contact them and let them know that, well, these people are discriminating against me because of my race and and they will go and investigate that. You know, these are things that is set in this system. So I'm not saying from the standpoint of when we say fight against the system, I just want to be more clear that, because it's saying like on the one hand, people are saying, well, you know, because that shit is, you know, the motherfuckers call that, you know, being dusty. Because if we're going to go against the system, we got to go against what the system is providing us too. And I don't think a lot of people want to do that.
Exactly.
I don't even think a lot of people can do that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like when you say go against the system, it ain't just okay, just calling the white man the devil and just, you know, not, you know, wanting to fight him and shit. It's like, yo, that's PlayStation 4 and that's motherfucking the big screen TV. That's that shit too. That's all that shit.
That's going to Walmart to get your eggs and your bacon.
Yeah, that's like a white man throwing you slop and you just eat what they give you. That makes no sense to me, but I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So that's all.
And I hear you. I hear you.
You know what I mean? So that's all that shit. If you want to say like, okay, we have to provide for ourselves, right? So that means that we can't fuck with none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We have to go grow our own food.
That's right.
You know, we have to. So
white women do it. White women grow their own food every day. What's wrong with us? See, the thing is that I see with my black men, it's laziness, and I don't care who don't like. Let me understand what I'm saying. Let me finish.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Everybody want to go to Kroger and buy tomatoes.
Where your
why we can't get some farmland and build ourselves? Wood and shit free. Let's be realistic here, because see, it's a lot.
It ain't a magic mountain.
You feel me? It's a lot of excuses. Everybody feels.
No. So let me ask you this, Nanny. Who owns most of the farmland in America?
Who owns most of the farmland? We talking about handling business. If you trying to take
we just was talking about providing.
Queen, answer that question.
Nobody. Let me say this. Nobody owns any of it. They just got blindfolded contracts in the people's face to make you think.
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. All of this, man. If y'all are really historians, the whole wars and all of this stuff infiltrating our people was to take our land and resources. And the key word is take.
We talking about 2021, Queen.
They didn't borrow. Hold on, ain't done. They didn't ask. They didn't borrow. They didn't beg and plead. They didn't sit in the bedroom and negotiate. They took what the fuck they wanted when they wanted to. Just because we begged or even signing.
When they took off, did they have to have a
contractual agreement with the government? Let me just say one thing there, Amen. Even if you purchase land, let's say this, you purchase land, we go to the government and get it. Your ass gotta pay taxes, that's gonna be high as hell. Then if you put some property on it, you gotta pay taxes on that. They got ways, capitalistic ways.
I'm going through all that. I pay my taxes. I got multiple properties.
Yeah, you still going through the white man. No disrespect.
Where we keep chickens.
If you lose your job and your income today, all I'm saying, you Superman, because you do a lot of things. I be here, but I'm gonna say
I ain't
this.
Superman. I just been working at it for a long time.
If you lose your job today, because like I said, they don't learn to respect.
I work for myself.
They can come take your stuff. It don't matter if you work for yourself. Just say what you're doing is no longer needed, because they also replacing people with machines. So let's just say what you're doing is no longer needed. And you don't have a job.
Like this, Sister Nancy.
I just want to finish one thing. And you don't have a job. The same way you got that contract where you got to pay on time. In that contract, that means they can take your stuff back. So either way.
Let me ask you a question. Just real quick question. Then how do I get away from that? How do I get to the point where all black people or most people are not owing your mortgage and your car note and whatever you pay? Even if you get your own land, you got your own property, you're growing your food, you got your chickens, your cows, your goats, all that extra shit, right? How do we get to the point then where we aren't? And I'm gonna be honest with you, I know the answer, but I want to know what your answer is. How do we get to the point then where we don't owe any of those people?
My answer would be my answer would be it's a lot of people out here that we don't look into. You can actually start personal buying, personal trading. That's what the white man do. He ain't doing it with you. He just capitalizing off your dollar. But amongst them, they trading, they selling, they doing business with each other.
But
When
you
the
still
foreigner
got
get through,
property tax though. No, you still got property tax.
you gotta do it.
You still got property tax.
Let me explain.
If solar, hold on, whoa. If solar own a property and he decides to sell it to me and I buy it from him, I still got to pay them property taxes.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know about patenting your land?
Yes.
So what does that mean? Explain to me. I might
You
be
explain
a
it to me.
off.
You explain it to me. You know what? Let me say.
Wait a minute. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna say this. You know what, Nandy? No, I don't know.
I
nothing
just
about it.
asked you a question.
I said no.
And
I said no.
anytime
You know what? I clarified. I changed my answer. I
I've
changed my
answered
answer.
those questions.
I changed my
I've
answer.
answered
No,
those.
I don't know nothing about it.
I asked you a question.
And I changed my answer. No, I don't know nothing about it. So tell me about it.
No, I'm not going for the okie doke. You should have answered me.
Man, I don't know nothing about it. Educate me.
Yeah, I think that so when you talking about the farmland, you know Bill Gates owned most of the farmland in America.
Facts.
That's one individual, and it's white farmers that are having trouble with what he's buying. He's buying up. The goal is to buy up all the farmland. So it's one white man, that owns most of the farmland in America, and the white farmers, they're trying to fight Bill Gates. You know what I'm saying? To maintain their farming, but see, they're dealing with forms of biology, where so they patenting the seeds, and they got these seeds that's destroying the natural seeds in the ground. And it's a lot of complex shit now. Like you're dealing with, forms of molecular biology. They splicing. So I'm just saying that, like, I'm just saying that to say that this is 2021.
This is what I'm saying. A lot of white people, what I'm talking about is land patenting means that it protects your property from claimants as well as the government, meaning taxes and all of that stuff. If you patent your land and have those documents where you can separate yourselves from their taxes. I know this because my grandfather them has done a lot of this stuff. That's why
whatever's going. I don't know too much about patenting. I don't know too much about patenting the land, but I know that these farms are going out of business, whether their land is patented or not, is because of certain things that the corporations are doing. And this is all farmers, and this goes from the seeding to other things. You know what I'm saying? They even genetically modifying insects, to do certain things to natural farmers. So I mean, this thing is layered is the point. And I think that like I said, the idea that what I'm saying, like, well, what are you saying is the solution? Like, if the approach isn't, go through these channels within a system, if you want to just prevent just an all out, I mean, those things were attempted. But like I said, it's even more complex now because I have a hard time convincing people that, the white man is the problem. So not all black people believe that. And especially not, and especially not as many people as in 1960. You know what I mean? And they wasn't able to do it that way. Just think about that. So now we live in 2021 where there's less black people that even believe in that. You know what I mean?
I feel like it's because it's not taught, and then when people try to teach these type of things, because if I'm looking at the statistics online, 85% of white people patent their land, so it's not compromised. This is why they got so much.
I would need
85%.
If you could show me that, I would greatly appreciate that.
Drop it in the chat.
Yeah, drop that for me. And then so let's start having some of these conversations. All right, here's my issue. I'm proficient in all of these areas that y'all talk about, from military to real estate to banking to farming, all of these things. And I'm actually involved in all of these areas. You can ask people who talk to me on a daily basis. I can take you outside in the morning and show you a picture of my chickens in my garden, right? I can drive you to South Georgia and show you different things that we got popping out there, right? I can have these conversations about the various businesses that I own. I had a conversation about how to set up military, how to set up militia, all of these great things, right? But unfortunately, I'm only one person. Ain't nobody playing the victim. My question is, where is the strategic plan for how to accomplish this? Because what I'm hearing,
that's the problem.
What I'm hearing is a bunch of emotional. What I'm hearing is a bunch of emotional rhetoric that reaches me, that touches me. If I'm honest, like, man, damn, y'all, I hear you. But what I'm talking about now is, what is the strategic plan to make it happen?
There is no strategic plan.
And that's your problem. There are strategic plans for people who actually know how to do these things. People who actually understand how to create, set up, and build nations. We're about community.
It don't
Stop
matter
and allow
how
me to
many,
finish, bro. Stop and allow me to finish.
50 million
Allow me to finish, fam. Just allow me to finish. Because I specifically, that ain't gonna work, fam. All that ain't gonna work. Because I specifically asked.
I'm telling you that right now.
I specifically asked, what was the plan? And you know what I heard? There is
no plan.
If there is no plan, I would like to see how you're going to succeed in all of that shit. All of that shit sound good.
I'm going to succeed.
All of that shit sound good until you realize that is the goal of white supremacy.
The goal of white supremacy
is to cause you to panic and just throw it all away, jump out the window.
No, that's not a panic.
That's exactly what it is.
Panicking is when you try to strategize and then they knock off the head.
How the fuck is strategizing panic? That nigga said that. Hey, Solar, this man.
Hey, you know, I mean, and that's why I was saying, like, you know, that's why certain conversations need to be had. And I mean, like, the slave one said, he said, they say, it was a comment in the comment section. You're the men, make the plan. So it's so it's like, you know, that's why I'm not, you know, the back and forth, you know, and we can back and forth amongst ourselves in a private conversation about, you know, what exactly need to matter. And, you know, it's good to debate certain things, you know what I mean, from, you know, the debate league standpoint, but, you know, like actually working on the actual plan to do certain things. And, you know, so that's like private conversations. And this is why you have, as what Anonymous saying, you know, the white man has fraternities. He has different things in which they communicate with each other. Because, you know, to lay out, you know, there's certain things that needs to be done, you know, in order to maintain this form of society. For those people, they got to do evil shit. And they don't want everybody to know that.
White man has the black man. So he always good because he got the broken, weak-minded black man. So he's going to be straight. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't going against that white man. Niggas going to always sit around and pray what he got, what he doing, how great he is. He got a think tank. He got fraternities. I hear you, nigga. What happened to my motherfucking interview, nigga? The fuck happened to my interview?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow based on what? Is that what you told me? Is that what was scheduled? Or did you just decide on your own like you do every fucking thing else, nigga?
Yeah, I just decided on my own.
Okay. I told motherfuckers be on the lookout for the interview and shit.
Yeah. I mean, but that's a thing right there, and that's accountability. He's holding me to that, and that's right. What we talking about. You know what I mean?
What's up, though?
Because it was. I did schedule an interview, and I didn't communicate with him. I got caught up in this conversation, and the time just went by. And we were supposed to be doing an interview. but see,
ability when it ain't a fucking thing I can do about it, bro. That ain't accountability, nigga.
No, I mean, you brought it out there, and I'm I said, this is me, my ego. Once again, I'm a black man that is suffering from.
Then you'll learn.
I'm not going to just say I'm sorry to your ass, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So just definitely. But no, I'm just saying the fraternity. The back to the conversation. I'm not saying like the fraternity, like that's the boogeyman, but that's just how they communicate amongst themselves when they want to get shit done. And if we don't have a form of that, then we're at a disadvantage. We don't have a form of that.
That's the point. If we can't figure out how to create, it ain't gotta be no fraternity. I don't give a damn what you call it. But if we don't figure out how to create organizations where we build and we say, nah, nigga, this is what we doing. This is the plan. This is how we're gonna get it accomplished. Nigga, you not finna fix shit. Ain't nobody trying to give credit to no white man. I'm telling you where we at. And I'm telling you there's a way that we have to defeat it. Play that. I'm finna walk off into the fucking wilderness and do a walkabout if you want to. Try that shit, nigga. Number one, you never gonna get enough cohesion with these black folks to do that shit. Number two, these white folks is set up for the Insurrection Act and it ain't no problem, nigga. I'm telling you right now, the way that we beat this is to unify.
Unify with who? Like y'all niggas be saying, like it's just niggas out here just ready to work, man. Niggas ain't trying to unify, bro.
Right. And we got to teach them why, we got to teach them how, and we got to show them where to go to unify. I agree with you. I agree with you on that, but I also agree that it's because they haven't been given the proper direction.
Bro, you saying that shit like you can just teach some grown ass men who
That's not what I'm saying at all.
These niggas
that's why I say teach the youth. You know
Teach
what I'm
the
saying?
youth.
We learn
Teach
from
the
our
youth.
mistakes, and we got to
Teach the
condition a
youth.
generation
Teach the youth.
of young men to not do these things. And
cop out though.
That ain't no cop out, nigga. That's the truth. You just said these niggas ain't finna listen to you.
If you're saying that these niggas ain't, so why? So you're gonna still try when these niggas ain't gonna do shit?
Try to run to the youth like they gonna listen to your ass. They ain't gonna listen to your motherfucking ass either, nigga.
Shit, nigga, you out your mind.
You thought you had an automatic ear because you said, I'm gonna go talk to the youth.
You know how many youth would listen? You know how many youth is looking for what you got to say right now? You
absolutely
fucking mind.
But do you
out
know
your fucking mind? You know how many youth want to hear what I got to say right now? You know how many young black men and black women want to hear what I have to teach them right now? You know how many young black men and women want to hear the shit that we talking about right now? You out your, and you know that.
Hear it or live it.
You know that because you do media.
Bruh, hear it or live it though.
And that's the point. If I'm teaching it correctly, then it translates into living.
No, hell no, nigga. They still got
shit, nigga.
Bruh.
You know how I know it's real? You know how I know it's real? I'm gonna tell you how I know it's real. I'm gonna tell you how I know it's real. I'm gonna tell you how I know it's real. Because I do it.
He's trolling the fuck out of your ass right there.
Because I do it, fam. Because I do it.
You don't do a fucking thing, bro.
I know. That's it. I know that's what everybody wants to
say. Do interviews running your motherfucking mouth, nigga. That's what
I know that's what everybody want to say, nigga. I know that's what everybody want to say, nigga. But I do it, my nigga.
I'm here to break this shit up, bro. Y'all niggas stupid.
Nah, nigga, you here to talk shit. I want to know your plan.
Plan for what? What's the plan, my nigga? What you asking?
For a solution, nigga.
A solution to what? What's the problem? What's the problem?
White supremacy. How do black people overcome white supremacy?
Here we go with this white supremacy shit.
Goddamn right.
Here's the problem, dog.
That's a mythological boogeyman.
White supremacy is not real. It's a myth.
Hey, can we debate that?
Who? You and who?
Me and
you. Can debate that with any fucking body you want to. What you mean?
Me
Can
and
you debate
Nah, nigga, with you.
Your motherfucking set up. I don't set your motherfucking debates up, nigga. All of a sudden, niggas now tasked. Can you set me up a debate with somebody?
We got the commissioner. We got me and you. Can we debate does white supremacy exist?
I mean, what is white supremacy though? What is white supremacy though? Is that would that be the this corporate aspect that we talking about with like the Walmarts, and is that white supremacy? Because that oppresses white people too.
It's the imaginary entity that people like Anon and Yame blame everything on.
I ain't blame none of that shit.
Oh yeah.
I guess you pulled up to the conversation late.
If that is the case, then it would have to be explained, to the team. Now I have my ideas of what I believe it is.
No, it's the illusion that
Blue
that
here.
Walmart gives
Blue
other
definitely
people.
believes in the myth of white supremacy. Yeah.
See, the issue isn't the corporation necessarily. It's that it's that.
So
that
white supremacy don't own these
are
companies and don't oppress us?
No, but they do. But that's not necessary. But they also
You just said it was an illusion.
Hold on. Most people, I didn't say that. I said most white people
white supremacy
are
an illusion?
being no.
Most part, go ahead. What you saying, Blue? Most part.
Yeah, I was saying most white people are being oppressed by the same system, but the white supremacist part of it is the fact that they feel like they have the upper hand.
That goes into what Taz is saying, that's an illusion. If I'm oppressing you the same amount, you still gotta pay, the same amount of money for some bullshit product as a nigga, but you just think that, oh yeah, well, this Walmart is a reflection of our superiority.
But they willing
So
to
really
put
what you're
up with
saying
it
is elitism
in
the
order
problem.
to pressure us.
So you're saying elitism is the problem? Huh?
I would say the white supremacist part of it is the fact that the resources and the means, a lot of it comes from the continent where we just so happen to be, our origins. This black continent has been the footstool of, extracting all these different things to even create a Walmart or even to create a conglomerate system, an international system. That would be the white supremacist behind it. The fact that they would extract resources, or we allow them to extract resources from the dark continent, at a very cheap rate, to then flip it into these conglomerate, corporations, would be at the behest of, the workers that they got in there with no shoes on, digging up the diamonds and digging up these metals for our cell phones and all the different things, and the gold and the oil. And so they could flip it into these conglomerate, transnational corporations. That would be the white supremacist in my eyes. That would be the
Blue,
white
I'ma kill
supremacist
you.
aspect of it.
Blue, I'm gonna kill you. I just want you to know that, bro. I'm gonna kill you, nigga. Like,
bro, you've already failed. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you, nigga. God damn. Hey, so just once again though, and I'm waiting to hear it. Is there a plan to overcome?
No, nigga. You
And
got
a post, like, it's almost like what was the name of that? It was a game that, like, it was a game. I think it was the Age of Empires or something like that. And it's like once a nation gets to a certain level,
Risk was like that too.
It was like once the nation is able to, like, get to a certain level, you're not gonna be able to beat them. Like, far as
so it ain't no way for us to beat this
unless
no, there's no way for us to beat it at all.
Unless in certain areas, because like I said, you're dealing with as far as militarily, the military is so integrated that'll be like a civil war down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so you're saying it don't make no sense then to try to fight it military.
Yeah, so in terms of within the system, system, you could destroy the system from a standpoint of, as what you can see, like, it's like when certain things like happen and like the chaos reigns and certain things that we could take advantage of based off of this being one of the hallmark nations of what they are presenting around the world to be, this globalization. You know what I'm saying? This whole idea of, and because it all began here. You know what I mean? So anything that is a monkey wrench within that, the world is going to watch. And this is why the media plays a very important role.
You think they give a shit about that?
Who?
Right. They don't care about that.
You think them white folks give a shit about that? Like, if it comes to the bottom line of, I gotta protect my money and my infrastructure, or give these niggas what they want because they acting up? Which one they gonna choose?
Now, when you saying the white folks, which one did you talking about?
We talking about this governmental society that we live. We talking about this bureaucracy.
Well, the
reigns supreme.
government wants to make this into a melting pot.
And they already choosing. They killing us off.
And this is a great question.
They
Is
killing
the
us off
government-
medication. They killing us off.
Yeah. The government wants to make this.
Is the government
already doing.
is the government a branch of white supremacy?
Yes, it is. Of course, even the black people in that ain't number Oreos.
Blue, is the government a branch of white supremacy?
I agree, Sister Nandy.
I told you I fuck with Nandy rhetoric.
Yes.
I just don't
I
agree with
agree with
everything
you,
she
Nandy.
say. If I could take Nandy and just give her like 10 other talking points, Nandy would be goddamn president.
It's 10 other talking points.
Yeah,
I
let's
agree
just give
with
her 10 ways to
Because
put it
that's what I
out
was
there.
getting ready
Nandy
to say.
killed me.
Like, yeah, the only thing you could do with this government now as it stands is make certain concessions. You can fight for certain concessions, certain rule changes, certain ordinance changes, certain rights, certain civil rights, certain human rights. That's the only thing you could do with this particular government.
Now,
But like,
once those rights are passed, then what?
Then nothing. Then nothing. Because right now they get passed and they still got underlying.
No, they are not passed right now.
This is what I'm telling you. If you look at the civil rights,
they are not passed right now.
One thing I do, I study all of that. If you look at the civil rights movement and the voting rights and the fair housing and all of these so-called acts that they filed and they supposedly passed, we still got the largest rate of homelessness. They still figured out a way to discriminate with Section 8 by
because they redistricted.
Right.
They redistricted us, right?
Hold on, let me finish.
They fucked our voting.
It ain't even about the districts. It ain't even got nothing to do with that. They got other.
So you don't think voting? Do you think voting would help at all?
No, not if it's being controlled. Not if it's being controlled. And if they've been controlling it, and even if Donald Trump and all of these other people, even when Lincoln was
not presidential, but I mean local,
just even locally, because they control the codes. They control the cell
How
phones.
long has the Housing Act been instituted?
Since the 70s.
And how much more segregated are we today?
We're gonna stay segregated. And I'm gonna tell you why.
That's a horrible argument, bro. Like that is
We're gonna stay segregated though, but the thing of it is,
I'm going in.
My point being is that the practices still haven't changed, and the law has been changed for it.
Right, the practices are not going to change.
Practices
Here's the thing with the economics and why black men as a whole are behind, and people forget this. So when we talk about slavery didn't just have a mental effect, it had an economic effect that puts all black men and black women, if you're talking about African descendants of slaves in this country today, we're talking about 250, almost 230, 250 years behind before we can even get close to closing the racial wealth gap in this country. That's how far we are behind because of slavery, racism, and white supremacy. Almost 250 years it would take us to close the racial wealth gap.
You better stay out my debate.
Oh, my bad. But see, this is what I didn't know that. But this is what I'm saying. Like, when we make these arguments about why some black men need to do this, we can make all the plans we want. Your plan better be a 400-year plan.
400 degrees.
Wait, time out. So we agreed in that. So we agreed in if somebody did have a 200, 300, 400 year degree plan, that would be.
You better start now.
Yes, you don't start now, right?
The later you start, the further that 250 years go out.
I agree. Now, here's a question. Other than that, how do we get out of the situation that we in?
You don't. Because the only thing, like in this situation that we're in this country, the only thing in history that has toppled these types of governments that we're under now is natural disasters. Natural
complete
disaster.
chaos. Exactly.
Chaos does not topple governments, bro.
Those were home.
Like.
Look at Venezuela.
It's going to take a nuclear war. And so it's like a depletion of resources, a lack of resources. What they're trying to do this now, they're trying to foster this now. Make us think that there are a lack of resources, make you think there ain't enough tissue to wipe your ass, make you think there ain't enough bread to go around, make you think that these pandemics and diseases is killing everybody off, don't leave outside your home. They experiment with your ass right now.
You're all gonna die.
You're all gonna die. You all need to do what you need to do is call Taz and A9, Yara, Blue, Suave, so say, y'all need to get y'all shit together, build some money, build some resources, and,
what I'm saying,
separate.
I mean, just to
separate ideologically.
You answered the question that was before that. What the government is trying to do is make this a melting pot. So this is why you see like the interracial thing being promoted on the TV. They're trying to make this into a big
You know why?
So the government
that gets rid of the black argument.
Right. So the government.
Then y'all gonna agree with that shit.
Hold on. Y'all gonna get rid of the black people.
Wait.
So that's what.
Did you say the government was trying to turn America into a fucking melting pot?
Yeah.
Since when?
Since they started.
Since they've been having slave babies.
So why the fuck would you say they trying to turn it into something that it already is?
Bro, listen to what they're saying.
Remedial levels of thought on this channel.
The only thing is
you too tall to be that angry.
The only thing
you too tall to be that angry.
The only thing that's remedial right now,
I mean, they started the melting pot probably like the early 19th century when they began to immigrate, but their idea of melting pot was different groups of Europeans mixing, and then I'm saying like this is a real melting pot where they getting Asians and the Mexicans and immigrating blacks and people from the Middle East, and they really want to mix everybody in this gumbo.
It's deeper than that though too, because they're already telling us that by 2050 a black person will be a biracial person. That would be the definition of a black person.
And that's what's already being promoted at this point.
Yeah.
Right. You gotta
So y'all fell into the trap then.
So that's what the government is trying to do. Now what average white people, because we got to make this distinction when we say the white people. And what the average white person want, they want to be white. They're trying to remain white. And most of us are trying to remain black. Most of us. You know what I mean? So then it's this middle where everybody and this is when they're all coupling into these colleges and universities and they're getting their social engineering, and this is where all this is going on. And but the thing is, where all this meshes is that most of us, even these white people that's over here that want to remain white, and these black people that want to remain black and do good for black people, and the Asians over there, they're all sending their kids to those colleges to be conditioned to amalgamate. So when they bring in home black dude, and when the white girls bringing home the black dude, and the white boys bringing home the Asian girl, and it's all a bunch of because the universities, this is what has to be promoted in a multicultural post-integrated society. You know what I mean? The one guy, I think there was I think what was it? I forget the name of that Asian chick, the Pakistani chick that had the Maui or something that had the little TV show on Fox. Her brother, he's Pakistani, and he just shaved his head, and he went into the college as a black person to get all the privileges of a black person. And what he pointed out was that from a conservative point, this is a conservative talking point, that black people could go into like Harvard and Yale. They have less to actually qualify for certain programs. They don't have to meet the standards of an Asian or a white person to get into certain programs. You know what I'm saying? Their SAT score could be less.
But here's the false narrative of that, Solar. The reason why that is because those colleges and universities get government funding for having a certain amount of minorities in their student population. So that's a money move. That ain't nothing to help us. That's a money move for them.
Right. So I agree with that point. I agree with that point, but this is why he pointed out in his book though. he pointed out in the book that, well, if I would have went as a Pakistani, then the criteria would have been higher.
Wait, no, but wait, it's
because they usually can afford to pay for it.
Y'all just be saying anything, bro. Like, how ain't it for you if a black person can get it?
It's not, because they only have a certain limited amount of space. Listen, you know what they say? Listen what the law says.
I mean, y'all
the law
niggas,
says,
that
law
black,
says if you
black
out of 50,
people
listen,
black,
bro.
Like
no,
that
listen
shit.
to what I'm saying, bro. So you got to get an understanding, bro, before you start talking to me. If the school has a 50,000 body population of students, right? 50,000. The U.S. government says, give me 5,000 Negroes, and I'm gonna give you $2.5 million a year. They say, okay, no problem. They already know you're not, the blacks are not, the black students that are coming in, most of them will not have met the education requirements that other white students or Asians have met, because they're coming from the inner city. They already know that. They just do that to take the money, bro. Is that an opportunity for some? Yes, but is it an opportunity for the whole?
You have
No,
a source
it's not.
for this bullshit you saying, or maybe
It's
you
not. You can call it whatever you want to call it.
I got a source. I got a source for saying.
Bathe in it. That's what it is.
Y'all just be talking. That shit
No,
ain't.
I'm not just talking, bro. I'm
that
telling
shit
you.
is not true.
That is very true. What
Okay,
planet
so
do you live on?
the planet where Harvard, for example, the white people just sued Harvard and the Asians sued Harvard because these motherfuckers going back and forth about who's allowed to be in there based on the scores.
Do you know what white people sued them, bro? The poor white people, the poor white people that would normally have gotten in before those token blacks was let in.
Already, bruh, it's students that's
No.
already.
The
already,
white folks that can afford to get in Harvard ain't complaining.
But they are.
No, they're not. The white folks that can afford to send their kids to Harvard and Yale and Dartmouth, they're not complaining. It's the poor kids who would have those, normally would have gotten those opportunities from Harvard when they give out the low income grants or scholarships. Those are going away because now they can't get, because the government is giving money for them, letting minorities in, black minorities from inner city.
I think the Rhodes Scholarship has now put out a certain amount of money annually, specifically for black people.
Right.
You know,
they didn't used to do that.
I don't know why you like that. I guess I know you don't know. This ain't about income, bro.
It's always about money, bro. What are you talking about? It's always about money.
The problem is the scores and the scores that students have
money,
based on the schools they go to. They're ill-equipped when they get to a Harvard.
Well, yeah. I mean, y'all both is saying like, y'all both is kind of like, it's
man, don't be appeasing that nigga when I'm talking to him.
No, but no, he's right. He's right because of what they're complaining about is why don't the person with the highest score get put in there?
It's not. No, listen.
But what they're saying, but what they're saying is that, you know, we need a certain amount of African Americans in there. That goes into your argument. So in order for that to happen, if African Americans are scoring less than, let's say, an Asian and a white person, if we just go by scores, then there would be no blacks in there, pretty much.
Exactly.
So we have to now kind of like, you know, compensate that by, you know, opening the door for, you know, if they're scoring on average low, you know, lower than everybody else, then we have to now, you know, deal with it on that level. So this is what they're doing. They're okay, if you score this amount, and then they're saying that, well, this helps better in a multicultural society that you be around black people. This is one of their arguments, that you have to have a segment of black people in there to socialize with, because this is what you're going to be dealing with in the real world. So this is what the conflict is, you know. So the Asians on the one hand and the white people are saying, well, why don't you just give the person with the highest score? Because that opens the door. Well, are they, you know, are you saying that black people are stupid and we just gotta, you know, take them in just because, you know? So this is like kind of like what the issue is, you know. Oh, you're compensating them for scoring lower.
It was the Asians that was filing the lawsuit. They the ones claiming they getting discriminated against. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not even us in that regard. Like some of the stuff he's saying, it would apply if it was us, but we don't have the numbers at Harvard to even make that argument. It's a different group that's saying they being marginalized and actually belong there in higher numbers.
Well,
but our children aren't even prepared to go to Harvard, which is a whole nother issue.
Because they're saying they're smarter than niggas, and how come they can't get in? That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying, bro.
That's exactly what they're saying.
I'm gonna need you to step up intellectually, bro.
No,
give me another, give me an intellectual way of
saying. Well, the guy that wrote the book, you know, he
say that to me intellectually.
Since he was a Pakistani, you know, he shaved, like he said, he shaved his head and he looked at black, you know, and that it challenges a lot of things. And when you read his book, because it's challenging what we consider to be black, first of all, because I would look at him when his head was shaved. That looked like a Pakistani with his head shaved. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, what is black? And then two, the whole thing of well, if they found out who he actually was, then those standards would have changed. And he's saying, well, why? You know, that's the question. You know, so but that goes, Yara was saying, like, you know, this quota has to be met. And this is, I guess, from a governmental standpoint, in order to maintain this idea of progress, you have to now, I guess, compensate, since they did marginalize us in areas of education, and it's reflecting now in the scores. So I guess they're saying that, well, we have to compensate for that by doing this, because we know that the public school is different from public school, even in white communities. Even you've done specifically with the quality of public schooling, and then going all the way through the upper years of high school, that they know that they systematically designed it for us to not have the same quality of textbooks and things of that nature. So of course it's going to result in lower test scores, you know.
Can I add something to that? So I heard what Elder said, and I'm trying to find the law, because when schools started to be integrated, they wrote into laws the certain amount of black people that can attend their schools. I don't care how much you can spend, right? Mm-hmm. So, and like we said, a lot of the children, our black children, can't afford $100,000 to go to what they consider to be the best schools. That's another form of invisible discrimination. The inflation of the prices, also the manipulating tactics that they use with the testing. And then, like he said, there's a certain minority in every school that they actually have to accept in order to get the funding, according to them actually agreeing to integrate with having black people in their schools. I'm trying to find the law so I can drop it in the chat, because there was the case versus board of education.
Kids in them schools, like, you know what I mean? It's a trip, man, because like it's not like they're actually qualified either. They don't have no fucking money to get their kids in them schools either, for real. That's why all the motherfuckers just got popped for that little scam they was running, where they was taking all the athletes and saying that these athletes were actually athletes, and they really wasn't. All them white kids got scholarships and didn't deserve it because they didn't want to pay. Like, we got to stop talking like these motherfuckers got so much money, because it's not money. Like they decided to cheat the system and got caught. And even though I seen the John Taz where it was you know, it's white folks that saying, well, yeah, 3 generations down, it was like a black uncle or some shit in their family, and they put African American on that motherfucker.
Here's the problem with that. Y'all keep grouping all white folks together. White people separate themselves by finances and income, just like black folks do. Like, they got there's white folks that's a part of that are poor. You got poor white folks, right? But they utilize white privilege. That's what connects all white folks. That's
what I was just finna say with those scholarships and stuff. You're right.
Yeah. That's what connects them, but you still got poor white folks that can't pay to get in school.
Generation.
So they'll get on these, go to these schools and claiming to be athletes and claim to be that. You just had these white folks in Hollywood paying for their children to get into these Ivy Leagues, paying to get into these Ivy League schools, and their kids was dumb as a box of rocks and couldn't get in there, but they had enough money to pay to get in there. Them two actors was the ones that just went to jail. They did
manipulating
they
SAT scores. They had a whole system when they was doing
Yeah,
that.
they had a whole system.
They, right,
They've
but
been running for decades.
that wasn't about money. They had that, like they had to cheat
Bro,
to get
it's always about money.
man.
Because
Bro,
when they dumb
fuck you
kids
talking
come out of
about?
them classes, when they dumb kids come out their schools with the Harvard educations and they know they ain't nothing but C-grade students, they be your boss. They be running Fortune 500 companies the next year, bro. It's all about money, bro.
Well, and it's about the paperwork too. Like, you know, I mean, if you got that Harvard degree, you know, you can, doors are open, you know. So, you know, that's why they make you pay a lot of money to get into Harvard.
Man. But I understand what you're saying, Taz, but they cheat on so many levels, bro.
Right.
They got the system rigged on so many levels. You know what I'm saying?
I agree that the system is rigged, but one of the biggest problem is the credit that's given to white people. We give white people blind credit for everything. They're just everything, bruh.
I don't give them credit like that. I give them credit for being cheaters and liars. They the best cheaters and liars. I give them credit for that. They'd come up with a scheme in a minute.
Yeah,
but they create things just to scheme you.
I think sometimes it even happens where you're not even knowing you're doing it. Because what ends up happening is white supremacy. White people do this. White people have this. Black people don't have this. Black people don't have this. Black people don't do that. White people do. That's what conversations are. They end up.
The reality though, Travis. Whether you like to ever admit in your life, that's the reality in this country. Whether you ever admit it or agree with it. That's what this country is and has become. And if you walk through this life thinking you're not affected by racism and white supremacy, then you're the victim.
No, I'm not.
You're the victim, brother. Trust me. If you walking through this country in America as a black man and think you've never been touched, will not be touched, or you haven't experienced racism and white supremacy in your life, and it hasn't affected you or your children, then you are the victim. Because you're the walking dead, bro. You're walking with your eyes wide shut.
Do you hear me?
We hear you, Tess.
I believe you could experience it at every moment. And you're so terrified about that. White supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. When you go live, nigga. When you go live like it's there. You sound scared. When you go live like it's omnipresent.
You know what you sound?
It's omnipresent.
You deny what's in front of you.
Nigga, I was bullshit.
So because you deny what's in front of you, you have no plans to attack it. You have no plans to attack it because you deny that it's there. That's the fear. The fear is not recognizing. The fear is looking the other way, Taz. And
I would stop there. Because your best attack on white supremacy gonna come out the Bible, nigga. You talking to the wrong person.
I'm talking to the
nigga,
very
I operate daily to attack it. You pray for it to go away.
You look at the wrong way.
You pray for it to go away, nigga.
Saying this country is built on racism and white supremacy.
Nigga, you waiting on Yahweh to make it go away.
You're a black American. You're a true black American.
Don't play with Taz,
bro. You love America.
Right.
You
and you're an
love
Israelite.
The red, white, and blue.
You're confused at who you are.
No, I'm not confused.
You're a wannabe Bible reading the Bible who tells you who you are.
Love
I'm just a nigga living in real time.
You don't like the red, black, and green. You don't like to talk about Africa. You love America. You love America. You love the slot machines. You can't fathom a country where there ain't no toilet paper where you can wipe your black ass.
What exactly is your point?
You love America.
Don't
You're
you
a white
here?
Man in black skin.
Until you leave, you do
on the
too.
Titty.
Until y'all leave, you do too.
You
this is the false pro-black, my nigga. I will do a stream about your fake
white man.
When Taz get mad, that's his gun right there. I will do a stream on your motherfucking ass, nigga.
You niggas been running around
America.
You need to crying about the white man.
You don't need to do another stream. You need to take off.
You're crying about the white man.
Sam, man.
Repent competitively.
That's who you are.
Motherfucker, that's your people
You
who
are
went to the
Uncle
military,
Sam.
little nigga.
You Uncle Sam.
Your people went to the
America.
military, little
Just say
nigga.
it. You the one you walk around.
Ain't that
There
your
is no
people?
such thing
Ain't
as
that the
racism and
Yahweh
white
war machine
supremacy.
with all them
There's no
military
such thing as
knuckles in it,
racism and
knuckle?
white supremacy. You love what the white
You
people
playing,
offer you.
nigga.
You love
Your
their
homeboy,
handout.
your whole
Hold
fam,
on, bro. I'm
the
talking to
goddamn
you. You
Yahweh
love
war
their
machine
handouts.
fought for this
You
country,
love they
nigga.
you love their
Not me.
side deals. You
I've
love
never
everything
fought.
they do for you. You love
I've
their
never done it.
sports. You
I've
love
never done it.
their comedy shows. You
Niggas
love
cry about
everything. You
them.
love their TV,
Yeah.
their radio stations. You
And you
love
love their
everything they
Bible,
have to
nigga.
offer you and
And you love
pacify
their
you.
Bible.
You love Becky's titties. You
And you love
love
their
Becky's
Bible,
tits,
nigga.
bro. That's what you do. You
What?
love her tits.
What? I love being a fucking American.
You love Becky's
I live
tits.
here.
Yes. You
Until
love being
you
a white
leave,
American.
you do
You
too.
want to really be white.
Leave.
White is that t-shirt you got
This
on.
is
You want
why
to be
white
white.
folks start
You
telling
can't
niggas to
stand
leave
black
in the
leadership.
1920s.
You can't
You
stand
had
black
dumbass
leadership.
niggas
You can't stand
bragging,
black leadership.
yapping,
You can't
talking that
stand black
Africa shit.
Africa.
Get
I
your
don't see
ass
how
up
you
out
can
of
look in the
here.
mirror and stand your
Go.
black self.
Yo,
Because everything you
I'm the
talk
homeboy
about
though.
is how much you love
Yeah,
America.
I'm the homeboy though.
Wade. Get
Yeah,
your
That's how much
emotional
you
ass
love
I'm the
off here,
America.
nigga. I was
homeboy though.
talking about your Ukanon. But now
I'm
we
the
can talk about
homeboy. Now
you
you
too,
said
since you want to
homeboys with an
hop
S,
your
nigga.
emotional ass up here.
You
I was
said
talking about
homeboys
your
with an S,
Ukanon, but
nigga.
fuck it, I'll drill all three of you niggas. It's
Just
me.
say you
Nigga, I
love
want the
America,
smoke.
nigga. And
It ain't
we'll
nobody that can
done.
help you niggas with me, nigga.
I wanna
The fuck?
I wanna build on you with the with the trade lines. That's what it is. I think. Yeah.
Why you want to build on him with that white man shit?
Shit, that's what y'all call it. I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas call it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas call it.
I don't
I call it a motherfucking trade line.
I don't
That's
call
what I
it
call
that. That's that fake pro-black shit because you sat there and chimed in. You soaking on the white man too.
Hey, hold on. Let's have a
That's that fake
conversation.
Let the
shit.
pro black. Hey, why
Wait,
you gotta keep
whoa,
bringing
time
black,
out.
man?
So improving,
Stop and put yourself in your own thought process. You
improving
playing
your
with the wrong
finances,
person.
improving
You're
your credit,
intellectually dead.
improving
fucking
your
with me.
finances and
Bruh,
your
talk
credit
to
is
your
fake
people.
pro-blackness.
I don't have no problem with you doing that as
Improving
an
your
American.
finances and your credit is fake
As an
pro-blackness.
American.
Improving your finances and your credit is fake pro-blackness.
As an American.
I told you.
You didn't give no caveat.
None really.
Motherfucker, that is the
credit.
caveat, nigga. That's the origin, nigga.
I'm just
Don't play with me,
okay,
nigga.
so should
Don't
black
play
men
with
and
me.
women? So should black men and women work to improve their
Ask
finances?
Rod, nigga.
I'm
I
asking
say
you.
yes. You can't ask me shit, nigga.
I agree.
I ain't the one sitting up here saying we shouldn't. That's your face.
When did he say? When did he say we
When
should?
did I say that?
When you
When did
sitting
he
here
say we
saying
should?
Well,
people
I'm
love
saying
America.
credit don't have anything to do with it because see what y'all gotta understand, all of that stuff is ran by the system. They still have manipulated
You out
taxes.
your mind, bro. What you?
Back
What
to
you
Can
mean?
I finish? Can I finish?
America, the system,
They still
the white
got
man.
manipulating tactics with credit too. Do you know that they have
You out
red
your-
flags
you
on
out your
certain
mind,
areas and
You out your
certain communities where you can't even
The
get
system,
credit?
the white man.
I'm just asking you a question. Did you know that they zone off zip?
I do. That's
how can
why
you
you
get
get
up
you a
here and work?
virtual. So that's why you get you a virtual address.
But why should you have to go all of that to survive?
Hold
If
on,
the
I
system
agree
is
that we
for
shouldn't
us?
have to. We're not talking about what we should and shouldn't have to do. We talking about how to win. Back to my point. So
But this
I
is my
agree
point.
that
How are you winning if you
let
still
me
just
finish. Let me finish. You about to lose. So that's why I
no, I'm
say
not.
the best thing to do is create a business in with a virtual address.
Don't you got to be an American to
area
do that?
You know.
No,
Would you say
yeah,
what?
I mean, this is making like.
No, you don't actually.
I mean,
You
the
don't?
idea,
So
like
do it
you know,
as
the
not
idea
being
would be
one.
to make progress
your
from
sovereignty.
the pitfalls that they're putting out there. No different than like they say the Underground Railroad. They'd be like, well,
Yeah,
why are
that's
you
all
going?
I'm saying.
It's like, well, why are you going? Yeah, why are you going up to the north with other white folks? It's like yeah.
Right.
Well, this is just to get us a step forward from
Yeah,
where
you
we were
keep
at
your
before.
ass on the plantation. I'm finna
I mean,
go
this
ahead and make sure everybody get free.
That just gives us a step forward from where we were at before. This gives a little more freedom than what we initially had.
And like I said, if if multiple black men thought like that, we would have 100 to 200
Right, that's
black
pulling
men.
people two different ways. That's
No,
where the
it's not.
problem.
Hey, no, it's
like,
not. No, it's
one
no.
one
It's,
minute
it's
you're saying
separating.
you're not
It's
American,
separating.
you're not
You know what it really is? It's separating the proactive from those that are reactive.
But how are
What
you
I'm saying,
proactive? Let me
what
just
I-
say
That,
what
that
what
don't
I'm
make
what I'm saying
Hold
is this
on,
point.
A9.
like
How
you
you
just
What I'm
switched
saying,
proactive?
paradigm,
How you
A9.
proactive?
I love how niggas
You
don't want me
talking
to talk.
about
Go ahead.
credit and all of this
The
stuff, but you
paradigm,
still owing the white man. You still begging the white man. Your credit card coming from the
So,
Pepper.
so why
begging
do
the
you
white
Your
attribute
man?
all
loan
that to the
coming
white
from
man
the
though?
Pepper.
Who begging the
But
white
this is
man?
what I'm saying. You
Y'all
keep
can't change the
spending
origin of
money.
the conversation, nigga.
credit
Who
card coming
begging
from
the
the
white man?
Peckerwood.
This
Everything
shit
you get
crazy.
coming from the
My
Pepperwood.
sister, I
So
talked
what is your
about
credit got
building.
to do
Y'all
with
I
it?
talked
changing it.
about
Y'all
building.
changing the
I
And
talked
conversation
I've
about
though.
seen a
building
lot of people with
Hey,
business
credit
credit.
bruh. Hey,
scores
bruh.
I talked about
and they
building.
still
I talked
discriminate.
about
Y'all
building
changing it.
business credit.
Y'all
I talked
changing it.
about building. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm
Let
with
me
you
get
Even
this
if
off.
you're
Let me get
building
hold on.
business
Let me get
credit,
this
your
off real quick.
credit lines are still
All that
coming
shit
from
sound
the
good.
same
Let me get
system.
this off real quick. Let me get
Describe
this
to the
off.
argument league.
Let me get this off, and then you can shit on it all you want to.
That's
We gonna find
crazy.
out. I'm talking about building business credit, right? And so when you build business credit, ain't nobody begging no white man for shit. I'm building business credit, right? I built that on my own. I
Explain
built.
building
Hold on, allow me to
I,
finish.
wait a minute, I'm just
All you
asking you a
gotta do is
question. I
allow
want
me
you
to
to
finish.
explain.
All you
I want
gotta
you to
do is
explain
allow
business
me.
credit.
All you have to do is allow me to finish, and then you can beat it up. All due respect. So when I'm talking about building business credit, I'm talking about actually building something with a business that I can build up to use to buy or purchase whatever it is I want to use as an asset in this country. This country's system is based upon debt. I'm sorry. I know you don't like it. I know people don't like the way it works, but that's how this country works. So what you should do is learn how it works.
How did it change away from
So
Yara being the one that said
hold
that
on.
though?
So what you should do is learn
Like,
how
how
it
is this
works.
being directed at anybody other than
All
Yara?
you got, hey, y'all can get right
Because
back to it.
she
I'm dealing
interjected. I got
exactly.
you, Taz. Hold
I'm
your
dealing
horse.
exactly what the
You
fuck was
still
brought to
haven't
me.
explained to me how you build business credit. Tell me. I'm a little slow.
Okay, so the
think
first way
it's
you do is you get you get 3 small accounts. So what I suggest you do is you get Uline, you get Quill, and you get Granger.
All that
So
come
once
from the white man.
hold on, allow me to finish. You asked the question, allow me to finish. So then you get those 3 companies to report on your business credit, not on your personal credit, on your business credit. Now, once you have those 3 report, now the next thing you do is you're able to now move into companies like Home Depot, Target, Walmart.
Hold
So then
on,
you go.
I'm very
All you
fluent.
gotta do is
I'm
let
very
me
fluent on that.
finish.
The baseline is what I'm trying to say. All
Finish.
that
I'm
shit
trying.
still coming through the white
Now
man.
it's starting to get to the point where you don't. I'm starting to think you don't want the people to hear this free information.
Because
People pay money.
bull crap.
People
What you
pay me money for this
Did you just
information. I'm
say
trying to give it out.
Oh, that's what it
Target
is.
and
People
I'm
Walmart
trying
pay
to
you
give it
shit?
out for
money.
Like,
free.
come
I'm
on
trying.
with that
Watch this.
Oh,
Watch
people
this.
pay you
Here's the
money
funny
to
thing.
claim their
Now here's the
credit.
funny
Now
thing.
I
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. When our people clearly see somebody trying to give something away for free, it's a problem.
Right.
I'm trying to
This
tell
is
you how to do
really
this
the color.
for free. So don't say, oh, A9 trying to charge you. I don't want no money from none of y'all. Sit back and let me tell you how to do this. Thank you very much.
sound like Garfield, but go ahead.
Goddamn.
Hey, you know what? Y'all don't need to know shit. Thank Yandy for that.
Okay, well, let
Fuck
me
y'all.
stop you. Let me stop you so you can know what I know. I know all about Tierra accounts. I know all about Duns and Bradstreet. I know. Hold on, let me read you since you think you know everything. Just to know it all. I understand all about your Paydex number. I understand about all of
How
that.
many have you built though?
Let me talk.
How many have you built?
First of all, it's not about
How
what I
many have
built.
you built?
I don't believe in contracting
How many
myself.
have you built? That's not what I asked you. I asked you
I'm
how many have you
answering
built?
your question.
How
I'm
many have
answering
you
your
built?
question.
My
I
question
don't
is, how many
believe
have you
in
built?
contracting myself to the white
How
man.
many
I
have
don't
you
believe in
built? That's a
contracting
number,
myself to
ma'am.
the white man
That's
to
a
further
number.
keep me
That's
in
a
debt
number,
to the
ma'am.
white man.
That's a number, ma'am.
You
I
build
get it.
a number because
You
you
want to
couldn't
say,
credit
you
for
want to
me.
tell me how in bed I am with the white man. All of that is
You
great.
in bed
How
with them if you
many?
with Uline, Quill,
How
Home
many?
Depot. You in bed with the
How?
Jews or somebody.
How many?
You ain't in bed with
How?
the white man.
How?
I mean, you ain't in bed with the black man.
You built?
How many of those companies is
you
owned by
built?
black?
How
How many
many
of those
have
companies?
you built? How
You
many
you know
have
what?
you built?
I see you are. You like
Yeah,
to get loud.
I got you. I didn't think so. So back to the point that I'm
It
making.
ain't
'Cause
about
I'm
what
not
I
gonna punish the
built. It's the
people. I'm not gonna
principle.
punish the people because you too silly
You
to let me
teaching
finish.
people to go in
You
debt.
ain't
All you
LeBron
gotta do is let me
James,
finish.
nigga. What the hell?
Right,
This
like you
nigga
know
right
everything.
here, bro.
You don't know everything.
All y'all gotta do is let me finish and then talk crazy
Nigga,
about it.
Nas was talking the same silly shit, bro.
All you
Like,
gotta do
this
is
shit is
let me finish and
crazy.
then kick it
You
down the
said
street.
Nas.
Niggas is
Nigga,
like,
Nas
You
is a
don't
nigga.
want me
What
to
are you
talk
talking about?
because you want to feed people that bull crap so they can pay you $200 to do the bullshit credit clean.
and
Now
I
now
dare
watch
you
Because
to
this.
that's
bring
what
up
you eat off
Now
of.
opportunity
watch
zones
this.
on the
I'm trying to
25th,
tell
nigga.
my
I'm gonna
people the
show
Now
you.
watch
right
this.
way, and when you
I'm
contracting
gonna show
yourselves to
you about
all
how
of
many
that,
people heard
you
me
opportunity
ask
only
for
zones,
putting
money?
nigga.
your business at risk because if you don't
How
pay
many
that shit,
people
they can come
heard
and
me ask
take
for money?
your business. Big
How
Daddy didn't
many
get no damn
people
credit line at Home Depot. Why
how
you
many
gotta
people
do?
heard me ask
Nigga,
for
they
money?
just
How many people heard me ask for money?
Hey, say it again,
How many
man.
wait, no, stop.
Every time you filling out a credit application,
hold
you
How
on,
many
begging for money.
people heard me ask for money?
They just shut down people's business.
I got my question, I got my hand raised. I want to know how many people heard me ask for money.
Nigga, you emailed me for money yesterday. Nigga, shut
Yeah,
up.
I know, Taz. Exactly. So watch this. So here's the funny
Hold
part.
on, not only did they shut down,
hey, hold on,
they
Blue,
shut
listen to the
down
bullshit.
people's
Hold on, Blue,
businesses
all
with
that shit
COVID.
sound good. Hey, bro, what's the problem, fam? I'm in the
So
middle of
didn't even
talking.
give them fucking
Right,
loans that they
do all that.
sent
Do
the
all that
loans
when
that
I'm
was
finished.
supposed to go to small
Bro,
businesses. to
do
the fucking
all that when I'm finished. You do not speak for the whole of
nigga.
black people. Go
You
ahead
ain't
and
in
do that
control,
when
bro.
I'm
You
finished.
acting like that
Go
you're
ahead and do
making
that when
black
I'm
people in control of that shit.
criticize me
Nigga,
when I'm finished.
stop that.
No,
bro.
criticize
I've
me
been
when I'm
hearing your
finished.
ass for 2 hours. I'm tired of hearing
Criticize
you.
me when I'm finished.
Damn.
That's all I'm saying. Criticize me when I'm finished.
No, bro.
I'm not asking
bro.
for your fucking approval,
We
nigga.
talking about
Let me
winning.
finish.
We talking
And
about
then
winning, nigga.
my
Not
nigga.
walking around with a fucking head down.
Are we really this immature? We really to the point where
I'm
we're this
tired
immature. We're this immature where I'm finna give free advice.
The same shit.
I'm finna give people free advice, and y'all motherfuckers can't hold your water.
This ain't the conversation for free advice, bro.
No, it is.
Wow.
When she asked me a
It's
question,
always
she
a conversation
specifically
for free
asked me.
advice.
She specifically
What kind of
asked
nigga
me.
shit is that?
She specifically asked me how to build business credit. This year, did she not?
This ain't the bro. She already
Right.
you already
Now,
answered.
Hey,
Bro.
that's this. Now, and I'm telling you.
You already answered that.
This
We
is
got our
why.
answer.
No, I wasn't. That's your dumb ass fault. I wasn't finished. That's not business
Nigga,
credit.
You moved
That's
on.
the
to how we gonna go to
foundation.
fucking get
That's the
Walmart
foundation.
and Target, nigga.
I didn't tell nobody.
Get outta
I
here
didn't tell
with that
nobody
shit.
which companies to apply to. You don't even got. If you stop me now, you don't even have a business credit card. If you stop me right where I stopped at, you do understand that, right? Appreciate
bro,
you, King.
What is I don't understand. Like, what does this have to do?
Hey, Nana, you white?
Winning. Like,
Did you really
Cause you
ask me
sound like
about?
a straight. Yes, I did. Cause you sound like a straight up.
This really where we
Let
at
me
right
tell
now.
you something.
This
Why
really
you
where
can't,
we
this is
at
what
right
I'm
now.
saying. Why you can't come up with strategic methods? All I'm saying is this. Let me just get it out.
we really
Why
at
you
the
can't
point.
come up with strategic methods? Even when people open
What makes you
businesses,
think
if you
I
save
can't?
your money,
What makes you think
if
I
you
can't?
save your money,
You
hold
pulled up
on a
to this
second.
motherfucker
Yeah,
in
that's
If
season
you
crazy.
take the currency, if you
I'm
take
the
the
king of
currency,
strategic plan.
That
if
black
you
people
take the
I'm the
currency,
king of
can just
strategic method.
control.
Do you know
I
who you
can't
talking
tell.
to? Do you know who you talking to? I'm
Again,
answering one specific
why you
question
can't
that you
take the
asked me.
currency that you
So
spoke
I'm
about?
answering one specific question.
Hold on. Okay,
I'm
so you
answering
got
one
business. Hold
specific.
on.
Yo,
Hold
I
on.
y'all
So
just
you
got
got
niggas out of
one
business 20.
question. I just got
Y'all
Hold on,
out
one
of
bro.
question.
control. So
Hold
Why
on.
you
y'all can
can't
ask me.
take your
Y'all can ask
own
me
money
multiple
like your
questions. I'm in the
granddad
Apply
did?
process
it
of
to a
answering,
restaurant,
and
nigga.
y'all
Apply
spazzing
it
out.
to a black-owned
Y'all
restaurant.
spazzing
Hold on.
out.
Apply
You know why
it
you
to a black.
spazzing out?
Hold
You know
on.
why you spazzing out?
Apply it to a
Because
black-owned restaurant
your
during COVID.
narcissistic personality disorder
And this is
has
what I
you
be
feeling
meaning.
like
Like,
you're the
you niggas
black
be talking
messiah.
delusional. Everybody ain't
You
finna be
feel
fucking
like
drop
you're the
shipping.
black messiah, and there's no other way
Bro,
to have these
no, nigga.
conversations other
No,
than
nigga.
run amok,
50 million
cause
black people ain't
chaos,
finna get an
and hope for
LLC.
anarchy, and hope
50
that the
million
white
black
man
people
will
ain't finna get an
empower you.
LLC.
That's what I hear.
50 million black people
I'm
ain't finna
hearing,
have an
oh my
LLC.
God, let's
50
go out
million
here and
black
act
people ain't
crazy.
finna have a big.
And hopefully the white man will empower us when we decide not to come to
Hopefully,
work.
I didn't never say him empowering none.
That's exactly what you hoping for. You
The
hoping that
point
the
of it
white
is,
man's system
the
will
point of
crumble
it
because you
is,
don't show up to
and
work.
if it don't,
You're hoping that the white
and
man's
if it
systems
don't,
crumble
we'll
because
die.
you don't show up to work on
I'd
Monday.
rather die.
And I'm
If
trying
it
to
don't,
teach
okay.
people how to unify, use the
how to
things
work
that are
in his
at their
system.
disposal, and then
How to
separate
work in
from the
his
system.
bro, there ain't no.
I'm trying to show you how to unify, build
nigga,
up
you just said
capital,
credit.
and separate.
How the fuck is you
business
separating credit?
Hey, now let me ask you this, Blue. Let me ask you this. What's the
nigga
difference
right here,
between no Blue? Stop talking.
Bro.
What's the difference between personal
What
credit and
part of
business credit?
How are you separate?
Oh,
I
nigga,
don't
what's
care
the
if it's
difference between personal credit, bro?
business,
What's the
sir,
difference between
sir,
personal credit
sir.
and business
I
credit?
don't care if it's personal
What's the
credit
difference
or
between personal
business
credit and
credit.
business?
How
But
the
you should at
fuck is
least
it
know.
outside of the system?
You should at least know
How
what's the
is it
difference between
outside of
personal
the
credit and
system?
business credit.
How is it outside
What's the
of the
difference
system?
between personal
I'm gonna
credit
ask
and
you
business
again.
credit?
Neither
What's the
one of them
difference?
is
Don't
outside
ask
of the
me no
system.
question because I was in the middle of trying to answer y'all first question.
It's
I
irrelevant.
got to stop doing
It's
that. Now I'm
irrelevant.
asking you to answer my question.
It's irrelevant.
What's the difference
It's
between
irrelevant.
business credit and
It's
personal credit?
irrelevant.
Now this
It's
time I'm gonna
irrelevant.
do you in the debate. Now I want to point out to the
Okay.
judges. I'm asking them
And
a
you gonna
question during my
die
turn
if
to
you
ask
bring up
questions, and he's
credit
running.
in a debate
See
about
this is how
war.
you
You're
losing.
gonna
You
die,
losing already. I
nigga.
thought you was the
The
rapid
fuck
fire
is wrong
king,
with you?
and all you doing is
If you
rapidly showing
bringing
me
up
that you afraid.
credit, you've
What's
already
the difference
lost.
between business credit and personal
The
credit?
fuck is you talking about? We talking about
Difference
war. This nigga
between
talking about
I'm talking
credit.
about the
You get your
difference
ass whooped on the
between
25th.
business credit
You talk
and
about
personal
credit,
credit.
nigga.
Do you know?
You talk about business credit.
Do you know the
personal
difference between
credit,
business credit and
all of
personal
that.
credit? Do you
And I'm
know
gonna
the
show you
difference?
how either way it
Do
go,
you know
get
how
your ass whooped.
business credit and personal credit are
Whether it's
used
business,
and how they affect
nigga,
people differently? Yes or no?
what
At
the
least
fuck
Nandy
does
knew
that
what
have
Dun
to
and
do
Bradstreet
with
was.
the
At
bro?
least Nandy knew what a paydex score was. I don't hear you
Bro,
speaking on none of this. What
it's
is the difference
irrelevant
between
to
business credit
defeating
and
white supremacy.
personal credit? Yeah,
It's
boy, you
irrelevant
done.
to
You
defeating
done, fam.
white supremacy.
You done. You're
Okay.
done, boy. Sit
Okay.
your ass down and stop talking to me.
You spend your time
Sit
talking
your
about
ass
credit.
down and
You're
go
gonna die
find
on that.
somebody else to play with. I'm
You're
busy,
gonna
little
die on
man.
that hill. This nigga
Go
talking about credit.
play somewhere. I'm busy, little nigga. I'm busy,
what was the
little
credit
nigga.
score on the
I'm
good
busy
ship
actually
Jesus?
showing
On the
people
nigga that bought the
how
good
to
ship
fix
Jesus?
their lives.
What was
I'm
his credit
busy
score?
actually showing people how to separate the
What?
system. What you doing is being busy with the
Fuck is
art
you
of
separating from the
complaining.
system?
You're a professional complainer at this point.
You're
You have
lying
no
right now.
solution other
You're
than tell all
lying
these
right
poor
now.
women and children that they should walk off
Now
into
you're
the
gonna try to
woods
play
and
on
allow
heartstrings.
themselves to die.
Now
Nigga,
you
you're a
want to play on
narcissistic
heartstrings
black
because
Jim
you're lying.
Jones. You're
No, I'm not
drinking the
gonna lie
Kool-Aid
to
right
them
now,
and
nigga.
tell them to go fix
I
their
got your
fucking
number,
credit
nigga.
fighting
You
white
don't want
supremacy,
this
nigga.
action.
The hell
All
is
you
wrong
do
with
is
you?
talk. I haven't
You're
heard
talking.
you say
That ain't
anything
action.
about solution other
How
than
is fixing
walk
your
out and
credit
create
action
anarchy,
or
nigga.
a solution?
You're a
That
professional
is the
anarchist.
solution, nigga.
Go
That
talk
is
to
the
Lex
solution.
about that shit.
And
Miss
that
the
is the
niggas who
solution.
grown and trying to
Not no
create
750
real
credit,
solutions.
nigga. We're gonna all get a 750
Real
credit and then we'll
solutions,
defeat
nigga.
white supremacy.
Now
The fuck
here's the
out of here.
funny part. The nigga still ain't told me the difference
50
between
million black
business
people
credit
gonna
and
get
personal credit.
LLCs and we're
Hold
gonna
on, I'm
all
asking you a question.
defeat white
Business
supremacy with
credit
our
and personal
LLCs
credit. Do
and
you know
black
the difference?
businesses. Nigga, which one is
Business
outside of the
credit,
system?
personal credit. Do you know the difference?
Which one is outside of the system?
So you gonna ask questions. You still
Which
asking
one is
questions.
outside of the system?
Still asking questions.
It's
I asked you a simple
to
question. Do you
defeating
know the
white
difference?
supremacy. I
Business
don't
credit
answer
and
non
personal
sequitur
credit. What's the difference?
questions. I don't answer
Business credit
non
and
sequitur
personal credit.
questions.
Do you know the difference?
It's non
You're
sequitur
making yourself look
to
horrible
defeating
right now.
white supremacy.
You're
I
making
don't care
it defeats white
You care how
supremacy.
you look.
It
I
defeats
don't.
white
You
supremacy
care how
because
you
it
sound.
promotes
I don't.
unity
You
through
want to
business
tell
building,
people
and it
around you
protects you,
that they're
and
gonna
it
walk in
protects you on
heaven
your personal credit,
and white
so you can
supremacy
still
is gonna be
afford to
gone
live in
because
a
they're gonna have
system
750
while you
credit
separate
and a
from it.
fucking LLC.
Did you miss the answer? Did you miss the answer? Did
Fuck
you
out
miss
of
the
here.
answer, sir? You want me to answer
No.
for you again?
explain to me.
Watch this.
How
I can give you
credit, nigga. How many restaurants have you owned?
Go ahead. 2.
How many restaurants have you owned? 2.
2.
Oh,
2.
2 restaurants. Where are
2.
they?
How many have you owned?
Where are they?
That's what I thought. Next.
You've owned 2 restaurants.
Hey,
I have.
stop,
Yes.
bro.
Oh,
Just
you
stop.
have.
Stop,
Yes.
bro.
Move on.
Okay,
How many have
hold
you
on.
owned?
Let's start here. Let's start
No,
here.
no, no,
So
no,
you've
no,
owned
nigga. How many have you owned?
0.
Right. So you're not equipped to have that conversation. Next.
Oh yeah, we are.
Now are you ready to answer my question?
No.
Are you ready to answer my question?
No,
What's the
because
difference?
this is perfect.
What's the difference between personal credit and business credit?
Hold on.
What is the difference between personal credit and business? I answered your question.
No.
What's the difference between personal credit and business credit?
Sequitur. Now I want to.
No, it is extremely sequitur.
I want to ask
what is the difference? Because it speaks to your inability. Watch
on.
this. Here's why it's sequitur. Because it speaks to your inability to speak about these situations from an expert perspective.
Correct?
You have no understanding of how the system works, and what you want people to do is go on a walkabout into the wilderness and risk their lives for your narcissistic plan. Nigga, you want people to go into the wilderness and risk their lives for your narcissistic plan. Now watch this. I can't get no answer.
How do you make profit in a restaurant?
America, man, we are not in the wilderness, man. Like, come on, man.
Blue, you gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop.
I ain't never said no word. This nigga keep talking about the wilderness.
Nigga, you talking about the wilderness.
No,
you the nigga talking about wake up tomorrow and just quit everything.
The wilderness up.
You the nigga talking about wake up tomorrow and walk away and quit everything.
What's the title of the debate?
You're the nigga talking about wake up tomorrow and quit everything.
What's the
Hold
title
on,
of
fuck
the
the title. Is your premise that we should wake up and quit cold turkey?
Title of the debate?
No, nigga, is your premise that we should wake up and quit cold turkey?
Yes.
Nigga, you're an idiot.
And yours is that we should get a 750 credit, correct?
No, mine is that we strategically separate.
You said get credit, right?
Mine is that we strategically separate.
Through business credit.
Not just through business credit. Some people want to own businesses, some people don't.
I'm talking about.
Some people own businesses, some people don't. That's your problem. You too stupid to understand that black people are diverse.
Start again.
You're too much of a moron to understand that people are diverse. Not everybody wants to own. And then the fact that you're talking about, watch this. Now I'm gonna tell you how he's stupid. The fact that you're bringing up restaurants, which is probably the most risky business to go into, shows that you don't even understand enough to talk to people about how to create businesses. Nigga, don't talk to me about none of this shit.
Most
restaurants fail within the 2 years of creation. So why would I advise somebody to use their business credit on a restaurant?
Why are you saying
psychotic
that
moron? I keep telling you, fam. You're not equipped to have this conversation. You know why you're not equipped? Because you went to the school of Lex Vortex, which is the school of take money from people and not know what the hell you talking about.
Who the fuck taking money from people?
You nigga, by telling people to walk off their job, by telling people to just walk off and go into the damn wilderness like a goddamn Australian Aborigine, nigga, you taking money out their pockets. You taking food out of people's house. You taking money out of people's houses. You removing the fact that these people can buy the medicine that they need. You're tearing up everything in somebody's home by saying, "Oh, just wake up and go walk into the wilderness, and hopefully they'll treat us like we homeless people and give us a couple tips."
So I'm gonna ask you again. Since
Nigga, don't ask me shit. Answer my question. What is the difference between personal credit and business credit? I'm still waiting for that answer. Personal credit and business credit. Can I just get that answer?
You could deal with. No.
Now notice. Now I want everybody to know this. The nigga's panicking.
Deal with the restaurant.
The nigga's panicking, and he's gonna keep doing what he normally try to do is keep talking. But understand now, nigga. Understand now. You have no answer.
Let me ask you a
figured that shit
question.
out.
Let me ask you a question. You said something about LLC.
Y'all don't ask me shit because y'all ain't answered.
This is all he talking about.
Y'all don't ask me shit because y'all ain't answered.
Hey, Sister Mandy, the debate is
that's right. Talk amongst each other. Go tell everybody else how we should walk off into the wilderness and go to war with America.
You gotta be out your mind. You gotta be out your mind.
No, nigga, that's you.
Nigga, you not even.
No, nigga, that's you. You didn't smoke yourself to party.
I got a question.
Then ask it to Blue, because I'm not asking you. I'm not answering yours either.
And nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Shit, this ain't gotta go to you.
Ain't no fucking defeating white supremacy.
Hold on, that's what I'm about to say. So niggas is saying business credit is how we defeat white supremacy.
That is not what we were saying at all. That's what he tried to turn it into.
Yes, it is.
That's what he tried to turn it into. We was having a simple nigga. We was having a simple conversation.
Just said
Hold on,
business
listen,
credit,
watch
the
this.
difference.
Nandy
Mind you,
asked
his
me.
point is that
No, stop
business
lying,
credit,
nigga.
the
Stop
difference
lying.
is it's
Nandy
outside
asked
of
me
the
how
system.
you
Hey,
build
now
business
you
credit.
said open up a business and clean your credit. That's what you said. Get good credit.
That's what the
And that's
fuck
what I
you
said to defeat white supremacy, right?
That was the topic that we was on.
Hold on, no. Is that's what I said we
been
used to
talking
defeat
about
white
then?
supremacy, right?
What have you been talking
No,
about?
nigga,
then?
answer the question. Is that what I said?
What have
Stop
you
fucking
been
playing.
talking about?
Is that what I said we used to defeat white supremacy?
What have you been talking about then?
Nigga, I didn't talk about only using business credit. You silly bastard.
But you did say use that though.
that is one thing that we can use.
It's not
That
even
is-
a part of
hold
it.
on, and it ain't got nothing to do. Hold on, listen, it ain't got nothing to do
not
with just
even a
we gonna
part
build.
of
We
war,
just gonna
bro.
build businesses.
Business credit.
We just gonna build businesses to defeat white supremacy. See, that's what ignorant people do when somebody is starting to give you multiple solutions.
The minute
Then you
you
pick
bring
one
that,
area.
nigga, that's
Shut
not
your
a
ass
solution,
up.
nigga.
Listen. Shut your
That's
ass
being
up.
a part of white supremacy.
Matter of
nigga.
fact, allow
That
me to
ain't no
talk to
solution.
Damo, nigga, since y'all niggas too afraid to conversate with me.
We ain't too
That's what I
afraid to
thought.
conversate. I just
Converse.
Yeah, you is, because y'all don't want to have a
Don't talk to
conversation.
smart dummies.
Every time I talk, you niggas
Converse.
start to overtalk me. Every
You
time I
over
open my
talking
mouth,
everybody. Don't
you
nobody
niggas
hear
don't be
can't nobody
quiet.
hear
You know
nobody's
why?
mouth but
You know
yours.
why? You know why? Because you niggas are weird. You got
No,
weird
you
ass
weird.
Messiah complex.
You weird. That military done messed you up.
Weird ass
Damn drill.
Messiah
We gonna get our
This
goddamn
ain't the
750
motherfucking
in.
military.
Weird ass
This is the
Messiah.
argument league.
You
So
right. It
you
ain't the
might get
military.
somebody might
You right.
overtalk you.
This
This is
A9
the
world.
argument
This
league. This ain't the
A9
damn
world.
U.S.
This
military.
A9 world. This A9 world.
So you think?
This
Like,
A9
nigga,
world.
you know that black people, like, do y'all understand, bro, how far we done came in the economic system? You
No.
talking like this shit is new.
And I just want to say something because I'll beat your
We've
head
excelled
over
in
that.
the
I will
market.
beat
We've
your head over
excelled in
that,
every.
I know you
niggas
don't want
weird,
to. You
bro.
don't want to debate about.
I'm talking about 1-2. Look, I'm talking
You don't
about
want to debate
1-2.
about this credit
This
situation.
is
I'm
what
calling you
cowards
out
do,
since
man.
you know so much.
This
I
what
want to
cowards do. This what
debate on.
cowards do. This what cowards
Is
do.
credit a whole lot of
This
debt?
what cowards do. This
Stimulating
what
tax,
cowards do.
or it
This
doesn't
what
benefit?
cowards do. And I told you that. And I told you that.
I'm
And I told you
crazy,
that
but
this
he talking
economy
about credit.
revolves around debt. That's why I said build business credit
So
and
how
not
the hell you gonna
personal.
tell black people why
And
they
that's why I
broke
said
it?
all you gotta do is relax and listen. That's why I
That
said
shit
build.
makes sense to
All
me.
you gotta do is relax and listen. All you gotta do is relax and listen.
And
That's
then
why I
you
said.
misinforming people about LLC.
That's why I
And I'm
said
letting
you. That's why I said build business
You
credit.
misinforming people about
That's why I
LLCs
said
because
build.
technically,
Okay, then
when you
allow
got a
me to finish.
limited liability company, that means you got
allow
something
me
you're
to
trying to
finish.
protect. And
Then
if we
allow
some
me to
broke
finish.
niggas,
Then allow me
limited
to
liability
finish.
companies will actually
Then
get
allow me to
you a
finish
better
so you
credit
can
line.
say what I did wrong.
LLC.
You've been
Then
finishing
allow me
for the
to
last
finish.
35
Y'all
minutes and you
motherfuckers
misinforming
panic.
on people.
bro.
Hold on.
I'm
Let's let
tired of
them
hearing you
panic. Hold
finish,
on. Let's
bro.
let them panic. Go ahead.
Like you've been finishing and finishing and finishing, bro. You're
No,
done.
y'all keep cutting me off.
You're
But go ahead
done.
and get it out. Get it off your chest.
You finished at credit 20 times, bro. You know how many times
Mhm.
you went into business credit and the LLC?
Nigga, I didn't say nothing about no
Cause that's how he make his dollar, clean the credit. He wants somebody to call him. He Garfield.
And when I checked you on education, you tried to run from that into like, no, I'm talking about educating black men on knowing they in the
I didn't
war.
run from shit, nigga. Just like when I was talking in, you kept cutting me off.
About that.
Just like when I was talking in, you kept
I
cutting
would
me
say
off.
no,
Because
don't
I'm beating
educate
your
black
ass,
men on
nigga.
that thing in the war.
I'm kicking that weed out
Of course,
your
I would
system,
say no to
nigga.
that.
I'm kicking that
He
weed out
like
your
the
system.
white man. He like the white man information because he was in
And
the
then
white
here
man
we
military.
go with the ad hominem.
He been
Here we go.
brainwashed. He been
Yeah, go ahead
systematically
and get it out
After the
your
nigga
system.
said he kicking the
That's
weed
what
out
that
of me,
is.
now
Go
it's
ahead
an
and
ad
get it
You
out
done
your
went to the
system.
white man schools. You
Go
done
ahead
went
and
over
get it
there.
out your
You
system.
done went over there and fought and was
Go
ready to
ahead and
die for the white
overreact.
The nigga
man.
was just
Go
But you
ahead and
get
weed
back
out
over here with
the
your
system.
black people
Now
and
it's
all
ad
you
None
want
of
to
that
do.
shit gonna make
I
you
just want to
react.
say this. I'm that blue.
Y'all
I'm
ain't
that
got
blue.
no solution.
You
what
sitting
we
up
keep
there
hearing
talking all
is you
that
ain't
stuff
got
ain't none.
no
Like I
solution.
said, you done been
And
everywhere
every
trying
time
to
I
fight
open my
for the
mouth to
damn
spit
white
one
man.
out,
You done
lose
been
your
to the
mind.
white
You
man's school,
lose your
then you
mind.
get to the black man and tell us
Listen
to
to
feel
her.
down fucking
Listen
creep.
to her. Listen
Listen
to her
to
lose
you.
her mind.
Listen to your
Listen
damn
to her
self.
lose her mind.
Listen to you. You
Listen to her
you
completely
lose.
misrepresent anything I say.
I see what it is when you get mad.
Listen to her, misrepresent, call me Garfield, accuse me of scamming, say I'm asking people for money.
I'm trying to keep it
I ain't
respectful
asked
because the
nobody on
judges
here
and
for
everybody
money.
on here, but don't get
All
this
that
shit.
shit is slanderous.
Don't
If
get
I
it
was a
twisted.
whole ass nigga, then I would say, oh, you slandering. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all niggas weird. I ain't asked nobody for shit. I was giving out free advice about one thing that you can use. Ain't nobody said nothing about the only thing that we should do is build business credit to defeat white supremacy.
How the
You
hell
out your
business
stupid,
credit go
you out
How
your
does that even
stupid
come
ass
up?
mind.
How can we use
How does
You're
that come
out
up?
your stupid ass mind.
If that's what we talking about, how
Woo,
does
you got one
business
more
credit
time to
even
say
come
something out the
up?
way to me. Ain't nothing gonna read your
Bro,
ass.
you sat here and called me a scammer, man. Do you think I give a fuck?
I'm sitting up here being respectful now.
You literally sat here and
Because
disrespected
ain't
me
nothing
and called
stupid
me
about nothing.
Garfield.
You just get mad because you thought I didn't know what the
Nandy,
fuck you was talking about. You the
Nandy,
motherfucker that's stupid
Nandy,
because you don't know what the hell you talking
Nandy,
about. You
Nandy,
leave now people the damn
Nandy,
soda just like
Nandy,
Michael King. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Nandy, you literally sat here and called me Garfield and said I'm trying to scam people for money.
I don't care
When
to
I
call
ain't
you
asked,
stupid.
when I
What
ain't
I should
asked
have called you
nobody for $1.
with your
I ain't asked
misinforming ass. You
nobody
sound
for
like them
$1. You think
Anchorwoods
I
with
give
that
a fuck
credit
about
shit.
your opinion at this
You
point?
done watched a couple of
You
videos
think I
about
give a
credit
fuck
and think
about
you
this?
think you
You think I
mastered
give
this
a
shit.
fuck about your opinion at
And
this
you
point?
think I give a fuck about yours?
Right. So then why we even talking? Keep
Then
going.
you been playing with people who let you play with them like that. You got the wrong
Man,
one because
nah,
you know
beat
that
your
shit
ass
don't
on
bother
finance.
me. You
Nah,
gonna beat
beat
my
your
ass
ass
and
on
shit because
finance.
all you like is death and kissing the white man.
Look, in a debate, it'll be bad for you.
You
That's all I'm
already done failed while you telling people to get these damn error accounts and high ass motherfucking companies like Quill, Uline, and all of that bullshit that's gonna quadruple the motherfucking interest rate on your damn credit. Even when they give you
have
black
no
credit cards. Now
you
shut
talking
the
about?
fuck up, cause you don't know shit
What are you
about what
talking
you're talking
about?
about.
What are
What
you
the
talking
fuck
about?
you talking about?
We're talking about building business
And
credit
I'm
and
telling
then
you,
not
building
using that
credit
company
that
no
way
more.
is only a one-way ticket to
I'm
motherfucking
talking about
disaster.
using that company to quickly build up business credit
Why
and
you
then
can't get?
moving
Why you
on
can't save your
and
money and
then
buy your
quickly
own
and
motherfucking
then
supplies?
quickly and then
Why you
quickly.
can't? I already know what type of store or business you gonna go in and you buy your own shit. You build up to your fucking
Because we're
business.
talking about
Instead
building
of kissing the
business
white
credit,
man.
Nandy. We're
We
talking
don't
about
need
building
everybody don't
business.
need business
The
credit.
We're
same
talking
people that we
right.
trying
So
to
now, right.
separate
See how
from.
she moved
Get
it?
the fuck
I
out
didn't
of
say
here. We
everybody
gonna go
needed
into
business
debt.
credit.
We
No,
we
stop.
already
Hey,
in
nah,
debt
y'all
with
got
the
to stop
same
playing now.
people.
I
I
didn't
just
say
posted.
everybody needed
Hold
business
on.
credit.
1
I
minute,
don't
Blue, and
care
I'm
how
gonna be
much you
quiet.
yell, lady.
Why he been sitting up
I
here
didn't
talking
say
about business
everybody
credit?
needed business credit.
I
You
posted so
specifically
much shit
asked
in
me.
the chat
You
showing you what business credit will put your ass
asked
in
me,
debt.
how do you
Black
build
people are the
business
last
credit?
people to get
You
loans. Your
specifically
ass
asked
is
me
already, they
how to
still
build business
strategically
credit.
discriminating against get your ass to give you some money.
You're yelling for no reason.
Cause you talking, you won't let nobody else say shit. You don't
Cause
know
y'all
everything.
lying, nigga. Y'all lying.
It's okay. You know how I operate.
You specifically asked me
You know
how do
how
you build
I operate.
business credit.
You know what? That's
You
why I've been so
specifically
quiet. That's
asked me
why
how to build
Nutty
business credit.
ain't been on these panels because I've been studying
specifically
your little
asked me-
arrogant
you
ass. And I'm
specifically
coming at
asked
your
me how
motherfucking
to build
ass in these
business credit.
debates. Because
You don't
I'm
want
tired
this
of your
smoke.
mouth. I'm going to
You
show
don't want this
everybody
smoke.
just how stupid you is.
You ain't gonna do
I
nothing,
don't
bro.
say what I had to say. I'm at your
You
ass.
can't even put your PowerPoints together, bro.
Well, we're
Stop.
going to see. I might have made a mistake the
Nah,
first
we
time.
ain't
but that
gotta see. That's
motherfucking
what we
information
seen.
was on point. That information was on point. And I'm going to
No,
tell
it
you
wasn't.
something else.
No, it wasn't.
Apparently, I knew about your motherfucking religion and
No,
you
it
do because you didn't even know you was affiliated with
Nah.
Jews and Hebrews. I mean,
Nah.
anyway.
Nah.
So shut the fuck
Nah.
up and quit talking to me.
None of that makes
Go do
sense.
your
None of that
motherfucking
makes
research. I had
Hey,
to
look,
tell you
and
what
just
you
how
was
you
related
snapping
to.
right now, just how
Talking
you
about the
snapping right now,
Levants
I'm
and
gonna make you
shit,
snap
and then
like
go
that if
look
you
it
ever
up and
debate.
realize they was Jews and
Just
Arabs.
how you snapping right now, that's what I'm
Use
gonna
a
make you
Google
snap if you
search.
ever debate.
You don't read no books.
Yawn.
You just loud in in your fucking debates. I
I
told
got
you you
both
won
of
that
y'all.
championship by default. I
I
believe
got both of
I
y'all.
believe if
There
Taz
you
had
go.
been
That's what
cursing,
hold on.
he
Let
would
her
have
get it
beat
out. Watch
your
this.
ass. You got that little championship and it done went to your head, but I'ma win your ass. That's why I study you, because you the main
Go
one
ahead
be
and get
running
it out.
your fucking mouth. I got
Get it
you.
out.
I ain't got
Get
nothing
it
else.
out.
I'm gonna get it out of your motherfucking ass in the debate.
Get it
See
out.
how many
Get
slides
it out.
I slide across your fucking neck.
Get it out. Get it out.
Arrogant ass
Get
little
mad.
prick. Think you
Get
still
mad.
a motherfucking drill sergeant.
Get
You
mad.
probably was a nurse in the military.
Get mad. There you go. Call me all the names you want. You think that shit bother me? I'm a grown ass
And it
man. I
don't
ain't worried
bother
about
me.
that
I'm gonna
shit.
show you how stupid I am when
You
I
are
whoop your ass with your
evidently
own
bothered.
words.
You're extremely bothered. That's why you snapping.
I'm bothered by your mouth and your arrogance because you think you know everything, but you really stupid. You like a smart dumb nigga. You still trying to figure out what the fuck a love seat is. So I won't even argue
You
with
right.
somebody who
I don't
believes
know none of that. I don't know what a love
you
seat is.
following a religion and you didn't even know what the fuck you was following. It's obvious to
You
me
right.
you're not as educated
I
as I
had
thought.
no idea. I had no idea that I was an Arab Jew. You right.
Well, why you lie to the people?
I'm just playing with you, bro. Like this
Why
is
you
your
lie
this
to
is
the
your
people?
psychotic.
Why you
This
lie
your
to the people?
psychotic rant. I ain't lied to
Cause
nobody.
you's a 16, 19 nigga. That's what you stuck in.
I'm a
You don't
16,
go back
19
all the
nigga.
way in history.
I
You
don't.
don't go all the way back in history. You just another
sure?
manipulator. You will
You
use the
positive?
white man's tactics on your own people,
You
and you full
positive?
of shit. And I don't
You
bite my
sure?
tongue.
You sure?
And that's the worst part about
That's
it.
why your ass remain anonymous.
Yeah,
These
you
is
right.
Why
they
did the goddamn
tactics
popo
that
up
they
here on this
use
motherfucking
against
You
us,
positive?
You
and he
sound
want
like
us
you
Let's go.
work
to
for
use it
goddamn
against
APD.
ourselves.
That's who you
Now I
sound like
sound
you
like I
work
work
for.
for
It's
ADG.
crazy.
Let's go.
APD, nigga, Atlanta Police
Oh, I
Department.
work for Atlanta Police Department.
That's
Okay,
what
what
you
else you
sound
got?
like.
What else you got? This the best you got? The best you can do is say, because I don't show my face, I work for the police. The best you can do is say I don't know nothing about history when I clearly showed all these people I do. The best you can do is
It
say I don't
sound
know
good
nothing.
for people, and I'm
The
not trying to
best
be
you
mean.
can do
But you know
is
what? A
tell
lot of our people,
I
they
don't
look
know
for us
about
to give
building
them the
business
correct
credit when I've
information.
shown that.
So you sound good with
This
all
is
that
pathetic, yo.
romanticizing shit, but I know
This
you dumber than a
pathetic.
box of rocks.
This
You're dumber than
pathetic.
a box of rocks. I done went and looked at all your motherfucking debates,
This
and
is
majority of your fucking
extremely
information was whack.
sad.
But like
This
they
is
said, we
extremely
get judged on certain
That's
things
a
because if it was
fact.
about your information, your ass
This
would
is
not have that
extremely
motherfucking trophy.
sad.
That's a fact.
And I'm gonna show your ass
It's
this year. There's a
extremely
new motherfucking damn
sad.
person in town.
No,
I'm
it
gonna
ain't.
take that mouth. I'm a gorilla
No,
doing
it
that motherfucking mouth.
ain't. Don't nobody believe you yet. You gotta work on
Yeah,
your
we'll see. We'll see. One
work on
thing
your
about me,
PowerPoint.
I'm very well educated, and I didn't have to get the white man to give it to me.
I believe you on
More
that.
than I can say for you.
Congratulations.
The only thing you
Congratulations.
educated in is Superboy flexing. I do this.
Congratulations.
I do that. I go hard.
Congratulations.
I got this. I got that. I play.
Congratulations.
I got this.
Congratulations.
You got a fat ass white woman.
Congratulations. Now you're gonna disrespect my black queen. Wow. That's your problem. You gonna disrespect my
Oh, you
black wife.
disrespected me. I supposed to respect your queen. You sit
I
up here
didn't
calling me
disrespect
motherfucking
you.
stupid.
I didn't disrespect you.
Oh,
That's
yes, you
you
did.
getting angry.
You disrespected my
That's
fucking
you getting
intelligence.
angry. That's you
Talking to
getting
me like you
angry.
think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking
That's
about.
you
I
getting
tried to keep it
angry.
cordial. I
That's
tried
you
to be
getting
quiet.
angry.
But you
Yes,
kept sending
you
them
did.
motherfucking shots
No, you
now. The
didn't.
shot fires back
No,
at
you
your
didn't.
ass. You got a
Watch,
problem.
I'm gonna play the video back for you tomorrow so you can
Play
see
the
what you
video
did.
back.
I'll play it back for you tomorrow. So you
Take
can
a
see what
picture
you
of
did.
it. I don't give a fuck.
Nah, you do. You do. You'll humble down when you see what you did. It's cool.
I ain't gonna humble shit. This the argument league. You got nothing all the way fucked up.
Yeah, I know. But you don't like to be represented like this, right? So I'm gonna let you be. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get it out.
Representing like what?
And then, hey, look, and then the funny thing is, a person like Blue is your backup, who I done beat 3 times in this league. I done destroyed Blue 3 times in this league.
You have never destroyed.
Destroyed you 3 times.
Never destroyed me. You've gotten a lot of love.
Destroyed you 3 times.
And a lot of
destroyed you 3 times. And I'm gonna do it again on Monday.
Hold on. And mind you, our first debate was, do we need the New Testament for salvation?
And I beat you.
Guess what he says?
And I
says
beat
in a
you.
rapid fire. No, we do not need the New
And
Testament
I
for
beat you.
salvation. Nigga, that was the end of the fucking debate.
And I beat you.
Then. You were dead, bro. You were dead.
And
Our
I
second
beat
debate.
you.
What was our second debate? Capitalism.
And I beat you.
No, you didn't, bro.
I beat you, bro. It's good.
You didn't. Must we watch that rapid fire?
Go ahead and watch. You really
what
that's the one thing you don't want to do in that debate.
In the debate with me and
Bro, you got beat up, bro. You got sunned in that debate.
Bro,
You died.
You got sunned in that debate, bro.
Bro,
It's good
no,
though.
you didn't. No, I didn't. I'll give you the Curry debate at the moment. That's the only debate.
Yeah, I beat you in all three of them, bro. It's good though.
I give you the Curry debate.
I expect you to say you won, fam.
But the other ones, I slept real good after those.
Yeah, you held that L.
The other two,
Of course.
I slept real good.
You slept good holding that
after
L.
I didn't even mind.
You slept good holding that L.
I said, hey, you know.
You slept good holding that L. It's good.
Your ass hold a lot of L coming for your ass.
You definitely gonna hold this one. I'm gonna tell you right
I'm coming for your ass. I'm gonna crack that motherfucking mask. You gonna reveal yourself when I do. You gonna want to come through the damn YouTube streets when I get through with you. That's why I've been off the panel, because I've been studying your little arrogant ass, and I'm gonna whoop your ass. You better believe it. I bet you when I come back, I'm gonna learn how to do them slides. I'm gonna cut your fucking throat. You gonna be my next motherfucking debate. You gonna be my next debate. I want you
Your ass, boy.
with your weak ass, arrogant ass.
Your ass, boy.
No, you done got your ass. I don't see how you got that trophy out and screaming and hollering and shit you was over there doing. Emotional shit.
And I'm just gonna laugh.
No ass won by motherfucking default. You won by default. That's what
I appreciate you.
Hey, what you gonna debate him on, Nandy?
this
I
time.
appreciate the love.
What you gonna debate him on, Nandy?
And you know what? I'm gonna beat you up on your own information. I'm gonna study all the shit you done presented and beat your ass with it.
Yeah.
That's humiliating. And I'm
Hold on,
what
you gonna debate him on, Nandy?
quite later. I done studied all his shit just like that debate with Tay. You didn't prove shit in that
appreciate you.
with your googling ass, your copy, y'all copy and pasting ass, and y'all don't read no motherfucking books, so you wouldn't even came in here with that. With that weak ass motherfucking presentation. I got your ass. Trust me.
Shout out to you, Queen. Appreciate you.
One thing about my information is on point. I bet you that. Yeah, I messed up with them little slides, but I know one thing, my information. And now that I know about them slides, I'm gonna whoop your ass about the Levant people and all that shit you was over there false claiming. Cause it ain't no DNA, no damn E. It's cultural. And when you follow cultural stuff, that's something that has been created. But you don't have no DNA for no dang on Hebrew. Jew, baby, Arab Jew.
That's a fact.
You right.
I'm sick of you. Always talking that shit and don't even know what you follow.
Nandi, hold
I
on.
will remain an anonymous Hebrew too.
Hold on, Nandi. You saying anonymous Hebrew is an Arab?
Yes, he's an Arab. He admitted it a couple of shows back. Then you A9.
Yeah.
He's an Arab.
But Nandi, I thought they said that it's African. I thought that Hebrew.
No, it wasn't African before the invasion of the Arabic slave trade when they start stealing the Somalians. When they stole the Somalians, they started mixing up babies. They took more women and children. But before that, it was just Arab. So he's an Arab. You are what your father is. Isn't that what you all teach in the Hebrew culture? So you're an Arab. Back up off of me with that.
Sister Nandi, if you get a chance, check out this book called 1,000 Years of Habasha.
Wait a minute, let me write it down. I read anything just because somebody. I see you don't know everything. What's the name of the book again?
Oh my
It's called 1,000 Years of Habasha History.
Oh my God.
And it's that's gonna give you.
That's gonna give you some good. That's gonna give you the jewels right there.
Intellect.
And that's what's sad. That's why he don't never want to discuss the Arabic slave trade, because we'll find out who he really is.
Ain't nobody said that.
And they've been making them Arabs. And they've been making them Jews and them Arabs. The dark skin, the ones that look like us so they can infiltrate us. And from what I see, you're just an infiltrator.
Yeah.
The goddamn Hebrews is the first one.
About your bullshit DNA.
That's the fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
And ain't no damn DNA say Hebrew. That's just like the damn Christian saying they got a lineage and DNA to go back to being Christian.
But wait. Hold on. Because I'm confused though. I'm confused, Nandy. Now, I was under the perception what I'm saying, because of niggas like Anonymous, etc.
Yeah.
That there was where's the African connection? Why do these niggas think that they African then, man?
First of all, now let me say this. I don't believe in the African theory, period, because we all know that those was tribes and that land was renamed. So I don't get into the African stuff. That's a little too deep for somebody like A9. But when you look at the connection, it starts, you have to go all the way back to the source. Where did it come from? When was it first created? What languages is it written in? Arabic.
Wait. So you saying so you
wait a minute. I'm finna explain. I'm getting to my point.
Hold on, but hold on. I'm just trying to make it succinct though.
Okay.
So you saying that the root of Israelite/Hebrew culture is the Arabs?
Yes, it is. And most of all of the religions, because before the Arabic slave trade, which was the first slave trade, they was all in one area. We were too. But if you look at the Arabic slave trade, they stole more women and little girls. That's why, because they wanted to mate with the women in order to build an army to come against us. The men were being castrated, and they know this. This is all in historical facts. A9, these your people, you know more than me. So the African connections come from when they was raping those women and raping those little girls, and they made these babies, and they made these babies that look like us, and they have infiltrated us. Even when you're dealing with the teachers of Drew Ali, Muhammad, all of this stuff, Muhammad is the first person to even create this, which was an Arab. So if you following all this stuff, I don't care if it's Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, all of that stuff descends right back to the Arabs or the Jews. Judaism or some type of Iranian, they got different ones that actually mixed up over there. So they were stealing our people. Until they started stealing our people, wasn't no such thing as a so-called African mixed up with nothing. You was mixed with according to what your tribe was. Mandinkas was sleeping with Mandinkas. Let's remember, historically, our people was actually marrying off kings and queens and stuff like that to keep the heritage going. So how is it possible now that we all mixed up? Because of the slave trades. They like to talk about 1619, but we can't start right there. The Arabic slave trade and the Jewish slave trade was the harshest slave trades that we had, and that's when they were stealing more women and more little girls, and they still doing that crap today, using our women and little girls as slaves, making these Arabs. People like Sinetta got a damn Dominican daddy, but his ass over here looking like one of us and infiltrating the fuck out of us, and that's the same thing going on with A9.
So you would say when he be cooking that, when niggas be kicking that Hebrew shit, you would say the niggas is full of shit.
This is what I'm saying. As a culture, or what we consider to be oral tradition, meaning how they eat, what they wear, the way they move, that's just culture. Shit, you got people play basketball and certain things that's cultural. It's culture everywhere. But there's no DNA. There's no lineage. There's nothing that you can prove to say that we got people called Hebrews. He even admitted that it's cultural and oral tradition. That's it. And it was handed down by your damn slave masters. Just like Judaism, polytheism, Christianity, Buddhism, and all of this. We didn't have any of that until we came into contact with the people that enslaved us. And according to where you were slaved, and according to who your master was, those were the books that they taught. Why was the Bible, the Quran, and all of these different things actually forbidden for us to read when they was created? Then they look at the Quran. The Quran was written by Christians first. Muhammad wrote it, but then the Christians rewrote it and put it all over the world. If we look at the Bible, the first Bible is in Vatican. All of this shit don't have nothing to do with us as a people. It wasn't in Africa.
Latin Vulgate.
Yeah, fuck Africa.
With all them damn contradictions in that book.
Hey,
and
man, hold on.
Why is your language written in Arabic? Everything they read is reading in Arabic, Latin, Greek,
I know. I didn't hear a white supremacist cheerleader. I know I didn't hear that shit.
Yeah, I ain't hear none either.
Hey, hold on, let me make sure I lock this debate.
I was just making sure.
So you saying you gonna debate me? So you saying you gonna? So you saying? Hold on, hey, hold on, real quick. Y'all let her go. So let me just go in real quick.
You ain't gonna try to do no double team on me.
Just a quick question.
Go ahead, A9.
So Nandy, so you saying you'll debate me? Are there any black people that are Israelites in America?
Ain't none, quit twisting stuff. Let me tell you something. I never said that they wasn't
No,
according.
that's what you said.
Let
You
me
telling
answer my
telling
question.
me.
See, that's a
Hold on.
trick. Let me tell you something. I done figured out
Hold
the
on. Okay,
format.
I'm sorry. Hold
You
on.
can't trick me into no bullshit ass
Time
debate.
out. I got my hand
I
raised.
think
I'm
I
sorry,
just
man.
said during the
Sorry, hold
Arabic slave trade, and they mixed
Question.
up with the black women. This is how
Right.
they got some
Right.
black
So
Arabs.
so
So
then
why would
some
I
of
sit
us
here and
so
say
then some
that
of
it's not
us
black people? Hold on a second. Let me
so
just
then
finish.
some
You
of
asked me
us
a
are
question.
descendants of those.
You asked me a question. You're not a descendant of anything. It's just what you follow.
Right. So then
There's a lot of black
so
people
it's
that follow
impossible.
being Hebrews because that's a culture.
So
But
is
where's
it
the DNA
impossible?
going back to? Your DNA
So
going
is
back
it
to Jews and
so is
Arabs.
it so it hold on. Is an Israelite a Jew?
What you mean is an Israelite or Jew? An Israelite is just a culture too. How you gonna ask me a trick question? What the?
Well, I mean the Bible calls them Israelites.
I don't care what the
well.
Bible calls it. The Bible is fabricated with over 1,000 fucking
Oh,
contradictions in the Bible.
Okay.
Missing
So
books, all kind of shit that's supposed to be in there. And if the
so
Bible was written by the
excuse me,
enemy,
ma'am.
how can you
Ma'am.
stand on that as a fucking
Excuse me,
resource?
ma'am.
Sister Nandy
Excuse me, ma'am.
What are you doing?
How can you stand on a resource that was given
ma'am.
to you by
Excuse
the
me,
damn
ma'am.
enemy?
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm just trying to iron out the debate, ma'am.
I just ironed it out for you. You're trying
No,
to trick me into a
I'm just
stupid
trying
ass
to.
There ain't
argument.
no
No, I'm not,
Israelite
ma'am.
DNA,
No,
bro.
ma'am.
You hear
I'm
this
just trying to.
debate.
I'm just trying to figure out the debate. So are you
There
saying that
are
there's?
black Arabs, black Jews, when they
Excuse me,
sleeping with
ma'am.
our women.
Excuse
So
me,
why would I
ma'am.
sit there and say it's not blacks that
Excuse me,
worship or
ma'am.
follow the culture of
Excuse me,
Hebrew?
ma'am.
Now the
Excuse me,
DNA
ma'am.
in them black folks is either Arabs or
Excuse
Jews,
me, ma'am.
depending on who stole your ass.
Okay, so either way it go, then if the DNA is Arab or Jew, that means genetically I'm connected to an Arab or a Jew, correct?
I think I said that. You've already admitted
Okay.
that. So why are we still on this question?
So then why are you screaming at the top of your lungs? If
Because
you're
you just
saying,
trying to trick.
There
Because you
was
know what? You
Israelite
think you
no, I'm just
slick.
trying
Hold
to,
on,
I'm just
Blue.
trying to.
Because you think you slick. You
Excuse
just
me,
trying to
ma'am.
trick me
I
into
don't
a
think I'm
bullshit
anything,
debate.
ma'am.
Well, we all know
Excuse me,
y'all
ma'am.
black. You a black man.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Tazari
Excuse
out
me,
there
ma'am.
black. Are they not
Excuse me,
following the
ma'am.
Hebrew culture, but
Excuse me,
they
ma'am.
damn DNA don't say
Excuse me,
Hebrew?
ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not here to answer for Tazariak. I'm just speaking for myself,
I'm
man.
talking to all the Hebrews. It's a culture.
No, you can't do it like that because
It's
you're
not your
not
bloodline.
equipped. You're not equipped. You're not. Hold on, but you just said it is my. You just said it is my bloodline.
I said Arabs and Jews.
But you just said I come from those.
Being a Hebrew is a culture created by a
Excuse
bunch
me,
of
ma'am.
people that
Do
wanted
I
to
come from
follow
those
certain
people?
things.
Do I come from those
That's
people?
just like damn
Do
Ron
I come from
Kaminga
those people
create
genetically
fucking
or not?
Kwanzaa. Is that
Do I
not a
come
fucking
from
culture?
those?
But I already know
Do I come
Kwanzaa
from
is not
those?
for my people. That ain't what the hell
Do
we
I
was
come from
doing
those
when we
people
was in our villages
genetically?
or in our tribes.
Do I
Everybody
come from
wasn't
those
worshiping the same
people?
thing.
Do I come
So
from
if
those
I
people
believe you, I
genetically or
might as
not?
well listen to Ron Kaminga. Christmas
Excuse me,
is
ma'am.
a fucking culture of the
Ma'am,
Christians.
you know
That's
you can't do
culture.
this in debate,
That's
right,
not
ma'am?
their DNA. This is not the
You
fucking
know you
debate.
can't
It's
do
the
this in
argument
debates,
league.
right, man? You
I
can't do
already
this
know
in
that. I
debates,
think
right,
I
man?
handle myself well in the debate. We talking about the argument league.
Just quick question.
Don't
So
be
can
trying to
I?
shift this conversation.
So you said I'm not. I'm trying to have the conversation. So are
No,
you
you're not,
saying?
because you keep asking me bullshit questions.
No, ma'am. I'm trying to understand what you're saying because I'm confused. Are
Understand?
you
Because you
telling me?
follow that shit.
Ma'am, I really am. You tell me I'm stupid. You tell me I don't follow it. You tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to get clarification. I need to understand what you're saying. Is that okay? Can we have that conversation or do you want to keep yelling? Appreciate you.
Now we want to play victim. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No, not victim. Just trying to conversate with you, man. So
anybody else lost? Because I completely understand.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying I am a descendant of these people or not? That's just my first question.
Oh my God.
Do you? Let me ask you a question. What's the
Ma'am,
definition?
that's the yes
What's the
or no.
definition of descendant?
Ma'am, that's
That
the
means
yes
you
or
need
no.
to have some type of DNA. Your blood don't go back to no Hebrew.
Where does my blood? Where does my blood?
You are you either an Arab or a Jew, or you an Arab Jew. I showed you that on the other show. You
But
had
ma'am, those are
Then
Hebrew
you
people.
admit to me that okay, I'm
Those
not
are
going to
Hebrew
argue
people.
with you. Did you? They
Are
following the
those or
culture?
are those not
Okay,
Hebrew
we got
people?
some Arabs that's actually Christians. We got some
Are those
Africans that's
people?
Christian.
Are
But does
those
that
people?
identify their DNA? Does that identify who they are part of
Ma'am,
peace.
you're out of control, ma'am.
No, I'm not.
Relax.
You're asking me dumbass questions.
You're out of control, ma'am. You're out of control, ma'am. I'm just
Stop
trying to
it,
have a
bro.
conversation.
I
I'm
get
trying to have a
frustrated when I'm
conversation.
talking to smart dumb niggas.
I'm stupid, man. You just called me
borderline damn retarded.
Yeah, that's great. You know what I'm saying? I got my education from the white man, all of that.
I know you did. It shows.
Yeah. Hey,
that's why you following culture.
DNA,
it shows.
bro. That's the question at hand.
What you say? What's the question, Blue? Since
there is no Israelite DNA.
So there is no. Hold on, but she just said that a Jew or Arab is my father. So wouldn't that be Israelite DNA?
No.
No.
Israelites. Then you tell me. First of all, do you understand the definition of culture?
Anything, man.
Do you understand the definition of culture and oral tradition?
These are also one of the things.
Cultures and oral traditions is shit that people traditionally follow.
Man, relax.
That has nothing to do with your bloodline.
Good for you.
I'm sorry I'm hurting your feelings to find out you an Arab, but it is.
This is not gonna work out good for you. I'm trying to help you, man. Can we please have a conversation?
I'm trying to help you help yourself.
Civilly, can we have a conversation civilly? Because I really am trying to understand. Is that okay?
You understand? You understand?
No, I swear, I promise. Can I tell you where I'm confused at?
Why you keep saying that, bro?
You know everything.
Can I tell you where I'm confused at? Can I be honest and tell you where I'm confused?
How you gonna be confused about something you pushing every day? You pushing the agenda of
I'm not pushing what you pushing.
You don't even know where it come from.
I'm not pushing what you
pushing. But you pushing it on people, period. And how
but I'm not pushing.
If
and
you
that's
don't
not
even
true.
know you an Arab or a Jew. Or maybe an Arab Jew.
That's not true either. So I'm just trying to understand. So when you say that I descend from an Arab or a Jew,
I'm sick of it. I cannot answer this question again.
What you haven't answered it once. So I'm just trying. Okay,
yeah, it
Blue
was already answered.
Hey, yeah. So Blue, maybe you can help me because she don't want to talk to me no more. And since you seem to be her cheerleader, well, maybe you can answer it, but it don't seem like you can.
The question is, listen
no.
To the question.
See, this is weird,
is
fam.
No
so y'all telling me I'm wrong. Y'all telling me all
no
this. So look, I'm capitulating and saying, you know what, y'all got me. So you know what, y'all got me. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Right. So this are people problem. Don't nobody want to teach when people saying I'm humbling myself.
What I'm saying.
Y'all told me I'm arrogant. I humbled myself. I'm asking for clarification. So what I'm asking is this: my DNA, right? Because you're telling me there's no way I could prove this.
It doesn't say Israelite.
Hold on, you're right. You're right. Because we don't see Israelite. We don't see Israelite DNA.
Let me ask you a question. Why we didn't hear about Israelites? Why we didn't? Wait a minute. Why we didn't hear about Israelites? Why nobody ever heard of Israelites until the Bible? And why the fuck we didn't find out?
This is what I got to look forward to. So the people that won't smoke with me. So the people that won't smoke
why we didn't know anything about Israelites? Because you know what? I ain't gonna get you because my boy Black Son.
This how y'all do?
Because the Exodus never happened either. All that fabricated shit in that book.
Do y'all
the Exodus
really
didn't happen either.
This is gonna win a debate against me?
I'm gonna leave
that
it
what y'all think? Y'all really think that this is gonna win a debate against me? You stupid motherfuckers actually think I'm gonna let y'all win in a debate with this? You out your fucking
too
mind,
arrogant
man.
to say you just got ran over by a bulldozer.
Man, you didn't do nothing. You didn't say nothing. That's why you can't ask no questions.
I'm sick of it. Okay, you was on the show with me just a couple of weeks ago. You told me to go, hold up, you told me to go look up the Levant people. That shit led back to Arab, Jews. Then you told me to go look up, I think it was what is it? Hyksos and shit. They go back to Arabs. Everybody you told me to look up where your so-called bloodline come from, go back to Jews or Arabs. I'm trying to figure out which one you is mixed. Are you Arab Jew or Arab and Jew? Mixed up. Which one are you?
I don't know.
Because everything you told me to go research, see, I use what you tell me. While you was running your mouth, I Google searched it, and everybody could go back and look at that video, and I put up your people. They black just like us, but they Arabs. Or they black just like us because they Jews. And you know what they had up under there, underlining their information? All of that happened while they were in slavery. So I'm trying to figure out how am I wrong and where your information.
God damn.
You had to admit you was Arab connected to Jews, teaching Jews and Arabs. That you had to admit it was your DNA. You told me to pull up the Levants. You told me to look at the Hyksos. You told me to go Google that. And that's exactly what I did. And when I showed them looking just like us, but they weren't our bloodline, they was a whole different type of people, you had to bow down, just like you doing right now.
You do
I'm
know
through
we got
mopping the
this.
floor. I'm through mopping
You
the floor because it's clean.
you do know we got this. You do know we got this conversation on tape, right?
We sure do, and it's on tape on the other videos too. It's on the tape on the other videos too, where I showed the pictures.
Okay, you say you want this. You
Just
say
because
you
that's
want this
just like the
action.
Moors. What was the Moors? What bloodline was the Moors?
You say you want this action.
They look just like us, didn't they? But they was Arabs. A lot of them was damn Arabs. So
Say
don't
you
come at
want
me.
this action, so I'm gonna give you what
You
you want.
already know black and everything. It's black and everything, but that doesn't mean that's where the blood comes from.
So I'm gonna give you what you want.
I'm gonna give you what you want. That trophy upside your head.
I know. You gonna
You
hit
didn't
me.
deserve it. You didn't
Gonna be-
deserve it. You just talk a good game. You's a city. You know how to run that mouth, but I'ma shut that thing up with some gorilla. Like I said.
That's true. That's true. All that good. That sounds amazing.
You already got duct tape on your mouth right now. I'm coming with the glue.
Yeah. I know.
Says it's already been admitted that there is no Israelite DNA.
Yeah.
Them to find traces of there's no traces to it. There's no Israelite DNA.
So are those Jews over there in the Levant today? Are those Israelites?
Are those
Keep asking me. Let me explain to you.
I was talking to Blue because you said you didn't want to talk to me. No more. You say you didn't want to talk to me. No, I'm too stupid to talk to you. So Blue, no, it's a simple question. Are those Jews descendants of the ancient Israelites?
There were no what ancient Israelites?
No, bro. Are those Jews the descendants of the ancient Israelites? You say yes or no?
Those people that was there since Babylon.
That's a simple question. Are those Jews that are in Israel today descendants of the ancient Israelites?
Definitely over there today.
All right, so you saying those are descendants of the ancient Israelites?
You think slavery still don't exist in those countries?
I didn't ask you that. I just asked it. I didn't say any of that. I don't even know how you got that.
And I got a question. Where's Saudi Arabia? Where's Saudi Arabia and Israel?
Is it weird that I can't get? Is it
Where
weird that I
is
can't
Saudi
get? No,
Arabia and where's Israel? I'm just asking a simple question.
Does anyone find it weird that I can't get no answer?
You getting answers. You just don't like the ones we giving you.
No,
It's
y'all
hurting
not answering the question. I don't hear the answer. I'm asking.
You emotional.
Are you saying
I'm actually very calm. This is y'all showing emotion.
Because your
But
feelings.
I'm trying to understand.
You call me
I'm trying to
stupid.
understand. I'm trying to understand. Are the no, bro? Not until you answer the question. Can I get an answer?
Did not practice Judaism.
So I still can't get an answer. That's where we at. I still can't get an answer.
What that means, bro. What's an Israelite?
I hope you don't do this in our debate. I hope we're not gonna get into the debate where you just not gonna answer. Because I'm gonna make you look bad.
What is an ancient Israelite?
Can you just tell me where? Hold on, Blue. Can you just tell me what Saudi Arabia?
Questions until y'all.
Can you tell me what Saudi Arabia and Israel is? I'm a little lost. Can you tell me?
So Saudi Arabia is east of Israel. Israel is actually in the Levant, on the coast of the Mediterranean, basically.
You found that out in the Bible, didn't you?
No, I found that out by looking at the map. So
and you don't feel the maps has been turned upside down or changed.
That's possible. I don't know. Maybe you can educate me on that as well. So based on the common maps that we have today, are those Jews that are in that Israel that's on the common map?
Bro, you already know y'all Jews and Arabs over there. Why you keep asking this same question?
I'm so confused as to why. If
You're
I'm
not
so
confused.
Stupid,
you just so hurt.
If I'm so stupid, why can't I get?
Why can somebody else in the chat or something please look up the Levant people?
Why can't I sit at your feet and learn?
So y'all can see exactly what they at.
If I'm so stupid, why can't I sit at y'all feet and learn?
You know what? I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I'm gonna let the chat decide.
If I'm so stupid, why can't I sit at y'all feet and learn?
I'm gonna let the chat decide. I'm gonna put the information in the chat.
I swear, I'm just trying to get answers. I just think it's weird.
Admit it. You got answers when I showed you them pictures.
I think it's weird that I can't get no answers. And if you say you don't want to answer my question, I'll stop.
Bro.
All y'all got to do is say this. I'm not going to answer none of your questions, and I'll leave y'all alone.
I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
I asked you clearly, are those Jews that are in the land of Israel today considered descendants of the ancient biblical
That's not what
Israelites.
you asked.
Ain't no such thing as no ancient
That's not what
biblical
you asked.
Israelite.
Okay, so the ancient biblical
Yeah,
Israelites.
That's
they
a
are
culture. Let me
considered.
put the definition of
Hold on.
culture in here so he
Hold
can.
on,
So the wait, hold on.
hold
Okay,
on,
okay,
Sister
cool.
Nandy. Yes, they
So
are considered to be
no, I'm
the
asking
the
you.
the
I'm
descendant.
asking you. Are they?
You said they are, if they are considered. I don't even know
I'm
what
I'm
I
asking
don't
you.
know
Are
what
they?
an
Are they
ancient Israelite
descendants?
is,
Are
bro.
they bloodline descendants of the ancient Israelites?
Mm-mm-mm.
I
No,
don't
they're
I
That's
don't
a
not.
know
simple.
what that is.
There's
That's a
no
simple
blood. No,
question.
no, they're not. No, they're not.
Okay. So
What's an ancient Israelite?
awesome. So there is no. So they're not descendants of the ancient Israelites.
What's an ancient
Is
Israelite?
there anybody? Is there anybody that is descendants of the ancient biblical Israelites?
Where you at? What was the question?
Is there
Some
anybody
people.
that are descendants of the
Yeah,
ancient
there
biblical
are,
Israelites?
there are some
No,
people that are
no, they
Hold
not
descendants.
on.
descended.
So he
I'm
said,
sorry.
yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
say no.
There could be
He said,
some
yeah,
people.
you say no. Which one is it?
There are some people that are descendants of the Israelites.
That's
Okay.
because of the culture,
What
not
about
no
What
bloodline.
what are
Ain't no
those
bloodline.
who are those people today?
I just put in there what Hebrews is in the
a
chat.
bunch of
I
people?
Who are
just dropped it in the chat. We just
who
put
are
it in the chat.
who are
What is
those
the
people?
bloodline of Hebrews? I just dropped it in the
Who are
chat.
Whoever
those
decides
people
they
today?
practice, whoever decides, bro, they to practice the culture.
Who are those people today?
The people
The damn
that
Jews and
practice the
Abraham.
culture. What do you mean?
Well, we got multiple Jews and Arabs. So what tribe? Are there any specific tribes?
You got Jews, you
She's
got
put up the
Arabs,
Canaanite
you got,
art.
I mean, I don't
Hey, come on, man. Y'all gotta stop. Come on, bro. Y'all gotta stop playing with me. For real.
I'm trying to figure out exactly.
Y'all gotta stop. But y'all can't see.
DNA
It's like there's no Israelite
Oh
DNA.
man, I can't
That's
do
why
it.
I'm trying to
I'll
figure
just
out
end
where you
these
trying
things in
to get
debates,
exactly.
bro. I can't do this.
There's
Niggas
no
gonna be looking at
Israelite
me.
DNA, correct?
Niggas gonna be looking at me crazy, bro.
Hold on, am I
Yeah,
Niggas
tripping?
gonna be looking at me crazy,
Am I
bro.
tripping? Is there
Yeah,
Israelite DNA?
it's good, fam. It's good. Yeah, hey, y'all got it. I'm wrong. I'll just set up the debates. That's cool. I can get that debate out you, Nandy.
Soon as you get through with Black Sun, you
Israelite
already
DNA?
got to with Black Sun of Exodus.
Yeah. He don't
Because
want
the
to
Exodus
debate me.
never happened. The
Yeah.
Exodus never happened.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's
gonna
fine.
shit on his first debate like that because I'll beat your head in.
You
I'm
right.
not about it. It's so many different things we can debate about your bloodline.
Yeah, we'll work it out. But you agree though.
I'm at your ass.
But you agree though. We will work something out about
We
this.
sure will. We definitely will.
This Israelite
We
DNA.
definitely will.
This Israelite DNA, right?
No,
And then
I don't agree with the Israelite DNA.
right. So you're saying there is no Israelite DNA, but you also saying that
I just put in there what is the Hebrew Israelite DNA. Take your ass to the chat and look at your bloodline.
I've read that article several
Jews
times.
or
So I've read that article
I
several
just
times.
put a lot of stuff in the chat. I didn't just put one article. You know what you is. You already admitted it. Let me see if I can find it.
That's
Let me
awesome.
find it.
But
Hold on.
Can I just
Now
I'm
we gonna play back what was on the show the other day. Since
I'm
you
really just trying to get clarification.
We gonna get clarification.
I ain't lying. I ain't said nothing. I ain't even got a chance to talk. So I'm just trying to get clarification. Then one more quick thing. So me claiming to be an Israelite, right? There's no, you saying there's no way that I got any claim to being an Israelite?
You even said you can claim whatever you want to. Shit, if you want to follow the culture of just
okay, I'm sorry. Let me
if
be.
you
Let me
want
be
to follow
clear.
the
I'm
culture of
sorry.
just
Wait,
eating tomatoes.
please don't.
Culturally, you can
Hold on.
claim
We getting
what you
somewhere.
want
We getting
to,
somewhere.
but it ain't got nothing to do with that
Okay.
bloodline.
So genetically, I don't
No,
have
you
any
cannot.
claim.
No, you do
Okay.
not.
Awesome.
I don't give a damn what Bible scriptures you bring up.
Yeah, I got you. I just wanted to hear that. So it's impossible for any blacks in America. Is it possible for any blacks in America?
Blacks can follow whatever they want to. Blacks are
I'm
culturally
not talking about what
involved
they
with the Hebrew
following.
Israelites.
I'm not talking about what
They follow the culture, but there's no bloodline to no
I'm not
Hebrew.
talking about what they following. I'm asking, is there any way that blacks in America can say that they are genetically connected to any Israelites.
No, they cannot. They can connect themselves to them Jews and them Arabs.
Those Jews,
Where's the Hebrew genetics? Where's the Hebrew genetics? Give me a tribe.
I'll
Give
show
me
you that.
somebody.
I'll
Give
show
me a
you that.
tribe. Give me a
I'll show
tribe.
you that. I'll
Because
show you
even
that.
the 12 tribes of the chart, all of them go back to Arabs and Jews. So give me a tribe. Give me one of them
Yeah, I got you.
that you can go back to saying it's just black people.
I got you. I just wanted to make sure.
Bro,
I heard all I need to hear.
are you serious? So you gonna pretend like I can't believe this. You gonna really pretend, bro? There's matter of fact, man. I'm not even gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone, man. So hey, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, bro. It really ain't shit else y'all could ask me. Y'all not even equipped to have this conversation.
On the 25th,
What about the 25th?
you gonna use business credit?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna use, Blue.
You already threw that out your debate, didn't I? See.
I don't even know why you would even play with me like this, bro. Like I have no idea.
I know you threw that out your debate, bro.
I have no idea why you fucking around, but it's cool.
Okay, man. Okay.
The more you piss me off, the worse it's gonna be.
Okay. Hey, man.
And you done a whole lot to piss me off this evening.
You're gonna be louder. You're gonna be definitely loud.
Yeah, nah, I really don't got to.
But
Really
how
don't
much
got
that's
to.
gonna help your argument, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It's just not.
I hear you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, your argument falls short in multiple places, bro.
What's my argument, Blue?
Strategic separation.
And how does strategic separation work, Blue?
Yeah. I'm gonna show you there's no fucking such thing.
So it's no such thing as a strategy, a long-term strategy to separate from white supremacy. That doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah. You can get your ass whooped.
No.
You gonna get your ass whooped.
A long term. What are you talking about? Like infinity, nigga? Nigga said a long term plan. You long term plan, bro.
Bro, we gonna see, bro.
You
You fucked up.
strategically long term.
You fucked up because you talk too crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You fucked up.
Your strategically long ass plan will all be gone by then.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah. Y'all keep playing, man.
You the one playing.
Keep on playing. Like, we just gonna move. We just supposed to move on with our lives. Like ain't shit happen. Okay. It only gets worse from here. I'm just telling y'all now. Like, the problems, everything. It only gets worse from here. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Okay, since you're talking that shit, then let's have a conversation. So, non-participation, cold turkey, non-participation, right? That's what you're saying, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Right. So that just means tomorrow, and I want to make sure you're saying that tomorrow you can cohesively galvanize Black people to the point where they're just gonna wake up tomorrow and stop.
I can cohesively.
I mean, that's your argument, is that Black people just
and
gonna
yours
come
is
together.
that that you can
Hold on, no,
cohesively
we're not
get
talking about mine, bro.
how
No, we
many
talking about
black
you.
people
We talking about you. You had your turn.
to
You
get a
had your turn.
750?
Yeah, see,
Man,
like I
stop.
told you, bro, like all that shit ain't gonna work. You gonna
Your
have to
argument's
prove.
gonna fall, bro.
You gonna have to
Your
prove
argument's
this.
gonna fall.
So
It
I
don't
just
exist.
want to
You just
understand,
say
fam.
that. I'm telling you.
I just
That
want to
ain't gonna work.
understand. I just want to understand. Just want to understand. So you
Oh,
saying
you know,
then?
you understand.
So no, I really don't. I really don't. So because what you telling me is that tomorrow black people could just wake up and galvanize and walk away.
I'm saying black people have to.
No, this is not. We talk about to defeat white supremacy, and we talk about starting from right where we at.
Exactly. I'm saying that black
Yeah,
people
that's
have
yeah,
to
that's
detach
horrible.
from everything
That's
that
horrible.
makes them
Do you not understand what you're saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what I'm saying.
And you don't see no flaws in your argument?
Nope. At all. I see a bunch in yours though.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
See, my
Matter of fact,
flaws, see what you think is flaws, they just don't sound appealing. But yours, they just sound good, but they're like they're a fucking bag of chips, bro. They're empty calories.
are they empty calories, Blue?
They're empty calories, bro.
Are they really?
Yeah.
And what's my plan again? What's my plan for strategic separation?
Bro, you probably finna use Ice Cube's fucking opportunities on a plan or some shit. I don't really even know.
It's
To be
actually
honest,
called Ice Cube. It's
I
actually
don't
called Ice
even
Cube.
care, bro.
It's actually called Ice Cube Contract with Black America. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I know, bro.
I'm
I
saving
read
that for Brother
both of them.
Moses.
I read the
Yeah, I'm
4
saving that.
page
I'm
one
saving
and the
that.
28 page.
I'm saving that for Brother
It
Moses.
doesn't matter, bro. Yeah. Well,
You know, this is easy.
that's a smart idea to do that, bro. Because I wouldn't bring that to the table either.
I know, bro. You say, as always,
And,
before our
and,
debates,
and,
you sound confident.
and the fact that you wouldn't know, it kind of worries me because it's like, damn, you ain't even thinking about the most important people. So, like I said, man, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You fishing, fam. You sound nervous. You fishing, nigga. I see you fishing.
Yeah, I feel real good.
You get
I
that
mean, for
privilege.
me, it don't matter where you go. If it
That's
ain't
horrible.
non-participation, it does not work. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the love doctrine will be in full effect on the 25th.
You can't. You could try it, right? But now you just gonna move into the point you gonna get put right in a box. Bro, don't do it, bro. Blue, don't do it. Do not do that.
Gothic energy.
Blue, do not.
Do
not. Hey, do not. What are you talking about?
All praises to the goddess.
What are you talking about, Blue? All right, let me ask you this. So is there a magic number that you need to hit? Like, are you hitting 3 million and y'all gonna walk away? You finna knock out all 40 million, all 40 plus million.
All we need is whoever can knock the lights out.
Yeah. How many is that?
That's it. However many that takes.
I might 150 your ass, bro.
We're gonna have to.
I really might 150 you.
You know they just paid us to non-participate, right?
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
And you know why they paid us?
Oh my god.
To go and stimulate the economy.
You talk about the unemployment check?
Oh yeah.
Nigga, you're participating.
Yeah. That's why they sent you the check.
Hey, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Hey, shut up, bro.
Why
Stop.
did they? That's my
Blue,
whole
stop,
point.
bro.
And that's how
Blue,
you don't
stop.
listen.
Blue, stop.
That was my whole point. They sent you
Blue,
the
stop.
check.
Blue, stop. What did y'all do with the check?
Most people participating. What?
Hey, dude. So
I mean,
it's just, hey, now look.
there's
Now I'm gonna
no.
tell you. Now I'm gonna
I'm
tell
telling
you.
you right now, bro.
Now
There's no
look. Hold up. Hold up. I
surrender
want to
in my
make sure
plan,
that you.
bro.
Now look. I want to make sure that you're not gonna lie, because
There's
we
no
got you on tape. Now
compromise.
we got you on tape. We got you on tape multiple times, right? Saying that you talking about cold turkey, walking away from everything. Correct?
Everything that makes us comfortable. Yep.
Nah,
Everything.
nigga, don't. Hey, look,
Anything.
nah, we not,
If it's a
we
part,
not,
everything
nah,
that's a
nah,
part of the
we not
system,
fin,
bro.
nah, nigga,
Yes.
we not finna
Yes.
start having caveats.
Yes.
You said
Yes,
everything,
bro.
cold turkey. You said
Everything that's a part
jobs,
of it, bro.
everything. You said
Everything that's a part
jobs,
of the system.
house. We not paying no more
Everything.
rent. We not doing nothing. That's what you
Everything.
said, right?
Everything.
Matter of fact, I need to see that in writing. I need to see it in writing at this point.
Everything. Cold turkey. No participation.
Everything. I need to see it in writing at this point. I need to see it in writing.
Instead of the manager, Miss Keisha going and opening up Walmart tomorrow.
Hey, now I got a question. In your Bible, don't it say that God is the God of the Jews?
Yeah, that's what it say.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. And was Jesus a Jew?
Yeah, that's what he was.
Okay. I was just checking, you know. I was just trying to see.
Just a quick question. Is the term Jew and Israelite interchangeable in the Bible?
Your culture is Israelite.
No, I asked you about the Bible. I asked you specifically about the
Your
Bible.
bloodline is Jew.
I asked you specifically about the Bible.
Is Jew or Arab.
Now you notice how easy it was for me.
Let me tell you.
Now you notice. I answered your biblical
your
question.
Bible because you keep.
I answered you a biblical. I answered your biblical question. So I just asked you one simple question.
How many
You don't have to believe in the
How many
Bible
missing
for you
books
to
in the
answer this question.
No,
Is
you
the
have
Bible
the Bible. If you tell me
is
all
in the
that,
Bible?
to the Bible.
In the Bible.
Tell
in the
me
Bible,
that, and I will listen to the
in
Bible.
the Bible, does the term Jew
With
and
the
Israelite
Arabs and the Greeks and all these
excuse me,
people
ma'am.
that
Excuse me,
wrote,
ma'am.
tell
In
me
the
what.
Bible. Now, everybody sees you running.
We didn't
This
hear
is
about
not
them
good.
Israelites to the Bible either.
Everybody sees you running. Everybody
I'm not
sees you
running
running.
from anything.
You won't even answer the question. Yeah,
In
you're
your
clearly running.
scripture that was scripted
You're
for you to follow,
clearly
yes.
running, ma'am.
In
You're
your
clearly
scripture
running.
that you're scripted to follow,
You're clearly
but clearly
running,
the scriptures
man.
was written by somebody
I'm
else,
gonna have to
not
call
God,
you
not your
running
God.
Mandy. I will. I all due respect. I got a lot of respect for you, but you're showing why you're a rookie at this point.
Oh,
It's
really?
a simple question.
It look
According
like
to the
you
Bible,
need to be the rookie.
I'm gonna try it one more time. In the
And
Bible,
I'm saying it one more time. You need to be the rookie.
in the Bible, is the term Jew and Israelite interchangeable?
No.
I asked Nandy.
Somebody put in the chat, Jesus was a Jew by instinct.
Yeah.
That's right. And so is these people who practice Israelites.
Y'all better stop
And so is
Were
these
all
people who
Israelites
practice
Jews?
Israelites.
Bro, y'all gotta stop playing with me,
Were
bro.
all Israelites
You
Jews?
gotta stop playing with me, bro.
Sir,
Y'all
were
gotta
all
stop playing with me.
Israelites
Y'all
Jews?
gotta stop playing with me, bro.
Didn't you tell me the other day, A9, that
Y'all gotta stop
Israelites
playing with me.
cultural and
Y'all
oral
gotta
tradition?
stop playing. That's not
I'm
all
just
I said.
asking you a question. Ain't that what you told
That's
me,
not,
that there was
that's not all.
cultural and
That's
oral tradition?
not all I said. That's
Well,
not
what
all
else
I
you
said.
said? Remind me.
I said we need to combine genetics with cultural anthropology and migration patterns.
That's not what you said.
I could show you. I could get the actual tape.
Well, get it. Get it.
Yeah, I got you. I get it for you.
Pull it.
All
And
right, so
make
we
sure you
go.
start all the way back from when you was trying to explain about the Levant people.
Yeah, I got you. So let's try this one more time.
Cause we want to
Just
hear
real
you
quick.
admit you an Arab and a Jew.
Just real quick though. So the term
Real quick, get that video, then we can talk.
So the term Jew though.
Real quick, get the video, and then we
So
can
the
talk.
term Jew couldn't be used for an Israelite.
I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I know.
No, the question is
Hey,
you
Blue.
know, like
Hey, Blue. You just worry about that non-participation, bro.
you know what the question is.
You just worry about that non-participation, bro, because you finna get your butt kicked. I can't believe that you actually are telling people just to wake up and stop doing everything you think that that's gonna work.
Tell me one or two of the 12 tribes. Let me go see what their genetic background is.
I
None
don't
might be
know
wrong.
any.
None might be wrong. Tell me about the 12 tribe. The
You
12.
know, off the top of my head,
You should be able to know that, Hebrew. This what you
I
saw.
don't know it. I don't even know the Bible.
Oh, well, let me look it up. Let me see what the 12 tribes was.
I'm still working
And
on
I'm gonna
it.
drop it in the chat.
I'm
We're gonna
still
see what
working
the
on my
12
biblical. I'm
12
still
tribes
working on my biblical. Oh damn, you done pissed more off. Oh man, you done pissed more off.
I don't care
Damn.
nothing about that seller. He's a Jew and an Arab too.
I was trying to.
He been selling us out since the Continental Congress, since he was on the boat with Christopher Columbus. Who? He was a slave catcher. We already know what the Moors was doing, and Drew Ali was just as fake as the people who follow him. Next.
No sweat.
Next.
One, Moore's not pissed off, and two, I'm a Moorish Jew, not an Arab.
And what more mean? Westerner.
No, but we.
And what are the Westerners? Because that's what your Drew Ali said. So if you a Westerner, what was in the West? What was in the West?
But real quick, sis. Like, so
can you answer that question? Then you can continue to say whatever you got to say. You're a Westerner.
I can.
And what does that mean?
I didn't come on to answer the question.
Uh-huh.
So I've already told you that if you want to burn a Bible, I'll give you the match. So I could care less about proselytizing to you. I'm not trying to push my belief on you. I'm trying to I actually think I was in the chat saying you were making some cogent points. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Is that cool or no?
I'm listening to you.
So
what you trying to understand?
So did I hear you correctly when you were saying that the first time we hear about Israel is in the Bible?
I didn't say the first time we heard about Israel was in the Bible. I said the first time we heard about Israelites, Hebrews. That's what I said.
Okay. So again, I'm just trying to understand your paradigm.
No, I'm saying that's what I said. That's the first time we heard about Hebrew Israelites in the Bible.
Okay. So is the Mariner Patah Stele in the Moabite stone before the Bible in your paradigm or after the Bible?
It doesn't matter if it was before. When we started to hear about it, when it started reaching America, it came through those books. And over there, they claim what they are. They claim that they Arabs or Jews. It's just the black people over here in America who confused about what they really are. Because they still doing the same oral traditions and cultural followings in those countries. So they understand clearly of who they are, just like you do with that more on the end of your name. You know what you are. You just admitted you was a Jew. So I'm trying to figure out what is the argument.
I'm not beefing. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to understand.
I'm just saying. So, if you already admit you're a Jew, what's the questions for?
Because I'm trying to understand your paradigm.
We heard about Jews. We heard about Arabs. Yeah, we know about that since the beginning of time.
So
but Israelites popped up out of nowhere.
Got you. So we're not Israelites. We're not Moors. We're not Arabs.
No, even now that I'm looking at the 12 tribes of Israel, they have them up here. From Jews to Arabs. They tell you what the DNA is of the 12 tribes. So if y'all come from the 12 tribes, or you are, I'm saying the Israelites and all that stuff come from the 12 tribes.
For the record, who is they? Who is they say?
What you mean, who is they say? Research. The damn people who created it. The people who actually created this. I go all the way back. I don't just listen to what somebody tell me.
All the way back? All the
like
way back
you said, if you're not even updated on your biblical studies, then how are you even arguing the points anyway? You're not qualified to argue.
You're right. I'm not. You're right.
I don't even know why you're
it's real quick. I got you. So we're not Hebrews and that type of stuff. Like, so you were saying like who we really are. Who are we really?
Those are cultures. You just said what you were.
No, he asked who are we in here in America though.
No, again, like so in your paradigm, who are we really? You know
what I'm saying? Like, we are a lot of people mixed up. It's a lot of people mixed up. You can't tell what you are. There's no DNA going back to Hebrews, though. I can tell you that. There's no DNA for Moors. I can tell you that.
Got you. So what does the DNA go back to?
Jews or Arabs.
Your DNA goes
Let
back
me
to
drop in the
Judy
chat.
Rayhan?
Let me drop it in the
What
chat.
does your DNA go back to? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Let me drop it back to where what Amore is. What you mean what my DNA is?
I'm trying to so I'm agreeing. I'm rocking with you right now.
I'm not any of that stuff. I'm not any of that.
I'm trying to walk a mile in your shoes right quick and understand what you're saying.
When I'm telling you, I'm not any.
Square one, we're not Hebrew.
I'm not Hebrew. I'm not an Israelite.
So what are you?
I'm not an African. I'm not any of that.
So what
I'm
are
not
you?
black. I'm not any of that. We were all tribes.
Okay, what tribe you come from?
And there's a lot of Creek and Gullah in my family. Why I gotta keep going back and forth? I answered that question.
Hey, I got to go get to my family too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so how the hell you or more are you Hebrew then?
Do you know what do you know about the Gullah Geechee?
What do you know about the Gullah Geechees?
What do you know about like
the original bloodline? The original bloodline.
What do you know about people like Bilal Muhammad or what? What do you know about people like Salim Muhammad?
Anybody who got the name Muhammad, we already know where they descend from and who they are.
Yeah, lie.
Come on with the bullshit. That's a whack question.
So why was Bilal Muhammad rocking the fez in Sapelo Island?
I don't care what he was. Bro. That don't mean that's what. I don't care what he is. It's people everywhere right now. But does that identify who they are as a people? No, it doesn't. We scattered everywhere.
Okay, who are the Gullah Geechee comprised of? Who are the Gullah Geechee comprised of?
Oh, here we go with this bullshit.
Who are the Gullah Geechee comprised of?
Really, I got to sit here and go back and forth about the fact of something you worry about me instead of worrying about.
I understand why he can't. It was a simple question. He can't get no answer. Who the Gullah Geechee?
I ain't even talking to you because you already dead.
I was just trying to figure out who the Gullah Geechee are.
He sound like he talking from a closed case.
I was just trying to figure out who the Gullah Geechee are. That's all. Nah, like it looked bad to be arguing with Nandy like that. I'm not gonna front, bro. Like I'm not gonna do that. I'll just say.
I'm not gonna argue back and forth with y'all either because y'all asking
that's
both
all you do is cuss us. All you do is overtalk us. Like right now, all you do is overtalk.
Wait a minute, bro. I've been up here for 2 hours listening to A9 rant and rave.
All you do is overtalk.
Hey, A9, real quick. What people in West Africa are you connected?
Let me mute my mic. I'm gonna be quiet.
What people in West Africa?
Yeah, we'll just stick to Africa right now.
Maybe like down the line, the Mandinka. But I'm connected to the Limba, my most recent people.
Got you.
Yeah.
So I'm connected like to the Fulani, the Yoruba, etc.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, my bad. Mandinka, Yoruba. Yeah, I got both, and those are actually early in my line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You got an East African DNA?
Yeah, I got Limba. I got Kikuyu. I got a lot of. I got Mo. What you know? What you got my jam match actually.
Matter of fact, I do. I do.
Yeah, we got a lot of.
And you seen mine, right?
Yeah, Ethiopian Jew. Liberian. I mean, we could just start going down.
Yeah, and my actual DNA test like literally say like I got Somali, Eritrean.
Yeah, actually it does.
Me and both got DNA going to Kenya. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem, bro.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
That you Habasha. That's what I'm saying.
This nigga.
How you know I'm Habasha fit?
He don't.
He don't.
Just told me you was Habasha.
So everybody from Eritrea, Somalia, and Ethiopia is Habasha?
If he was a Jew. Or he was
I
enslaved.
just laugh at this because the name Africa wasn't even the name of the continent. That's why I just listen to these people with this African shit. That's why I just got quiet.
So is there anybody in Africa that you connect to, Nandy?
Nubian.
I was on mute. A lot of my people come from South Carolina because Georgia is an illusion. This is actually not a state. So when you deal with South Carolina and Florida, what y'all don't realize is a lot of us was already here. Y'all better start reading that African bullshit. For real, for real.
Hey, what was up with that port in Charleston, son?
I ain't doing this more. Bro.
Y'all really believe in all of that stuff. That's why I say y'all couldn't really do y'all research. Y'all
Wait a
really,
minute. So
y'all really couldn't.
Charleston,
It was a lot of people. It was a lot of
Charleston was a
natives.
huge
It was
port
a
of the
lot of
transatlantic
natives
slave
that
trade.
was over.
Real
It was
quick,
a lot of natives over here that was taken to
Charleston,
other places.
actually, Charleston was a huge port of the
So
transatlantic
let me
slave
ask you a
trade.
question. So it wasn't a lot of natives. It wasn't no natives that was taken from so-called America and taken to other places to be enslaved.
No,
I just
no
want
one
to ask
said that.
Real
No one
quick, when
said
our
that.
Gullah Geechee people were
Okay.
taken, when they
I'm
went
just
back to Sierra Leone, did their language and culture match up to the people in Sierra Leone? Yes or no?
My fault. What you say? I didn't hear you.
I said when our Gullah Geechee people went back to Sierra Leone, did their language and culture match up to the people in Sierra Leone? Yes or no?
language and culture from anywhere. You talking about language and culture. Our language and culture come from down the Greeks, the England, Latin, and all of that, but that don't mean we been there. The hell you talking about? These are
I think we've identified the problem, and I think they're
and I just did too. We following a culture right now, American culture, and we use the so-called English language. This does not come from here. It came from other places. So I'm trying to figure out what does culture that you pick up and follow or languages that you learn to speak have to do exactly with where you come from.
Dare you know where you come from, and how dare you investigate?
Yeah, we do got two different ways though too, because like I said, I got half of my family is Cree, and so.
Hey, Moore, how dare you done the research to know where you come from in Africa? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know where I come from. Man.
Oh.
I just know.
I was talking to Moore because I know you don't know. Yeah, I know you don't know. I can tell by the stuff that y'all ask us. I can tell by the talking points that y'all have.
Hey, shout out to the Back to Liberia movement. You know what I'm saying?
Back to Liberia, BTL.
The land that won't be used in my
Hey, Nandy, have you ever taken a DNA test?
I would kick Liberia if I had to.
Hey, Nandy, is Nandy there? Nandy, have you ever taken a DNA test?
I think I told y'all I don't deal with the ancestral.com and stuff because I already know that a lot of the stuff that they give out is fraudulent. So why would I waste my money on that? That's just a capitalistic way for somebody to eat.
That's a no. I get it. That's a no.
Yeah. It's not, bro. How do the Sudanese people?
And then Blue, you've never done a DNA test either, though, right, Blue?
I'm supposed to believe a DNA test over what my family has proven who they are. That's crazy. A DNA test. These people have been proven. I think I put it in there that they have been proven to be fraudulent and give out fake DNA information because how can you have DNA to go back?
Everybody looked at all those articles.
Let me ask a question. How can you have DNA? How can you have a DNA that goes back to
none of those articles
when there was no continent called Africa? It was either Kush or Akiba or Mesopotamia. When did Africa start? When did Africa start? So how can you have a DNA that goes back to Africa?
This is crazy.
Can you please explain that to me?
I'm not explaining anything.
Because the name changed. It was seven civilizations before we even dealt with the Egypt. So I'm trying to figure out if that was the name of the land, how can it possibly be your DNA? That's all I want to know. Can you answer that question?
Nope.
I mean, I find it weird that we supposed to answer questions when y'all ain't answered none. Zero. Zip. Zilch. Nada.
I find it weird that when we had the solution show, that the sister solution was for us to go back to what we were doing before the Bible, but she can't tell us who we were to first to go back to that practice.
Right. That is another excellent point.
Practice and traditions, but it still wasn't Africa, and that's something y'all can't answer.
There's several traditions. There's several places.
There was thousands of tribes that's trapped over there in that continent.
So which one? What am I connected to?
There's countries that's over there. It's impossible for everybody
what
to
am I supposed to go back to? What am I supposed to go back to?
I mean, I don't know who you are and what you're supposed to go back to.
Hold on, but you
Because it
told me
wasn't
who I'm
Africa.
not.
It wasn't Africa.
So I don't have. I wasn't in Africa.
So let me ask you a question. What is Kush?
No, don't answer. No, please don't do that. So I
No,
wasn't in
you
Africa.
wasn't in Africa. No, you wasn't.
So I was in America.
You was in whatever village your tribe controlled. You wasn't in Africa.
Why did the Gullah Geechee use the Fulani counting system?
It doesn't matter about what systems they using. That's Fulani, though. They're not saying no African damn counting system. They going back to Fulani or Somalians or Sudan.
Would I be wrong to go back to my Fulani culture?
This is what Africans actually identify. They
Would
identify
I be
according
wrong
to
for
the
going
tribe.
back to my Fulani culture?
They tell you they're from the continent of
Would I be sis?
But
Would I
their
be wrong for
tribe-
going back to my Fulani culture?
I mean, if that's the culture you want to follow, it's different cultures out here. It's different cultures out here.
So they were
Y'all keep
Muslims
trying to
rocking
mix
with the
up-
Moors. So
Y'all
they were
keep
Muslims
trying to
rocking with
mix
the
up
Moors.
cultures with
Sis, they
DNA.
were
Some
Muslims rocking with the Moors.
people was doing all different type of stuff culturally in their tribes or the way that they worship culturally. That has absolutely nothing to do with the bloodline. And I think that's where y'all confused that. Y'all misconstruing culture with DNA. And y'all not gonna play that game with me because I understand it too.
I know. I'm talking about my DNA. That's why I'm asking you, where's your DNA from? And you telling me you don't know. You actually telling me that I'm supposed to respect your culture more than your DNA.
I didn't tell you I didn't know anything. I said a lot of these tribes go back to tribal people.
I asked you
Natives.
your personal DNA.
Different
You
tribes.
said you don't trust it.
You know what? You know what? Hey, now something is mentally wrong with you because I've answered all these questions. You just don't like the answers that I'm giving, and that's fine. So
Mandy,
you're not gonna
I'm
keep
sorry.
coming and asking
Mandy, I'm sorry.
in a different way. I've already
Mandy, I'm
answered
sorry.
those.
I'm not. I'm really. I'm sorry. What did you tell me what your DNA was and I missed it? Nandy, can you tell me where your DNA traces back to? Is it in the Americas or is it in Africa?
I'm not being mean, ain't none, but I'm tired of the redundant questions. Please, just
Well,
continue
Nandy,
your conversation with
you haven't answered that. Hey, y'all gotta stop this shit, bro. Hey, come on, man, for real. I'm looking around like it gotta be a camera in my crib. I'm getting punked or something.
So we're not so we're not Hebrew, we're not African, we're not Abos. What are we, Phil?
I have no idea. I don't even know what she is at this point. And I'm being redundant and retarded for asking the same question, I guess.
Instead of trusting them DNA tests, go back and figure out what tribes was over there before the invasions. That would be very easy to do. What were the original tribes? Not Africa, or what was in Kebalan, or what was in Kush. Go back and look at the original tribes,
Right. So
and maybe
there are multiple. There are multiple.
But when you
tribes.
looking at Africa, hold on a second, because see, y'all asked me, now you want to cut me off. When you looking at Africa as a whole, there was an invasion. That name has been renamed. It was not that name. Even if you go back and say you're a damn Kushite, I'd rather you say that than to sit there and say you're an African, because we're not Africans.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure it was finished. So what I just found out was you don't have no answer for where you come from genetically. That's all. That's why I was asking. Just say you didn't take the test. Just say you won't take a test. You don't believe in DNA science. And
My family has told me is that as long as I talk to my ancestors and they know who we are and where we come from, I don't have to go through any of that. I don't have to trust a DNA that I already know is fraudulent, that has been falsified. And if they telling y'all that you descend from Africa, we already know the test is flawed anyway, because Africa didn't fucking exist when our tribes was already in existence, long before a damn Africa. So no, I'm not going to waste my money on that or my time.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just wanted to get to the truth of the matter. Truth of the matter is you didn't take no DNA test. You don't believe in DNA, so you really can't even argue DNA. But I appreciate that conversation.
where your
Yeah, well,
tribe
that's
is.
productive.
Yeah, man. You got no damn DNA.
Yeah, what we found out is, things get real serious once you start to.
You don't think
So I guess Afrikaners was y'all daddy. And do either one of y'all actually know where the provenance of Africa is? Where this title actually came from? Because if you look up the name Africa, I don't think it referenced my people. What type of name is it? What language is it? Oh yeah, I thought so. I feel you.
I'm sorry, Nandy. You haven't answered anything tonight. It's not a good look.
You haven't answered anything either.
I've answered multiple questions, and then the other questions
And
that I'm
I've
in
answered
the
multiple questions
even
too. But
right now. Look,
since you're
then
not
the other
educated
question,
in certain stuff, I can understand why you feel like I'm not answering these questions.
I'm extremely educated in these areas, sis. But it's
What
good.
type of word is Africa? You should be able to answer that question.
Like you should be able to answer if you took what's your DNA.
I said I didn't take a DNA test. I told you.
So you don't
What
know.
my
So then
family
you don't
has
know.
told me and has proven.
So
I don't
you
need to
don't
take a
know.
DNA test. Now I've already answered that question. Now, do you know what the word
So
Africa
you
is
don't.
and
So
where it
you
came
don't
from?
know. So you don't know your.
Do you
genetic
know what the word Africa is and where it came from? I
So
see
you don't know your genetic
you
origin.
don't know what the word Africa means.
So you don't know your genetic origin, right? Basically. Okay, no answer. I figured it. It's good.
No, it's just funny to me because in this debate league, I thought these ones
Man, ain't you been saying all night that this the argument
these ones who
league?
got these big mouths. I'm saying in the
Man,
debate league though.
stop it.
People like you and A-Man with these big mouths should be a little more educated than you all are. It's shocking me now that
Don't
I'm
nobody
having
take you
conversation
serious at this
and I'm
point.
really listening to you all how uneducated you are about history.
Stay tuned for a presentation on the Gullah Geechee people, fam.
No, I ain't even finna respond to her, bro. She wild. You said you gonna do one, or you waiting for her to do one? More.
I'm gonna, man. I got it. You already know. I already got it.
I know. That's what I was trying to say. Like
I've already done it.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just confused at this conversation of with no information. Like even that Canaanite article that she posted up, like this.
Where did the word Africa come from? I don't understand why you can't answer that question. I done answered yours 3 times. You still ain't answered, but I just dropped it in the chat. I just dropped it in the chat so everybody else can see where the word Africa comes
We
from.
don't trust these sources either, right away.
Oh, you don't trust dictionaries and thesaurus?
Most of your sources be wrong. So I'm
Really?
just gonna be honest with you. Yeah.
Really? We know where that word
Yes,
Africa
ma'am.
came from,
Yes,
and I know
ma'am.
where the provenance of Africa at in Europe, and I understand the invasion of Afrikaners. I do know that word is the name. So
This ain't no
so what? Well,
dictionary source.
let me ask you a question. What was Kush and what was the
This ain't no dictionary source. I just want to point that out.
What is Kush and what is a Kibbalon?
Man, I don't know
It's
none of
Africa
that.
within it.
I'm
What is
too.
Kush and what is a Kibbalon?
I don't know none of
Are
that.
you aware that African is of an unknown origin?
Wow, here we go with this.
Do you know how etymology works?
If it was unknown, y'all wouldn't be talking about it.
Okay, how about you put up the Oxford Dictionary definition, the one that actually uses etymology.
.org. I just want to know where this information is coming from. Hey, bruh, don't do this. Don't. Damn. So you the person that we got to check all your sources in the middle of the debate. All right. Jeez.
Yeah. That
So what am I supposed to be saying? It's the largest
rebuttal,
continent
you know what I'm
because that's the
saying?
definition they got in Oxford. It's the largest continent. We know that, but it wasn't named Africa. We know how big it is. We're talking about what the original names was.
A little bit further, because Oxford gives you a lot more than just.
Oh no, I ain't got time for all that. It's like that Blue Letter Bible. It's like the Blue Letter Bible. I gotta go to this book, to this book, to this book to find the context and all that bullshit y'all Hebrews rhyme. Not with me, not with
How dare
not
I have
with
to
none. Not
service?
with none. Y'all follow the Blue Letter and it was written by
I
a
will
bunch of white
never
damn
ask you to be more than
so
service
I know
332.
something wrong. I'm not going there. All these different definitions. We know where the word descend from. Romans.
Where the word can you teach me where the word descends from? Natty, can you teach me where that word descends from, please? I'm confused. So you tell me I don't know the answer, then I tell you you're right, and I'm asking you to explain to me where it comes from. You still can't tell me? Oh, okay.
She told you she ain't got time for all that.
You ain't got no time for all that. I got it. Well, it's 4 a.m, man. I got to get up in a few hours. This has been real.
Crease your uniform good now, drill sergeant.
You got it.
So what's the debate?
She ain't figured one out yet. She'll let me know after she'll let me know after I debate Black Son.
Why? Because that wouldn't be fair. Since he's debating you that the Exodus never happened, and when he debunks that the Exodus never happened, then I wouldn't even have a reason to talk to you.
Actually, we debating was the Exodus a fairy tale. That's the debate. But I mean,
that's the same thing. It's a fairy tale.
Oh, man.
But I ain't gonna make that man debate up. I'm gonna stay up out of that. But we all know it's a fairy tale, just like the book that it's in.
Just for the record, though, I mean, we do set up multiple debates at once. Like
I understand that I already have a debate coming up about
me and you setting up. Me and you setting up a debate.
See, I'm not arrogant like
you. Me and you setting up a
debate.
Me and you setting up a debate.
Trust me, you will be in the ring with Nundy.
Me and you setting up a debate.
That's because I don't like your arrogance. I already told you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll stall you out and won't debate you.
Okay, I know you won't.
It don't matter. It don't matter to me.
I know you'll stall it out because you scared of this knot.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest with you. All that extra, it really don't matter.
Don't matter to me either.
Like I've seen your information. I've seen you put in work. You're not on this level yet. I'm just being honest. Just not there.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay, I know.
I know it's okay. That's just the truth, though.
Okay. I don't take lightly to arrogance. I'll see you in the ring.
I hear you. All right, man. Y'all have a good night, man. We'll let
baby, bro.
Yeah, peace. Y'all don't want this smoke, though.
Nah, because you're going to be turned to ashes.
Daddy, what's wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me. I just hate people pushing bullshit. when I'm pretty sure if you don't read everything, you know where it come from. What's the purpose of the arguments? I don't like the bullshit that's being influenced and pushed on my people. And when people lie and manipulate certain things and don't give both sides so people can actually choose what they really want to follow, because people got the right to follow what they want to culturally. But when you manipulate Bible scriptures, you tell lies about where it descends from, and you false claiming shit that don't identify with us, I have a problem with that.
Feel that shit. Go with you. I'm with you. Battle Axe. Y'all want to come up here and talk to Daddy about that? Because you got a lot of shit to type in the chat, bro. You act like you can't hit that late, fam. Don't play. I be seeing niggas try to talk shit from the chat. Wait, what? She up there talking. You down here talking.
He don't know no better.
Yeah, that's one nation set apart. He'll call you a cleverest woman.
You can call me what you want to, but I don't think pedophilia thoughts. I ain't trying to marry my 14-year-old off in Africa. I can tell you that.
No, they got nothing to do with that information.
Shalom.
Shalom. What's good with you, fam?
What's going down with y'all?
Man, same shit. Saw
Late
you
night
down there in
cooking.
that chat, debunking all her information. Said, damn, why he in the chat with it though?
Oh,
But
I was letting
Yeah, I know
Adon.
you're like Adon, so you'd rather see Adon get beat up.
No, I ain't got nothing against Adon. I just let him do his thing. He was handling his own business. But yeah, Nandy.
Hold
You
on,
still there?
how you think Adon did? Adon killed Daddy?
No, I don't think that they actually got the whole conversation already all the way out.
You think she did a good job answering questions?
No,
Saw
Nandy.
you down there. Hell
Where is she at? Is she still here?
She up there. Yeah, she up there.
I'm listening. I'm still here.
Oh, she
What's
in the
going on,
building.
Nandy?
What's wrong with y'all?
What's good?
You were saying that if you go and look at so-called black people, you say that we end up being, if you look at our DNA or whatever, or you're saying research from whatever avenue you're talking about research, and you say that we are Arabs or Jews.
I didn't say all black people. That's not what I said.
Right, but for the most part, is that what you were saying though, right?
No, I'm talking about these people that are following these cultures. And we were arguing about the culture versus the DNA. There is no Hebrew Israelite DNA. That's what we were arguing about. Is there a DNA? So that I said their DNA goes back to Jews or Arabs. So I didn't say all black people. And then when I was asked the question, well, how did they get black? And I explained about the Arabic slave trade and the women and little girls that was being stolen from Somalia.
Okay, so when you're saying Jews, are you aware that Jews are Israelites?
Here we go with the same question. I'm
just trying to get down what you're saying, because
this is what I'm saying. I understand that the bloodline is Jew, but the culture you follow is Israelite, meaning what you eat, what you worship, how you think, what you read. That's culture. That's culture that's been handed down through oral traditions. Traditions are something you follow. Traditions has nothing to do with DNA.
But these things weren't oral traditions. That's a lie, and that's a misnomer when people say that the Bible was oral tradition. It was written documentation. It wasn't oral tradition. This wasn't rumors and stories being passed down from generation to generation. These were solidified documents that was first and foremost ironed or burnt into papyruses. So,
you talking about the Moses story, really?
No, I'm talking about the Israelites, period. The Israelites were known for recording their incidences and their historical events on documented papers or whatever, papyrus, or however you want to see it, scrolls. The point is, these people they were fanatics about documenting their history. So when you say that it was just an oral tradition, or these are just traditions, or the Israelites, the tradition, that's not true.
How did they first get the information that's so-called documented? Because people wasn't doing writing and all of that stuff back then.
That's another lie that they put on. That's another lie that they put on black people.
Let me ask you a question. I'm just asking a question. This is what I'm saying. Because I'm gonna go this route with you. Maybe I'm a little slow. I don't understand what you're saying. where did they get the information that they so-called wrote down? And when did the writings of the Hebrews start?
They got that information from when they had the events. That's what I'm trying to say. There wasn't really like a
when they had their event.
There wasn't really a set date on to where these people can start recording their information. They recorded their information because they had prophets and scribes that was always within their community also. So these people were always fanatics about recording and documenting incidences and events.
When they had their events, somebody had to tell somebody what to write, right? I mean, how do they know? How do they know what to write down? How do they know how to construct the Bibles and the books and all of the stuff that has been brought forth as far as the Hebrew Israelites are concerned?
If you look, it was kind of like the same way as being done still today with journals. You got people that
I understand about all of them. Talking about before writing,
or they feel like it's important.
About before writings started with the Hebrews, how were they keeping up with their information? That's all I'm asking.
They wasn't keeping up with the information before writings. The Israelites came out of Egypt. Egypt had writings.
Okay, let me go to my archives.
So when they came out of Egypt, these people were already used and inclined in documenting by using writings.
When they came out of Egypt, I'm gonna stay out of that one.
We know that Egyptians had a certain way of writing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't the Israelites continue on the practices? That'll be like us leaving America and just completely abolishing the English alphabet.
Egypt. What was going on before they went to Egypt? We're not talking about the Arabic alphabets that was used in Egypt. What about before Egypt?
Babylon. Babylon recorded their information too with writings. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's only a lie that white folks have put on black people to make it seem like we didn't write anything to assist in erasing our whole history. You got to remember that white folks had a #1 goal over here when we first came over here, which was not keep us inside of the realm of education and documentation. That's why they didn't let us write and read. So it's always safe to assume, and it's easy to settle on the notion that these people are up to their same old dirty old tricks by saying, well, you guys never wrote anything. And then they come around, the Israelites didn't write anything either. This was all oral tradition. It was like, oh, that's white bullshit. It's just white bullshit to keep black people from actually thinking a little bit further than outside the box. Like, you got to think far. You got to really look at it from a bigger picture and realize all the techniques and all the devices that they did to make sure that we wouldn't know anything today. Take that into account, and then you can actually start seeing things a little more clearly. So what I do is I go off of the things that we can't fabricate. We can't fabricate how we line up with the curses. You can fabricate DNA. You can fabricate even historical artifacts. All those things can be faked.
So if you can fabricate historical artifacts, how you talking to me about some scrolls?
I'm saying you can fabricate that.
So how we know it's right? How do we know it's true?
Because of the prophecies of the curses that we are fitting up with. Some of those things can't be fabricated from an outside perspective. None of those things. There's some curses that cannot be fabricated. Like the hate that we have for each other. You can't fabricate that. That's something that comes from within. And if anybody was able to predict that we were going to be defeated, and then while we're in a state of our defeat, we're going to be eating at each other, hating each other, you can't make that up nor fabricate it.
Let me ask you a question.
You have to take that into account.
On those scrolls, what type of language was used to document the so-called words or the traditions of the Hebrews? What do you all read? What do you all read? What language is the Hebrew Bible written in?
It was originally written in what we would call Paleo Hebrew or Gehavere, but it got modernized time after time
Y'all be using these big
according to
words,
each,
whether
it got
the
modernized and upgraded according to each time they went into slavery. Each time they went into slavery, they got upgraded. That's why we got a modern Hebrew now that doesn't look anything like what was known as the Paleo Hebrew. That's why when we get out of the Babylonian captivity, they had all these little point markers to teach you on how to mispronounce words now and all that. Like all these things were added after they defeated us.
So what is the Paleo language defined under? That's what I'm asking you. Was it Aryan language?
No, it was actually Hebrew.
Was
if you
it
look at it, it's more of a pictograph. It was more of a. It was like what you see in the hieroglyphics.
It wasn't Middle Indo-Aryan language.
No, it was an original Hebrew language, and it was in pictographs.
Wow. Okay.
They literally use like stick figures or symbols of snakes.
Okay.
2 front teeth, a ladder. They'll draw a gate. They'll draw an ox's head. Like that's what they used to use. So we know that we fit the curses inside that book, and we can't get around that.
And not because I don't fit anything because I'm not in that book. So I don't know what curses you're talking about, but if that's something you want to claim, fine with me.
Okay, I'll try one like it says in Deuteronomy 28 and 16, well 15 and 16, it says all these curses will come upon you if you don't listen. And it said, curse shall you be in the city and curse shall you be in the field. And we're talking about a people group. We're not talking about individuals. We're not talking about individual. When he was saying this, when these curses were actually applied and told us to take heed of these, it was talking about on whole, as in a whole people group, the majority.
So let me ask you a question. How many people wrote the book of Deuteronomy?
There was only one person that wrote the book of Deuteronomy, and Joshua assisted on the last end of it, but Joshua was writing in it also. It even says in the book of Exodus, I think it's 14, that's when he tells them, God tells Moses to write these in the book, and then Moses tells Joshua the same thing. Like, yeah, man, record all this stuff in the book.
Okay.
So my question is now, so we know that the so-called black man, or black man, black woman, and child, we were in slavery in the United States. Can we at least agree on that?
We enslaved everywhere, but yeah.
Right, but we were definitely enslaved here. I can't really speak on everywhere because I don't know about that. I don't know too much about it, but I can speak on what transpired in the United States.
But you can't just worry about it. You got to go all the way back to the Arabic slave trade. 1619 was the last of the slave trade with the white man. So
right, I do. I go back to the 1400s. I do. I go back to the 1400s and Arabic slavery.
So we going all the way back there. Where were all of these books and scrolls and documents and all of that before slavery? That's all I'm asking. Because everything
they were still in Egypt, and they were being circulated throughout the European empire. They were being circulated.
So you mean to tell me y'all didn't start taking any historical information about yourselves till you got to Egypt? Make it make sense to me.
No, that's not what it was. Is that we keep going into captivity in these places. We keep turning into prisoners of war in them places. And one of the things that those people in those times that were surrounded by us, they were familiar with was the covenant that we actually were holding ourselves to.
Now,
and they knew that if we didn't abide by the covenant, that they would be able to have an upper hand and advantage over us. They knew that.
So before Egypt, y'all weren't keeping up with everything. Y'all didn't decide to keep up with your experiences and events until you got to Egypt. Because see, a lot of people, let me tell you what Bible thumpers do. They use that as an argument because they all know that none of this stuff was in existence until that Bible was created. So you have to go back to all of these scriptures and all of these different books and all of this stuff to try to identify the manipulating things that is in that Bible. And it's very contradictive. So how is it that you all didn't start worrying about all of that stuff until you got into slavery in Egypt? Make it make sense to me.
Okay, I'm gonna make it make sense, because before when they first went into slavery, my bad, when they first went into Egypt, they went in only 70 deep. So there wouldn't be no reason for them to record any type of governmental documentation, because that's one thing that we got to always get straight, is that the law, statutes, and commandments is a constitution on how to run the government.
So before
so when they were leaving out of Egypt, these people.
Wait a minute, I just want to understand. You teaching me, I just want to understand. So let me see where I'm going with this. So you mean to tell me, so before the 70 people went into Egypt, there was nobody keeping record. So how would y'all keep record before that?
What I'm saying is it wasn't that they weren't keeping records, it was that it wasn't necessary to keep records because there were only 70 deep.
I'm glad you said that.
And if you look at the law, statutes, and commandments, you'll see that this is actually a system and a government that's being implemented. So and it has a whole bunch of people in mind. It's encompassing that whole ideology of a level of a chain of command, and then a general populace, and how each individuals in those levels are supposed to operate and conduct themselves.
I understand. When I'm asking,
just like you can look at the United States, and you're not going to see the Quakers recording any of their documentations, or the Pilgrims recording anything either, until they came through with the Constitution. Once they came through with the Constitution, that was them saying, okay, now we're about to be a real solidified government. We're going to set up something right here, and we're going to follow these rules.
Right. Culture.
That was done, but that wasn't done. That wasn't done before the Constitution. Before the Constitution, you ain't gonna find anything like that.
I understand that. I understand all of that. I totally agree with you. Before the Constitution of slavery, you won't find any of that. So my question is this: if you all didn't start keeping records until you got into Egypt or was enslaved, as you say, how were you all keeping up with events and everything that you all were doing before the 70 people went into Egypt? Were you just talking about it? Did you stash the information somewhere? Why were they not keeping up with their information and culture before they were enslaved? That's all I'm asking. So if it didn't start until slavery that you all were keeping documents, how do we know who you people really are before entering into slavery in Egypt?
They wasn't really a people before they came into Egypt. It was only 7. They were just a family. It was just a family.
What?
Family of Israelites.
Culturally, but where does they DNA
descendants? Well, just they were descendants of a guy named Israel.
They followed the culture. But what is the guy named Israel? What was his bloodline? Where was he from? Who was he?
He was a Hebrew.
A Hebrew.
He was a descendant of Eber.
Oh no! I'm gonna mute my mic because you're wrong on that one, sweetie.
He was a Hebrew. But there was a lot of different Hebrews, but that certain bloodline of Hebrews that was following after, that they traced from Eber down to Joktan, down to Abraham, that was just a family. They wasn't a government. So there wouldn't be no need for them to record any of these events or documentation because it was isolated. But once these people became 600,000 deep and they were coming into the dawning of becoming autonomous, now there was a need to record this constitution, the rules and regulations that these people are going to be held to.
I got one more question. What was Israel's original name?
Jacob.
And what tribe did Jacob come from? Because it wasn't Hebrews.
He wasn't from a tribe. This was just a family at that time.
Oh, okay. All right.
It wasn't that deep. That's what I'm saying, So a lot of these stuff that you see that actually was written down and documented that is covering certain events and timelines that existed before Egypt, before them going into Egypt 70 deep. A lot of those things were reiterated to Moses from God. Some of them things was retained throughout their knowledge of them coming in there, just like when Joseph told them, like, hey man, you know, God's going to visit you guys one of these days while you're in Egypt. He said, but when y'all do leave here, he said, take my bones with y'all. This was how, you know what I mean, they were passing down certain things, like when they say that this was all verbal or recited.
All verbal. So that's the same thing.
Well, yeah. Until all the way up until they left Egypt, it was just verbal documentation or oral tradition.
That's what I said, but you told me that it wasn't. Now let me ask you one more question.
Yes, I did tell you that it was.
No,
I said they didn't start recording any of them things because they didn't need to.
And all this other stuff, they can rewind the tape. Let me ask you.
Right. They started doing that after they came
out of Egypt. I told you in the beginning, it was oral tradition and culture. That's how they was actually keeping track of it orally. So we don't know if orally they were told the right thing. My grandmother taught me how to cook collard greens orally. And she showed me things. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to tell my children to cook those collard greens the same way. I might have my own way of doing it. So orally, the tradition will change. Now, let me ask you one more question. What is the meaning of the name Israel? Since you're saying it's a bloodline, what is the name?
A prince that struggles with God?
That struggles. So how is that some type of lineage or DNA? And then his original name was Jacob. He called him Israel because of the things he was going through, struggling with God. That's why his name was changed to Israel. But when we look at Jacob as a person, he had to descend from somewhere. And this is where the argument will stop, because you don't want to talk about that. So I'm going to see if you're going to be honest and tell us where Jacob was really from, or I'm going to go ahead and drop it in the chat.
He came from Isaac.
I understand about his parents. Well, let me just say this. Was there not Canaanites and all kind of different people that were listed in the Bible? What was Jacob?
Jacob was a Shemitic individual. He didn't come from Canaan.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
These were black people.
Coming out of Israel. That's what you're saying. Coming out of Saudi Arabia and Syria and area, all these different places. You mean to tell me those were black people? Was it before or after? Wait a minute, let me ask you a question. Were they black before or after the Arabic slave trade?
They were black. They've been black.
Oh,
they've always been black. We always kept, for the most part, the same face. We look the same as we used to look. There's very small, slight differences between us and what we look like then. A lot of people, they know not to mix and match with us, because then you'll be adopting on the curses. So people wasn't so gun-ho about mixing and matching with the children of Israel, especially when they're POWs. All you're doing is dooming your kid to have bad omen. And people understood that back then. That's why when people say, oh, we're mixed, that's a lie. We're not mixed like that. Because everybody understood the curses that you will be adopting. That's a lot of the reasons why we were told, even in the Torah, for us to not mix with any Canaanites, is because the Canaanites were doomed to be servants of servants. So if you are sitting around there mixing with Canaanites, you're kind of ushering your kid on to being on the path of being a servant.
Let me ask you a question. Are the 12 tribes of Israel descendants of the sons and the grandsons of the Jewish forefathers, which is called Jacob?
The Jewish forefathers, I'll take the word Jewish out, but yeah, they're descendants of
the word Jewish out. I ask you a question. Is the 12 tribes of Israel? I'm looking at the 12 tribes of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at Jacob, which is considered to be a forefather, he comes from the sons and grandsons of the Jewish forefathers. His name was Jacob, and then he was called Israel. So I'm asking you a question. If they're saying that he comes and it says descended from, because you all try to use descendants. Descended from the son and grandson of the Jewish forefathers. Then he became Jacob, and now it's called Israel. How is he not Jewish? Even in the Bible, God, your God, states that he's the God of the Jews. He didn't say the God of the Israelites that came when you all entered into Egypt. Even
He does
Jesus,
say that he's the God of Israel.
he said he's the God of Jews, and
He
Jews.
said he's the God of Israel. I don't remember
I'm
him saying he's the
thinking,
God of the
Jews
Jews.
come from Israel. There are Jews in Israel. Are there not?
Yes, there's Jews within the tribes of Israel.
I'm done with my question.
No, okay, yeah. There's Jews within the tribe of Israel, but the Jews is actually is alluding to the tribe of Judah. That's the first time you're going to see the word Jews mentioned in the Bible is when it's relating to the tribe of Judah. Not everybody that practices Torah is considered a Jew. That only came into the concept after they had a split. There was a northern and southern kingdom split. These people split it up. And then, but some of the people that were supposed to split away or would have been considered splitting away from the practices of the Torah, but some of those people, they would come back. They would realize like, oh man, like we over here on that BS. So they'll go
no
back
DNA to identify Jews. Is that what you're telling me?
Say that again?
Is there DNA that identifies Jews?
There's people that claims that, but I don't teach it.
It's not about what you teach. It's about what's facts. Is there DNA that comes from Jews? That's the yes or no.
I would say yes.
Okay. Is there a DNA that goes back to Hebrews? No.
Yes, there is. See, that's the thing. The Hebrews is when once you start looking for Hebrews, you're looking within a broad spectrum of people now. There's a lot of different Hebrews.
I'm looking
Moabites
at
are Hebrew. Let me just say this. We got Moabites, we got Ammonites, we got Assyrians, we got people of Mesopotamia, we have the Edomites, we have the Ishmaelites. All these people are Hebrews.
This is what I'm saying. Culture and DNA are totally different. Can you show me where I can go get some blood from someone and the blood will come back that my DNA and their DNA is Hebrew, not Jewish, not Arab, not none of that other stuff? Can I go and cut myself and somebody else cut themselves that's over in Israel, and we should be able to find Hebrew blood? That's all I'm asking you.
See, that's the thing. You can't selectively look for it like that.
I don't mean it like that. Come on, you know I'm being hypothetical right now.
Yeah, you're not gonna find anybody who's gonna say, "Hey, black people, you're Hebrews." No, nobody's gonna say that.
When I asked you, sweetie, I said if I go, just say you got a tribe of Hebrews over there. Let's just say people claiming Hebrew, and I want to see if I'm Hebrew. Where is the bloodline? Name me a tribe or something that has just blood that will come back in the DNA as Hebrew. That's all I'm asking.
The Igbo tribe and the Limba tribe. They know that those people are Hebrews. They know that those people are actually the descendants of the house of David. They know that.
The culture. They follow the culture. I'm talking about their bloodline.
No, even their bloodline. They know it. That's why even the Jewish people call them the black Jews. The Jewish people, the white folks over there in the Middle East, still consider those people actually as Jews too.
The Limba tribe still goes back to Jewish descent. That's what I'm looking at.
No. The Jewish people do not ever claim that those people used to be white. They don't say that. The Jewish people will even say those people, they call them Beta Israel, or just black Israelites, they will sit there and say like they always been black. So that's where we got to get in down to now deciphering on who is first.
The Limba Jews of Zimbabwe, although the Limba physically resembles any other sub-Saharan tribe, their religious culture and social practices and names are Semitic. Now, when I go and look at the Semitic, what is that? Explain, because I know what it is. I just want to see if you know. What is Semitic?
Peace to the panel. Peace, Sister
Shalom,
Nandy. Peace,
Asiatic. What's
Battle
going
Action.
on?
Shalom.
Peace, man.
Yeah, Sister Nandy, I think that what we can prove with DNA is that a great deal of tribes in the Sahel right now in Africa, they did indeed back migrate from the Near East, and we can demonstrate that scientifically.
I didn't say anything about where they migrated from. I'm waiting on one of y'all to tell me where we can get DNA that says Hebrew. That's all I'm
Well,
asking.
I'm trying to explain it to you. When we look at their DNA, we can demonstrate that their DNA, in fact, is Black Middle Eastern DNA. So when you harp on this Arab, I think you need to unpack that a bit more, because Arab does not mean the people that we see today that they're in the Middle East. It's talking about people that we see in East Africa today, like Beja, Maasai, even Bantu, all the way to Yoruba. Their DNA can be traced back to a Middle Eastern or Near Eastern source. That can be done very easily. I'll debate that.
Every time I look up Hebrew DNA, it comes up Jewish or Arab. I looked up DNA. I didn't go by culture. I went in here and looked up what is the Hebrew DNA or what is the Israelites DNA. Some of it came back Arabic and some of it came back Jewish. And if your Bible is already confirming that your God is the God of the Jews and you all are supposed to be the chosen people of God, why would you not be a Jew? Make it make sense to me.
You see, the problem is, not with yourself, so much, just in general, is a lot of people dismiss the biblical narrative, but now that modern science is catching up and bearing witness to much of the reasoning that is laid out in Bible and Quran, a lot of people want to dismiss it, like cowards like Chris Harris. The brother pulled me up on his show and I showed him this information. I pulled the source on him. I put the genetic study on the screen, and the coward, basically, he pulled his tricks, because they really intellectual. He's an intellectual coward, and took me through a lot for a debate, but never got to the debate, and I'm venting about that, because the brother is, I like to reiterate, the brother is in protective custody. You know what I mean? That's one of my problems, with that brother as an individual. He lives in protective custody and he's really a coward, and I really want to use harsher language, but the brother, he's a coward. But I did put that source on the screen for the brother, intellectual coward. I don't know him as a man, but I put the source on the screen for the brother that demonstrates that there is no Kush without Afro-Arabian DNA. So when I talk about Arabia, Sister Nandy, I'm talking about people that we will find in the area of Lake Chad today, very dark-skinned, highly melanated. Those are some of the populations that back migrated. Those are R markers. That's a male marker, paternal. E markers amongst Beja, Maasai, different tribes, but it's spread out. But for the record, Chris Harris is an intellectual coward.
I understand I can't argue with Bible thumpers. Y'all believe in that book totally, which I don't understand because a lot of y'all say it's been changed, it's been upgraded, it's been rewritten, missing books out of it, all kind of stuff. But you got faith in that particular ideology. It's funny to me.
Well, that's why you gotta stick to the script. The book doesn't.
I know that's exactly what they wanted you to do. Stick to the script.
Just stick to the script. You know what I mean? Because you'll look and you'll see that there's something that's far beyond the level of coincidence when it comes down to what we have gone through and what this book says. Somebody will go through if they display the same behaviors that we are known to have displayed.
Well, if the slave masters wrote it and they had a plan
Make
place
it
for
up.
our people, if the slave masters wrote it and they already had a plan for our people, because y'all always talking about these disasters and stuff. Do you know these people have technology now where they control the weather, they control the snow, they
No, they
control all
don't.
kind of things? Oh, they don't? Are you
That's just
serious?
conspiracy theories. That's not true. I've been down that route. That's not true.
Wow.
They
You
don't
know,
control the weather.
I don't need this
Hey,
conversation.
sister, listen. They don't control the weather.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I
Listen, I'm
believe
gonna
there's
let you
some
know.
validity.
I'm gonna
The
let you
heart.
know they don't control the weather. No, they don't. God controls the weather. These people can't control which direction the wind is gonna blow.
Let me ask
They
you a
don't.
question about an
You
ex.
know. You
And
know.
this
You
is
know
not to
how.
be disrespectful.
You know.
Who is God and what God look like?
God is the creator of heaven and earth and all that there is.
How you know?
And he looks like a black man. According to Daniel 7:9, he is a black man with an
That's
afro.
right. A
So
black
you
man.
actually believe that God took clay and formed a man, but then he had to take a rib to form the woman. Make it make sense to me.
It wasn't that he had to, he chose to.
So why did he choose to? What was the purpose? You mean to tell me Adam wasn't walking funny? He didn't suffer no consequences. He just went to sleep and woke up and poof, we got Eve in the building.
It's not that easy to understand. You know what I'm saying? The story of Genesis is not to be understood on the surface. It's speaking in a deeper level. It's obvious when you see that God first made man and woman.
Let's check it out.
And then he called them
Cloud seeding is the most common type of weather modification, and it has many different techniques and applications. Today, it's mostly used to increase rain and snowfall, reduce the size of hail, and reduce fog at airports.
Traditionally, cloud seeding has been done from the air. So airplanes have had racks on them where these same flares are positioned on the airplane, and the airplane flies into the storm. So in order to reduce the cost to the client and reduce our carbon footprint, we've been able to station these on the ground. Now we can do this in places where weather permits.
Behind a barbed wire fence designed to keep away curious cattle, the cloud seeding gear awaits the right kind of weather.
So these are referred to as AHOGs. That stands for Automated High Output Ground Seeding Systems. We've got three primary components of our equipment here. The first is the control module that you see behind me.
Battery in the control module
of ice buildup, and then that becomes a hailstone or a snowflake that falls here primarily as rain. So one flare like this has billions and billions of potential sites for that water to congregate around. We'll launch them in sequences. We watch the radar to see when bands of the highest concentration of liquid water are passing above us in the clouds, and we try to target those high concentration pockets in the storm systems. Process. So overall, you're probably looking at about 40 to 45 minutes before you're seeing the maximum result. And that's why we're stationed miles away from our target area. So we have very specific targets that silver is biological. So are we benefiting California at the expense of?
Yes, and this has been going on for decades, by the way. This is not something that's brand new. But traditionally, what cloud seeding is, it involves using aircraft or drones or even some cannons to push silver iodide up high into the clouds. Why silver iodide? Because what that has the same crystal into larger ones.
So not silver, not cloud seeding as we know it.
No, they're not using the traditional silver iodide, which takes out the environmental aspect of that, okay? So they're using just electricity to create
That's all fake.
Bernard got
That's all fake.
Tsunamis, so all this stuff. And on our hotlines, we have gotten phone calls like you would not believe. Thankfully, the last one I got was a young lady asking if I could help her to win the lottery. So I'm like, hey, well, that's
fake.
There's some truth to that, brother Battle Axe.
No, that's all fake, man.
I believe so.
California. I live in California. If these people was able to make rain.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. NASA created this huge facility to test out their rocket engines. Every time they conduct a test, an enormous amount of hydrogen and oxygen gets mixed together. As a result, these engines are basically pumping water vapor into the atmosphere. After about an hour, this water vapor will eventually fall back down as rain. A person pulled her car over because she heard a strange sound coming from her engine.
All right. That's not real. That doesn't create rain. If they was able to create rain, they would have created rain in the United States.
Agent. It works by shooting high-pressure water into a modified MiG-21 jet engine. This mixes with chemical compounds to create a high-temperature mixture of gas and steam. This gas blows away radioactive particles and destroys infectious agents. A creative solution to a potential chemical attack.
You see, they're not making rain clouds. You can't make a rain cloud.
Up with an idea to, but involved in the clouds.
They already said that they needed the weather conditions to actually. They needed certain suitable weather conditions to even manipulate or alter using these devices, but they never said that they can actually control the weather with these devices. That's why people we gotta listen to what they're saying and how they're saying it. They're never even admitting that they can do these things.
Is that making it rain in Dubai, bro?
No, they did not make it rain in Dubai.
They did make it rain in Dubai. Okay.
No, it was already clouds. They already said that the clouds had to be there for them to put the silver oxide in the cloud to make the health balls smaller. But they never said that they can cause it to hail. They never said that they can cause it to rain. They can't.
Bro, what is you talking about?
They never. I watched it, man. I've been down this route. I used to be a conspiracy quack. They controlling the weather.
It's not a quack.
They made that tornado. No, they didn't.
Oh, this ain't got nothing to do with making tornadoes.
No, but that's what I've been down this route.
Hold on. See, that's the thing. Y'all be so caught up in the extreme, you miss the logical. They're making it rain. I never said they could make a tornado, bro. And because
they didn't even make it rain. They actually said that they are just tinkering with the clouds.
No, they're not.
To manipulate the rain.
Dubai is a desert that doesn't rain.
Then why is it not United States? Why is United States drying up?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Then why is United States on a 9-year drought?
A 9-year drought of what and where? United States is big.
United States have been in California. They've been admitting that they've been in a drought for 9 years, but they actually been in one for 14.
That's California.
That's the breadbasket of this nation, though. That's where all they food's gonna come
Chicago
from.
is.
Did you know that? Did you know that California makes up most of the food that ends up on your dinner table?
Most of your food is imported. So.
No, most of your food comes from California. Your vegetables and your fruits,
so how
they come from the United States.
How they on a 9-year drought and most of our food come from them?
Because we've been living here in California, and they've been in a drought. We haven't seen rain in years, and it's been over 10 years since we've seen rain.
You telling me that rain in California in 10 years, bro?
We get like 1 inch of rain from like the whole year, maybe like 4 inches
So
of
it
rain throughout
has
the
rained in
whole
the
year.
past 10 years.
What?
So it has rained in the past 10 years.
No, not in the way to where these people can say that
Has
we
it
are no
rained?
longer in a, let me finish my sentence. Not in the way to where they can say that we are out of a drought. They know the way that this place used to rain. This place used to rain to where they was able, the rainfall was able to replenish the water table every year. Now, there is no more replenishing of the water table. The water table is getting lower and lower, all the way to where farms are being shut down and people's homes are being vacated and torn down because there's no water anymore. If they can actually manipulate the weather and make it rain, no, then they would have saved California's drought.
Why?
Because these people are eating that food that comes from it.
Okay, so I'm saying the food ain't gone nowhere.
The food
Now
is
you're
going
drought,
somewhere.
yo.
That's the reason. The food is gone somewhere. That's the reason why the prices of food, that's the reason why prices of food has went up so high. It's because they're running out of food.
Where at?
California.
Man, that's California problem. That ain't the United States problem.
That's where they make, you got to remember, that's where all the food comes from. That's where the fruits and the vegetables comes from.
I don't believe that all the food comes from there.
Look at the percentages of food that comes from the San Joaquin Valley. And you will see that it is far beyond 50%. Most of the food that ends up on your dinner table comes from California, including your beef. And this place is in a drought. It's actually, they called it now this year an exceptional drought. That means they ain't never seen this before. They said that it ain't droughted in California like this in 1,000 years. 1,000 years. They ain't even been here in 1,000 years. But they know that this place hasn't been this dry in 1,000 years. If they can actually make it rain, why haven't they made it rain in the place that they needed it to rain?
Most of America's fruit is now imported.
Yeah. And you know why, right?
No.
You know why it's now imported?
You said no. You said most of our food come from California, bro. Like I said, most of it
used to. Okay, let me back it up. It used to, but now that there isn't a drought, they got to get the food. They got to get the fruit from China. They got to get the fruit from Mexico.
Bro,
but that is the reason. There's an explanation behind that. It's because the food.
You just make that up.
I'm trying to tell you. No, I live in California. There's a lot of farms.
What?
There's a lot of farms that used to be farms, and they're nothing but just vacant lots. I lived in a whole city to where the whole outskirts of that whole city had to move out, or they got to get water now mailed to them. They have to mail them the water because these people don't have running water anymore.
Man, what that got to do with it?
That means that they can't make it rain when they want it to. The government is taking money out of the taxpayers' pockets to mail water to people's houses.
So what? What the fuck that got to do with the?
That means that this place is droughted. It's dry. They can't make it rain.
So what?
They could have just made it rain instead of taking money out of taxpayers' dollars
and that's
and
how your
mailing
brain
a bucket of water.
And because California ain't making it rain, nobody has the ability to make it rain. That's how your brain.
They don't have the ability to make it rain. They don't. And yes, and you can tell because California needs rain and they can't get it. They can't get it to come here.
It's crazy.
They actually reported on the news that California is going to only be able to be habitable for 30 more years. After 30 years, this place has to be vacated. It will be no longer sufficient to hold life. They said that. If they can control the weather, why don't they just make it rain? Why you got to move everybody out in 30 years? Why you got to mail us buckets of water? Why don't you just make it rain?
Have you ever thought about
clouds every day?
Battle
Right
Axe.
now, right now we're in the fall. We're in the fall weather. It hasn't rained not once.
That they letting a lot of that stuff happen in California because they want the foreigners and shit out of there. You ain't never thought about it? They're trying to clean California out. They even trying to, and if it has one more earthquake or any problems, it's gonna actually separate itself. Don't you think that these people know what they're doing, bro? How
No,
did you
they're not suicidal. That's another doomsday conspiracy theory.
Oh,
Is
so
that
you
the
don't
white
think
man want to depopulate the planet? That's a lie.
What? They've been trying to kill us
That is
since
a
the beginning of this
lie.
thing.
Do you know what they said about that? Do you even know where that lie comes from? It comes from what is called the Georgia Guidestones. If you go and look up the Georgia Guidestones has a certain decree on how they got to keep the world's population to under 500 million.
So why they were killing out millions of people that's coming from the continent of Africa and all these places then? Why was they killing us off? What was the purpose?
Because the population is to keep Negroes under 500
They
million.
just like to kill. They can't help themselves.
If it was going to be to kill or to
wait a minute. So they trying to keep Negroes under a certain amount.
Right.
So
That would be the only thing that would, because they're not talking about depopulating the whole planet. Because then that means they have to get rid of 90% of the people that exist on the planet Earth.
So why you think they sending foreigners back to their countries and they killing off black people? Because they want
foreigners back to their countries.
They want that 90% to be them.
They didn't send any foreigners back to their country.
Most of these foreigners that's over here are on visas or like contracts for 5 or 10 years or something like that. The majority of the foreigners only come over here to get our money and resources in order to take it back to their country and utilize it. So I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Because they actually allowed it. Who do you think set that system up?
Why do you think they allowed it? So that they could come in here and take over what the black people should have while they killing the black people off.
Exactly. Now we're seeing eye to eye. They brought these immigrants over to bump black people from being in second place to fifth place.
And then
because I'll tell you like this. You ain't sitting too shabby when you're second.
So why do they have the borders blocked off? Why they sending out the immigrants like Haitians and all these different people back across the water that don't have no citizenship here? If they
only sent the Haitians back. They didn't send the Mexicans back. They don't send the Arabs back. They don't send the Chinaman back.
That's
they
not
true. All these people come over here and they give them incentive to come here. They tell them, man, come over here. If you can get over here, we're gonna give you the whole 9 yards. That's what they tell these other nations.
Have you ever heard of ICE?
Yes.
So what you mean they don't send Mexicans and all those types of people back?
ICE is a joke. ICE doesn't even exist.
Everything a joke to you, but
no, I'm just being honest with y'all because I'm living here with it. See, that's the difference between like people that live in California versus everybody else that's not in California. We can tell you guys firsthand about what's transpiring with the Mexicans. United States has no problem in any way, shape, nor form allowing Mexicans to come over here by the buttload. They don't care.
Yeah, I agree with that too, though, because like in my area, I'm in Jersey. A lot of these local businesses, like some of them that are industrial, when you go into there, when you look at the population of the people that are employed, a lot of them are straight up Mexican, Guatemalan, they from south of the border. I don't have nothing against those people, but I think ICE is a joke too, because they're well aware that many of the businesses in my area, I'm near Essex County, they're filled with people from south of the border. No one's going in there and raiding them. No one's going, and they know that they're undocumented. Everybody knows they're undocumented.
Right. Even all the way to the point out here in California, did you know that you can actually go up to the welfare office and you can go to the DMV with no documentation? All you gotta do is speak. Hold on, let me say this. All you gotta do is speak Spanish, and did you know that they'll give you full benefits?
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work? How the hell is ICE existing and doing their job?
They want to undermine us.
Actually made laws to enable illegal immigrants to receive benefits that only citizens are supposed to have.
This
So
devil
let
is
me
this
just ask
devil.
one question. If that's the case, because they have a 5-year to 10-year rule where they can actually establish businesses over here, make money, and they got to go back. That's why you see a lot of these businesses shift ownership so quickly. But let me ask you this:
how are you going to do that to anybody if they're undocumented? You can't tell him when he got here.
I'm still
See,
trying
this,
to.
this devil is wickedly wise. They're projecting into the future, and they want to create enemies for us in the future. So what they do is they want to employ, people from south of the border and produce animosity between the community that really should be united against a common enemy that is the white man, that is the pale face. They're wickedly wise.
If the United States didn't care about foreigners coming over here, why the fuck was Donald Trump building a wall? And why did Joe Biden have to pass a law so they can be able to come across the border?
I'm gonna say it. It's because that's why Donald Trump had to make that law, because Donald Trump is a dude just like me. Donald Trump and me and Donald Trump would get along real fine, because I'll look at him and say, you see all these damn illegal immigrants up in here? He'll say, you damn right, I see that. I'll say, you don't think that's a problem? Because I do. He'll say, I think it's a problem too.
But you said
Donald Trump try to do something about it.
With him coming over here, so what he made a law and building a wall for him to keep him out?
Because Donald Trump was a dude that was owned by himself. Donald Trump didn't have any politicians in his pockets.
Yes.
Donald Trump funded his own damn self.
They moved him out of office, though. They wanted him out of office for precisely that reason.
For that reason.
He wanted to block the cheap labor coming in, but he was trying to support the American people by employing American people. But
70 to 80% of the government is a bunch of white down supremacists that don't like shit white. So you mean to tell me the United States government, that's mostly white supremacists, they good with the foreigners coming over here?
They want cheap labor. They want cheap labor, Sister Nandy. They want cheap labor and ununionized labor.
Let me tell you another thing too,
that
Nandy.
won't push back against the work conditions.
Why? And another thing is that white supremacy is, people are defining white supremacy falsely. They're trying to make it seem like white supremacy only has white people's best interest in mind. That's a lie. White supremacy has white people's interest in mind with the detriment of blacks. So whatever it takes to keep black people in a detrimented state of being, and it actually results in white people's maintaining or obtaining even more power, they're all for that. So if it takes immigration, if it takes to immigrate a whole bunch of Arabs and Mexicans to come over here to bump you out of second place, because you got to remember, keep in mind, before they did this Immigration Act, black people was second in line to what white folks was. And as this place got more technologically advanced and more at ease and more comfortable, second place was no longer oppressive.
Well,
you're not looking shabby by sitting second to the best.
According to my research, there was no such thing as second-class citizenship. You're either a citizen or a slave. So I don't know what that means. And let me ask you this.
Exactly. Until these people started actually having a more lucrative society at ease, then they were looking at it. They're like, every time we move out of a neighborhood, the blacks are sitting there right there picking it up. Every time we get out of an old car or a used car, the blacks are sitting around there picking it right on up. And then they'll look at the black folks and say, damn, they're not even really struggling like the way that we want them to, because they're sitting there they're one step behind us. So they said, let's do something about that. They say, I know what to do. Let's fill that gap in. Let's bridge a gap between us and the blacks by putting Mexicans and Chinese and Arabs at second, third, and fourth.
Why just
make them Negroes at fifth.
Everything that we presented to you tonight, even with the stuff that I think that was Brother Suave who put up the information about no controlling the weather. You said all of it's fake. So what's real? What are we supposed to pay attention to?
What is real is that we are in the position that we're in because we don't keep commandments. We don't actually practice anything else. Only thing that we want to practice is United States. That's all we want.
So
if I said, because I sat back and I listened to this whole thing, that anything that everybody brought up today was about obtaining more America, utilizing more America, or manipulating America for your advantage. But see, but that's the biggest problem, is that we keep on wanting the system of oppression to not oppress us. And we're trying to figure out how we can get that done. That's not the solution. That's not what's real. What's real is the moment you guys realize that you need to follow that book, and that book is telling you, you need to go back to Africa and start your own. And you need to operate it according to these rules and guidelines. You're going to be complaining about all these issues.
So what was our people doing before they got the book with the command?
Like I said, we was in Egypt. We was in bondage. Remember
I
that?
asked you, before the book and before bondage and all of that, what was we doing to follow rules and regulations?
It was only 70 of us.
70 of us?
It was only 70 of us. We went into Egypt 70.
Y'all practicing the culture?
We only went into Egypt 70 deep. Just
But
as a
what
family.
about all the other people that was there before you all went into Egypt? What was y'all following before you went?
Those wasn't our people. They wasn't part of our family.
I'm asking you, what was the 70 people doing before they went into Egypt and started keeping documents and they wrote their books?
They were practicing the Hebraic customs.
And
So
what
these
is
people, they still understood animal sacrifice. They still understood certain things, but they didn't have a covenant, a contract, a constitution written up. They didn't have a government in mind. They wasn't thinking like, hey man, we're about to build us a city right here. They wasn't doing that. It was when they came out of Egypt and they needed that, because now they were 600,000 deep just with their men, just males, with 600,000 of them. These people needed a system and a constitution, rules and regulations to abide by.
So it was 600,000 slaves in Egypt and y'all stayed in it? Did nobody try to do nothing?
We left.
No,
600,000 people left Egypt.
Y'all didn't just leave though. I'm gonna give you right now.
No, God toppled their empire and we left. Just like you see what's happening right now, right before your eyes. You're seeing the toppling of the American empire. It's toppling before your eyes.
Okay.
But now we even more than 600,000. We're in the millions.
Yeah, this is the real exodus here.
Right.
With us. This is the fulfillment here. Us separating from this system.
Right. That's right. And once again, we're going to need something that's already established before we leave here. We can't leave here and start trying to make it up as we go, because that's just going to be a long, extensive, strenuous process.
Y'all made it up as y'all were going to Egypt. What's the difference?
What'd you say?
Y'all were making it up and doing it as y'all was going in Egypt. So what's the difference?
They didn't make it up. These were people were practicing already accustomed. The Hebrew customs was pretty much universal at that time. A lot of people at that time understood it. Even people that wasn't Israelites still understood it.
Let me ask you a question. Do y'all?
That's why even when we went into Sodom and Gomorrah, and when Abraham went into Sodom and Gomorrah, and there was a dude that took Abraham's wife, he didn't lay with her, but he was about to. And then he found out that she was married. He was like, man, how are you gonna bring this great sin upon my people? No, we don't get down like that. We can't be sleeping with men's wives. That was customary. They turned into laws for us when we became dawning into an autonomous position. They became laws. They were written in stone now. This is actually now how we're going to go about things. But before that, they actually still practice those things.
Do y'all keep the Sabbath?
The Sabbath was part of the contract. But I'm not saying that there wasn't no Adamic Sabbath. So there was an Adamic Sabbath because Adam kept those commandments. And it even says that Abraham kept all of God's laws, statutes, and commandments. So that means that Abraham, he did have the cultural understanding of the law, statutes, and commandments that we received from Moses. Abraham knew those.
I was trying to get to a question. Is the Sabbath a Jewish worship?
No, the Sabbath was actually known back then as a universal worship. They knew that. It wasn't until after the flood is when that it actually got isolated down into a certain family's bloodline. Before that, everybody knew about the Sabbath.
Yeah, we gotta stop. I think we gotta stop
Well, who started it? Where did it come from? What culture?
separating Abraham from African. Abraham was African.
What culture was the Sabbath started under?
It started before the flood with Adam and all the people of the Garden of Eden, or it would be an African thing. The Garden of Eden was just Africa, obviously.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Abraham was definitely a black man, though. But when we look at the name Abraham, we could see AB is either father or Ib in Egyptian language, which means heart. And we know that the Egyptian tradition placed a lot of weight on the heart with Ma'at. And if we look at the scripture, we see that Abraham, you know, one of the main things was the condition of his heart in Bible and Quran. You know, his willingness to sacrifice. When we look at the second part of his name, Ab, then it's Ra, we see a symbol for sun or light in the spiritual sense. And then we have Ham, which is black. So essentially, we're looking at black thought, black concepts, you know, when we look at that name. But if we keep on getting our understanding from these Ashkenazis or these Aryanized Arabs, we're never going to understand that these are African or melanated people that we talk about. But when we unpack the names, we find out, you know, that it's African.
Right. That's true. It's African. The whole book is actually an African setting. It takes place in Africa and all that. It's African.
How old is the Bible and how long is the continent of Africa been renamed to Africa?
Oh, I couldn't answer that. Maybe Asiatic got that answer for that one.
Yeah, the word Africa.
I ain't talking about it. We talking about the continent. Y'all keep talking about it's African, it's African, it's African. Where was the Bibles in Africa before Egypt?
Well, I would start with the word because it comes from afar, and afar is Cushitic Seho language, which is also Afro-Asiatic language. And when we get into the Tamashek or the Berber language, it's Ifri. It's I-F-R-I. And we can draw that out, you know, as well. That's demonstrated through linguistics and philology.
African before y'all went into Egypt, because he just said they started to keep documents when you went in Egypt. Where was the Bible before you going into Egypt? In Africa. Where was it at? Where was it in Africa?
We keep saying that. I keep saying that the Bible, as in a compilation, didn't exist until after they came out of Egypt, because now it was a constitution.
Exactly. So how is that the Bible of my people?
Because your people can be linked back to the people that came out of Egypt.
I'm not an Israelite.
You are, according to the
Israelites linked back to Egypt. We're talking about all the people that was in existence. Like you said, there was just 70 of y'all. Babylon and all this stuff came before y'all seen Egypt, which means everybody didn't go. It was some people still left somewhere. Where was the Bible then? Because my people been here longer than that book.
People and nobody's in the names. Right about that.
Right. Nobody's taking that from me. We're not saying that the Bible.
So how is
it as you know it always existed?
If it's we was here before the book, what was we doing before the creation of the book?
We were practicing the customs that everybody else was practicing, like we do in the United States. You see how we practice certain things, and we ain't getting it from books like Christmases and birthdays. There ain't no book telling you to celebrate Christmas.
Listen
to what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. You ain't got no book that tells you to celebrate your birthday, but you still do.
Now you might not know what I'm saying. Hold on.
But am I right on that?
Hold on. If you didn't have a birth, if people didn't get birth certificates to 1954, some of them people didn't celebrate their birthday. So what you talking about?
Those people always celebrated their birthdays. You can see people celebrating their birthdays all the way back into the Bible. Birthdays is not something
about the Bible.
Birthdays is not something that'll take someone to tell you to do. You don't have to learn in a book to do your birthday. Somebody just says, "Hey, man,
Christmas." Jesus,
somebody just actually just started celebrating your birthday, and then you're gonna grow up thinking that that's what you're supposed to do. Is when that day comes around, you're supposed to celebrate it as the way that you were taught.
Jesus was so-called born on December 25th. Everybody so-called Jesus was born on the 25th. That's what's funny, but that's not true.
Christ wasn't born December 25th, though.
Hold on a second. I don't think Aaron was in no manger with her legs up in the cold in the middle of December. That's the first thing I want to ask a question about. And the second thing, Christmas and all of that stuff come from Krampus and different people's cultures of what they were worshiping. That's a Christianity culture. So how can you be celebrating Christmas and you supposed to be a Hebrew?
Israelites don't celebrate Christmas. Israelites
Wait a minute,
teach against Christmas.
You just said everybody would celebrate all that before the Bible.
Nobody celebrate. Israelites don't celebrate Christmas. That's the only way that I can answer what you just said. Israelites don't celebrate that.
Celebrate Christmas before since it wasn't the Israelites. Who was the everybody else who was celebrating before the Bible?
They were pagans. They were people that see Christmas. If you go and look, you'll see Christmas was celebrated. First time you're gonna see it mentioned in the Bible is when they defeated Samson. When Samson got defeated and taken captive, they celebrated Christmas. They started giving each other's gifts and making merry for defeating Samson. And then you can look in the book of Revelations, and they did it again when they defeated the Israelites, the two servants. They ended up giving gifts to each other.
Samson is the son of Shem. That's what that means. Samson, son of Shem.
I'll explain that. Now I got one more question. Why were the Hebrews cursed? What were they worshiping when they was in Babylon?
They were worshiping other gods. That's how they ended up in Babylon.
The Hebrews, exactly. So you went into slavery and all of this stuff. Can you explain the curse that the Hebrews are under and why were they cursed?
Because by that time they went to Babylon, they was already breaking the covenant. It was the contract. The contract was if you don't follow the contract, you're going to face the repercussions. Part of them repercussions will be actually played out through your slavery. Once you go into slavery, that's when all these other things are going to start coming to real play.
But I thought you said that y'all just started keeping documentation and all of that. How did you have a covenant before entering into slavery?
We had a covenant when we came out of Egypt. After we came out of Egypt, then we ended up in that.
Utilize that. I said, I'm talking about the idol worshiping and the paganistic rituals and all of that stuff that was going on around the Kaaba in Israel and all of these different places before you all went into slavery. That's what I'm talking about. So quit talking to me about when slavery started and the books and documents. I'm talking about before that. You're talking about they were pagans. So were you all.
No, before we ended up in slavery in Babylon, because I think that's what we're talking about, we already had the customs and the practices of the covenant that we received when we came out of Egypt.
That's a misconception, though, Sister Nandi, because when we look at the history of Arabia and the Kaaba, monotheism was in Arabia, and much of that monotheism was black Jewish.
So what is polytheism?
Monotheism,
What is
black
polytheism?
Hebrew
What is
monotheism.
What is polytheism?
The Kaaba?
Oh, yeah.
She said, what is polytheism?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple
the worship
gods.
of many gods.
Yes.
And was that there before monotheism? Was that there before monotheism, polytheism? Was that there first?
No, they coexisted. When we do the history, there was a polytheistic group in the Arabian Peninsula, and there was monotheistic groups in the Arabian Peninsula that were related to Judaism. That history
to Judaism. I'm listening. Go ahead.
with
And
the Shah and the Nawaz.
which ones was the Israelites connected to? The Judaism or the polytheism? Which one?
Monotheism. One
Which
God.
is Judaism? Which is Judaism?
Yeah, that existed in pre-Islamic Arabia. There were plenty of black Jews. In fact, some scholars say that the black Jews were actually in Arabia. One of them scholars is Kamal Selvi. He wrote a book called The Bible Comes from Arabia.
Arabia,
Yes.
Arabic area.
Yeah, so I think you gotta adjust your point of view when you.
I don't have to adjust my point of view. I'm dealing with facts. I don't adjust anything. That's what Bible thumpers do.
Facts are dark skin. The facts are original Arabs were dark skinned.
What their scripture is. That's not what Nundy does. I study history and I study the actual factual documented evidence. I don't care what you're trying to push on me. So no, I don't have to look at it any other way than paying attention to the facts that's documented.
Okay, can I?
I like to show sources, Sister Nandy. I don't like to play games.
You should. What about this fact?
Okay, y'all go see my sources. Trust me, I'm asking you questions for a reason. I'm questioning y'all for a reason. I play chess, so I can know how to talk y'all with a debate. I'm just asking questions. You will see my sources.
That's right.
So go ahead.
Is this a fact to you that the so-called African American in the United States has been plagued with family dysfunctionality?
It's family dysfunctionality everywhere. So why would we just be talking about Africa?
I know that. I didn't say that we are the only people that
you
have
know
it.
that, that's like a crazy question to ask me. There's dysfunctions everywhere. So
no,
that's
black people being plagued with it though. I didn't say that we go through it. I'm saying
they've
we're
been
plagued
plagued
with
with
it.
dysfunction since they've been taken out of their natural habitat, since they've been stolen, raped, murdered, abused, and placed into slavery. How could you ask me that question? Yes, there is
I'm going to ask you a question. So it's a fact, right?
That's a fact. Something we can all identify with. We see dysfunctional people every day.
Well. Here's another fact. Since you deal with fact and you agree that that's a fact, this is another fact that was documented in a book that pre-existed us being in the United States.
Let me tell you something.
If we don't keep the commandments, these were going to be our facts.
Now, certain things, whether it was documented in a book or not, people can actually go and identify with those individuals that has been around them with mental issues or going through some type of traumas. We can see that. We can see that with our own naked eyes. That's something we can stand on as a fact, not some oral tradition that's been handed down through 1,000 people, and we just gotta believe it. You can go on.
No, it's not that you gotta believe it. It's that,
Nandy, you just said your history is passed down through oral tradition. You just said your history is passed down through oral tradition.
Documents to that. It's documents of
You
where
can't have it both ways, sister.
This is what I'm
Can't have
telling
it both ways.
What I'm telling you is documented evidence. Documented.
But you said oral tradition.
Has been handed down to me by my ancestors, and they have explained to me what I am and where I come from. But there's documented evidence of the Gullahs. There's documented evidence of the Creeks. There's documented evidence of the Chickasaws. There's documented evidence of these individual people.
My family from South Carolina too.
Wait a minute.
My
With
family from
DNA,
South Carolina too. I understand.
Let me finish. With DNA, that's factual information. I don't have any factual information of any DNA for Hebrews other than Jews or Arabs, depending on what slave trade you was in. That's all I have on that. So you cannot compare, you cannot compare that to DNA.
Let me say this.
And these people are still walking around here today.
The documentation is in the prophecies written in the Bible. It
Without
said that this
the
was
Bible.
going.
Let me ask you a question.
No, you can't do it
Bible,
that way.
What documents do you have, Battle Axe? Without that Bible, there is no documented evidence of a dang on Hebrew. No,
you don't need any documented evidence. The issue doesn't start with who was a Hebrew. The issue starts with who are you.
We have to
That's
tell
where the
Dan,
issue starts.
We have to tell Dan Stella We have the Merim Ptah Stela. We have the records from Elephantine that are written in Aramaic / Hebrew.
Aramaic.
Yeah,
Everything
yes,
is
yeah,
but
but
now that
it's,
Aram.
you said there were no records. We have
Well, those records written
hold on
before
one
or
second.
after
I'm
Christ?
giving
I
you
want you to be
hold on, sister.
Wait
I'm
a
giving you
second.
records
I'm
in
taking
stone.
notes. I'm taking notes. So what I'm
Okay.
asking you, specify if these documents was in place before or after y'all entered Egypt. That's all. That's all I'm asking you to specify.
They are dated. They are dated to various time periods.
Was it
Various
before or
time-
after you all went to slavery in Egypt?
Well, I don't have all of the dates right now, but we
Okay,
do
'cause it
have the
won't.
documentation in stone.
They're not. They're not
It's
old enough
it's
to
in
count that you all
stone,
went to Egypt.
Nandy. It's in stone, sister.
And when y'all meet Moses in Egypt, and that's when it was all put into stone, right?
We have the sarcophagus of Hiram
Came in
in Byblos, Lebanon,
All
engraved
that was after the
with
entry of
Canaanite Phoenician script
All that was after
that
the
is said to
entry
be the basis of Hebrew or Paleo-Hebrew script. It is engraved with the entire alphabet.
written in Arabic, right?
Hebrew alphabet.
Arabic.
I'm just saying, sister. You
What
said
is
that
the
there is
Hebrew
no
alphabet?
documentation.
Is it Arabic alphabet? Yes or no?
It's documentation, though, sis.
That's not what I asked you. Is it Arabic or no?
Well, the script wouldn't matter. I
See,
see
if you
bitch
read
ass.
the thing, you
Excuse me,
already know
sister.
the question
Nandy. I see
the
bitch
question
ass
was,
Chris
is
Harris
it in
pulled up.
Arabic?
I see bitch ass Chris Harris pulled up. Chris Harris, you a bitch.
Damn.
You soft, punk, intellectual. You went and got Ngozi, and I put a source in front of Ngozi face that bust his ass. So why don't you and Ngozi pull up where y'all don't have no protective custody? A place like right here. You faggot, punk motherfucker.
I'm gonna mute my mic. I don't know, Mr. Harris. Go right ahead, Adrian.
Pull up where you ain't got no protective custody, punk. You was a coward. You took me through all that for nothing. And I put them sources in your face, boy. And Melvin, you a bitch too. Towing that party line. Y'all a bunch of intellectual punks. Talking about some damn, bring the whole, whatever y'all call it, I'm in Rock Squad or whoever y'all supposed to be, and pull up and have a decent, respectable conversation with me at a place like this where you're not gonna get no PC. Suave Boss ain't gonna give y'all no PC. No
Dang.
protective custody. That's all I want. Faggot. Want everybody to pull up on your channel where you can mute them, block them, and all this other type of gayness. You call like 10 people to prepare for the debate with me. You call like 10 people on me. You called Lex, you called Ngozi, you called Ratchet Craig. I beat them all the fuck up with source material. You've never been a champion, in my opinion. You never was a champion to me. Anonymous Hebrew is an authentic champion. You ain't no champion, you're an intellectual coward. Pull up. You don't never pull up where you ain't got no protective custody. Cause you soft, dude. Where you at?
Damn.
And I held this for a long time after you did that bullshit to me. Calling me with judges on the phone, calling me with Solo on the phone. Calling me with Solo, calling me with judges on the phone every day. My wife was like, damn, why are you blowing your phone up like that? Calling me, telling me to come on your channel to prepare for the debate that you ran from because you seen how many sources I had. You're a straight coward, son.
Yeah, sound like Chris. Chris was running from a beatdown.
When I put the source in front of Ngozi face, he melted down, Battle Axe. He started cursing, hollering, screaming. What's up, chump? What's good? But why you take me through all that on your channel, bro? And then you ain't
Real
even
quick,
take the
hey, real
debate.
quick, hey, real quick. Hey,
What's the
Sister
purpose of
Nandy.
that? You
Hey,
ain't got no
Sister Nandy.
protective custody here. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay, y'all see how he acts? You a bitch, you a faggot, you a hoe. All
You know
because
the
he
reason I
lies.
said
There
that.
you go. All because he lies about his sources. And when
You
you
want to see the source
expose his
now?
sources,
Do you want to see the
and when he
source now, pussy?
exposes his sources,
Do
that's
you
why
want to
he's
see the
acting
source
like
now?
this. See, he's supposed to be a
Do you want the
Muslim, and
people to
this is
see
how
the
they act.
source?
Listen to him.
Do you
Family,
want
I
the
want
people
y'all
to
to
see the
listen to
source?
this guy. Yeah, show us the source.
Coward ass faggot.
Okay,
There's the coward faggot again. See?
I'm going back on mute so I can watch. I'm quiet.
Show it. Show us Paleo Hebrew. Show us any of this stuff that you're on here talking. Oral traditions cannot be trusted because we know that the Portuguese came into Africa sometimes during the 14th century CE with the Bible in their Judaic Talmud as a roadmap for Africa. And anybody with a high civilization, they constituted them Semites. They were the ones that were supporting the Hamitic hypothesis. And show me this Paleo-Hebrew script that you're talking about that Solomon Birnbaum constituted Canaanite writings back in 1945.
Hold on 1 minute, y'all. If y'all call me and don't answer, I'm still on the panel. I just got to run to the restroom right quick, but I'm listening. Go right ahead.
Show me any of this nonsense that you're talking about. Show me Egyptians coming from the east, coming into Egypt, building all the pyramids, building all the temples, and then going back into Mesopotamia with nothing to show for it. Coming all the way into Africa to build all these superstructures and then go back to Mesopotamia. Show me any of that.
You want to see it?
Yeah, go. We still waiting.
See the screen?
Uh-oh, Chris.
See the screen?
Yeah, can I get the source for this?
Shut up. You don't get nothing.
Exactly. Can I have a source for this? Give me a citation.
The information is there though, Chris. You're gonna have to
The
deal with that.
information, anything could be information. I need a citation and a source.
Why? What would that change?
That would show if there's a bias in it. And why are you talking anyway? When the Bible,
I'm trying to get down to the
Bible,
bottom of it.
hold on. When the
I just
Bible
want to
is
get
your
down to the
authority.
bottom of it too, Chris.
Yeah.
One second.
Yeah. I was a punk and a faggot a minute ago, and you had all these
What is
sources.
you still a
Please
punk
show
in
me.
the you still a punk in the faggot?
You've been walking around with these same sources since 2013.
No, I
It's
don't know.
easy. Hurry up.
Still a punk in the faggot.
Right. That's all y'all do. That's all you religious and Islamic biblical nuts do is call people faggots and everything. Show me your source. I am Team Osiris.
You're Team Osiris.
And you can never stand up in front of us scholastically. You're a punching bag. Hurry up with the source.
Chris, you know you don't believe in that.
You're lucky I can't get it up right now.
Yeah, I didn't think you could. Don't waste my time this morning. He ain't got no source. These guys just loud talk. These guys are on here proselytizing. Nandy on here beating y'all up.
Is that what you
I
think?
thought you was a Muslim. I thought you was a Muslim. Women can't stand in front of y'all. Fuck out of here, man. Find your source on the internet.
And look, you know I showed you the source already. Know that.
Yeah, please get that source for Chris, because Chris over here thinking that he's putting in work right now.
Yes. Sources like this one right here, family.
You still there, Chris?
You see that? You see that? You faggot, you punk, you pussy. You see that early back to migration?
Oh, I think he got up out of there.
Early back to Africa migration. Where the pussy go? Where the pussy go?
I think he
You
did.
homo, you faggot, you punk. Here you go. Now let's look at the source, family. See, we have 2 migrations mentioned here into the Horn of Africa, from where? The Levant and Arabia, coming back in 2 different intervals. Horn of Africa populations likely represent autochthonous Horn Africa populations, the non-African ancestry in Horn Africa, which is primarily attributed to novel Ethio-Somali inferred ancestry components, significantly differentiated from all neighboring non-African ancestries in North Africa that came from where? Levant and Arabia, black. This the type of stuff. Fuck Team Osiris.
There you go. There you go, Chris. Boom.
Where you at? You faggot.
Man, Chris ain't gonna stick around for that.
Okay, this is easy. One more time.
Don't ever take me through all no. I'm just saying because of what you
Look,
did.
that's a back to Africa migration.
Yes, back to Africa.
That means they're from Africa.
They was in the Arabian Peninsula over 100,000 years.
It means it's back to Africa.
You faggot.
They went back to Africa.
Yeah.
They were from Africa, silly. That's what it means.
They was in Arabia 100,000 years. You bitch made
Okay, Africans were in Africa for longer
so
than
why did you
100,000
take?
years.
So why did you take me through all of that only to punk the fuck
Sir,
out when
you're
it was
trying
time
to
to
push a
debate?
narrative that doesn't exist. I
Why
told
you take me
you
through all of that?
back to Africa migration only proves that they were Africans first. Answer that question. I don't even think you know what back to Africa means.
How long were they in the Arabian Peninsula?
Okay, so if they were there for 100,000 years,
you stupid
when they went back
motherfucker.
to Africa,
You
when they went back to
stupid motherfucker.
Africa, what did they become after 100,000 years?
You see, this is the evidence right here.
There we go, y'all.
This is the evidence right here. You don't got no protective custody. And you know why I brought your name up? Because I know little punk ass Melvin was in the chat, and little punk ass Melvin was gonna go hit you on your little bat people.
Because he doesn't
on your little
his
bat
own
people.
sources. You died at the source.
I know little punk
One
ass
more
Melvin was
time.
gonna go hit you
One
on
more
your
time.
bat.
Let me
people.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Tell you,
question.
oh,
When
Chris,
they went
Chris,
to Africa,
Chris, he over
when they
there,
went back
he
to
over there
Africa.
talking about you,
Now,
Chris.
see, he doesn't
you
want
gotta
to
go
answer
do
the
something.
question.
You need to go say something.
One more time. I'm gonna ask you again with all the gangster shit. If they went to Arabia, what did they go to Arabia
Revolutionary,
as?
but gangster.
One more time. If they went to Arabia, what did they go to Arabia as?
You'll never be able to live around no gangsters.
One more time. I'm gonna ask you again. If they went to Arabia, sir,
the whole style.
What did they go to Arabia as? You guys can go listen to the conversation.
The sources on the
screen.
The sources on the screen. Migrations at 23,000 and migrations at 4,000. And those ain't the only ones, but these are the ones that are on the screen. Migrations from Arabia,
I'm going to ask
Arabia and the
if
Levant.
they were
at
Africans when they went into that area, what were they before they got
4,000.
there? They were Africans.
Deal with that. And they back migrated.
They see the word Arabia and they go crazy. They back migrated to Africa, so they went back home.
Yes.
They went back home.
Afro-Asiatics.
Okay. Asiatic wasn't even a word then.
So
let me ask you a question. So when they went back to Africa, how long did they stay in Africa?
Like it or lump it.
One more time. When they went back to Africa, did they become Africans after 50, 100,000 years?
The dates are on the screen.
He doesn't know what he's
23,000
talking about.
black.
One more time.
Black,
It's a simple
black
question.
migration, and at 4,000.
Y'all see how
black,
easy it is?
Black
One more
migration.
time.
It ain't
He can only
easy.
read the source and appeal to
It ain't nothing
authority.
easy.
One more time. If
The
they
source on the
went
screen, son.
to Arabia as Africans, that means they were Africans. When did they become Arabians?
That's what I taught you. They were Africans. I
Okay,
taught
one
you
more
about
time.
the Arabian-Nubian
So that we
complex.
agree now, y'all.
I
that they were
taught you.
Africans. Thank
They
you.
were Afro-Asiatic. They
Okay,
came
so
back
when does the
Afro-Asiatic.
African become? Okay, so
They
how
came
did they
back
come back
speaking
Afro-Asiatic?
Afro-Asiatic language. You know,
How
I
did
just
they come back
resent the
Afro-Asiatic?
fact that you went through all of that. You're a
How did they
whole
come back
homo.
Afro-Asiatic?
You're a whole homo for that.
Okay, look, this is all he's doing is insulting, because he can't answer a simple question.
Yeah, but when you get me on your channel, all you did was insult me.
No,
But
no
you
one
want
ever
to come up
insulted you.
here
Anybody can
and
go to
act
my
like
page
you
and
some
listen to you.
like you
One
some
more
type of
time.
sweet,
Okay,
nice
I tend not to waste
dude
my
or something
time
like
in it.
that.
I tend not to waste my time
You's a
anymore with your
fucking coward and
ignorance.
a punk.
Oh, set the debate up.
What you gonna do with the source?
I just told you it's a back to Africa source.
23,000 and
It says it's
4,000
back to
respectively.
Africa.
That's right.
One more
It does
time.
say
It says it's back to Africa. So
23,000
they went back to Africa.
and 4,000.
They weren't Arabs migrating to
What
Africa.
you gonna do with that?
What does the timeline have to do with it?
Afro-Asiatics.
They were Africans.
See, because shit is
Afro-Asiatic is
Afro-Asiatic
hey
language.
guys, real quick, guys. Afro-Asiatic is a term coined by
Afar
a man
named
is Michael
Afro-Asiatic.
Greenberg.
Don't nobody want to hear that weak ass shit you talking. That
See,
Team
this
Osiris
is
punk
what they
shit.
have to do.
If
This
you
is what
want to
they
pull
have
up
to do.
here, call, and we go through the sources and have a
Okay, have
source-based
a nice night,
discussion.
sir. Take you and your
faggot,
Muslim
you
God
punk,
and your Bible God, and you guys will have a nice night.
You bitch-made motherfucker.
Yeah, bitch made, faggot.
Yes,
that's what you
bitch
guys
made.
say. You guys aren't religious.
Bitch made.
There's nothing religious about you or righteous
Yeah,
about you. This is what you do.
I'm Muslim,
What is
but
Team
I
Osiris?
can't be gangster.
Listen, look how y'all act.
What's Team Osiris? What's that?
It's our story is revealed in science.
And your story is revealed in science.
Our
they don't
story.
accept the
Your
science.
story is revealed in the Bible. Why you running around
What's your
talking about
story?
soul?
What's your
A
story
soul
in
is in the
science
sperm,
then?
sir.
What's
It's
your
a
story?
science on the screen.
What's your story that's separate from everybody else's story that science talks about? What is that?
Well, my story contains the building of civilization, the creation of science, the creation of math, and astrology.
And
we gave
nobody
you
else done
all
that?
religion.
So nobody else
we
done that?
gave the Israelites. I didn't say that nobody else did.
So how
Yeah,
is
we
your
gave nobody
story?
nothing.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so how is your story explained?
That's a silly. Hold on. That's a silly question.
It's not a silly question because I don't know who the fuck you are. So I need to know
So-
how you got that from science.
Tell Ngozi
Oh my
to stop
God.
being so fucking emotional when we talking over sources. See,
Okay,
Ngozi is great.
back to Africa
Ngozi
migration.
is great with rhetoric. He
All
has
right.
great
Hey, y'all have a
rhetoric,
nice night.
but he don't have no sources. The sources bust his head,
Yeah,
and
it
they
does sound like
bust
you're going
your
off of
head
rhetoric.
too.
Right. It sounds like you are going off of rhetoric, Chris.
He is
You didn't
going
bring-
off rhetoric.
You don't got
And
anything
that's
to bring
all
to the
Ngozi
table
got is rhetoric.
with this Team Osiris. That's
Yeah.
an abstract. That's not for real. That's an abstract.
They clowns towing the party line. And Melvin, faggot, man.
Oh, Chris had to get us
stop,
out of there on
let me
that.
stop. I'm tripping, but yo, these dudes, man. I ain't never
One
seen
thing-
nothing like this, man.
One
Yo,
thing
it's
I've
in-
learned
it's in that world.
about these type of dudes that keep coming off with this sideways weird shit. Best way of just completely obliterating them is just asking them questions.
Yeah, the sources kill them though. You know, these are black migrations. I ain't talking about no white folks at 23,000. White people didn't even exist 23,000 years ago, according to National Geographics. They didn't even exist. So the only people that were coming back in at 23,000 were melanated people, you know. And these brothers, you know, they say they Team Osiris. They say they respect science. The science is in your face.
Right.
But you don't
They
accept the
could've
science that tells you that, though.
Right.
Fuck out of here.
Since science is your God, when we bust out with
Exactly.
your God,
If
you deny
science is
even
your
your
God, I guess the Most High is your God then too.
Right.
Because the white man's science bears witness.
True.
Forgive me, family, but I held up a lot of animosity. The brother took me through a lot a few weeks back. You can go look at his channel and see what they was doing. He called several individuals on me. He called Ngozi on me. He called some Ratchet Craig dude on me. He had me up there arguing with Lex. All of this was supposed to be preparation for a debate on SVDL. But then when it was time to debate, the brother threw the debate. He said he didn't want it. I believe that was that was a wicked thing to do. Brother, what you take me through all of that for?
Sounds like a wild goose chase.
For real, it just to ridicule and play games. I showed the brothers, so many sources, man. All just to play a game. You a hoe for that, bro.
Well, I think he did that as a sneak peek. He had to find out if he actually had what it takes to go up against you, and then he finds out quickly that he can't, because he expects you to be, just kind of just like he says, going off rhetoric. That's what he relies off of. He hopes that that's what you're going to be going.
Right.
But when you're looking like, what? Oh, hold on. And he sees you actually thumbing through documentation, and he's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think I asked this nigga for something that he actually has.
Right.
He's like, I wasn't, and dudes like Chris, they're not prepared for you to actually be able to back up what you're saying.
Yeah, he don't study. His understanding of our history is weak. It's weak as hell. You know what I mean? That Team Osiris stuff, that shit is all fluff. I respect Ngozi, the brother's intelligent, in his rhetoric and his mastery over the nomenclature as far as the terms is par excellent. I don't take that from him. But he can't stand on no source against me. I'll split his head right now. Call him now.
Hell yeah. No, that was a good source. I like that. I'm actually going to use that for one of my debates in the future.
Yeah, these was Afro-Asiatic city-states. They got Maasai DNA, Dinka DNA, Noor, Beja. These are all African types, Yoruba and Arabia. This is what the genetics is telling us.
What else do you? Yeah.
And then when the Europeans, they started coming down out of them hills and cave sides, a lot of our people, we hauled ass. We came back in. This was a savage beast coming out of, Gog and Magog.
Right.
Coming down on our people. The Quran talks about it. The Bible talks about it, these beasts coming down on our people. And this would cause the Bronze Age collapse. I showed them that too, the Bronze Age collapse. What caused the Bronze Age collapse, Chris? It was the damn white people coming down, filthy and stinking, murdering, robbing, pillaging.
Damn.
We called them the disease, Sagasu, the disease, filthy murderer from the steeps of Europe, Zagros Mountains and the European steeps. This is all documented, man. But these brothers, they don't want to respect the science, because the science actually bears witness to scriptures.
Right. Blows they atheists.
Blows they ass. Call Ngozi now.
Right. It blows them all the way out, man, and completely airs it out. Takes out all
him to come meet me where they don't got no PC. Places like Argument League.
Yeah, Chris, where you at? You gonna get your ass beat that bad? You gonna run up and get done up like that? You gotta be ashamed of yourself. You ought to not come back on no panels for a month. Don't get on no panels for a whole month, man. Your ass ran up and looked real weak just now, man.
And Battle Wax, that was a lot of pent up animosity. It's intellectual, of course. But I hadn't said anything about it, since that took place, since the brother played around like that. You know what I mean? I just held it. you know, and you know, today was the day, you know, the brothers, you know, intellectual coward, you know. I say the whole team Osiris is intellectual cowards. And if you don't, and if you feel like I'm saying something wrong, schedule a time to pull up where we can have an honest, open discussion and box around source material. I don't want to hear nobody rhetoric. I'm gonna go straight to the science. And let's move around that and see how much of the European science bears witness to Quran and Bible. Because it's definitely where the people came from, where our people
Now, I
came
just
from.
gotta ask you a question. You know, I'm quiet for a minute. The Quran was the last book to be constructed. So how does you know the things that go on today bear false witness to the Quran?
Sister Nandy, you know, the European, they tamper with everything they get their hands on. I mean, even food, we know they corrupt everything. You know, that's why we eating GMO food nowadays. It's in our food supply. You know, they just wicked. They wicked as hell. They tamper with, so they tamper with everything in nature. So we know they're gonna tamper with books. So, you know, the Bible is our book, in my opinion, but the European did put a false interpretation on it, certain parts of it. So therefore, you know, another book had to be revealed. The Quran is a book that is locked into mathematics. It's 114 chapters. 114 is a multiple of 19 times 6. 19 is the code that is locked. The Quran is locked into. The Bible also is locked into 19 as well, because it's only one God over both books. The Most High, Yahuwah, some say Yahweh, I say Allah, but for myself, I understand that it's only one God with many beautiful names. So the Quran was revealed in order to clear up certain discrepancies, that the mischief that the European added, not our people, but mischief that the European
So
added.
they don't have nothing to do with the Arabs, because the Quran comes from the Quran, and the teachers of the Hadith and all of that stuff comes from Arab. So how is it having something to do with the white man?
Yeah, sister, I don't believe in Hadith. The Quran is its own
I
Hadith.
understand that, but still, these books and the teachings, even though you don't believe in it, we're talking about where the Quran descended from, and Muhammad was an Arab.
Yeah, Muhammad was an Arab. He was a black Arab. He was a black Arab. He was a black Arab. They descended from a clan called Kuder, and also Kenda. And we can also ascertain that these were black people if we get it from Uthman al-Jahiz, which I do have his words on deck. We get it from Uthman al-Jahiz. He tells us that the family of Prophet Muhammad, his grandfather, they were men, dark-skinned Africans, large of body, like they were big men.
So y'all just gonna paint everybody black. Basically, that's what y'all trying to do. Y'all
I didn't say Elijah. I said
everybody black so it can some kind of way.
I didn't say Elijah. I said Uthman al-Jahiz, which is a Cushite philologist. Uthman al-Jahiz wrote on the family and their lineage from Kuder clan.
Who constructed the very first Quran?
The Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad over a period of 23 years.
Revealed to Prophet Muhammad. The same thing happened with Moses.
Yep. Revelation. Yes.
So y'all, so you Muslim and the Hebrew over here, y'all believe in the Gospels. That's what you're telling me.
I believe in all of his scriptures, all of his prophets. Prophets don't come anything other than black. All the prophets are black people.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Y'all still there?
Yeah, still here, brother Battle Axe.
Everybody just got real quiet. I was listening to y'all. I was like, what happened?
Yeah,
No, I
prophets,
got quiet so he can finish explaining to me. I'm listening. Y'all know I'm taking notes. I'm listening.
yeah, none of the prophets were other than black. You know, don't believe the little pictures that they put up when they show Abraham on Wikipedia or something, and they show him as a white man. That's trash. You know, these was all black men. Prophets don't come anything other than black. White man can't hold the revelation of God. They can't do it. They can repeat it or reiterate it, but as
So
far as
if Muhammad and all
revelation,
these
no.
people if Muhammad and all these people were black, why didn't they have what we consider to be African names? Why were they named after Arabs and stuff?
Well, what makes us think that Arabic is anything other than African?
Wow, because it's not.
You sure? You don't think Cushitic is African?
Those tribes that's in there is not.
You know,
and even Afrikaners. Come on, we got to pay attention to what we're saying here. So you saying Arabs are African? Was it before
the
or
original?
after? Because the original Arabs were African.
Original Arabs were African, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They were African.
Can you explain that to me so I won't be lost?
Well, the earliest evidence we have is at 100,000 with Arabian-Nubia complex. Africans crossed over either through the northern corridor, Sinai Peninsula, or through the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, which is only 10 to 19 miles, depending on sea level. And they crossed over onto the Arabian Plate. We have evidence of that at 100,000 in Oman, Darfur, Oman, with the Arabia-Nubia complex. So we can place Africans squarely in Arabia at 100,000 or better, over 100,000 years they were there, because we have the evidence from the stonework. The stonework in Oman matches the stonework that is in East Africa, the complexes that are in East Africa. So we know Nubians were in there over 100,000 years. That's plenty of time for our people to gestate, have culture, different ways of life, and yeah, we can place them in there squarely.
Okay.
That's the Arabia-Nubia complex, Sister Nandi.
All I know is this: when it's time for us to dip up out of here, we're gonna have to keep the Torah in Africa. Period. We're not going to go anywhere else. You can't talk a lot of people into going anywhere else. We're gonna be in Africa, man. That's the solution to the United States black man's problem. You have a problem in the United States.
Do you believe? Let me just ask you a quick question. Do you believe that there are contradictions or some, I'm gonna say some exaggerated information in the Bible?
No, I think that people that don't read it is going to misunderstand certain things.
But you don't feel like there's nothing wrong with the Bible at all?
No, I read it. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Not even with the missing books and all the stuff that's not in the particular Bible that you have in your hand?
One thing that I have realized upon studying it for years is that it's redundant. It's a redundant book. It's constantly repeating the same scenarios, the same message, and everything, like over and over and over and over. Like, no matter what, like, I'm talking about, you just can't get away from it. It's all just about, hey, keep the commandments, and then all the other stuff, it just shows you what happens to those people that when they didn't. But it always promises, like, but then one of these days y'all gonna get it together. Y'all gonna keep the commandments. Like, don't trip. One of these days y'all gonna get this together.
Every word from the front to the back in that Bible is the correct information.
Because if you actually look at it, you'll see you got to look at it in an equitous type of fashion. You got to look and see, like, all right, yeah, like, can we actually move forward with these principles? Are these principles going to hold us back, or is this principle going to get us further?
In my
And then
opinion,
you'll
the
look at
hoes
it and
was
you'll say,
in my
if there-
opinion, the hoes was bad.
no, you
Because
won't be able to
the Ten
find one.
Commandments, let me say something. While you telling us about the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill, steal, and all of this stuff, this is what the people who actually created that book is doing every day and was doing since the beginning of time. So how can they give me certain commandments to follow when they're not following them themselves and never
you gotta
have?
realize that they didn't make this book. That's why they don't even teach it. You gotta keep in mind that they don't teach it, and that's because they didn't make it. It goes back and forth. White people don't teach the Bible. They may teach you stories that is referencing to the Bible.
Yeah, they
So
teach what
they don't
teach what
teach
Constantine
you
made.
the Bible.
They teach what Constantine made.
So who made the Bible?
Constantine made the version of the Bible. He made the version of the Bible that we have now. Then King James later on revised it. Over the years, many of them tampered with it. But Constantine altered the doctrine, and he went against a black man, a black Libyan by the name of Arius. And Arius's position was that Jesus was divine because of his obedience and his submission to God, not that he was the son of God per se, that God came down and copulated with Mary. No, that's what Arius stood on. But Constantine banished people like Arius. He banished them from the kingdom and he suppressed all of that. And that's why we get such a confusion and mixed up with Jesus and his birth. His name was Arius, Sister Nandi. He was a black man, a Libyan. They might show you a picture of a white dude. Of course they do. You know, they whitewash everything, but Arius was a black African Libyan.
Right. So when you say,
So why he didn't have a black African name?
People got conquered. Just like today, you don't have a black African.
Exactly.
So, you know, you get
We
conquered.
understand what's going on today because a lot of things has been changed and we have been taught incorrectly.
No,
We're
you just
talking
colonization.
Colonization is colonization.
So details on what happened in your conquering, but you can't get around
everything
the
y'all
fact
talking
that
about basically
you
is when
lost
y'all
those
so-called
names.
was enslaved.
Lost those names after you got conquered. You get
I'm
conquered.
saying, okay, so after y'all got conquered in Egypt is when you get all these names. You ain't know nothing about him before he got conquered in Egypt.
Wait a minute, what?
Hello, peace.
Hey, sis.
Hey, Nandi, how are you? And I'm just going to say this shortly, but we're going to save it for another day.
Peace, Divine.
Is this who just said that?
Goma.
Hey, peace to you, Goma. How are you, brother?
Mari.
No, I did not. I can't see all the icons.
Peace, Sister Divine.
Yeah, but yeah, just shortly, Akmalak, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm letting you know that I'm coming for you because some of you're very articulate and some of what you say with your scriptures, I like your passion and all that when you're coming with that. But some of the things that you say, I would like to challenge you on it and show you where you're off on your teaching. Some of the things that you're saying, I can definitely understand why Nandi would respond and react the way she does because, damn it, man, you confuse me. For someone who reads the book in the Hebrew language, you confuse me sometimes where I'm here like shaking my head. Like I have to do face palms at times. And that's no insult to you. I'm just saying, I don't know everything. You don't know everything. So sometimes it's best to just lay off and just stick with the facts of the scriptures and don't put in your beliefs into it because your belief sometimes in the way you're understanding it without more studying, you're going to do exactly the opposite of what the scripture is supposed to do. You're
Can I get an example of that behavior that you're calling me out on?
So I understand where Nandi sometimes it's like, yo, but let me say that what I commend you, Nandi, for is because what she's been doing from since she's entered herself and she always tells you, and she does it. She keeps notes. So you have to respect her for that. And it's like, I'm sure the way she is, she's diligent. She would go and look up when she keeps her nose. Oh, let me go and see, because she's like that. She wants to come back and say she has, hey, well, I looked this up like she did today. Hey, I looked this up, and not to say that, hey, I looked this up and what she's saying is right, but hey, at least she takes the time to take notes from what the person is saying and go and look it up.
Yeah,
so
but I need that example about what you were saying about me.
Oh, is this Battle Axe now talking?
Yeah,
yeah, I see your name now. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get into it now, but there's been quite a few things that I hear often, because I sit in the back chat a lot of times. I don't see anything and I listen, but I don't respond because it's, I can't battle in a chat room. But
I heard that. Hey.
No, I just came on I introduced myself and I mean, not introduced, I said hello, and I want you guys to continue the conversation. And then what I was saying in the chat, I will, if permitted, I will chime in as you continue if I hear you. Hi, Swab, how are you?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey. So my problem with the Bible is the end game of in the Quran. The end game of the Bible and the Quran is to have a simple. Detriment to I don't care if you say Ari. Oh shit. Okay, well. All right,
now
I'll
you
just
back.
listen. God damn.
You back.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, the end game is a theocracy. That's the dome and Battle Axe. It's a theocracy. It's detrimental to our people.
Let me ask you something. Now
you're saying that it's a theocracy, so it's detrimental. See, you're not allowed to throw blanket statements on it. You have to be factual, and you got to give somebody like some type of detail. You can't just say, "Oh, I don't like it," or it'd be bad. You can't just say it like that. You gotta, because there's too many people that already takes this as they have invested not only their life but their afterlife into this book. There's a lot of people. It's not just Israelites. So what I'm saying is, for you to sit here and say these things, you're talking to Black people that's about to leave this place, and we're all about to. We're figuring out what we're going to be doing right now, and this is where it happens at, right here on these panels. But you throwing in, well, that is detrimental, and then so now you got to talk to us. You got to let us know. He's like, now show me, because like I say, this is how I beat everybody. I don't got nothing to say. I just got another question now. Show me how it's bad. Just ask questions, and you'll see that you cannot answer all my questions.
Okay, so let's look at the Philippines. The Philippines was a democratic country. They had a tsunami, and now because they were so religious and scared, they now have a theocracy. This is what the end game of all religions do. They form theocracies. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at Yemen, you look at, Qatar, you look at Malaysia. These are all theocratic countries. And all these theocratic countries, they are so oppressed, they are trying to come to the U.S., to the white man system.
Okay, now let me say this
Black, sir.
You brought up the Philippines. That's not, but listen, you brought up the Philippines, but that was another blanket statement. You're just saying, well, because of the Philippines, they have a theocracy and it's bad. I'm saying, but you're not having any details. You're not giving me any real reasons. You're not showing us any examples in the Bible on how it is detrimental. That's what you have to do to say that.
Yeah,
you
quick
have
question.
to show, because an Israelite is going to show you, they're going to say, this book is beneficial to Black people.
Now,
if you
ask them
and you say how,
I gotta say,
they're gonna start going
if the end game
and the principles.
If the end game is to be theocracy, why would they put that in the Bible? Why do you think every answer is in that book?
It's a system that's been set up to a people that is starting off with no system, and all of a sudden having to have one overnight.
Was
That's
Mali
what this book is for.
Was Mali a theocracy under Musa?
You know, Can I speak, Sister? Can I speak? I think with a lot of problem is, well, most of the problem is because the book, I'm going to say it, and Sister Nandi, I would love to, I heard that you wanted to do a show with the whole setup and have, people talk about, their view of the understanding and give them a chance to share their view. I would love to come on and do that with you, right?
Yes,
But the
ma'am.
whole
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
is, I would love that. So, but the whole thing is, when from my understanding, right? Because I deal with languages. The whole thing is, when you take a book that is written, that it wasn't written as a history per se to be put in a library. It wasn't written as a book for the whole world. It was forefathers who, as they were dying, when they got old, everyone were passed down. You have kings, you have rules, and it's passed down to the kings and queens. No different from traditions today, right? Father passing down corporations, things to their son, teachings, learnings and all that. Nothing different. And as the forefathers, as they were dying, as rulers were coming and taking over, it was commanded according to the scriptures, I believe, from the Most High in visions and dreams. Record everything in history that's going on right now with your people. Record the names of your land. Make sure you keep recording the names back from time and time, so that way you can keep the record of your people. So, for instance, the people of Adam, like how religion took this whole book, Nandi, right? I'm really more, this is more for you. I'm talking what they did with this book is took a heritage and let's call it a diary, a recording of a people, tracking their name, tracking their heritage. And once being conquered by all these different nations, which we know, we can all agree, Black people throughout ages and ages in all different walks of life, throughout every recorded history, in every stela, even the Chinese pillars they have up show Negroes with chains and around circling the whole pillars, and their stories being written in the ancient language. So it's like it's all over. We can all agree that this just the same group of people, not Chinese, not Caucasians, not Samoans, not Japanese, not no other nation, but a dark-skinned race of people for some reason. So this thing, it's recorded. So what they did in every capture, they took up the book and because of the laws in it, and it has nothing to do with them. It's not their culture. It's not their heritage. So it's like you're trying to tell a white person, hey, dress up in African gear and do this and do that. That's not their culture. But what they did, they took the best things out of it, the laws and different, and they made religions and cultures out of it themselves. This is where you get Judaism, Islam. This is where you get a lot of other religions, or Christianity comes from it. They took traditions from a book that is literally a heritage, a diary of a people, and they all made religions out of it. But it also tell you in the last days, the people who this book belongs to, they are going to wake up in the last days, because at that time they are going to be allowed to read. They are going to awake. They're going to be, look at where we're at now. We are reading, we are teaching, we are scholarly, everything we do, even if we wear our hat backwards, who wears their hat backwards? Everybody else in the world. If we sag our pants, who sags their pants? Everybody else in the world. We sing hip hop, rap. Everything they hate us for, why is it according to the scripture? We are the salt of the earth, and everywhere we go, we will be copied. So it's like, I think the angle I'm coming from is the view of the book, the way it's been taken, the originality, the heritage of our people. We are the only people scattered, like you mentioned before, Nandi, We are all over the world, right? Scattered all over. We are oppressed all over the world. Till this day, you got Libyans right now being sold $700, $800, $900 a pop. And they have them all group. Till this very day, we are speaking. It is happening. They report it on international news. But do we watch international news and see that slavery still exists till this day? No. And guess what? They look just like us. They look like American blacks. They don't look like the deep, some parts of Africa where you have the deep features, the dark. They don't look like those. They literally look like a Negro I would see when I walk outside my door going down the street right now. They look like an American black. So the thing is still going on. But when you take it and you form a religion out of it and you give it to the whole world, this is what's happening now. And the thing is, claiming
that's not our people. Those are Arabs.
We're claiming this book back. We're the only people in this world who don't have a heritage. The Arabs have a heritage. The Jewish people have a heritage. Caucasian, everybody have a heritage.
Are who we speaking
Negroes scattered all over the world. All we can say is, oh, I'm black. Oh, I'm an American. You're just a citizen. Every black American who's scattered everywhere, whether you're in the islands, you're in England, no matter where you are, guess what? All we could say to ourselves is, yo, I'm black. No, I'm claiming back this heritage. This is a diary. That's why the creator made sure he told us, record your heritage. That's why the names are so redundant. This begat this, 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 because that begotten ain't nobody else come from Adam but us. Adam, no, all the people in the world didn't start 6,000 years ago, according to the Hebrew. And all the people in the world didn't come from Adam. Only those, every damn Negro who's scattered all throughout the earth, according to the book, they're the only people that come from Adam. So this is what I'm saying, is this understanding of the book, which I hate when sometimes when people try to teach it, and I feel bad because it's like good intentions sometimes they're coming from. But a lot of times it's bad understanding, and it's like we are now awakening, and those we are waking up now to read it, go back to the original language, and I'll be damned. We, for the first time in my damn life, I'll be damned if I'm gonna die where I'm gonna die saying I died as a black. God damn it, I am from Adam. Adam is a Negro race. And this is our heritage, our culture listed all the way to where we are now, saying we were going to be scattered all over the world and we were going to go through all this persecution all over the world. No matter where you are, you're going to be a black Negro nigger. No matter where you are, you're going to be called that. This is who we are. And I'm claiming back, we are the children of Adam. We are the only damn children of Adam. And that's why we're going through this. And that's why the names were listed all the way from Adam all the way till we got to the 12 tribes, and it told them what was going to happen to the 12 tribes in the last days. They were going to be scattered, but at the end, we were going to remember who we are and start coming back. So from my point, that's where I'm going to be coming from, Nandi, when I show the scripture, because the understanding is so flawed. It's like, that's why most of us hate it. And I understand when our people say they hate the book. I'm not mad at them because I hated it for over 30 years. I hated it. But now reading it in the original language, this ain't nobody else's book but the people who are scattered all over the world. And that's why we're here having this conversation right now. And no other nation is doing that among themselves.
Sister, I got a question for you. I got a question. Hold on. I got a question. Sister, hold on. I got a question for the sister. Sister, where you from?
I was born in the islands. I was born in the Caribbean.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
I'm familiar with him from reading, yes.
Okay, so not Farrakhan, but Elijah Muhammad, he said that African Americans here specifically should not be led by Caribbeans, should not be led by Haitians. Anybody outside of the United States of America should not be led by non-African Americans. Our struggle is unique. This is from the Elijah Muhammad. This is not from Farrakhan. Elijah Muhammad taught this. So So according to Elijah Muhammad, his teaching, who is a black man in a nation of Islam, you are not supposed to teach us, sister. That is from the Elijah Muhammad. From the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you're not to teach us, sister.
Can I?
But she was teaching, but she was actually
Can
teaching
I
the
answer
sister,
that,
though.
sister?
Excuse me.
But
No,
she was
no,
teaching the
he just
sister, though.
battle
She was
axe,
talking
battle
to
axe,
another sister.
battle axe.
According to
Please.
Elijah Muhammad,
Battle axe. He just, the
women.
brother, you don't have to repeat it. Brother, please,
Okay.
you don't have to
Okay,
repeat
go ahead,
it.
sister.
You said it,
Oh,
I heard you.
thank you, sister.
Thank you. And respectfully, no disrespect to your beliefs or to your what do you call him, Elijah Muhammad, right? No
Yes, yes.
disrespect to that. But you are believing in a man who you have respect and you revere, and like I said, much respect to you for that, right? But
No,
at the
sister,
same
no,
time,
sister,
Exactly.
I'm not a Muslim.
Farrakhan is Caribbean. Farrakhan is Caribbean,
brother,
black
let me
son.
finish. Let me finish. I
First of
told this
all,
brother,
Elijah Muhammad said
brother.
that Farrakhan is not supposed to
Oh
take
my
over.
God.
Farrakhan
Farrakhan
just took
is
over.
Caribbean.
All right.
Okay,
Black
y'all not
son,
listening.
let
Okay,
her
good.
finish.
Yeah.
Black son, black son,
Yes,
let her
yes.
finish. Let her answer the
Because
question, black
wait a
son.
minute. Thank you very much, Nandi. Now he asked me where I was born. I told him where I was born. You can ask me where my mother and father was born. I can tell you that. But I can also tell you about family that I have here. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm not going to do that right now. I can give it to other people in the back chat, but I don't know you, brother, to just put my name out like that. But I can show you where my family name and my family, I have family who I have in touch with, who have roots going all the way back here, because the ship and I have the records, brother. I did the records before I got back into the Bible, or before I even knew how to read a Hebrew letter. I was studying my history and my past, my descendants. I have all the tracking all the way back from the ships, right? From that family name, my mother's family name, my father's family name, my neighbor's family name in the island. I have all their names coincidentally on the same ship. And guess whose name I have? It shows the ship where it's scattered. And guess where the ship scattered? It scattered my family name into the Americas. It showed them going into the Midwest America. It showed them going into the scattered throughout the islands. And it showed some of them going into Brazil. So you have my family that's here who call themselves Americans, who would tell you their grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother are here in America. But you're telling me I can't relate to you and I'm not their family no more?
According to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad,
landed, because their ship landed
Because
here.
you
And
guys
guess
already-
what,
Muhammad didn't know what the
guess
fuck he was
what,
talking
brother?
about.
One more
Stop
thing.
lying. Stop lying
One
on the
more
most
thing.
honorable
According to
Elijah
Elijah-
Muhammad, black son.
According to the
Stop
Honorable
lying,
Elijah
son.
Muhammad,
What?
according
Could you
to
let
the
me
Honorable-
finish?
Stop
Go
lying.
ahead, sister. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me finish, and I'm done. I'm done. Two more sentences, and I'm done. Before any of the ships landed here in the Americas, including North America, what they call North America, South America, all the ships landed in the Caribbean first.
Right.
Get it straight if you know how to read your history, because before the ships can pass through the strait, that's how they talk about the Nina and the Pinta, the Santa Maria, where two of the ships crashed because they didn't understand the water and the chains of the islands coming there. So before they landed any slaves in the Americas, they spread them out and landed and discovered the islands, the Caribbeans first, what they call the Caribbeans. And before the Caribbeans got his name, do you know what the name of the islands were? This is what I'm saying. Know your history before you tell me about Elijah Muhammad and what Elijah Muhammad believed.
He's lying. He's lying, Sister Devonia. He's lying. No, hold on. Let me clear this up as a student in the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Number one, Minister Farrakhan is from the islands. Number two, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad set him in his seat to be over the Nation of Islam in his absence. That's a fact. Brother, you don't know. You're not even a student of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. How would you know the teacher's better than me?
That's false. Elijah Muhammad, I got documentation.
Show and prove. Show the source. Where the source at?
You want to debate it?
Hey, let me do this right quick. Hey, my bad. Hey,
Yes,
yo,
let's
my
do
bad. Hold on 1 second. I'm finna start a new show. Y'all want to keep it going? I'll start a new one.
Yes, sir, Swab.
Okay, well, I'm finna end this one.
Keep going.
All right, I'm finna end this one and start a new one then. Just come right back. Okay. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Hope y'all come right back and tune in too. We'll be right back.
We coming right back. We appreciate you keeping the show going.